Chapter 1 Her Diary. The summer sun blazed intensely. The persistent chirping of cicadas resonated from the trees. Youwen arrived at the place where Gu Ran once resided, seeking remnants of her presence. He approached the bookshelf, scrutinizing its contents, and soon an object caught his eye. What is this? He quickly reached out to retrieve it from the densely packed volumes. Dusting off the cover, a faded and yellowed front emerged before him. Chapter 2. I Want to Change Seats. The yellowed diary boasts exquisite and elegant handwriting. As he gazes upon these words, a familiar visage emerges in his mind. May 22nd, 2010, Friday, clear skies, feelings indifferent. Today, I have transferred to yet another new high school, where everything remains perpetually unfamiliar, leaving me numb amidst the relentless transitions. I am uncertain how long I will linger in this institution. Gu Weiji's emotions are becoming increasingly unstable and may soon spiral out of control. I wish for no one to remember me, nor do I want to burden my friends with sorrow over our separation. Thus, I have resolved not to forge any friendships here. As summer approaches in Jiangzhou, bringing with it a hint of warmth, Gu Ran enters this new school. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, scrutinizes the transfer student's registration card with due diligence as instructed by the academic affairs director. Why has she switched schools so many times? She furrows her brow. The academic affairs director, Su Jiaming, quickly interjects, "This student excels academically. You can rest assured. I am curious about the reasons behind her frequent transfers." Zhou Ling inquires. Constantly changing schools can be detrimental to a child's education, Zhou Ling remarks. That is none of your concern. Just accept her. You know how challenging it is for a single mother to raise a child. Please be understanding, Su Jiaming replies. All right, I understand. Where's the girl? I will escort her to her new class. Zhou Ling takes the registration card. She is waiting in the conference room. Hurry along, Su Jiaming urges. Understood, Zhou Ling acknowledges. Hastening to the conference room, where she finds Gu Ran seated in a chair. Zhou Ling cast a glance at her. The girl possessed exquisite features. With a pair of clear, luminous eyes set against her fair cheeks, her hair elegantly tied in a high ponytail. She appeared somewhat bashful, yet undeniably beautiful. Are you Gu Ran? Zhou Ling inquired. Yes, Gu Ran replied softly. Come with me. From today onwards, you shall be a student of Class 2-6. I trust you will get along well with your classmates. They are quite warm-hearted and friendly, and I am confident you will soon make many good friends here. Zhou Ling smiled. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Gu Ran nodded in gratitude. How did you know my surname is Zhou? Zhou Ling asked, somewhat surprised. As this was their first meeting, I saw your photograph on the school staff bulletin board previously, Gu Ran explained. You are quite perceptive. Well done. Zhou Ling praised her. Zhou Ling led Gu Ran to the classroom. Today, we have a new student in our class. I hope everyone will get along well. Zhou Ling announced. Teacher, what is the new student's name? Youwen eagerly asked. Zhou Ling shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, Teacher, do you not even know my surname by now? All you can do is inquire about the new student's name. The class erupted in laughter, and Youwen sheepishly scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Zhou Ling turned to the new student. Please introduce yourself to your classmates. Gu Ran nodded and then introduced herself. Hello everyone. My name is Gu Ran. As the name suggests, Gu signifies the family name, and Ran denotes a blazing fire. I hope to get along well with all of you in the future. With her introduction complete, the classroom erupted in applause to warmly welcome her. Zhou Ling assigned her a seat. As she was a transfer student, all the seats had already been arranged at the beginning of the semester, leaving her no choice but to occupy an extra spot adjacent to Zhou Haoran. Gu Ran. Such a peculiar name, Youwen mused to himself. As the class came to an end, Tang Mingxian approached Youwen, who was gazing intently at Gu Ran in the distance. Teasingly, Tang Mingxian remarked, Old Su, it's quite evident that you are intrigued by the new student. Get lost. Mind your own business. Youwen retorted, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. After the physics class concluded, Youwen positioned himself at the corner of the staircase, one foot resting on the railing, effectively blocking Gu Ran's path. She shot him a cold glance, unwilling to engage, and attempted to move past him. What do you want? Gu Ran finally met his gaze. I'm curious about you. Youwen smirked mischievously. You're insane. Gu Ran shot him a sidelong glance and kicked his long leg aside. Continuing down the stairs, Youwen leaned over his desk, stealthily observing Gu Ran, when Tang Mingxian sat beside him and patted his shoulder. Hey, watching classmate Gu again? Youwen turned his head and shot him an annoyed look. Mind your own business. Tang Mingxian chuckled. I absolutely want to interfere. I can't even manage you. Su Outyen. Youwen pondered aloud. Do you think I should switch seats to sit next to her? Tang Mingxian laughed, That's certainly an option. With newfound determination, Su Yuwen declared, "All right. It's settled then." Tang Mingxian replied, "You're serious?" That was rather swift. A few days later, in the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ling, stood at the podium, her expression inscrutable as she announced to the students below, "Su Yuwen and Zhou Haoren will switch seats." At this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. "What? Su Yuwen, are you truly going to switch seats?" Tang Mingxian exclaimed, surprised by his efficiency. Su Yuwen raised an eyebrow at him, responding, "Indeed. I always keep my word." The English examination on Tuesday had been dismal, resulting in a fall from the 30th to the 40th position. After analyzing the exam papers, Zhou Ling hastily summoned Su Yuwen to her office. Su Yuwen feigned a pitiful expression, lamenting, "Teacher, you know I am not cut out for academics. Dropping from 30th to 40th is already a commendable feat. At least I didn't plummet to 50th. Zhou Ling was rendered speechless by Su Yuwen's audacity. How could he rationalize such poor performance? She grabbed a water cup beside her and gulped down a few swigs to calm herself. "Teacher, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health," Su Yuwen urged. "How could I not be upset when all of your grades have fallen like this? This is a crucial period in your high school years. Don't you aspire to attend a prestigious university?" Zhou Ling lamented, frustrated by their lack of diligence. "I do wish to. However, I lack someone to assist me in my studies," Su Yuwen cleverly retorted. "What do you mean?" Zhou Ling furrowed her brow. "I hope to have a high-achieving student seated beside me as a role model. Think about it, Teacher Zhou. The person sitting next to me is consistently at the bottom of the class. How can I possibly learn positively in such an environment?" Su Yuwen defended himself, feeling aggrieved. "I find the new transfer student quite impressive," Su Yuwen remarked. "Gu Ran." Zhou Ling furrowed her brow. "Yes, Teacher Zhou. She ranked 5th in the class in the recent exam. I am certain that sitting beside her will elevate my performance into the top 15. Su Yuwen declared emphatically. "Are you certain that your proximity won't affect her?" Zhou Ling inquired skeptically. "I assure you, if I do not achieve a rank within the top 15, I shall run 10 laps around the schoolyard," Su Yuwen vowed. Observing Su Yuwen's unwavering confidence, Zhou Ling ultimately relented. "Very well. I shall contemplate this matter, and I will inform you of my decision tomorrow. Allow me some time to ponder." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Su Yuwen eagerly urged, "Teacher, you must give it thorough consideration. You are a rare and invaluable gardener of our nation, and I believe you would never forsake any flower worthy of cultivation. Under your nurturing, the blossoms of our homeland shall surely flourish." Finally, Su Yuwen bowed respectfully to Zhou Ling and dashed out of her office, unable to suppress a sense of self-congratulation. For this English examination, he had deliberately omitted 2 major questions, resulting in a significant drop in his score. He understood Zhou Ling well. She always prioritized her students, so she would undoubtedly agree. His heart brimmed with joy. However, the next examination would not be so easily navigated. As the school bell rang, Zhou Ling exited the classroom, and Su Yuwen hurriedly moved his desk next to Gu Ran's. Once he had finished arranging his things, he excitedly greeted her. "Hi, Gu Ran. I am now your desk mate. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Gu Ran, however, paid him no mind and continued to immerse herself in her workbook. The air suddenly became dense and suffocating. Chapter 3, Strawberry Yogurt. "Gu Ran, who was the person walking beside you last time? You bear a striking resemblance to her." Su Yuwen seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. Gu Ran's pen abruptly halted, and she turned her head to cast a cold glance at Su Yuwen, retorting, "None of your business. Is she your mother?" Su Yuwen persisted with his inquiries. "Mind your own affairs," Gu Ran replied, somewhat irritated. "Is she really your mother?" Su Yuwen pressed on relentlessly. "Can you please be quiet?" Gu Ran, unable to contain her frustration, raised her voice sharply. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, with all eyes turning to her, making her feel uneasy and frozen under the weight of their gaze. Su Yuwen quickly attempted to diffuse the tension, tugging at her sleeve and cheerfully suggesting, "Gu Ran, let us continue discussing the exercises. There's no need to get too worked up." Gu Ran took her seat, sulking and unwilling to speak. "Are you upset?" Su Yuwen cautiously inquired. Gu Ran, maintaining a stern expression, ignored him. Su Yuwen hurriedly apologized. "I was wrong. Please do not be angry with me, all right?" Gu Ran did not spare him a glance. Realizing his approach was ineffective, he tilted his head and, with a playful grin, continued, "How about I treat you to yogurt? Your favorite strawberry flavor, perhaps?" Gu Ran scoffed. 3 days prior, Gu Ran had just moved to this place with Gu Weiji. "You were playing dreadfully. Practice that passage again." Gu Weiji chastised, striking Gu Ran's arm with a slender bamboo stick, the searing pain radiating through her limb. There was no time for her to glance back before being urged to continue practicing the piano. It was truly excruciating. On her fair arms, several red marks had already formed. Tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. No crying. Your piano skills are abysmal. How dare you shed tears? Focus on improving your playing. Gu Weiji yelled vehemently. She was no longer in the right state of mind. Regardless of how many times she practiced, the outcome remained unchanged. How can you still play like this? Do you even want to continue practicing? Gu Weiji's furious roar echoed. I don't want to practice anymore. I never want to practice again. Gu Ran could no longer endure it. She erupted in a fit of rage and stormed out the door. After all, Gu Weiji was her mother, her sole connection in this world. Aaron, you must strive to become a pianist. Do you understand? Gu Weiji had reminded her countless times since childhood, and she was utterly exasperated. Indeed, it was Gu Weiji who had initially suggested the dream of becoming a pianist. But now, Gu Ran regretted that choice. Each time pain struck her, she would resent Gu Weiji for being too harsh, only to later feel remorseful for her own decisions. Why had she made such a choice? The summer breeze was unbearably hot, causing her face to flush, with glistening beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and dampening her hair at the temples. She sat in a pavilion at a small park not far from home, leaning her head against a pillar in a daze. Turning her head, Gu Ran caught sight of the slender figure of Gu Weiji. Though older, her bone structure remained exquisitely beautiful. Gu Weiji's embrace was still warm, and the lingering affection of her youth tugged at Gu Ran's heart. Ultimately, she relented. Mom, I'm sorry. It is my fault. I will dedicate myself to practicing the piano. After all, Gu Weiji was her only connection in this world, and this path was one she had chosen for herself. She pondered that Gu Weiji may have had her best interests at heart, even if the manner of it was not to her liking. As they walked side by side toward home, Gu Ran kept her head bowed, when suddenly a small stone rolled to her feet. The stone came to an abrupt halt at her toes. She gazed at it in confusion for 3 seconds, before lifting her head to meet Su Youwen's eyes. Their gazes locked, marking their first encounter. Aran, Gu Weiji called her name, and Gu Ran responded with a slight acknowledgement before once again lowering her head to walk alongside her. Su Youwen watched their retreating figures, his attention fixated on the girl. So beautiful, he murmured softly, wondering why she felt so familiar. After class, Su Youwen followed Tang Mingxian to the restroom. You're quite the character. You managed to get so close to her in no time. Tang Mingxian was left speechless by Su Youwen's audacious move. Of course, Su Youwen replied with a proud grin. Unexpected. He flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. TCH, who are you trying to impress with those grades? Tang Mingxian rolled his eyes in disdain. No one. You know well that I am an orphan, without parents. Su Youwen joked. Tang Mingxian felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had misspoken, and regretted it deeply. All right. I misspoke. My treat today at the little shop. Order anything you like. Tang Mingxian quickly expressed his apologies. Su Youwen playfully wrapped an arm around his neck, laughing heartily. At least you've said something sensible. His laughter was bright, as if nothing had ever happened. In the small shop, Su Youwen picked up a variety of snacks and approached the refrigerator, selecting a bottle of strawberry-flavored yogurt. He placed a heap of snacks on the counter, and Tang Mingxian, noticing that Su Henti set down the yogurt, hurriedly interjected, Hey, buddy, do you think I'm stingy? Hand it over, I'll pay. Wow, you're quite eager. Tang Mingxian teased. You, the fickle one, understand nothing. Su Youwen shot him a sidelong glance. Upon returning to the classroom, Su Youwen set the yogurt on Gu Ran's desk. This yogurt is for you, he said with a cheerful smile. Did you really buy this for me? Gu Ran inquired, somewhat surprised. Though she might have felt angered, she had long since moved past it. Indeed, I always keep my promises. I never deceive. Su Youwen affirmed sincerely. So please, don't be upset with me, all right? I'm not upset. I'm not that petty. Gu Ran replied. That is wonderful. In that case, let this yogurt symbolize our friendship. Su Youwen remarked with a smile. Is it really appropriate for me to take it? How much is it? I'll pay you, Gu Ran said, feeling a little embarrassed. No, it's a gift of friendship, and accepting it means we are friends. If you insist on paying, I might just get upset. Su Youwen countered playfully. Gu Ran was momentarily speechless. Su Youwen quickly added, as long as you promise to teach me a few more exercises in return. All right then. Thank you. Gu Ran hesitated before ultimately accepting the bottle of yogurt. You're welcome. From now on, we're desk partners and friends, so let us get along well. Su Youwen beamed brightly. By the way, what is your name? Gu Ran's bright eyes were fixed upon him. Su Youwen, while sipping on a can of cola, nearly choked. After conversing with you for so long, you still do not know my name. Chapter 4. Blocking the ball for her. Su Youwen and Gu Ran became deskmates, and every day, Su Youwen brought her favorite strawberry yogurt. He mused that if the stomach was sweet, the heart would also be sweet. Gu Ran, yogurt. Su Youwen placed a bottle of strawberry yogurt on Gu Ran's desk, and the dazed Gu Ran turned to him. Why have you bought yogurt for me again? Gu Ran asked, puzzled. I improved 10 places in the last exam. Thanks to you. Su Youwen replied with a radiant smile. Gu Ran looked at him and said, there is no need to thank me. This is the result of your own efforts. But without your help, I could not have progressed so swiftly. Su Youwen's words dripped with sweetness. Who could resist such charm? Gu Ran replied. So you should accept this yogurt. After all, I do not particularly enjoy drinking it. It would be a waste for you to return it. Su Youwen insisted. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Ran finally accepted. All right. Just this once. No, next time. All right. All right. Su Youwen beamed as he saw her accept it, his heart soaring with joy. Their relationship had improved significantly over these days. At the very least, Gu Ran no longer regarded him with a fierce glare. As class ended, Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran from the class were engaged in a game of basketball, creating chaos that sent many classmates fleeing from the room. The class monitor, Yiyu, hurriedly rushed outside to report to Zhou Ling's Su Youwen, quick on his feet, dashed to Gu Ran's side, shielding her from the impending chaos. Thud. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck his back and then arced gracefully to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran were taken aback, frozen in place until Zhou Ling arrived at the classroom, her fury palpable. Tang Mingxian, Zhou Haoran, what on earth are you doing? She bellowed. Both of you. To the office now. Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran exchanged glances, speechless. The end of the world seemed to have arrived, a terrifying thought. Gu Ran, startled by the recent turn of events, could hardly react when the basketball came hurtling towards her, just as it seemed it would strike her. Su Youwen dashed forward to shield her. Time appeared to freeze as their eyes met, the surrounding world fading into oblivion, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Su Youwen gazed at her with concern, asking, are you all right? Gu Ran quickly shook her head, her heart swelling with gratitude for the boy who had protected her. And she inquired, are you okay? Su Youwen flashed her a reassuring smile and, patting his own back nonchalantly, replied, of course I'm fine. What could possibly happen to a big guy like me? Gu Ran, thank you for earlier. It was nothing, Gu Ran replied. Su Youwen laughed heartily. As they say, one should lend a helping hand when witnessing injustice. During the language class, Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran trudged into the classroom, their faces covered in dust, clearly having endured Zhou Ling's wrath. Su Youwen clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. As soon as the language class ended, he appeared before Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran, arms crossed, and looking down at them from his elevated stance. Zhou Haoran's expression shifted, and he stammered, Old Su, what are you doing? Su Youwen cast a piercing gaze at him. What do you think I'm doing? Zhou Haoran, exhibiting a sense of awareness, stood up from his chair and apologized to Su Youwen. Old Su, I'm truly sorry. We accidentally hit you while playing basketball, but it was unintentional. Please forgive us. Su Youwen responded. And what else? Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow in confusion. What else is there? Tang Mingxian stood up to add, also. We nearly hit Gu Ran. Indeed, Tang Mingxian possessed a keen understanding of Su Youwen. He continued, Old Su, it was unintentional. We truly made a mistake by almost hitting Gu Ran. He turned to Zhou Haoran and said, Zhou Haoran, let us apologize to Gu Ran. Zhou Haoran found merit in Tang Mingxian's words and agreed, all right. Su Youwen led Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran before Gu Ran, smiling as he said, Gu Ran. They have something to say to you. Gu Ran looked up at them. Tang Mingxian sincerely addressed Gu Ran. Gu Ran, I'm sorry. Today, we nearly hit you while playing basketball. Gu Ran gently shook her head. It's all right. You didn't mean to. Zhou Haoran quickly echoed. I'm sorry, classmate Gu. Gu Ran hurriedly replied, the one who was hit wasn't me. You should apologize to him. She glanced at Su Youwen and then paused to add, moreover. I believe that beyond apologies, what you truly should do is refrain from playing basketball in the classroom next time, as it poses a significant danger. Tang Mingxian concurred with Gu Ran's viewpoint. Gu Ran is right. It is indeed inappropriate for us to play basketball in the classroom. We will certainly refrain from such behavior in the future. Zhou Haoran immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, what Gu said is absolutely correct. At this moment, the four shared a tacit smile. Their laughter drew the attention of their classmates, among whom Zhou Qi's eyes glimmered with concealed jealousy and anger. On the way, Zhou Qi remarked, Yuan Yuxuan, don't you think the new transfer student is rather eye-catching? Yuan Yuxuan turned her head to agree. Indeed, today, with the basketball blocking the view, everyone must know that Su Youwen has a fondness for that surname Gu. Zhou Qi clenched her fists in frustration. How infuriating. I like Su Youwen first. What right does she have? Yuan Yuxuan responded, exactly. Zhou Qi gritted her teeth. That wretched girl. Yuan Yuxuan continued. That girl with the surname Gu lives not far from my home. I heard she doesn't have a father. Zhou Qi was taken aback. No father? What do you mean? Yuan Yuxuan lowered her voice. I heard she is the daughter of a mistress. Zhou Qi was astonished by this revelation. The daughter of a mistress. Yuan Yuxuan affirmed. Yes. This is merely hearsay, but I've also heard she has transferred schools numerous times to evade the original wife. Zhou Qi scoffed. So that's how it is. It turns out that the daughter of a wretched woman is also wretched. Yuan Yuxuan agreed. Indeed. Such a person does not even know how to behave. Zhou Qi smirked. Thank you. I now know how to deal with that wretched girl. After school, Gu Ran always felt as though someone was following her. Vigilantly, she concealed herself around the next corner, where she unexpectedly encountered Su Youwen, who had also turned the corner. With her hands on her hips, Gu Ran exclaimed, What are you following me for? Su Youwen laughed heartily, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Following you? I take this path home too, didn't you know? Gu Ran smiled awkwardly. Oh? You live along this route as well? Su Youwen pressed his lips together, pointing in a direction. Indeed. Look, my home is over there. Gu Ran followed his gesture, realizing, so that's it. I misunderstood you. Su Youwen playfully tapped her smooth forehead. Now you know, silly. Gu Ran covered the spot he had touched, complaining that hurts. She quickly recovered, questioning, then why didn't I see you a few days ago? Understanding dawned upon Gu Ran. Now it makes sense. Su Youwen strode ahead with long strides. Yes. We shall meet often from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Gu Ran muttered. What bad luck. The evening breeze caressed their faces, fresh and fragrant, as the youthful silhouettes of the boy and girl filled the road with laughter and joy. Chapter 5. She was bullied the next day. Gu Ran went to school as usual, but upon entering the school gates, she was struck by an odd sensation, sensing that everyone around her was looking at her with peculiar expressions. Initially, she thought it was merely her imagination. Why did they all seem so strange? It wasn't until she settled into her seat that she noticed Su Youwen arriving a bit late, as she typically did. She pulled out her literature book to begin memorizing classical texts. As time passed, more and more classmates filled the classroom. She was deeply engrossed in her studies, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Suddenly, a large paper ball struck her head. At first, she assumed it was a mere mistake. But as paper balls continued to rain down upon her, she realized that these individuals were deliberately targeting her. 1, 2, 3. The onslaught intensified. Bewildered, she turned to see who was throwing the paper balls, only to find a group of classmates whispering amongst themselves. She could not discern their hushed conversations, yet their expressions clearly indicated that they were mocking her. Su Youwen entered the classroom, and immediately, the paper throwers ceased their antics, returning to their own activities. Gu Ran smiled and explained, perhaps they just forgot. It's nothing to worry about. Su Youwen, visibly displeased, remarked, just wait until I confront them. They have no idea how to behave properly. It's truly infuriating. Gu Ran, her brow furrowed with concern, merely sighed. During recess, Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian went to the restroom, leaving Gu Ran to be summoned by Zhou Ling to the office to collect assignments. With their seats now vacant, Zhou Qi exchanged a covert glance with Yuan Yuxuan, who discreetly placed a wad of chewing gum into Gu Ran's Chinese exercise book. As Gu Ran emerged from the classroom, balancing a stack of English workbooks, she noticed the stares and whispers directed at her, leaving her puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, laughter erupted behind her. As she turned to make her way back to her desk, Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian re-entered the room. Su Youwen had initially intended to sneak up behind her for a playful scare, but instead, he was met with the sight of something peculiar affixed to her back. What on earth was that? Su Youwen reached out and angrily tore the paper off her back. Gu Ran turned around just in time to see Su Youwen and asked, What's wrong? Su Youwen, clutching the paper, exclaimed with indignation, Who put this on you? Gu Ran then noticed the bold words slut written on the paper, and a chill ran through her body. She shook her head in distress, replying, I don't know. Su Youwen seized the paper, forcefully tearing it into shreds and tossing it into the trash bin. If I find out who did this, I want to let them get away with it. he declared through clenched teeth. Gu Ran, feeling despondent, sat down in her seat as the class bell rang. The Chinese teacher concluded the day's lesson, instructing them to take out their exercise books to write. When Gu Ran opened her exercise book, she was dismayed to find a large clump of sticky chewing gum inside. Just then, Youwen turned to look at her and caught sight of the mess in her book. He snatched it away, his anger boiling over. Damn it! Who was the bastard that did this? Gu Ran's eyes welled with tears, but she bit her lip to hold them back. It's all right, she said in a hoarse voice. I can clean it up. This is unacceptable. If we continue to tolerate this, they will only become more outrageous. Youwen declared with righteous indignation. I want to allow anyone to bully you. His words warmed her heart, and she felt touched as she replied, Thank you. The Chinese teacher, having heard their conversation, cleared his throat to remind them, Please refrain from speaking during class. Zhou Haoran glanced at them, hesitating to say anything. As the class concluded, Zhou Haoran yearned to share his observations with Youwen. Just as he was about to depart, Zhou Qi intercepted him. Zhou Haoran, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Zhou Haoran retorted, What intentions? I merely wish to visit the restroom. Zhou Qi smirked slightly and threatened. Your father works at my company. If you meddle unnecessarily, I cannot guarantee that he will remain employed until retirement. Zhou Haoran exclaimed, You are despicable. Zhou Qi chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow. Let us converse politely. Otherwise, having an extra person accompany Gu Ran wouldn't be such a bad idea. Zhou Haoran was infuriated. The moment Gu Ran stepped out of the classroom, Youwen would follow closely behind, fearing she might be bullied again. He asked Tang Mingxian to keep an eye on things and discreetly inquire about the sudden bullying, suspecting there must be a reason behind it. Fortunately, the day passed without incident. As school ended, Youwen observed Gu Ran packing her belongings and hurriedly gathered his things to catch up. Gu Ran, he called out to her. She halted and turned to look at him. What is it? I live along your route. Let us walk together. Youwen replied with a cheerful smile. Gu Ran responded, This path isn't mine. If you wish to walk, then go ahead. Youwen flashed a bright smile indeed. You make a fair point. Then let us walk together. Not far away, a pair of eyes fixated on them. Yuan Yuxuan picked up her phone to call Shou Qi. Hello, what is the situation? Shou Qi inquired. Yuan Yuxuan replied, I originally intended to deal with that despicable Gu person after school. And what happened? Shou Qi asked. Shou Qi, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, What? Yuan Yuxuan responded, What should we do now? Shou Qi retorted, What is there to do? It's impossible now. We will have to wait until Youwen is not around to teach her a lesson. Yuan Yuxuan acknowledged, understood. He summoned his driver and headed to Zhou Haoran's residence. At that moment, Zhou Haoran was playing basketball in his front yard, surprised to see Tang Mingxian come looking for him. What brings you here? Zhou Haoran asked, astonished. Tang Mingxian raised an eyebrow and smiled. I came to hang out with you. What? Am I not welcome? Zhou Haoran replied, I'm in the middle of a game. Want to join? Tang Mingxian smirked, sure. The two played intensely for an hour, their enthusiasm palpable. Zhou Haoran retrieved 2 cans of cola from his refrigerator, and they sat together on the stone steps, sipping their drinks. Tang Mingxian teased, You're quite good at basketball. Zhou Haoran waved his hand dismissively. Not even close compared to Youwen. Tang Mingxian laughed heartily. Who can compete with that wild monkey? They both erupted in laughter, clinking their cans of cola before taking a sip. Chapter 6. Protecting her after a brief respite. Tang Mingxian glanced at the time and began to inquire. Zhou Haoran, I have something to ask you. Zhou Haoran, puzzled, responded, What is it? I know you don't come without a reason. Tang Mingxian continued. I just want to know why someone would bully Gu Ran. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran's expression changed dramatically. What? Who is bullying Gu Ran? I don't know anything about it. Observing the flustered demeanor of Zhou Haoran, Tang Mingxian was certain that something troubling had befallen Gu Ran. He clasped Zhou Haoran's shoulder and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall not disclose to anyone that you were the one to inform me. Zhou Haoran sighed deeply, exclaiming, It is not that I wish to keep it from you. I am merely at the mercy of others. Considering Tang Mingxuan's affluent background, Zhou Haoran thought perhaps he could be of assistance and said, Old Tang, before I share, you must first agree to help me with something. Noticing Zhou Haoran's anxiety, Tang Mingxian nodded. All right, rest assured, I promise to assist you. With another sigh, Zhou Haoran recounted the entire saga to Tang Mingxian. Upon hearing it, Tang Mingxian was incensed. Striking his thigh, that Zhou Qi, who does she think she is? She believes she can dominate the class. Zhou Haoran quickly interjected. You must not let her know that I was the one who told you. Tang Mingxian gently patted his shoulder. Do not fret. I will have my father arrange a job for him, and I will ensure Shou-Chi remains oblivious to your involvement. Finally, Zhou Haoran breathed a sigh of relief. The weight upon his heart lifted, as long as you understand. The following day, as Gu Ran ascended the staircase, Zhou-Chi suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. Hey, you Gu. Gu Ran looked up to see Zhou-Chi's disdainful expression. What is it? How dare you show your face at school? What do you mean? I do not comprehend your words. You, the daughter of a mistress, should know your limits. Zhou-Chi stepped forward to obstruct her further. Indeed. You are nothing but a shameless hussy. Gu Ran, filled with indignation, warned, do not utter such nonsense. You are spreading rumors. Zhou-Chi arrogantly retorted. Dare to say that again. I challenge you. Gu Ran was not one to be easily intimidated. I implore you to refrain from your baseless talk. Zhou-Chi, consumed by rage, lost all semblance of reason. You wretched person. With a forceful shove, she propelled Gu Ran backward, and behind her lay the staircase. A fall from such a height could easily result in death or severe injury. In that critical moment, Youwen appeared, leaping gracefully through the air in a parabolic arc to catch Gu Ran in his embrace. Gu Ran. The impact was thunderous as Youwen collided forcefully with the corner of the staircase, the jolt sending a wave of pain coursing through him, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his very insides might burst forth. A groan escaped his lips as he gasped for breath, his body aching as if it might disintegrate. Youwen. Gu Ran called back in concern. Thanks to his protective embrace, she felt no pain whatsoever. However, her worry for Youwen intensified. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Is it serious? Youwen coughed lightly. I'm fine. I want to be dying any time soon. The events that had unfolded were so abrupt that they left onlookers in shock. Shou-Chi could scarcely believe that Youwen had appeared, especially after Yuan Yuxuan had informed her that Youwen had been summoned to the office by Zhou Ling. As the crowd remained ensnared in the aftermath of the recent incident, Youwen gritted his teeth, rising from the ground to shield Gu Ran behind him. Withstanding the excruciating pain, he strode decisively toward Zhou-Chi, seizing her collar with a fierce intensity that likened him to a wild beast in a frenzy. Zhou-Chi, let me make this clear. Gu Ran's mother is not a mistress, and she is not the daughter of one either. If you dare to spread rumors or bully her at school again, I will make you pay dearly. Youwen's words rendered Shou-Chi pale, her body trembling in fear. Releasing his grip, she collapsed onto the cold, hard ground, humiliated and angry as she implored Yuan Yuxuan beside her. Help me get out of here. Yuan Yuxuan, equally startled by the unfolding drama, took a moment to regain her composure before responding. All right, let us go. With Yuan Yuxuan supporting her, Shou-Chi departed the scene, while the onlookers began to disperse. Youwen raised his voice, amplifying it threefold as he issued a stern warning. Let me reiterate, my name is Youwen. Gu Ran is under my protection. Anyone who dares to bully her will face my wrath. I, Youwen, am a man of my word. The crowd, intimidated, cast their eyes downward and quietly scattered. Youwen emerged from the throng and hurried to assist Gu Ran, asking with concern, are you all right? You took quite a fall. Gu Ran smiled softly, shaking her head. I'm fine. I'm not so fragile. As the ruckus subsided and the crowd dispersed, Gu Ran walked quietly behind him. After a brief pause, Youwen halted, turning to face Gu Ran with a gentle reassurance. I'm okay, so please don't worry. Gu Ran was taken aback by the fact that this person not only saved her, but also cared for her well-being. Feeling a surge of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Youwen, however, smiled and waved her over, prompting Gu Ran to quicken her pace towards him. The previously aloof expression on her face transformed instantly as she beheld his charming smile. He gently ruffled her hair with his hand, teasingly calling her silly. His voice was both tender and playfully arrogant. After a moment, their eyes met, and they suddenly burst into laughter. Class Monitor Yi, you would certainly not let such an incident go unnoticed. Just as they were about to enter the classroom, Zhou Ling called them to a halt. Shou-Chi, Yuan Yuxuan, Tang Mingxian, Youwen, and Gu Ran were summoned to the office. Zhou Ling meticulously interrogated them, uncovering the whole story, and sternly reprimanded the instigator. Shou-Chi, along with the accomplice, Yuan Yuxuan. She advised Youwen that while helping others was commendable, one must also prioritize safety. She then proceeded to the classroom to educate the students, delivering a serious critique of their inaction and raising awareness about the dangers of ostracizing and bullying classmates. She warned that any further incidents would result in severe punishment, and thus the matter was put to rest. The world finally returned to tranquility. Since that incident, Gu Ran regarded Su Youwen as her savior, and their relationship improved significantly. Su Youwen, Gu Ran called out to him, "You're injured here." She pointed to the wound on his arm from which blood was seeping. Su Youwen turned his arm to examine the injury, having not noticed it amidst the chaos. "It's nothing," he replied with a smile, but then, as if recalling something, quickly added, "Are you going to tend to my wound?" Gu Ran revealed a charming smile and nodded gently. Do you want it?" Knowing that Gu Ran was going to assist him with his wound, he couldn't help but beam with delight, nodding vigorously like a pestle. "Sure." Gu Ran took out a band-aid from her bag, adorned with delightful cartoon patterns, and carefully applied it for him. Su Youwen watched her attentive and meticulous demeanor, feeling an immense joy in his heart. Once finished, Su Youwen rotated his arm to examine it closely and complimented, "It looks quite nice." Gu Ran smiled and replied, "I'm glad you like it." Zhou Qi, due to this incident, decided to transfer schools, seemingly unable to face remaining in the same class or institution. After Zhou Qi's departure, Yuan Yuxuan joined others in their play, as if the previous events had never occurred. Time passed swiftly. Both students excelled in their final examinations, with Gu Ran achieving the highest score in her class and third in the entire school, while Su Youwen secured 15th in his class and 51st overall, providing a satisfactory account for Zhou Ling. After Zhou Ling distributed the report cards and bid farewell, they finally welcomed their first summer vacation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Youwen plucked a tuft of foxtail grass by the roadside to amuse Gu Ran, who was tickled by his antics and sneezed repeatedly. "Stop it, Mom. He's my classmate, and we're just going the same way." Gu Ran seemed quite anxious, hastily explaining. Su Youwen immediately sensed discomfort, thinking, "What a rude person. If it weren't for Gu Ran, I wouldn't have hesitated to be less courteous." Chapter 7. Viewing the exhibition together during the sweltering summer, with the incessant chirping of cicadas, Su Youwen reclined on his bed, engrossed in a comic. His friend Tang Mingxian had been enrolled in an exchange program for further studies in the United Kingdom, while Zhou Haoran was reluctantly dispatched to a summer camp. Leaving Su Youwen in solitude, devoid of companionship. Feeling a tinge of loneliness and boredom, he abruptly sat up, exhaling a sigh, uncertain of how to alleviate his ennui. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Why not invite Gu Ran for some company? With that thought, he enthusiastically tossed aside his comic and ventured out. Gu Ran's residence was not far. A mere bicycle ride of a few minutes would suffice. Recalling his earlier encounter with Gu Weiji, he knew that the primary obstacle to calling Gu Ran out was her mother, a formidable figure indeed. He parked his bicycle by the roadside and, guided by his memory, ventured down a narrow path, recalling that the last time he had seen Gu Ran and her mother, they had walked this way. Before long, he heard the distant sound of a piano, a melody so enchanting that he instinctively paused. He remembered Gu Ran mentioning her regular piano practice, and surmised that the pianist must be her. In this vicinity, the sound of a piano was a rarity. Following the melodic strains, he arrived at a dilapidated old building. Glancing upward from the ground floor, he discerned a familiar silhouette moving about the window. It was Gu Ran, deeply engrossed in her piano playing. The music flowed beautifully, captivating him momentarily. Suddenly, the front door on the ground floor swung open, revealing Gu Weiji stepping outside. After securing the door, she began to walk away. Su Youwen swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby tree, waiting until she had distanced herself before emerging from his hiding place and calling out loudly from the base of the building, "Gu Ran! Gu Ran!" At first, Gu Ran thought she had misheard, but after several calls, she realized someone downstairs was calling for her. She promptly opened the window and caught sight of a radiant smile below. "What brings you here?" Gu Ran asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in her tone. Su Youwen replied with a grin, "I happened to be passing by and thought I would visit an old classmate." Gu Ran smiled wryly. "This street is a dead end. Who would believe you just happened to be passing by?" Caught in her jest, Su Youwen confessed, "All right, you caught me. I was feeling quite bored. Would you join me for some fun?" Gu Ran hesitated, recalling Gu Weiji's concerns. "Going out to have fun." Su Youwen interjected. "It's so dull just playing the piano. Come on, let's go." Considering that it was rare for Su Youwen to seek her out and acknowledging the tedium of playing the piano, Gu Ran relented. "All right then. But we can only be out for a little while." "Sure," Su Youwen replied, and Gu Ran made her way downstairs and out the door. Su Youwen called for her to hop on the bike, and Gu Ran, without hesitation, settled herself on the back. "Where are we headed?" she inquired. Su Youwen pondered for a moment. "To the street." "Sounds good. Let us go," Gu Ran urged. With a smile, Su Youwen responded, "Hold on tight." He pedaled away with remarkable speed, leaving Gu Ran startled as the bicycle surged forward. She instinctively clutched the hem of Su Youwen's shirt. The wind tousled her beautiful long hair, her dark locks dancing in the breeze. Dappled shadows from the trees fell upon them as the fresh scent of grass enveloped their surroundings. Su Youwen led her to indulge in crispy chicken strips and bubble tea, playfully teasing Gu Ran, who couldn't help but laugh heartily. After strolling along the street for a while, Gu Ran suddenly halted, as if struck by a thought. Curious, Su Youwen inquired, "What's the matter?" With eyes gleaming with anticipation, Gu Ran replied, "Oh, there's an art exhibition I've been eager to attend." Recognizing her enthusiasm, Su Youwen readily agreed, "Of course, I'll accompany you." Without hesitation, Gu Ran settled into the back seat of Su Youwen's car. He navigated through several streets until they finally arrived at the exhibition. Admission was free, and the two collected their guidebooks at the entrance before stepping inside. The exhibition, themed flowers and freedom, showcased the works of the once celebrated young painter, Youwen. His vibrant creations radiated brilliance, seemingly imbued with life, exuding a vigorous vitality that burst forth defiantly. They quietly admired one painting after another, unable to suppress their awe at the remarkable artistry in the painter's formidable talent. Truly beautiful. Gu Ran paused before a painting of poppies, which blazed with intensity, resembling a roaring flame. Indeed, Su Youwen concurred. Although he was not particularly versed in art, he found an unexpected resonance in Youwen's works. At that moment, a tall, statuesque man approached them, stating, "This painting is titled Flame." Gu Ran and Su Youwen turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, and only then did they discern the countenance of the man before them. He possessed striking features, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes. A few distinct dark moles adorned his cheeks, while his curly hair was all gathered at the back, leaving a few strands cascading in front, reminiscent of a life ablaze. Gu Ran spoke, and the man nodded slightly with a faint smile. "Indeed. Have you heard the tale of Farewell, My Concubine?" Gu Ran replied, "I have." The man continued, "Legend has it that after Yuji sacrificed herself for Xiangyu, poppies blossomed upon her grave, their vivid hue resembling blood, akin to the relentless fate of Yuji. In an instant, both individuals comprehended the identity of the person before them. Youwen recited a poignant verse, "The hegemony wanes, and the Han dynasty rises. The beauty in her jade tint finds it hardest to awaken. Alas, the bloodstained grass remains, dancing on undeterred to this day." Gu Ran and Su Youwen stood silently beside him, absorbing the moment. Upon concluding, Youwen glanced at his watch and addressed them. "Time is of the essence. I have an interview to attend. Enjoy yourselves, dear children. Farewell." With a nod, he bid them goodbye. "Farewell." Gu Ran waved her hand in response. Youwen strode away, preparing to journey to his next engagement. Exiting the art exhibition, Gu Ran expressed her delight. "I truly did not expect to meet Youwen in person." Su Youwen responded, "Indeed, he is quite amiable." After walking a few more paces, Su Youwen turned to her and inquired, "Did you appreciate that painting?" Gu Ran affirmed, "I did." Su Youwen patted his chest and declared earnestly, "When I have money in the future, I shall buy it for you." Gu Ran burst into laughter. "No need. I can paint it myself." Su Youwen, astonished, asked, "You can paint?" Gu Ran, "Wait for me." Su Youwen eagerly replied, "Sure. Goodbye, Su Youwen." Chapter 8. Summer fireworks. After a few days, Su Youwen sought out Gu Ran once more. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Weiji was away from home, Gu Ran ventured out to meet Su Youwen. His vehicle glided to the banks of Taihu Lake, where the resplendent waters shimmered under the azure sky, resembling an endless expanse of cerulean sea, where water and sky seamlessly intertwined. How beautiful! Gu Ran strolled along the long bridge, gazing into the distance. The azure sky and crystal waters reflected in his bright eyes as he walked beside her. Indeed, like the ocean. Gu Ran paused, retrieving an item from her possession and placing it into Su Youwen's hands. "By the way, I have something for you." Su Youwen accepted it, carefully opening the wrapping, only to be astonished to find it was the painting titled Flame they had seen at the art exhibition. It was astonishing how accurately she had captured it. Su Youwen exclaimed, "Wow, you really painted it." Gu Ran smiled, raising an eyebrow in self-praise. "Am I not remarkable? I told you I would create it." Su Youwen gave her a thumbs up. "That's incredible." Gu Ran, "Do you like it?" "It's a gift for you." Su Youwen, filled with delight, responded, "Really?" Gu Ran nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Su Youwen carefully tucked the painting away. "Then I shall preserve it with utmost care." Gu Ran watched his expression and couldn't he help but laugh. "If it gets damaged, you can come to me for restoration, free of charge." Su Youwen chuckled. "That's very generous of you." The two then wandered to a nearby convenience store, purchasing 2 old-fashioned ice pops to enjoy. The hot breeze caused the ice pops to melt rapidly. As two individuals walked side by side, Youwen broke the silence, his curiosity piqued. "Every time I seek you out, you are immersed in playing the piano. How long have you been studying it?" Ran pondered for a moment. "I began learning at the age of 5, so it has been 12 years now, I believe." Youwen was taken aback. 12 years. That's quite a long time. Ran, savoring an ice pop, replied, "Yes, but it's my own fault for being so immature in my childhood. If I had known better, it wouldn't have been so arduous." Youwen inquired, "Is learning the piano truly that taxing?" Ran nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is quite grueling, tedious, and monotonous." Youwen, reflecting on his own experience of being forced to solve problems, empathized with Ran's sentiments. Ran continued, "Initially, I found joy in it, as my curiosity sparked interest. However, over time, it transformed into a mere obligation, something I had to endure. I grew weary and my fondness diminished." Youwen asked, "If it is so exhausting, why not cease your studies?" Ran shook her head with resignation. "I cannot, I suppose." Youwen, puzzled, asked why not. Ran replied, "Guweji would not permit it." Youwen queried, "Who is Guweji?" Ran answered, "My mother." Youwen nodded, contemplating her words. From Ran's account, he perceived Guweji as a rather formidable figure. The thought of being so confined and devoid of freedom struck him, and he quickly shook his head, letting out a scoff, realizing the absurdity of his own feelings. After all, as an orphan, he held no grounds to pity others. He mounted his bicycle and swiftly departed. At the tender age of 5, his parents ventured out to the hospital for a medical consultation, only to meet with a tragic accident that claimed their lives. Left to fend for himself, he found solace in the company of his elderly grandmother. By the time he reached 12, fate dealt another cruel blow as his grandmother succumbed to illness, leaving him utterly alone in a world that had once been filled with warmth and love. His memories of his parents had faded, overshadowed by the tender recollections of his grandmother, who had bestowed upon him the only warmth and happiness he had ever known. With her loving gaze, she would often look at him, gently massaging his small hands, and softly whisper, "My dear Owen, seek joy and happiness." In his youth, he could scarcely grasp the essence of those words, yet the kindness in her eyes made him feel the weight of their meaning. Alas, fate is often unkind. In his 6th grade, his grandmother passed away from stomach cancer, leaving him bereft of his only familial tie. The singular source of joy and happiness he had known vanished into thin air. One afternoon, as he inadvertently dozed off, he was graced by a vision of his grandmother's smiling face in his dreams. "Grandmother," he called out, yet she merely smiled at him, gradually fading away. He awoke with a start, finding tears at the corners of his eyes. Outside, the cicadas sang their relentless song, and the air was stifling. He made his way to the fruit shop, purchasing some bananas, and carried them in a plastic bag toward the cemetery. After what felt like an eternity, he arrived at her grave, carefully placing the bananas before the tombstone and lighting incense. As he gazed upon his grandmother's photograph etched upon the gravestone, a bittersweet sensation enveloped his heart in silence. "Grandmother, I have come to visit you." He knelt on the ground with a thud, continuing, "Grandma, are you and my parents well up in heaven? I miss you dearly. I have grown up now, studying diligently and living with integrity. Rest assured, I shall become an outstanding person to make you proud. Please be happy in the heavens and do not worry about me." He spoke in fragments, and as the sun set behind the mountains, he descended slowly. Upon arriving at the fireworks shop, an inexplicable impulse led him to purchase some fireworks before stepping outside. The shopkeeper, seeing his purchase, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that not many people buy fireworks in summer. He paid expressionlessly and exited the store. The summer heat enveloped him, and the stars in the night sky shimmered brilliantly. After watering the flowers and plants in front of his home, Youwen sat down to enjoy a slice of watermelon while gazing at the stars. The sky was dotted with twinkling stars. His grandmother had once told him that those who pass away become stars in the sky, watching over those on earth. He believed this wholeheartedly. They must be protecting him from above. After finishing half of a large watermelon, he spat the seeds onto the ground and quickly dug a small hole to bury them. "Whether I can enjoy watermelons next year depends on you. Make me proud." 3 of them strolled down the road, enjoying ice pops. Youwen asked, "What did you learn from going out?" Tang Mingxian and Youwen burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhou Haoran shot them a glare, saying, "What are you laughing at? Keep it up, and I won't be polite." Youwen shot him a defiant look. "You dare." Zhou Haoran immediately fell silent. Tang Mingxian could not help but chuckle, subsequently expressing his discontent. Studying in the UK is truly dull. A group of foreigners chattering away without making much sense, and the food is rather unpalatable. Youwen glanced at him, saying, "You, a privileged heir, are blissfully unaware of your fortune. You should cherish this experience." Tang Mingxian laughed. "Indeed." "Aha." Youwen added, "Since the food in England is unsatisfactory, why don't you treat us to something delicious later? We shall consider ourselves as your guests." Tang Mingxian readily agreed. "Sure." Zhou Haoran, chewing on his popsicle, remarked, "This is so boring. Old Su, do you have any fun ideas?" Youwen pondered for a moment. "How about we set off some fireworks tonight?" Zhou Haoran responded, "Fireworks? Old Su, you truly know how to come up with ideas." Tang Mingxian interjected, "I actually think that sounds splendid." Noticing that both of them had no objections, Youwen declared, "Then it's settled. I will bring someone along tonight." Both Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran inquired in unison, "Who?" Youwen replied mysteriously, "A secret." Chapter 9. Stars on the ground as night fell. 3 bicycles traversed the long, winding road. The dim streetlights elongated their shadows until they finally halted at a desolate and secluded spot. The group made their way to an abandoned square, where the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, and the cicadas created a cacophony on the ground. Tang Mingxian inquired with a smile, "How did you discover this place?" Youwen chuckled, "I stumbled upon it by chance. It was previously demolished and subsequently left in neglect." Zhou Haoran exclaimed, "This place is fantastic. It's perfect for setting off fireworks." Youwen laughed heartily, and beside him, Gu Ran remarked, "Indeed." Youwen then exclaimed, "All right, let us hasten to ignite them." The group busily retrieved fireworks from plastic bags, distributing them with fervor. The fireworks were luminous sticks, and Youwen, wielding a lighter, kindled their flames. The night was deep, and the glowing sticks in their hands radiated brilliance. Gu Ran, with her head bowed, intently observed the firework in her grasp. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and the flickering lights danced across her lovely profile, momentarily mesmerizing Youwen. "These fireworks resemble stars," she said, glancing towards Youwen. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Youwen felt his heart racing. "Indeed," he replied, instinctively lowering his gaze, acutely aware of the blush creeping to his ears. "These must be the stars fallen to the ground," she mused. Youwen turned to her, captivated by the way the shimmering light reflected in her beautiful eyes, resembling stars cascading into a deep sea. "Your eyes hold the stars," he gently remarked, pausing to extol. "They are truly exquisite." Flattered by his compliment, Gu Ran's face began to flush, and she smiled coyly, remaining silent. Youwen then gazed at the myriad stars in the night sky, recalling, "My grandmother once told me that when people pass away, they transform into stars in the heavens, watching over those on earth. Do not speak such nonsense. You have countless wonderful moments yet to experience." As their firework sticks were nearly spent, Zhou Haoran jubilantly approached them, carrying a large firework tube, exclaiming, "Lao Su, there is but this one left." Youwen burst into laughter, urging, "Let us ignite it." The fuse was ignited, and splendid fireworks burst forth in the sky, a dazzling array of colors illuminating the night. How beautiful it was! The crowd stood together, gazing upwards. Once the spectacle concluded, they bid farewell. Youwen rode his bicycle, carrying Gu Ran home, the evening breeze gently lifting her silky black hair. Startled, Gu Ran instinctively clung to him, resting her head against his back. Youwen sensed the warmth of her presence behind him, a smile of pure happiness gracing his face. Gu Ran quietly unlocked the door to her home, stealthily stepping inside. Recently, Gu Weiji had been working late, allowing her to sneak out during her absence. After returning to her room and freshening up, she lay on her bed, the silvery moonlight spilling across her sheets. Gazing out at the bright stars, she drifted into a beautiful dream. In her dream, Gu Weiji was extraordinarily gentle with her. Aware of her sore hands from playing the piano, he tenderly massaged her palms. He prepared a feast of her favorite dishes and reassured her that it was perfectly fine to take a break when playing the piano became too taxing. The next day dawned bright and sunny, and as she awoke, Gu Ran realized that such a wonderful experience had merely been a dream. Gu Weiji was home during the day. She followed her usual routine, rising to brush her teeth and wash her face before heading to the living room for breakfast. Gu Weiji was still asleep, evidently exhausted from the previous night's shift. After finishing her breakfast, Gu Ran sat at the piano, lost in thought. Normally, she would have played for half an hour by that time, but considering that Gu Weiji was still resting, she hesitated, fearing she might disturb her. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Gu Ran's heart sank, feeling as though it had shattered. I. Gu Weiji, filled with ire, exclaimed. Hurry up and play the piano. Gu Ran's heart ached intensely. She bit her lip and remained silent. Observing her reticence, Gu Weiji grasped her arm and shouted in exasperation. I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? The fortifications of her heart crumbled, dissipating entirely, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. With her eyes swollen from weeping, she gazed at Gu Weiji, her heart a tumult of anger, anguish, and despair. She longed to inquire why she was destined for such a life. Why must she exist in this manner? Was it solely because she was her daughter? If that were the case, she would rather have never graced this world with her presence. In that moment, Gu Weiji exhibited no empathy for her plight. Continuing her onslaught, how do you expect to become a pianist with such a lack of effort? Are you merely indulging in fantasies? Overwhelmed and in despair, Gu Ran cried out, I don't want to be a pianist. I no longer wish to pursue that path. Hearing her declaration, Gu Weiji's fury escalated, and with trembling hands, she gripped her shoulders tightly, shaking her forcefully. What nonsense are you uttering? If you refuse to be a pianist, what else can you do? Aside from being a pianist, I can pursue many other endeavors. Mother, I implore you to let me go. She sobbed, desperately resisting. Yet, Gu Weiji was deaf to her pleas. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and her grip tightened to the point of almost embedding into flesh. Her eyes, red and terrifying, were suddenly met with a sharp slap. I never imagined I would give birth to such a worthless child. The stinging sensation on her face remained vivid, and the words echoed in her ears like a dagger, piercing her heart and leaving it shattered beyond repair. Gu Ran sat despondently on the piano stool, while Gu Weiji, undergoing a complete transformation in demeanor, gently embraced her and tenderly urged, Ran, everything I do is for your own good. If you do not become a pianist, what else could you possibly aspire to be? Overwhelmed by despair, Gu Ran cried out in anguish, I do not want anything. I do not want anything. With a few desperate shouts, she broke free from Gu Weiji's embrace and fled toward the door. Gu Weiji attempted to pursue her, but could not match her speed. Unaware of how long or how far she had run, she eventually stopped, exhausted and unable to continue. Raising her head and surveying her surroundings, she realized she was at a bridge. Approaching the edge, she peered down at the turbulent waters below and contemplated whether jumping from this height might offer her liberation. The vastness of the world felt empty, devoid of any sense of belonging. At that moment, by sheer coincidence, Youwen rode by on his bicycle. Upon recognizing Gu Ran, he immediately halted, hastily approaching her side and calling out, Gu Ran. Turning her head toward the sound, her tear-stained eyes glistened with redness as she silently gazed at him. Astonished that Youwen had appeared before her in this moment of despair, in her shattered and dim world, he seemed to shine like a beacon of light. What are you doing here? She croaked softly. Noticing her tears, Youwen felt an involuntary pang in his heart. He furrowed his brow and slowed his pace. Stepping closer to her, gently placing his large hand on her cheek, and inquiring with concern, Why are you crying? His words seemed to possess a magical quality, stirring something within her heart. I am fine. She had initially ceased her tears, but upon hearing his words, she found herself unable to contain her emotions, and tears cascaded down her cheeks once more. Noticing her distress, he became flustered. Why are you crying? Did I say something wrong? His voice was as gentle as a warm breeze on a spring day, soothing her heart. Gu Ran hurriedly shook her head in denial. I'm happy. I see you happy. Though her eyes brimmed with tears, her smile radiated brightly. Youwen responded with a chuckle. Oh dear. You needn't be so overwhelmed to see me. He playfully reached out to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Silly, you'll ruin your face if you cry. Gu Ran laughed at his teasing. I am not silly. Seeing her break into laughter, Youwen finally felt relieved. Gu Ran turned away to dry the remnants of her tears. Once she had composed herself, she revealed a brilliant smile before him. Wishing to alleviate his worries, I'm fine now. Really? Youwen's concern lingered. Really? Yet she remained resolute, saying nothing more. That's good. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Gu Ran bowed her head, her heart warmed, the pain slowly dissipating. On such a hot day, may I treat you to an ice pop? Youwen suggested suddenly. Gu Ran nodded in agreement. All right, but this time, let me treat you. Youwen readily accepted. Sure. Chapter 10. Let us go home together in truth. Youwen longed to inquire about what had transpired with Gu Ran. Yet the thought of forcing her to recount her sorrows seemed akin to reopening old wounds. Thus, he resolved to remain silent on the matter unless Gu Ran chose to share it with him willingly. Gu Ran initially intended to treat Youwen to an ice pop, only to discover that her funds were insufficient. Ultimately, she purchased a fragmented ice treat, which they shared by splitting it in two, each enjoying half. The two strolled leisurely along the long street, their spirits lifted. Guran remarked, "Sometimes, adults can be rather selfish." Youwen replied, "Indeed." Guran continued, "They often impose their own desires upon others." Youwen suggested, "Perhaps it's because they failed to achieve what they wanted." Guran scoffed, "How foolish." Youwen chuckled in agreement, "Extremely foolish." Suddenly, Gu Weiji hurriedly disembarked from the vehicle and rushed to Guran, joyfully enveloping her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Finally, I found you." However, Guran's heart was filled with derision. Gu Weiji quickly expressed gratitude. "Thank you so much." Guran maintained a stoic demeanor, unwilling to utter a word. The rift between her and Gu Weiji had persisted for far too long. She yearned for escape, yet lacked the courage to seek oblivion. To her, freedom seemed an unattainable dream. Guran remained numb and silent. Gu Weiji urged, "Ran." Guran turned to her, merely stating, "Could you please refrain from pressuring me?" Gu Weiji was taken aback by Guran's response, momentarily stunned. "I do this for your own good." Guran let out a derisive laugh, finding it to be the most ludicrous joke in the world. Noticing Guran's troubled expression, Gu Weiji immediately lowered her voice, whispering in her ear, "If you disregard my advice, I'll resort to drastic measures." Guran froze, her thoughts racing. To coerce me. She would even threaten her own life. Her heart felt desolate, and she found no desire to engage in conversation. Silence signifies acquiescence. Guran remained quiet as Gu Weiji guided her towards the car. Just before getting in, she cast a piercing glance at Youwen, her gaze sharp as a gleaming blade, sending a chill down his spine. "How terrifying," he muttered to himself. On several occasions thereafter, when Youwen visited Guran's home, he could distinctly hear Gu Weiji's stern voice while she practiced the piano. "Practice diligently. Focus. How can you be so careless? Are you even putting in any effort?" The relentless reprimands were utterly suffocating. Time flew by, and soon it was the start of a new school term. Youwen finally saw Guran again. She had lost considerable weight, yet remained stunningly beautiful, perhaps even more so with her features refined. Upon seeing her, Youwen jokingly remarked, "It's been so long since we last met. Have you missed me, classmate Gu?" Guran rolled her eyes in response. "You're insane." Youwen could not help but burst into laughter. Every autumn, the school hosted a football tournament, and as a student athlete, Youwen naturally took the lead. With no chance of escape, Guran, "I'm off to practice football today. Would you like to come watch me?" He tugged at her sleeve. "I look incredibly handsome while playing. Many people applaud and cheer for me." He continued, "That is none of my concern." Guran replied, engrossed in her studies. Youwen sighed in resignation. As the sun began to set, its golden rays cascaded over the lush green football field, bathing the earth in a tender hue. Youwen was training on the football field, his footwork akin to a whirlwind as he unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball crashing into the tightly guarded net like a wild stallion breaking free. The field erupted with fervent cheers and applause. During the halftime break, Tang Mingxian tossed a drink to Youwen, exclaiming, "Drink some water." Youwen caught the beverage and glanced around the resting area, searching for Guran. Sensing his thoughts, Tang Mingxian guessed what he was looking for. Youwen shook his head in disappointment, beads of sweat glistening on the bottle cap, while droplets cascaded down his cheek. "No, it's fine. You may not have her, but you have me." Tang Mingxian jested. "Shut up," Youwen retorted. Tang Mingxian chuckled and fell silent. "Come on, let's take a break," he said, draping an arm around Youwen's shoulders. The two of them exchanged banter as they made their way to the resting area. Barely seated, a group of 4 or 5 girls approached, each holding different drinks, shyly asking, "Would you like some refreshments?" Without a moment's hesitation, Youwen shook his head. "No, thanks." Tang Mingxian, however, was less reserved, claiming, "I'll take all these drinks. I'm parched." True to his nature, he quickly gathered all the beverages, even asking for the WeChat contacts of the girls who had offered them. "Hey, Lao Su, what do you think of these girls?" Tang Mingxian perused one girl's moments for photos to show Youwen. "Not interested," Youwen replied, not even glancing at the phone as he continued to sip his drink. "You didn't even look. How can you say you're not interested?" Tang Mingxian scoffed. "I have a fondness for her." Youwen candidly states, "It's Guran, isn't it?" Tang Mingxian, while speaking, cannot help but observe his expression. Indeed, Youwen graciously admits. Such deep affection, Tang Mingxian praises him. At that moment, a familiar figure gradually approaches them, prompting Youwen to joyfully rush forward. "Guran, Just then, Youwen executes a flying kick on the football field, sending the ball hurtling towards them with alarming speed. In this critical moment, Youwen shouts, "Watch out," and leaps forward, tightly embracing Gu Ran. Thud. The football strikes Youwen's back with considerable force, dropping to the ground and bouncing a few times before coming to a halt. He feels a profound ache in the spot where the ball impacted. "Lao Su." Tang Mingxian approaches Youwen with concern. "Are you all right?" Youwen shakes his head, replying, "I'm fine." Gu Ran, looking at Youwen, expresses her gratitude. "Thank you." This marks the second time Youwen has shielded her from the ball, filling her heart with warmth and appreciation. Youwen, realizing he accidentally struck someone, hurriedly runs to the sidelines to inquire about the situation. Tang Mingxian, understanding the unspoken cue, steps aside, leaving Youwen and Gu Ran alone together. A breeze begins to stir. The setting sun elongates their shadows, which intertwine and sway in tandem. "What brings you here?" Youwen asks with a smile. Gu Ran, feeling a bit shy, replies, "I happened to pass by here after school." Even if Gu Ran does not admit it, he can surmise the reason. "Did your training just conclude?" Gu Ran inquires. "Indeed," he replies with a smile. He picked up his belongings and greeted the crowd before following Gu Ran out of the football field. As they exited the school gates, Youwen glanced at Gu Ran beside him, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Chapter 11. The Flea Market. Every October, the school hosts a flea market, a distinctive feature of Jiang'o High School, where the tense and oppressive atmosphere of high school life finds a moment of release. According to regulations, each class is required to set up a stall and sell items that students wish to part with. Youwen recalled that in previous years, some classes offered various accessories, second-hand goods, and celebrity posters, all quite standard. However, what was truly outrageous was when a class rented a tricycle outside the school to sell cold noodles, creating quite a lively scene. Even more absurd was the enthusiastic response from the students, as if they had never tasted cold noodles before, making it a remarkable success and a topic of conversation throughout the school. At that time, Youwen was taking notes, thinking to himself that he would also set up a stall the following year to earn a tidy sum. Now, as he awaited the opportunity, he had yet to decide what food to sell. "Hey, old Su, have you decided what to sell this year?" Tang Mingxian rushed over as the class ended. Youwen furrowed his brow. "Not yet, but it should be soon." Tang Mingxian clicked his tongue. "Why didn't you think of this lucrative plan sooner?" "It's not like you." Youwen thought to himself, "Who says I haven't made up my mind? I had already decided to sell barbecue. But the work is quite arduous." Moreover, with Gu Ran by his side, he felt too embarrassed to let her see this unpolished side of him. Achieving the status of a top scholar through diligent study is commendable. However, resorting to selling barbecue delicacies at a stall seems rather unambitious. He is plagued by a sense of inferiority, having lived for over a decade without a shred of dignity, and for the first time, he feels self-conscious. Gu Ran walked alongside Youwen, who today appeared less vibrant than usual. Although he still chuckled and joked, the usual brightness in his demeanor seemed to have dimmed, creating an air of peculiarity. "What is wrong with you?" Gu Ran finally succumbed to her curiosity and inquired. "Huh." Youwen turned to her. "I'm fine." "Gu Ran, don't deceive me. If something is bothering you, please share it." Youwen noticed her keen interest and thought that perhaps voicing his concerns might lead him to clarity. Upon hearing his words, Gu Ran chuckled softly, having initially anticipated a weighty revelation, only to discover he was merely mulling over something trivial. "I thought you were burdened with serious thoughts all day. Turns out it's just this," she remarked with a smile. Youwen pressed his lips together. "Don't laugh. I've been troubled by this for several days now. You must help me brainstorm. I've heard the school has organized similar events in the past." "What did they feature?" she asked. Youwen replied, "They had stalls selling celebrity stickers and posters, second-hand books and items, and jewelry and bracelets." And Gu Ran, noticing his hesitation, eagerly pressed on. "And what else?" With a grin, Youwen responded, "They even sold cold noodles and liangpi." Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with surprise. Cold noodles and liangpi? How on earth did they manage to bring those to school? Youwen, the students from Class 8 have rented a tricycle outside to sell cold noodles and liangpi at school. Gu Ran, I can't believe it can be done like this. Youwen, indeed. You wouldn't believe how successful the business is. Gu Ran. Seeing Gu Ran's silence, Youwen thought she might find this rather lowly, so he refrained from speaking further. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence until Gu Ran finally spoke up. The students selling cold noodles and liangpi are quite clever, given how strict the school is. Occasionally providing a little improvement to everyone's meals is truly a brilliant way to earn money. What do you think? Su Youwen replied. Gu Ran, excited, tugged at Su Youwen's sleeve. Since the cold noodles and liangpi business is thriving, why don't we sell something too? Perhaps our business could soar as well. Su Youwen, what good idea do you have? Gu Ran pondered for a moment. Since others are selling cold noodles and liangpi, we could sell egg pancakes, fried skewers, milk tea, or... Su Youwen gazed at her with delight as a warm feeling inexplicably blossomed within him. Nearby, a barbecue stall was being set up, with charcoal being lit in preparation for a bustling night of sales. Gu Ran fixed her gaze on the barbecue stall and smiled. Look, that barbecue stall seems quite promising. There will be a great number of people coming here for barbecue in the evening. The business is bound to flourish. How about we set up a barbecue stall as well? Su Youwen could hardly believe that Gu Ran had thought of the same thing as he did. Indeed, this must be fate. What a splendid idea. Su Youwen laughed heartily, declaring, Then I shall manage a barbecue stall. How wonderful. I believe that our business will undoubtedly flourish. Gu Ran exclaimed excitedly. Haha. Su Youwen chuckled at her enthusiasm. With such booming business, I cannot manage alone. How about you lend me a hand? What's in it for me? Gu Ran asked with a mischievous smile. How about a 50-50 split? Su Youwen raised an eyebrow, enticing her. Gu Ran burst into laughter. You have a keen eye. What a splendid suggestion. So, have you made up your mind? Su Youwen inquired. Absolutely. To forego profit would be foolish. Gu Ran replied with a beaming smile. Then it's settled. Su Youwen extended his fist toward her. As they parted ways at the street corner, he glanced back at her receding figure, feeling increasingly warmed inside. He hadn't anticipated that Gu Ran held these matters in high regard. Rather, it was he who had underestimated the essence of others. It turned out that he had been dismissive of his own worth. In the days following that moment, Su Youwen found himself with a bold reason to invite Gu Ran. Gu Ran, I have procured some ingredients for barbecuing, and I fear I might not execute it well when the time comes. Before he could finish, Gu Ran understood his intention. Her radiant smile etched itself into his heart, a memory he would cherish for years to come. He found himself lost in thought until Gu Ran called out. What are you daydreaming about? Just look at this mountain of homework. When do you plan to finish it? Hurry up and get it done. If you don't, I won't be visiting your home. Gu Ran shot him a sidelong glance. Dream on. The two quickly immersed themselves in their assignments, their pens flying across the pages. Tang Mingxian strolled by, sipping from a chilled bottle of cola, and was taken aback to see two individuals engrossed in fervent writing. What had possessed Su Youwen today? Outside the classroom, the sun blazed fiercely, and the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Some things seemed to have transformed while others remained unchanged. Upon arriving at Su Youwen's residence after school, he found himself before an old, dilapidated building, its weathered exterior adorned with lush green ivy that clung to an entire wall. The white facade was mottled and peeling, bearing the marks of time. This is my home, Su Youwen admitted, a hint of hesitation in his voice, apprehensive that Gu Ran might disapprove. It's rather charming, Gu Ran complimented. If only I had a home of my own. Su Youwen turned to her, contemplating the implications of her words. Home, don't you have one? He then retrieved the barbecue grill and skewers he had prepared, arranging the essential grilling items in his yard with a semblance of pride. Chapter 12. The art of barbecuing, it's quite presentable, Gu Ran remarked, smiling. Indeed, I concur. Su Youwen continued, reveling in her praise. However, as he began the preparations, he found himself second-guessing his endeavor. Alas, why won't this charcoal ignite? He exclaimed in frustration. This charcoal is bewitched. It refuses to catch fire. What's the matter? Gu Ran inquired, approaching to inspect. The charcoal emitted only smoke, stubbornly refusing to ignite. After observing for a moment, she chuckled and said, Grilling charcoal is quite an art. Clearly, you haven't delved into it properly. What do you mean? Su Youwen asked. Utterly bewildered, she reached out to take the tongs from Su Youwen's hand and promptly extracted the unlit charcoal from the barbecue grill, placing it into a dilapidated iron bucket nearby. After preparing everything, she found some kindling and added it to the bucket, then extended her hand towards Su Youwen, requesting, Lighter, please. Su Youwen glanced at her and replied, All right, as he placed the lighter into her palm. Watching Gu Ran ignite the kindling in the bucket, the charcoal soon began to glow brighter with the gradual combustion of the twigs. Before long, the coals were ablaze. Su Youwen was quite exhilarated, exclaiming, It's lit. It's lit. Wonderful. Gu Ran, you are truly clever. Of course. Gu Ran beamed with pride. Once the coals were ready, she placed them on the grill, secured the barbecue rack, and Su Youwen arranged the pre-prepared skewers on top to begin cooking. Soon, as the flames roared, The skewers sizzled with a delightful sound. Hot oil bubbling, and the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Youwen could hardly contain his salivation. As everything fell into place, he remarked, "Let me take over the grilling." Guran pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. In that instant, Guran willingly relinquished her hard-won victory to Youwen. With confidence, Youwen sat before the grill, diligently cooking the skewers, while Guran sat beside him, eagerly anticipating a delectable feast. However, reality often diverges from fantasy. Youwen failed to produce the fragrant skewers. Mismanaging the time resulted in a charred heap presented before her. What on earth is this? Guran frowned. He shyly twitched his brow, suggesting a barbecue. Yet, I saw no skewers, only a heap of charred remnants. Guran furrowed her brow. Youwen sighed in resignation. Well, it's all ruined. Guran exhaled softly. I thought grilling would be simple. I never anticipated. I apologize, Youwen said, feeling sheepish. Today, my mother is rarely away from home, and I hoped we could manage a meal outside. She mumbled. It's just a meal. Let me cook for you. Youwen exclaimed, thumping his chest. You can cook? Guran asked, somewhat incredulous. Leave it to me. Youwen replied with unwavering confidence. Although Youwen was a boisterous young man, he was not spoiled. Having lived alone for quite some time, he had mastered essential life skills. Preparing 4 dishes and a soup, simple yet delectable. As Guran savored Youwen's culinary creations, she expressed her astonishment. I can't believe you can cook. Youwen chewed thoughtfully. Glancing at her, what can I say? Living alone forces one to learn. What about your parents? Guran couldn't help but inquire. Having not seen them since entering the house. They've passed away, Youwen replied, his gaze lowered as he continued to eat, his demeanor remarkably composed. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, and Guran regretted her earlier words. Noticing her quietness, Youwen paused his eating and placed a piece of food into Guran's bowl, cheerfully urging, Eat. You look as thin as a monkey. You should really have more. Guran retorted, her cheeks flushed. I don't look like a monkey at all. You're the one who looks like a monkey, so skinny. Youwen was relentless. Not at all. Guran's cheeks puffed out in indignation, her frustration evident as she huffed and glared. Youwen couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. His laughter was infectious, and as their gazes locked, Guran burst into laughter as well. After finishing their meal, with still some time to spare and no barbecue items left to explore, they decided to postpone their culinary research for another day. Youwen reclined on his sofa. Engrossed in a comic book he had scavenged from Tang Mingxian, while Guran retrieved a thick, wall-like exercise book from her backpack. Why do you always have an endless supply of exercises? He inquired as he propped his comic book on the table to keep her company. I'm just bored. Guran replied, her focus unwavering on her work. He chuckled softly to himself, choosing not to pry further. He knew her well enough. Her seriousness could be quite intimidating. Raising his head from the comic, Youwen glanced at Guran with his peripheral vision. She looked serene and beautiful, deeply immersed in her work. Her skin glowed like lustrous pearls, radiant and translucent, while her long eyelashes fluttered gently. The graceful curve of her swan-like neck was elegantly defined beneath the warm light. Truly stunning. At that very moment, a knock echoed at his door, interrupting his thoughts. Annoyed, he stood up from the sofa and opened the door with a swift motion. Exclaiming impatiently, Who is it? Hey, Youwen. Tang Mingxuan's beaming face appeared before him. Youwen squinted his eyes, frowning slightly. What do you want? I'm here to hang out. Tang Mingxian replied with a cheerful grin. Upon observing Youwen's ashen visage, Tang Mingxian seemed to deduce something. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily brushed aside Youwen and entered the room, where he beheld Guran diligently engaged in solving exercises at the table. Leaning in closely, Tang Mingxian whispered, You truly are remarkable. It was too late to intervene. He dashed into the room with alacrity. What brings Guran to your residence? I can't be bothered to explain. Upon seeing Tang Mingxuan's arrival, Guran promptly inquired, You two were deceived into coming for barbecue? Tang Mingxuan's brows twitched in confusion. Barbecue? It seems he is utterly oblivious. Youwen has inadvertently revealed his true nature. Youwen cleared his throat and replied, I will tell you tomorrow. Tang Mingxian was unceremoniously ushered out by Youwen. Have a little discernment. Tang Mingxian cursed under his breath, a treacherous scoundrel. Meanwhile, Youwen rode his bicycle with Guran along the bustling streets. The distance was not great, yet Youwen wished for the ride to be slower, allowing her to enjoy Guran's company a while longer. Don't be so modest. Youwen chuckled. Tomorrow we shall continue our exploration of barbecue. Guran, Are you truly certain there won't be another pile of charred remains? Youwen confidently patted his chest. You must trust in your elder brother, Su. As long as our resolve remains steadfast, there are always more solutions than obstacles. Gu Ran was amused. Your wit is quite sharp. If you fail at barbecue, you might just find success in stand-up comedy. Thank you for your high regard. Youwen replied. Haha. Farewell. Gu Ran waved and gracefully rode away. Gu Ran took a few steps before pausing, turning to gaze at the silhouette of the departing youth, suddenly finding it somewhat captivating. The next day, Gu Ran was intently examining something when Youwen, curious, snatched it away. What could possibly warrant such concentration? Gu Ran chuckled. This is all due to someone's disastrous barbecue attempt. I'm merely researching the materials. Youwen replied hurriedly, is there really a need for research on this? What a joke. Gu Ran retorted, let us not forget who turned that pile of skewers into charcoal yesterday. Youwen fell silent. Chapter 13. A booming business too fierce a fire is detrimental, yet too weak a flame is equally disadvantageous. Excessive salt renders the dish inedible, while too little leaves it lacking flavor. In short, a plethora of issues abound. Youwen scratched his head in distress, prompting Gu Ran to propose an idea. Having never seen a pig run, how can one claim to have eaten pork? What does that mean? Since we aim to master barbecue, why not observe how others execute it at a barbecue stall? After hearing Gu Ran's suggestion, Youwen found it quite reasonable, though he was averse to theoretical concepts. He was quick to learn by watching others. Thus, the two of them eagerly made their way to the barbecue stall. As they arrived just as the vendor was setting up, they even lent a hand in arranging the tables and chairs, earning praise from the owner for being helpful students. Youwen's face flushed with embarrassment from the compliment. They conveyed their intentions to the owner, who was a warm-hearted individual. Upon learning of their desire to learn barbecue techniques, he said, if you wish to learn, that is certainly possible. You can watch and learn while I grill. Youwen and Gu Ran were filled with excitement. Two individuals were intently observing a barbecue stall, with Gu Ran diligently taking notes in a notebook to document the grilling process. Noticing their earnestness, the owner kindly offered them some skewers, to which the two expressed their heartfelt gratitude. The owner nodded appreciatively before returning to his business. They savored the skewers in their hands. Gu Ran exclaimed, this is absolutely delicious. Youwen replied, I truly wonder when I will be able to create such delectable skewers. Gu Ran encouraged him, oh, you, with your intelligence. I have no doubt you can achieve it. Motivated by Gu Ran's words, Youwen felt a surge of excitement. I believe so too. He then turned to Gu Ran. Rest assured, I will prepare skewers even more exquisite than these for you. Gu Ran smiled and nodded, great. I shall await that. After numerous attempts and diligent research, Youwen finally perfected a delightful barbecue dish. Gu Ran, savoring a skewer, exclaimed, you actually managed to create this. Youwen gave himself a thumbs up, of course. Just look at who conducted the research. Gu Ran teased, could you not be a bit more modest? Youwen laughed heartily, sensing a promising future ahead. On the day of the flea market, the school buzzed with excitement, as various stalls lined up in a dazzling array, enchanting the onlookers. Wow, it's so lively. Gu Ran marveled. Youwen declared, are you seeing this? Not only are we participating, but we are also going to make a fortune. Gu Ran chuckled. I am looking forward to it. Youwen rode into the schoolyard on a tricycle, gradually setting up an array of barbecue items, which left everyone momentarily stunned. Tang Mingxian chuckled. Not bad. You're planning a barbecue. Youwen pointed to himself, proclaiming, of course. Your Su brother is not just ordinary. To which Tang Mingxian retorted, shameless. After much effort, Youwen finally ignited the charcoal and was poised to begin grilling, while Gu Ran, as agreed, assisted him by calling out, delicious and aromatic barbecue. Don't miss out as you pass by. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the campus, luring students to form a long queue at the barbecue stall. It was quite unexpected that Youwen could master the art of grilling. Indeed, he usually keeps a low profile. One student remarked, hey, do you know the name of that barbecue chef? Another asked, what? Are you smitten by his looks? Came the teasing reply, I'm just asking. In no time, Youwen's barbecue stall became the most popular spot on campus. He grilled with delight, while Gu Ran's hands grew weary from collecting the money. Zhou Ling, along with several teachers, strolled through the school's flea market and was astonished by the bustling stall. Who is responsible for this thriving barbecue stand? Zhou Ling inquired. Isn't that Youwen from your class? Someone responded. My classmate Youwen? Zhou Ling exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I didn't expect him to be so impressive. I heard he excels academically as well. Truly a remarkable student. and quite handsome too. Zhou Ling. Su Youwen is well aware of how he appears in her eyes. He is astute, sociable, yet lacks integrity and demonstrates inconsistency in his studies. If only he could grasp the significance of learning sooner, perhaps his life would take a different trajectory. However, she possesses no authority to alter anyone's destiny. The flea market concluded splendidly, and Su Youwen held a stack of earned money before the two of them. Su Youwen, look, we've made such a fortune this time. Gu Ran, business is truly thriving. Su Youwen counted the money and handed half to Gu Ran. As agreed, I'm giving you this half. Gu Ran, clutching the money, counted only a third of it, returning the rest to Su Youwen. Su Youwen extended his hand to return it. What's agreed upon must be honored. Don't refuse it. Gu Ran, I will only take what is rightfully mine. I merely assisted you with a few shouts, and I shouldn't take so much. Just as they were playfully grappling, Tang Mingxian sauntered by, sipping his milk tea. Noticing their hands intertwined, he cleared his throat several times. This is still school. If the likes of Su sees you two grappling, the administration will be delighted to welcome you. Upon hearing Tang Mingxuan's words, the two finally ceased their antics. We are not what you think, Gu Ran exclaimed, swiftly darting away. Su Youwen shot him a glare, talkative. Tang Mingxian hurried after him. Old Su, how much did you earn today? Do share. Su Youwen, get lost. Chapter 14. Finding a kitten. The autumn days in Jiangzhou glimmer like a yellow diamond. Crystalline and radiant. The gentle breeze is pleasant, and the weather is just right. The sturdy leaves of the plane trees lining the street flutter down, while the sanitation workers busily sweep and gather them, quickly filling several baskets. Su Youwen chatters away beside Gu Ran, sharing the jokes he has recently encountered, causing her to burst into hearty laughter. The weather forecast had predicted an impending cold front, and indeed, as evening approached, a series of chilling gusts swept through. Gu Ran's long, lustrous hair danced wildly in the wind, and with it came a waft of delightful fragrance, refreshing and soul-soothing. Suddenly, a small cat captured Gu Ran's attention. The pitiful creature sat in a tattered cardboard box by the roadside, emitting a feeble meow that evoked a sense of compassion. Gu Ran paused beside the box, hesitating for a moment before squatting down to face it. Su Youwen remained by her side, observing the frail, dirty little white cat within. Its tear-filled eyes were utterly heart-wrenching. Su Youwen felt a pang of sympathy, and it was even more pronounced for Gu Ran. Gu Ran blinked at Su Youwen and said, "What should we do? This little cat is so unfortunate. Should we rescue it?" Su Youwen suggested. "Yes, but my mom won't allow me to keep it," Gu Ran lamented. "Do you really like this cat?" Su Youwen inquired with curiosity. "Don't you think it's quite pitiful?" Gu Ran frowned. "It is indeed pitiful, but do you like it?" Su Youwen pressed further. "Yes," Gu Ran finally nodded. "That's all that matters," Su Youwen replied. Su Youwen gently ruffled her hair and affectionately said, "Then you shall rescue it." Gu Ran expressed her concerns. "My mother won't allow me to keep it. If I'm not home, she'll surely abandon the cat." "Fool, you can bring it to my place," Su Youwen replied with a cheerful grin. "Really?" Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with hope. "How could I deceive you? My home feels rather lonely with just me. Having it around would be delightful." Su Youwen beamed brightly. "This is wonderful. Su Youwen, you are truly amazing." Gu Ran cheered. "No need for thanks," Su Youwen replied with a mischievous smile. "Yay," Gu Ran exclaimed joyfully. "When your mother inquires about your whereabouts, simply tell her you were at a classmate's house doing homework," Su Youwen suggested. "All right, that will have to do for now," Gu Ran nodded gratefully. "What do you thank me for?" Su Youwen laughed heartily. "Thank you for helping me save the kitten," Gu Ran responded excitedly. "What is there to be thankful for?" "Ha ha," Su Youwen laughed boisterously. "Keeping this little cat at my home shall be our little secret." "Indeed," Gu Ran nodded. "How delightful," Su Youwen exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "Silly. Why are you so happy about this?" Gu Ran shot him a sideways glance, though her lips still curled into a smile. "Because I now share a secret with you." Su Youwen was overwhelmingly amused. Gu Ran remarked, "Is that really a thing?" Carrying the kitten into Su Youwen's home, this was her second visit. The last time, he had also assisted her. It seemed that he was always there whenever she faced troubles. "Why are you just standing there? Come in." Su Youwen opened the door and called her inside. In the bathroom on the second floor, two individuals assisted in giving the kitten a soothing bath. Su Youwen retrieved his hairdryer while Gu Ran held the kitten, and together they dried it off. After their efforts, the kitten's fur was impeccably clean, its eyes sparkling like crystal as it gazed at Gu Ran and Su Youwen. It seemed to recognize that these two were its saviors, rubbing its head against them, its tail wagging incessantly and mewing softly with its mouth agape. Gu Ran cherished it in her arms, and upon seeing her joyful demeanor, Su Youwen felt a surge of happiness from deep within. Ever since the last time she was cornered and bullied, a shadow had lingered in her eyes. And her laughter had become scarce. He had noticed and felt anxious. Now, witnessing her smile once more, his heart was instantly illuminated. No one had ever occupied his thoughts so profoundly, making it difficult for him to let go. Everything about her influenced him. What do you think we should name it? Gu Ran inquired with a smile, seeking Su Youwen's opinion while cradling the cat. Su Youwen replied, I'm afraid you want tea like whatever I suggest. Gu Ran eagerly urged, please, just tell me. Su Youwen glanced at her, then at the kitten in her arms. And a thought crossed his mind. Seeing how happy you are and how much you smile, why not name it Xiao Xiao? What do you think? Xiao Xiao, Gu Ran repeated, her eyes suddenly brightening. It truly was a delightful name. I love it. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Xiao, she said, affectionately stroking the kitten's head. The kitten, as if understanding, responded with a series of soft meows. Su Youwen, cradling Xiao Xiao, bid farewell to Gu Ran, saying, Mama, see you tomorrow. Don't forget to miss me, Xiao Xiao. As he watched Gu Ran depart, Su Youwen whispered softly to Xiao Xiao, that person just now is your mother, and I am your father. You understand? From now on, you must call me Dad. Do you understand? Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes, tilting her head while observing Su Youwen, who appeared somewhat silly. However, since he and her mother had rescued her, she decided to give him a little grace. Looking at Su Youwen, Xiao Xiao playfully meowed several times. Su Youwen gently patted Xiao Xiao's small head, saying, Xiao Xiao is such a good girl. As long as you make your mother happy, I will treat you exceptionally well. Xiao Xiao meowed twice in compliance. Su Youwen accompanied Gu Ran to the bus stop, saying, I'm off now. Take good care of Xiao Xiao. Su Youwen nodded confidently, rest assured. Gu Ran waved her hand. Goodbye. Su Youwen replied, farewell. Chapter 15. Delivering water life was tranquil and serene. Su Youwen rested his chin on his hand, gazing dreamily at Gu Ran. How has Xiao Xiao been lately? Gu Ran inquired, turning her head towards him. She asked this every day, although she clearly visited daily. The mere thought of Xiao Xiao thriving filled her with joy for the entire day. It turns out I can take good care of a cat, she mused, delight blossoming within her, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Who says you can't? Su Youwen asked. Gu Weiji, she responded softly, the depth of the shadow he cast upon her evident. Su Youwen hurriedly reassured her, don't pay heed to such nonsense. Whatever our Ran does, she will excel. Gu Ran was amused by his words. You truly have a way with words. Gu Weiji, who was unmistakably her mother, felt to her as daunting as a terrifying incantation. Su Youwen felt a profound compassion for Gu Ran. Her life over the years must have been fraught with challenges. Enduring the burden of a mother with such a frenzied and pathological nature, Su Youwen gently retrieved a game coin from his pocket and placed it in the palm of Gu Ran's hand. She curiously examined the coin, asking, what is this? Su Youwen explained, this coin is my lucky charm. By giving it to you, I am bestowing upon you good fortune and happiness for the days to come. Really? Gu Ran questioned, puzzled. Will holding this coin bring me happiness? Indeed, you must trust me, Su Youwen reassured her. Understanding the kindness behind his gesture, Gu Ran accepted it, saying, very well. I recognize your goodwill, and I shall accept it. Thank you for sharing your lucky coin with me. As the results of the monthly exam were announced, Zhou Ling stood at the podium declaring the rankings, and Gu Ran nervously clutched the game coin. Su Youwen comforted her, do not be anxious. You are bound to secure the first place. Really? But I am so nervous, Gu Ran replied, holding the coin tightly as she prayed. Trust me, Su Youwen affirmed. His certainty stemming from having inadvertently overheard the teachers discussing the results during a visit to the office. Zhou Ling proclaimed from the stage. The top student of our class is Gu Ran. Let us all applaud and congratulate her. Gu Ran's heart raced with disbelief, unable to fathom what she had just heard. To her astonishment, she had truly secured first place. Gu Ran still felt a little dazed. Yet the resounding applause from her classmates affirmed that everything she had just heard was indeed real. As she ascended the stage to collect her award, disbelief lingered in her heart. She approached Su Youwen's side, overwhelmed with joy. I can't believe I really came in first, she exclaimed, elated. It's because you're remarkable. Su Youwen praised her earnestly. Thank you for your lucky coin. Gu Ran expressed her gratitude, her eyes sparkling like stars, causing Su Youwen to momentarily lose his train of thought. Su Youwen, an athlete, dedicated his time to rigorous training for the Interschool Football League, engaging in practice on the playground during recess. Each day, Gu Ran diligently completed her homework before sneaking away after school to catch glimpses of him. Su Youwen's brilliance was undeniable, captivating the attention of countless admirers wherever he went. Since encountering him, her once dim world seemed to be gradually illuminated by his light. Though shadows remained, she felt empowered to walk alongside the radiance, as the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the verdant playground. The players poured their sweat into the game, their silhouettes elongating in the waning light. Youwen finished her homework, shouldered her backpack, and strolled along the edge of the field. She turned her head to steal a glance at Youwen on the playground. Clutching a bottle of mineral water, she hesitated, contemplating whether to offer it to him. Had she known earlier, she would have handed it to him before his training began. Now, it seemed somewhat awkward. Just as she lingered in indecision, a group of girls swiftly surrounded Youwen, brandishing an array of beverages in their hands. She glanced at their selections: Coke, Sprite, energy drinks, and then at her own modest offering, feeling somewhat inadequate. Just as she was about to withdraw, Youwen darted in front of her like a gust of wind, leaving her no time to escape. Youwen, I spotted you from afar. Youwen exclaimed with a beaming smile. Youwen was at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Unexpectedly, Youwen snatched the bottle of mineral water from her hands, twisted off the cap, and began to drink heartily. Is this water a gift for me? Thank you. Youwen, taken aback, replied, I hadn't even decided yet. Why did you take it without asking? Noticing Youwen's discomfort, Youwen inquired, What's wrong, Youwen? Youwen hastily conjured an excuse. I just had tea. Asked what drink you prefer. I was worried you might not like this mineral water. Youwen, with his straightforward nature, laughed heartily. Haha. I absolutely adore cola, but I also appreciate the mineral water you gave me. Anything from you brings me joy. Youwen felt her cheeks flush crimson at his words. As Youwen and Youwen engaged in light-hearted banter, the girls who initially brought the water, finding the situation dull, turned away in search of other opportunities. Tang Mingxian, amused, relished the moment. Since Youwen was not drinking, he gladly accepted all the remaining refreshments and even remembered to ask for phone numbers. Tang Mingxian, ever the same. Youwen observed him animatedly chatting with the girls. It must indicate his charm, Youwen remarked. Am I not charming as well? Youwen raised an eyebrow at her. Youwen simply nodded. What's the matter? Youwen asked with curiosity. I've been focusing on practicing the piano lately because I've entered a piano competition. Youwen explained. Youwen patted his chest confidently, assuring her, Don't worry. Leave this to me. You just focus on practicing the piano. I will take good care of Xiao Xiao. Thank you. Youwen expressed her gratitude. You always assist me so selflessly. I hardly know how to repay you. No need for thanks. Xiao Xiao is our child, and I shall certainly look after him well. Youwen replied with a smile, revealing a dazzling row of white teeth. By the way, I hope you can come to the piano competition, Youwen said. Would you like me to cheer for you? Youwen asked with a playful grin. Youwen nodded. Yes, perhaps seeing you will ease my nerves. Can you make it? I will definitely be there. Youwen's words were quite touching, causing Youwen's ears to flush with warmth. Thank you, Youwen said sincerely. Then I wish to be by your side always, to keep you happy. Youwen smiled at her. Chapter 16. The cola incident. Days passed in quiet succession, their short sleeves giving way to long sleeves as the mundane rhythm of life continued. The one constant was Youwen placing a bottle of strawberry yogurt on Youwen's desk every day, knowing well her fondness for it. Youwen no longer resisted Youwen as she had before, and he noticed the change in her demeanor. Their relationship had indeed grown closer. The warm autumn sun streamed through the transparent glass window, casting dappled patterns of light on the wall. During the lunch break, the classmates seized this rare moment of respite, resting their heads on their desks, surrendering to slumber. Youwen slipped a small note into Youwen's hand. Youwen gently unfolded it and saw a charming little cat drawn on the paper, grinning happily. Beside the cat, Youwen had written, Xiao Xiao misses Mama. Youwen took a pen and scribbled beside it, Mama also misses Xiao Xiao. She then handed the note back to Youwen, who felt a surge of joy upon reading Youwen's words. The Autumn Football League was about to commence, and Youwen, along with Tang Mingxian, was set to participate in the competition. On the day of departure, Youwen and Youwen strolled through the school's ginkgo tree path, where the air was filled with golden leaves, creating a stunning spectacle. Youwen turned to Youwen with a smile and said, Youwen, I am about to compete. Oh. Youwen walked alongside him, gently kicking the ginkgo leaves beneath her feet, which curled and lazily fell to the ground. Will you come to see me off? Youwen asked, his smile radiant enough to dim the sunlight momentarily. Youwen heard him but remained silent, continuing to kick the leaves. Observing her silence and solitary demeanor, Youwen grew anxious and quickly stepped in front of her, cautiously inquiring, Why? Gu Ran turned her face away and shook her head, hesitating to speak. I dislike seeing people leave. She lowered her head, remaining quiet. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She appeared incredibly endearing, prompting Su Youwen to gently reach out and ruffle her hair. Su Youwen gazed at her with tender affection, but Gu Ran shot him a cold glance and swatted his hand away, retreating a considerable distance. Crazy, she muttered softly before hastily departing. Though she feigned disdain in front of him, her heart secretly brimmed with joy. In truth, she comprehended her own heart, though she could not pinpoint the moment her feelings for Su Youwen began to blossom. Yet, she dared not reveal her affections, fearing that such knowledge would drive him away. By nature, she was not one to articulate her emotions. Her fondness for Su Youwen was a solitary secret, a delicate sentiment she intended to keep to herself. It was akin to planting a seed within her heart, which, as time stretched infinitely, gradually took root and flourished, audaciously claiming every corner of her being. On the day of the competition, a fierce wind swept through Jiangzhou, chilling to the bone. Su Youwen stood outside the car, gazing into the distance, reluctant to embark. Tang Mingxian approached him. Hey, old Su, are you still waiting for Gu Ran? She will definitely come. Despite knowing the answer, he refused to relinquish hope. She ought to have arrived by now. On such a cold day, it would be wise to get inside the car. You might catch a chill. You go ahead and get in. Don't worry about me. Su Youwen insisted. With a long sigh, Tang Mingxian eventually complied and entered the vehicle. Gu Ran was aware of Su Youwen's penchant for cola, so she took it upon herself to buy him a bottle that day, inscribing the words "Keep it up" upon it with a marker. Yet, the thought of watching Su Youwen depart filled her with sorrow. Should she go and see him off? As she listened to her classmates' chatter, anticipation hung in the air. The soccer team is headed for the competition. Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian, those two handsome boys, are leaving. Oh no. It's going to be tough not seeing them for half a month. Indeed. Sigh. As those words echoed around her, Gu Ran's heart ached even more. If she did not seize the opportunity to bid him farewell now, she would have to wait another half-month for the next encounter. At the very last moment, she seized the bottle of cola from the table and dashed towards the school bus. Battling against the fierce wind, she finally stood before Su Youwen, who, to her surprise, had been waiting there all along. I knew you would come, she exclaimed. With a smile, Su Youwen remarked, Hey, it's so windy today, and quite cold too, yet you've brought me cola. Su Youwen quickly interjected, I was only joking. Please don't actually take it away. He added, I really like cola. It's my favorite. He then snatched the cola from Gu Ran's hand, grinning, as long as it's a gift from you. I adore it. Stop with the flattery. Once the cola is gone, I shall take my leave, Gu Ran declared, turning to depart. Su Youwen hurriedly stopped her. Is that all? Just a bottle of cola, and you have nothing else to say? What more can I say? Gu Ran replied, her expression unreadable as she gazed at Su Youwen. All right then, Su Youwen said, his head drooping in disappointment. Tang Mingxian approached Su Youwen with long strides, chuckling. A brief parting feels like a new marriage. Now that it's time to say goodbye, you seem to have much more to say. Get lost, Su Youwen retorted. Make haste. We're leaving. Tang Mingxian tossed back at him before boarding the bus. Understood, Su Youwen replied with impatience. Gu Ran looked at Su Youwen. Time is of the essence. I must head to class, or else Teacher Zhou will be upset. Just think about Teacher Zhou, Su Youwen muttered. Anyway, good luck, Gu Ran added as Su Youwen climbed aboard the bus, where Tang Mingxian had saved him a seat. Su Youwen sat down beside Tang Mingxian, looking rather dejected. Yo, have you broken up? Feeling down? Tang Mingxian teased, observing Su Youwen's forlorn expression. Shut up, Su Youwen retorted playfully. Hey, it's all right. At least there's still some cola. A sip might alleviate the pangs of longing. Tang Mingxian jested as he playfully draped an arm around Su Youwen's neck. Su Youwen promptly pushed him away, grimacing. Get away from me. Don't come so close. Tang Mingxian laughed heartily and then retrieved his phone from his pocket to check messages from his adoring fans. Su Youwen stared blankly at the bottle of cola before him. Feeling a bit parched, he decided that having a drink wouldn't hurt. With a loud pop, fizz, the cola erupted violently from the bottle, splattering Su Youwen's face and soaking his clothes, much to his dismay, even wetting his pants. Looking down at his drenched trousers, he exclaimed, This is truly unfortunate. Could this be Gu Ran's deliberate scheme against me? Tang Mingxian, observing Su Youwen's predicament, doubled over in laughter. Su Youwen, if you need to relieve yourself, do it outside the car. Shut up. You're asking for trouble. Su Youwen snapped as he tightened the bottle cap and seized Tang Mingxian by the neck, threateningly. Stop babbling nonsense, or I assure you, Your fate will be grim. Oh my. Su Youwen, you aren't contemplating murder, are you? This cola isn't even a gift from me. If anyone's to meet a dire end, it shouldn't be me. Tang Mingxian quipped, oblivious to danger. I'm telling you, today is your day of reckoning. If I spare your life, I shall no longer bear the surname Su. Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian wrestled in the car, with Tang Mingxuan's cries for mercy falling on deaf ears. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian shared a room, while their coach guided them to familiarize themselves with the arena for tomorrow's contest. Su Youwen hastily stowed his luggage in the cabinet before accompanying Tang Mingxian. Once the coach concluded his briefing on important points to note, the team members dispersed, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian took a leisurely stroll through a nearby market, a charming street brimming with artisanal crafts, frequented by young girls and couples. Standing there, they presented a striking scene, drawing the attention of many passing girls who couldn't help but glance over, blushing and whispering to one another. Hey, Tang Mingxian, look at this adorable little trinket, Su Youwen exclaimed, picking up a hamster keychain from a stall. It was round and plump, with oversized, twinkling eyes, delightfully soft to the touch. Since when did you develop a fondness for such things? Have you perhaps changed sides? Tang Mingxian teased. Shut up. Speak to me properly, Su Youwen retorted sharply. Tang Mingxian chuckled foolishly in response. Excuse me, how much for this? Su Youwen inquired of a slightly older sister with long, yellow hair at the stall. 30, she replied. Can you give me a discount? Su Youwen asked. Perhaps you could add me on WeChat? The vendor suggested. Forget it, Su Youwen said, promptly retrieving cash from his pocket to complete the purchase. Wow, you're quite efficient today. Tang Mingxian jested. Leave me alone. Su Youwen snapped, turning to walk away. Tang Mingxian quickly caught up, playfully draping an arm over his shoulder to inspect the hamster keychain. Is this cute little thing for Gu Ran? He asked with a smile. Yes, Su Youwen replied. Su Youwen responded with a snort. I've never seen you buy anything for any girl. Are you truly sincere this time? Tang Mingxian inquired. Mind your own business. Su Youwen shot him a sidelong glance. Tang Mingxian merely chuckled at his expense, prompting Su Youwen to express his disdain by elbowing him in the stomach. Tang Mingxian clasped his belly and let out a dramatic shout. In every match, Su Youwen would carry the cola that Gu Ran had given him, stowing it in his bag without ever drinking it, treating it as a talisman of good fortune. Having not seen Gu Ran for several days, Su Youwen found himself increasingly yearning for her. Yet, Gu Ran had never sent him a single message. The thought of her possibly smiling at or conversing with other boys gnawed at his heart, leaving him in a state of distress. On the day of the warm-up match, Zhou Hang, parched and eyeing the cola in Su Youwen's bag, reached for it to take a sip. Fortunately, Su Youwen reacted swiftly, snatching it back. What do you think you're doing with my cola? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Youwen's eyes blazed with fury. Seeing his readiness to fight, Zhou Hang retorted. It's just a few sips of your cola. Is it really necessary to get so worked up? You dare drink my things and still have the audacity to complain? Do you want to die? Su Youwen stepped forward, ready to throw a punch. Thankfully, the coach, noticing the escalating tension, rushed over to intervene. What are you two doing? The finals are in a couple of days. Why are you causing a ruckus within the team? Coach, he drank my cola. It's just cola. I can buy you 2 more bottles to replace it. Zhou Hang exclaimed. Why are you being so aggressive? You'd think I owed you money. Su Youwen's anger only intensified as he reached out, ready to strike. I have always found Zhou Hang rather displeasing. He has taken advantage of others in the team more than once, and he takes what does not belong to him with an air of justification. But now, I feel a sense of relief. Chapter 17. Stars and Moon. I dialed the number and the call was answered. Hello? Gu Ran's voice was languid, perplexed as to why Su Youwen was calling her at such a late hour. Come outside quickly, Su Youwen exclaimed with enthusiasm. What for? Gu Ran asked, bewildered. I'm outside your house, he declared. What? Gu Ran was taken aback. Come out now. Su Youwen insisted, eager to see her. Wait a moment. Gu Ran hesitated. Observing Gu Weiji hanging clothes on the balcony, she seized the opportunity to rush downstairs. Emerging from the dim, shadowy alley, she spotted Su Youwen standing beneath a bright street lamp, waving at her. In that radiant light, it appeared as though all the brilliance of the world belonged to him. She felt a surge of joy upon seeing him, yet she never revealed her emotions in his presence, always donning a mask of indifference. Time passed swiftly, and it wasn't long before Gu Weiji noticed Gu Ran's absence and rushed out in search of her. Gu Ran, came Gu Weiji's concerned voice. Gu Ran pushed Su Youwen away, urging him to leave. My mother is coming. You must go. Mom, Gu Ran called out. Where have you been at this late hour? You have worried me sick, Gu Weiji exclaimed. My sheet music was blown away, so I came out to retrieve it. Gu Ran fabricated a clumsy excuse. You frightened me. If the sheet music is lost, so be it. Just don't wander off. I thought you had left me, and it terrified me. Gu Weiji replied anxiously. I would never leave you, Mom. Please don't think that way. Gu Ran hurriedly offered her comfort. The following day, as Gu Ran settled into her seat, Youwen joyfully took her place beside her and exclaimed, Close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. What is it? Gu Ran furrowed her brow. Just close them, Youwen urged. Obligingly, Gu Ran shut her eyes. Tada, Youwen announced. When Gu Ran opened her eyes, she beheld a charming hamster pendant dangling from Youwen's finger. Its eyes sparkled, and its soft, fluffy form was utterly adorable. Wow, how delightful, Gu Ran exclaimed, reaching for the hamster. Do you like it? Youwen inquired. Gu Ran nodded enthusiastically. Yes. I spotted it at a stall during the competition and thought it was as cute as you, so I decided to purchase it. Youwen remarked with a smile. But I'm not a hamster, Gu Ran chuckled. I think you're quite similar. Both are equally adorable. Youwen beamed at her. You, Gu Ran teased. You participated in the competition but didn't improve your grades, yet your eloquence has certainly flourished. Hey, I've always been articulate. Did you not notice before? Youwen began to boast, embodying the role of a self-promoter. At that moment, the school's loudspeaker crackled to life, commanding everyone's attention. We are pleased to announce that our school has achieved first place in this autumn's football league. Upon hearing the news, excitement erupted among the students. Youwen proudly pointed to himself, saying, Gu Ran, don't you think I'm remarkable? Gu Ran shared in his joy but, wary of inflating his ego too much, replied with a tone of objective rationality. This is your forte. Naturally, you excel. Can't you just give me a proper compliment? Youwen lamented. Youwen felt a tinge of disappointment. Observing his displeasure, Gu Ran quickly interjected, This is not only a strength of yours, Su, but also the aspect of you that is most admirable. You truly are remarkable. Hearing Gu Ran's praise, Youwen nodded in satisfaction. You certainly know how to flatter. He chuckled. So, do I get a reward? Gu Ran pondered for a moment. How about I treat you to a cola? Upon recalling the earlier incident in the car, a line of frustration crossed his forehead. Why cola again? Just as Gu Ran seemed ready to concede, Youwen hurriedly exclaimed, I love it. I certainly do. The weather was splendid that day, and during the grand recess, the school had specifically organized a ceremony on the playground to present awards. For achieving first place in the Autumn Football League was no small feat. Standing in the sea of students, she gazed as he ascended the podium to receive his honor. Their eyes meeting from a distance, separated by an expanse. The principal, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Our school has secured first place in the Autumn Football League thanks to the perseverance and hard work of these students. Let us all learn from their spirit. The crowd erupted into a fervent applause. Now, let us invite these students to share their thoughts. A warm welcome. Another thunderous round of applause ensued. Some expressed gratitude to their parents, others to their classmates, and when it was Youwen's turn, he took the microphone handed to him by the principal. Gazing fondly towards Gu Ran's position. Today, as I stand here, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to one person, and her name is Gu Ran. As soon as those words were spoken, all eyes turned towards her, and Gu Ran felt somewhat uneasy, wishing to find a hole to burrow into. Youwen continued. She is my deskmate, exceptionally talented in every regard. Her academic performance is stellar, and her piano playing is exquisite. I have had the pleasure of hearing her play, and it was profoundly beautiful. In that moment, I pondered whether such an extraordinary person would forever remain out of my reach, like the moon and the stars. They can appear simultaneously yet can never draw close to one another. Yet, I also contemplated that although the stars may not approach the moon, they can still accompany it, shining brightly beside it. As long as the stars emit their light, they will be seen. To me, she is that radiant moon, while I am but an inconspicuous star. Although I may be small, I firmly believe that one day, the diligent, luminous stars will be acknowledged alongside the moon in the sky. Star's moon. His metaphor was truly enchanting. Did it mean that she was, in his eyes, that unattainable moon? As they passed the intersection, Gu Ran inquired, Why am I the moon? Youwen replied gently, Because you shine brightly like the moon. Gu Ran countered, But the moon also has moments when it does not appear. Youwen reassured her. Do not worry, the stars will remain in the sky, shining their light while waiting for the moon's return. He paused before adding, For the stars hold the moon in the highest regard. As the two walked along the path, not far away, Zhou spotted Su Chao beside him and asked, Hey, who is that girl next to Youwen? Oh, that girl is Gu Ran. A new transfer student, Su Chao introduced. She is quite attractive, Zhou Yao remarked, while Su Chao playfully draped his arm over Zhou Yao's shoulder. Isn't it true? Ever since she arrived, the position of the school bell has shifted. Even Ning Xin has yielded her spot. Zhou Yao responded with a miro. Su Chao then inquired, Brother, have you developed feelings for Ning Xin? Zhou Yao shot him a sidelong glance. Are you not aware that I only date the school bell? Su Chao laughed heartily. Indeed. Chapter 18. A tinge of jealousy. Gu Ran strolled down the corridor, overhearing her classmates whispering in hushed tones. Despite their deliberate attempts to lower their voices, she could still discern their words from a distance. Did you hear? Su Youwen from Class 8 is dating Chen Zishi. Gu Ran absorbed their chatter silently, thinking to herself, what does it matter to me whom he is with? Even if he were with a celestial being, it would not concern me. Upon returning to her seat, she promptly extracted a copy of 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, and began solving problems. Yet her heart was inexplicably agitated. Her hand trembled as she held the pen, and suddenly the lead snapped. Gu Ran, did you know? That old Wang from Class 7 is such a fool. He can't even play football properly, yet dared to challenge me to a one-on-one match. I utterly demolished him. You should have seen his pathetic face. It was hilarious. If you had been there, you would have laughed to death. Su Youwen recounted, his laughter ringing out. However, after his lengthy monologue, Gu Ran remained unresponsive, seemingly disinterested in his antics. Sensing that something was amiss with her, Su Youwen decided to continue probing for answers. Gu Ran, allow me to share that recently, Tang Mingxian has been pursuing a young lady who, despite his efforts, remains unyielding. Consequently, I wagered with him. If he succeeds in winning her affection within a week, he shall be treated to a week's worth of snacks by me. Conversely, should he fail, he must indulge me with a week's supply of treats. Su Youwen continued his monologue, seemingly oblivious to Gu Ran's evident disinterest. Do you believe he will triumph, or shall I? Su Youwen chuckled carefreely. Gu Ran, on the other hand, was increasingly agitated, a tempest brewing within her, fluctuating between fervor and extinguishment, especially upon hearing such trivial matters of romance. In a moment of emotional upheaval, she turned to Su Youwen and exclaimed, what does it matter to me? You may pursue whomever you wish. Why must you burden me with your tales? Su Youwen was taken aback by her outburst, perplexed as to why his mention of such matters incited her ire, and fell silent. Gu Ran felt she had lost her composure and regretted her reaction, yet she was unsure how to mend the rift. Su Youwen refrained from further conversation, leaving her reluctant to initiate reconciliation. She pondered her earlier loss of control and began to feel remorseful. At long last, the interminable mathematics class concluded, and Su Youwen exited the classroom without delay. Gu Ran found the atmosphere stifling and decided to visit the restroom. Within the confines of a stall, she overheard her classmates engaged in idle chatter. That Su Youwen is rather handsome, though it is unfortunate he is with Chen Zishi. Oh, do you find it so regrettable? Perhaps you have a fondness for him? Not at all. What a pity that is. Su Youwen must have had more than 1 or 2 girlfriends, right? Perhaps this time he is merely toying with Chen Zishi. Indeed, even if he were to marry Chen Zishi, it would have no bearing on my life whatsoever. Precisely. Isn't there also Tang Mingxian at school? Oh, yes. Tang Mingxian is quite a suitable candidate as well. He is certainly no less attractive than Su Youwen. Exactly. We might as well revel in our role as mere spectators. Is it not delightful to remain neutral? Yes, yes, yes. The voices of the two conversing gradually faded into the distance, and Gu Ran could no longer catch their words. What others said held some truth, after all. Her relationship with Su Youwen was merely that of classmates, with nothing more. To put it more intimately, they were just desk mates. Beyond that, there seemed to be nothing else, so why should she feel discontented? Splashing her face with water at the edge of the basin, she finally stepped outside. After class, Su Youwen walked down the corridor, noticing that those passing by cast peculiar glances his way, which he found rather strange. It wasn't until he encountered Tang Mingxian around the corner that he realized Tang Mingxian was waiting for the girl he was pursuing. Hey, Tang Mingxian, are you at it again? Su Youwen greeted him. Tang Mingxian turned and shot him a glare. Yes. What of it? Huh? Su Youwen, somewhat confused, reached out with his long arm, pulling Tang Mingxian close and firmly demanding, what do you mean? Speak clearly. Tang Mingxian cast a sidelong glance at him, nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. The news of your relationship with Chen Zishi is now common knowledge throughout the entire school, and yet you still pretend otherwise? Su Youwen suddenly comprehended why Gu Ran had been so peculiar in his demeanor towards him. However, a wave of inexplicable joy surged within him. Observing the smile adorning Su Youwen's face, Tang Mingxian frowned. What are you grinning about? I distinctly remember someone professing their affection for Gu Ran, only to be seen with another person just these past few days. What happened to the professional integrity of a good man? That was not me. Su Youwen fervently defended himself. Then why are there rumors of you being involved with Chen Zishi? Tang Mingxian regarded him with disdain. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding when I was seen standing next to Chen Zishi that day. Su Youwen turned his head to look at him. Is that truly all there is to it? Tang Mingxian asked in disbelief. Indeed, Su Youwen reiterated. What do you intend to do now? Tang Mingxian inquired of Su Youwen. It's nothing. Just a minor issue. Such matters will dissipate after a few days. There's no need to dwell on it. Su Youwen beamed brightly. As Tang Mingxian approached Su Youwen, eager to inquire further, Su Youwen, disinterested in elaborating, raised his gaze and pointed ahead. Isn't that the girl you're pursuing? Shouldn't you hurry? Tang Mingxian looked up, hastily making his way in that direction. I'll let you off today. I'll come find you another time. Watching Tang Mingxian dash away, Su Youwen could hardly contain his delight. Although he felt somewhat perturbed by the situation involving Chen Zishi, the thought of Gu Ran appearing sullen because of the same affair filled him with immense happiness. Perhaps she already holds some significance in Gu Ran's heart, and any reaction is preferable to none at all. Su Youwen leaned closer to her. Gu Ran. Gu Ran turned her head and met his gaze, her eyes flitting away as she deliberately avoided his stare. What are you doing? Gu Ran stammered. Nothing. Just calling you. Su Youwen beamed with a radiant smile. Upon hearing Su Youwen initiate a conversation with her, Gu Ran felt a sense of relief from her earlier animosity. She hurriedly apologized for her previous outburst. I'm really sorry for snapping at you earlier. Please don't be upset. I'm not upset, and you needn't apologize. I merely wish to understand what made you angry. Su Youwen feigned curiosity. Gu Ran was at a loss for words. It seemed that no matter how she articulated it, her anger appeared rather peculiar. I don't really know, Gu Ran replied sullenly. Su Youwen chuckled heartily. I know. It's because of my relationship with Chen Zishi. Isn't it? His words struck a chord with Gu Ran, yet she found herself at a loss for a response, remaining silent. When you heard others mention my relationship with Chen Zishi, you felt angry, right? Su Youwen teased, inching closer to Gu Ran, who dared not meet his gaze. Her face flushed crimson. Who you choose to date is your affair. I couldn't care less, Gu Ran retorted, pushing Su Youwen away. Su Youwen laughed, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. You truly don't care at all about who I'm seeing? If you were indifferent, how could you be angry? You must harbor a little fondness for me, don't you? Gu Ran vehemently countered. Absolutely not. You're out of your mind. Stop talking nonsense. Su Youwen chuckled softly, attempting to reassure her. There is truly nothing between Chen Zishi and me. You must trust me. Really? She inquired. Indeed, Su Youwen affirmed sincerely, nodding. He turned to glance at her, smiling, which made Gu Ran feel somewhat bashful. In a flurry, she pulled out a copy of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations, and began to write. She playfully flicked the book at Su Youwen's face, urging, get on with your exercises. Just look at how long it's been since you last wrote. If you don't practice more, your grades will plummet. Su Youwen picked up the book, readily agreeing. All right. I'll do as you say. Chapter 19. No more fighting our Ran. Su Youwen had a penchant for calling her that. He secretly sketched Gu Ran in a drawing book, though as a sports student, his artistic skills were rather lacking. Nevertheless, he cherished the thought of gifting it to her on her birthday. Quickly, he shielded the book, saying, it's nothing. After finishing her lunch, Gu Ran headed towards the classroom when suddenly 2 individuals blocked her path. She attempted to veer in another direction, yet they intercepted her again. Hey, one of them called out. Gu Ran looked up to find a brazenly arrogant face before her. The person possessed striking features, with a defined jawline and slightly tanned skin. Who are you? Gu Ran instinctively recoiled. I'm Zhou Yao. What do you say about going out with me? He leaned closer. No, Gu Ran replied firmly. Why not? You don't have a boyfriend anyway, Zhou Yao countered. Gu Ran remained silent. You must admit I'm more handsome than Su Youwen. Would you consider being my girlfriend? Zhou Yu laughed arrogantly. What are you doing? Su Youwen bellowed, hurling the snack in his hand aside as he rushed toward Gu Ran, forcefully pushing Zhou Yao aside. The two were of similar height, and at that moment, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange. Keep your distance from her. Su Youwen glared at Zhou Yao, seething with anger. Zhou Yao curled his lips into a cold smile, narrowing his eyes dangerously at him. Su Youwen, how long will your girlfriend be your plaything this time? Shut your mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Su Youwen roared. Zhou Yao laughed heartily. Are you embarrassed now? Should I elaborate on your romantic history with her? Say one more word. Su Yuwen shouted, filled with rage. What are you going to do? Hit me? Or kill me? Zhou Yao laughed defiantly. Bang! Su Yuwen's fist landed heavily on Zhou Yao's face, sending him staggering to the ground. Zhou Yao lifted his hand to wipe the blood from his lip and spat aside. Come at me. Zhou Yao's eyes blazed with fury. Su Chao seized Su Yuwen by the collar, pinning him to the ground, his fist falling like a stone. Tang Mingxian, who had originally intended to walk happily to the classroom, was taken aback by the sudden chaos before him, hesitating whether to intervene. He was suddenly called out by Su Yuwen. Come help. With no choice, Tang Mingxian tossed aside his snack and rushed into the fray. The four of them engaged in a wild melee, exchanging blows, while Gu Ran stood helplessly by, shouting in vain, "Stop fighting." Yet those four boys, brimming with youthful vigor, insisted on engaging in a life-and-death struggle until one of them succumbed. At that moment, Director Su from the disciplinary office hurried over, frantically brandishing his whistle. Cease this at once. Stop immediately. Subsequently, the four were taken to the disciplinary office, where they stood in silence. Have you all lost your minds? How dare you brawl within the confines of the school? You are already third-year students. Is there still time for such trivial pursuits? You must be utterly idle. Director Su raged. The boys, their faces marked with bruises, averted their gazes, remaining mute. They had heard his admonitions countless times, to the point where his words felt as though they were etched into their very being. Zhou Ling rushed to the disciplinary office in a desperate attempt to rescue them. Upon seeing Zhou Ling, Director Su's expression hardened, and he chastised, "Look at the fine students you have taught, instead of focusing on their studies. They only know how to fight. They are aware of their mistakes and will amend their ways," Zhou Ling replied. Amend their ways? At this rate, they will only end up as petty delinquents. I doubt even the street sweepers would want them. Director Su retorted with biting sarcasm. Zhou Ling found his words harsh and immediately countered. Director Su, even if they acted foolishly in fighting, you cannot condemn them entirely. Their actions today do not dictate their futures. Zhou Ling, you truly are a commendable teacher, defending them so fervently. One wonders if they will remember you in the days to come. But honestly, with such students, how could they possibly achieve anything worthwhile? Director Su scoffed. Director Su, please show a modicum of respect in your words. Zhou Ling shouted in anger. I will handle their reflection work. For now, I shall take them away. After speaking, she turned to Su Yuwen and Tang Mingxian behind her, commanding, both of you, come with me. Su Yuwen and Tang Mingxian raised their heads to gaze at the young, petite woman before them, astonished by the immense strength she possessed, capable of confronting Director Su on their behalf. Upon exiting the disciplinary office and arriving at an open area, Zhou Ling halted her steps, and Su Yuwen and Tang Mingxian followed suit. Zhou Ling pivoted, casting a piercing gaze upon them. What were you thinking? Why did you resort to fighting? You are in your final year. Do you not realize that? Teacher Zhou, we acknowledge our mistakes, Tang Mingxian admitted. It was my fault. I lost my temper and got into a scuffle with Zhou Yao. Su Yuwen hastily explained. Su Yuwen, when will you ever learn? At this rate, how will you manage in the future? Zhou Ling reprimanded. I'm truly sorry, teacher. Su Yuwen expressed his remorse. As your homeroom teacher, I have the right to scold you, but I will never allow anyone else to belittle you, even if everyone perceives you as troublemakers. I will always regard you as my cherished students. However, can you not show a bit of resilience? What kind of future awaits you if you continue down this path? Zhou Ling, frustrated, contemplated how to guide these two young men towards a better direction. Teacher, we genuinely understand our mistakes. I promise I will never engage in fighting again. Su Yuwen vowed earnestly. I will also make that promise, Tang Mingxian quickly added. Su Yuwen replied, understood. We will reflect deeply, so please rest assured, Teacher Zhou. Gu Ran gazed at the wounds adorning Su Yuwen's face, feeling a pang of sympathy. It wasn't until the class concluded that she mustered the courage to inquire. Does it hurt? Su Yuwen replied with a grin. Oh, it hurts. What about it? Do you wish to tend to my injuries? With a sidelong glance at his playful demeanor, Gu Ran retorted, Get lost. She then rummaged through her backpack, extracting a few adhesive bandages, adorned with charming animated designs. Observing the bandages, Su Yuwen quipped, Are you intending to apply these for me? Gu Ran shot him a cold glare and tossed the bandages into his hands, stating, Do it yourself. This. Aran, you truly lack an appreciation for delicate beauty. Su Yuwen exclaimed dramatically. Gu Ran's lips twitched, Delicate beauty. Is that not the case? Am I not handsome? He seized the moment to promote himself further. He successfully affixed the bandages in visible areas, yet his forehead remained untouched. After struggling for quite some time without success, he pitifully beseeched Gu Ran, Aran, I don't have eyes on my forehead. Could you please help me out? Gu Ran was at a loss for words, but seeing the pain etched across his face, which was a direct consequence of her own actions, her heart softened. All right, close your eyes. Su Youwen obediently complied, and Gu Ran carefully placed the whimsical bandages on his face. Unbeknownst to her, Su Youwen secretly opened his eyes, peeking at her through slits. Gu Ran was entirely focused on her task, oblivious to his furtive glances. She playfully tapped his head, scolding, "You fool. Why did you let yourself end up like this?" Su Youwen replied earnestly, "I merely wish to protect you." "You're insane," Gu Ran exclaimed, giving Su Youwen another light tap on the head. All done. She collected the discarded wrappers of the band-aids from the table and stood up to throw them away. Tang Mingxian approached Su Youwen, observing his face adorned with colorful patches, and burst into laughter. "What on earth have you put on your face?" "What do you mean, what on earth?" Su Youwen shot him a glare. "You should take a look in the mirror," Tang Mingxian suggested. Su Youwen retrieved a small mirror from his backpack and was taken aback to see his face decorated in a vibrant array of colors. He let out a long sigh. "Gu Ran helped me put them on. What do you think? Quite charming, isn't it?" "Charming? It's absolutely delightful," Tang Mingxian replied, shaking his head and clapping his hands in amusement. "It's nothing," Su Youwen quickly interjected. "You both were a bit too impulsive earlier, weren't you? Fighting right away." Gu Ran remarked. "I'm sorry for worrying you. I promise I won't fight anymore. Please don't be angry, all right?" Su Youwen said with a cheeky grin. "All right, that sounds good," Gu Ran responded. Su Youwen felt a wave of joy wash over him, his happiness akin to that of a carefree child. Chapter 20, I will protect you during physical education class. Older students were also engaged in activities on the playground. After warm-up exercises, students strolled in small groups as the PE teacher called out student numbers for the 50-meter dash fitness assessment. Su Youwen was summoned by the PE teacher and began his test. Meanwhile, Gu Ran was walking on the playground when suddenly a shadow loomed over her. She looked up to meet Zhou Zhao's haughty gaze. "Gu Ran, how have you been lately?" he asked, a chilling, mischievous smile playing on his lips. Gu Ran instinctively wished to flee. "What do you want?" she asked. "What can I do?" Zhou Yao smiled slyly. "I wish for you to be my girlfriend. Last time." Before I could finish speaking, that scoundrel Su Youwen interrupted us. "I don't know you. Leave me alone," Gu Ran declared, turning to walk away. However, Zhou Yao firmly grasped her arm, raising an eyebrow, thinking of escaping. "It won't be that easy." Gu Ran attempted to shake off the hand gripping her arm. But Zhou Yao's strength was too formidable. She could not break free. "I refuse. I do not like you. I will never agree," Gu Ran protested, struggling. "What are you doing?" Su Youwen, noticing the scene from a distance, rushed over without a moment's hesitation, seizing Zhou Yao's hand and forcefully throwing it aside. Zhou Yao winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he glared at Su Youwen. He pushed back and shouted angrily, "You again." Su Youwen shielded Gu Ran behind him, growling fiercely, "What now? I warned you last time to keep your distance from my people. Why have you returned?" Zhou Yao scoffed. "What are you even? How dare you threaten me? When I was out causing chaos, you were still playing in the mud. I swear, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't bear the surname Su." Su Youwen lunged at Zhou Yao like a ferocious wolf. The two tumbled to the ground, exchanging blows. Su Youwen's fists fell upon Zhou Yao's face like a relentless downpour, while Zhou Yao retaliated with equally forceful strikes to Su Youwen's visage, each hit landing with palpable impact. The scene was ablaze with excitement, swiftly capturing the attention of a large circle of students, enveloping them in layers of eager spectators. At that moment, Tang Mingxian was oblivious to what had transpired. Just as he twisted to cap off his water bottle, he heard a classmate shout, "Su Youwen and Zhou Yao are fighting. Hurry and take a look." Without hesitation, Tang Mingxian discarded the bottle, cursing under his breath, "Damn, not again." The bottle crashed to the ground, spilling water everywhere. As Tang Mingxian plunged into the crowd, he found the two engaged in a brutal exchange, each bearing the marks of their conflict, their faces resembling grotesque masks. "Enough already," Tang Mingxian exclaimed as he attempted to pull Su Youwen away. Su Youwen struggled fiercely, shaking off Tang Mingxian, who was then sent sprawling to the ground by the force of inertia, wincing in pain. "Damn, this is madness." In a surge of urgency, Gu Ran rushed forward to grab Su Youwen. Unbeknownst to him, it was Gu Ran, and he flung her off with even greater force, causing her to stumble back and fall, crying out in pain. Only then did Su Youwen realize, turning to see Gu Ran on the ground, and he shouted in alarm. Gu Ran, seizing the opportunity while Su Youwen's attention was diverted, Zhou Yao landed a punch squarely on Su Youwen's face, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce glare, Youwen seethed. I'll be damned. Gathering all his strength, he retaliated with a powerful kick to Zhou Yao's chest, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, as if all the bones in his body had shattered. Pain exploding in his vision like fireworks. Youwen approached Gu Ran with an air of disdain, crouching down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. Without sparing her a glance, he carried her towards the infirmary. Zhou Yao rose, casting a disapproving look at the physical education teacher before brushing off the dust from his clothes and departing the playground. The teacher, bewildered, seized Tang Mingxian and inquired. Tang Mingxian, what was the reason for the altercation between Su Youwen and Zhou Yao? Tang Mingxian, in a somewhat more amiable manner, smiled and replied. Why don't you take a guess? The teacher furrowed his brow, perplexed by such insolence. Have students today truly lost all respect for their teachers? In the infirmary, Su Youwen gently laid Gu Ran on the bed, his concern evident as he asked, Where does it hurt? Gazing into Su Youwen's tender eyes, Gu Ran felt a warmth envelop her. She shook her head softly, replying, I'm fine. Really? Do not deceive me, Su Youwen said, his brow furrowing in worry. And you ask me how I am? Just look at your face. As Gu Ran spoke, her voice began to quiver. Noticing her lowered head and the hoarseness in her tone, Su Youwen tenderly cupped her face in his hands, only to find her eyes glistening with tears, which tugged at his heartstrings. Do not cry for me. Seeing you this way pains me. He gently wiped the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes. Please, do not do this again. Gu Ran grasped the hem of his shirt and shook her head, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Observing her tears, Youwen reached out, his rough fingertips brushing against her cheek, creating a slightly ticklish sensation. Do not weep. Su Youwen was clumsy with words of comfort, merely repeating this phrase awkwardly. It is all my fault. You need not concern yourself with me. Gu Ran's voice was hushed, her words gentle yet weighing heavily upon Su Youwen's heart, rendering him breathless. How could I possibly disregard you? Su Youwen spoke tenderly, his voice faltering. How could I not protect you? Gu Ran's heart swelled with warmth as she instinctively embraced him. Su Youwen's face flushed deeply. The breeze danced softly, the curtains fluttered, and sunlight streamed down upon them, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Thank you, Su Youwen. You were truly kind to me. Chapter 21. Disciplinary action. Su Youwen cast his gaze elsewhere, muttering, If I don't study, I want to study. Zhou Ling, initially merely annoyed, was now utterly incensed upon hearing Su Youwen's words. What are you talking about? What will you do if you don't study? Do you intend to follow in the footsteps of those societal delinquents? Zhou Ling was filled with exasperation. Being a delinquent isn't such a bad option, Su Youwen retorted. Zhou Ling trembled with anger. Su Youwen, do you not realize that Director Su has learned about your fighting and intends to impose public disciplinary action on you? Now, you won't even be able to study if you wish to. Humph. I couldn't care less, Su Youwen scoffed. Su Youwen, Zhou Ling cried out, her eyes instantly reddening. Ms. Zhou, you need not waste your emotions on me any longer. I am not cut out for academic pursuits, and education is not the sole path to success. Su Youwen stated. Zhou Ling, though new to teaching, had devoted her heart entirely to the noble cause of education, hoping to transform lives through knowledge and guide individuals toward a brighter future. Life is but a single journey. I merely wish for you to avoid future regrets. Zhou Ling sat upon a frigid wooden chair, her eyes dim and forlorn. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, for your concern. I shall take your words into serious consideration. I apologize for causing you distress. Su Youwen bowed respectfully to Zhou Ling. Although he was reluctant to heed her advice, he comprehended the underlying sentiment. Zhou Ling was genuinely worried about his future. It was the first time in his life that someone had shown such concern for him. And regardless of whether he accepted her guidance, he felt grateful. He did not wish to hurt someone who cared so deeply for him. Yes, thank you, Teacher Zhou. Su Youwen bowed once more before turning to exit Zhou Ling's office quietly. Zhou Ling remained seated, taking a sip from her cup. To her colleague, she remarked, You need not concern yourself with Su Youwen. For one who has no desire to study, no amount of persuasion will prove effective. As his teacher, my responsibility lies in guiding him. I do not wish for him to live a life filled with regrets. Regardless of his acceptance, I shall continue to speak. It is my duty. Zhou Ling was resolute. Is it due to the incident during P.E. class? Gu Ran inquired, her brow furrowed with worry. Do not create unnecessary trouble, she cautioned, her expression serious. If you wish to talk, feel free to come find me. After all, you know where I live. If you prefer not to visit, a simple phone call will suffice, and I promise to come at once. Su Youwen replied with a smile. You're still joking. Despite having received a disciplinary notice, Gu Ran chided. It's merely a reprimand. It won't cost me anything significant, Su Youwen retorted dismissively. Su Youwen. Gu Ran felt a pang of discomfort within, knowing that this disciplinary action was a consequence of her involvement. Do not dwell on me too much. Nor should you forget me entirely. Su Youwen laughed cheerfully, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he prepared to leave. Su Youwen. I'm sorry. Gu Ran extended her hand and grasped Su Youwen's. Turning to her, Su Youwen comforted, it's all right. As the class bell rang, Su Youwen withdrew her hand, her smile radiant. Class is starting, I must go. Watching Su Youwen's gradually receding figure, Gu Ran felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. In the days that followed, Su Youwen did not return to school. His seat remained conspicuously empty. Gu Ran would often find herself lost in thought as she gazed at his vacant spot, yearning for the boy who always smiled so broadly at her. He had always stood by her side, protecting her and serving as her shield against countless adversities. He would fight for her, emerging battered and bruised, yet still smiling brightly at her with his face marked by bruises. He would tenderly caress her face, repeatedly reassuring her. It's all right. After school, Gu Ran quietly approached Su Youwen's home, her heart heavy with trepidation as she stood at the doorstep, hesitating to enter. She merely wished to catch a glimpse of Su Youwen from afar. After lingering for quite some time without knocking, she prepared to turn away when a tall figure blocked her path. With hands braced against the door, he grinned. What brings you here? Sneaking around without telling me? Gazing at Su Youwen before her, Gu Ran stammered. When did you arrive? Why didn't you call for me? Su Youwen pressed his lips together in a smile, playfully pushing Gu Ran back against the door, encircling her with his arms. You seemed so lost in thought. I didn't want to disturb you. You should have called for me. Gu Ran felt warmth rush to her ears. Su Youwen's actions were undeniably intimate. Su Youwen gazed at her, reaching out his large hand to gently pat her head, calling her a fool. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him, for she had come to realize her affection for him. Gu Ran leaned quietly against Su Youwen, attuned to the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. His body radiated warmth and strength, serving as a protective shield against the tempest of life. It seemed her fondness for him only deepened, and she harbored a fear that one day she might become utterly ensnared by her feelings. Throughout her life, Gu Ran had never encountered anyone who could bring her such unbridled joy. Su Youwen was like a radiant sunbeam. As they walked along the path, Gu Ran spoke. Su Youwen, I have a piano recital at the end of this month, and I hope you will come to cheer for me. Of course, I will definitely be there. Su Youwen replied with a smile. If you come to support me, I believe I will surely win an award. Gu Ran beamed brightly. Who would have thought I had become so important? Su Youwen chuckled. A breeze stirred, and a flurry of yellow ginkgo leaves danced in the air, cascading like golden raindrops into their shared world. Chapter 22. The recital. The future always appeared uncertain, akin to a bird that cannot alight, forever unable to perceive its destination. The wind playfully tousled Su Youwen's short hair, causing strands to flutter gently. Dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt and faded deep blue jeans, his eyes held a depth of wisdom far beyond his years, revealing a maturity that belied his youth. He had endured much and possessed an understanding that surpassed that of his peers. On the day of the recital, Su Youwen entered the venue with his ticket, only to find the hall brimming with spectators. Gu Ran had selected an impeccable seat for him, situated right in the center of the audience. The concert featured an array of instruments, including the violin, cello, and piano, all essential elements of such an event. Su Youwen, not particularly knowledgeable about music, found himself on the brink of slumber numerous times. However, in anticipation of Gu Ran's performance, he pinched himself repeatedly to remain alert. The competition comprised 35 participants, with Gu Ran scheduled to perform 20th. Su Youwen patiently counted each performer, fearful of missing her turn. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Ran finally graced the stage. Adorned in a flowing aquamarine gown, her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing soft curls that harmonized beautifully with her attire. A subtle makeup accentuated her features, rendering her ethereal, leaving Su Youwen entranced. As Gu Ran closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, she calmed her nerves and placed her delicate hands upon the piano keys. She began to play Debussy's Clair de Lune. Although Su Youwen couldn't decipher the nuances of the piece, its familiar strains resonated within him, evoking memories intertwined with the melody. His thoughts drifted far away, lost in a tapestry of recollection and sound. In the final moments, as the last note resounded, a thunderous applause erupted, reverberating throughout the hall. Su Youwen leapt to his feet, fervently clapping his hands, feeling an intense warmth radiate from his palms. As it was foretold by Gu Ran, She claimed the first prize in this performance competition. Standing on the podium, she radiated brilliance, rendering the world around her a mere shadow of its former vibrancy. Seated below, Youwen was so overwhelmed with excitement that he forgot to applaud, feeling as if a vast galaxy separated him from her. The thunderous ovation engulfed him, emphasizing her elusiveness. Ren emerged from the concert hall, trophy in hand, and caught sight of Youwen's silhouette. She longed to call out to him, yet was ensnared by a throng of reporters, helplessly watching as Youwen's figure receded further into the distance. To Ren, Youwen represented a glimmer of hope amidst her otherwise dull existence. She rested her head on Weiji's shoulder, seeking solace in the meager warmth it offered. Winning the trophy would elicit praise for her as a good daughter, while failure would invite scorn and harsh reprimands. Recently, Weiji's condition had deteriorated markedly, her temperament growing ever more volatile. The slightest deviation from her desires would send her into a furious tirade. The suffocation and anguish were overwhelming. What, then, is the purpose of life? Ran. Do you know? Your father is Bai Langming. Weiji gently caressed Ren's face, her gaze lingering on the features that increasingly resembled Bai Langming's. A tumult of love and resentment stirred within her. In their youth, Weiji and Bai Langming had attended the same music academy, with Bai Langming 2 years her senior. During a school music competition, Weiji was captivated by Bai Langming's passionate performance, lost in the world of music he conjured. Bai Langming hailed from a distinguished family. His father was a prosecutor and his mother a cellist. With a lifelong passion for music, he was destined to tread the path of melody, assured a luminous future. Young Weiji yearned for love and pursued Bai Langming with unwavering determination. Eventually, she became pregnant with his child. Yet Bai Langming could not forsake his promising future for a woman he deemed of little worth. He callously abandoned her. Due to the arrival of her child, she was expelled from school and subsequently vanished without a trace. From that moment on, she fell into silence and obscurity. Once, she was the most beautiful girl in that institution, excelling in music among her peers. Yet, everything unraveled thereafter. She loved Bai Langming, and she also loathed him. This intricate emotional turmoil was projected onto Ren by Weiji, who lived in a toxic and obsessive environment, causing Ren to feel as though she were losing her sanity. Understanding the tribulations Weiji had endured, Ren felt a mix of pity and disdain towards her. A woman whose life was devastated by love is indeed pitiable. However, having relinquished everything because of it renders her somewhat contemptible. Ren vowed never to lead a similar existence, refusing to become a fool who sacrifices everything for love. Yet, as Weiji continued to press her, Ren contemplated that one day she would surely escape. One must ascend to the highest and most radiant heights for him to notice and acknowledge you. Weiji gripped Ren's shoulders tightly, her emotions surging. Ren perceived the pathological madness in Weiji's eyes and felt an overwhelming fear. She desperately wished to flee, as if she were suffocating. I understand, mother, Ren obediently nodded. Weiji enveloped Ren in a fierce embrace, yearning to merge into her life. Weiji, your desire for me to stand in the highest and most brilliant place is not merely for me to be seen, but rather, to allow you to be seen. She longed for the man who once cherished and subsequently abandoned her to feel a flicker of regret. He walks along a path adorned with flowers and sunshine, harboring no desire to see her again. Seeing you is akin to confronting my own ignobility, my own filth, remnants I long to erase. That day, Ren could no longer endure Weiji's reprimands and fled outside, seeking refuge in the small pavilion of the park. This time, however, the first to find her was Youwen. Hey, what are you doing there? Youwen exclaimed with a radiant smile directed at Ren. Ren turned her head, somewhat bewildered. What business is it of yours? She retorted, her demeanor as indifferent as ever. Out here because you didn't want to practice the piano, right? Youwen chuckled. How did you know? Ren's lustrous black hair cascaded to her shoulders before slowly falling away. I know you well, Youwen replied, taking a seat beside her. Ren glanced at him with a smile, her graceful swan-like neck exposed. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over her. Mom, Ren called out. Youwen turned to see a flustered Weiji standing before them, pointing an accusatory finger at him. She erupted in fury. Is it you who causes Ren to keep running out? You insufferable brat, do not meddle with my daughter. A person like my daughter is forever beyond your reach. You aren't even worthy to carry her shoes. Youwen had never encountered such hurtful words. His face flushed with indignation. Mom, he isn't, he's just my classmate, and there is nothing more between us. Please don't overthink it. Gu Ran quickly interjected, linking her arm with Gu Weiji's in a bid to explain. Gu Weiji was in a state of extreme agitation, without uttering a word. She raised her hand and struck Gu Ran across the face with great force. Wretched girl. Gu Weiji spat venomously. Gu Ran, clutching her stinging cheek, looked up at Gu Weiji, tears cascading down her face like pearls strung on a broken thread. A wave of humiliation and indignation surged within her. Yet it was overshadowed by a profound heartache. Youwen, witnessing the scene, instinctively raised his hand to shield Gu Ran. Having previously discerned the discord between her and her mother, though he had not anticipated it would escalate to this extent. A fierce determination ignited in the youth's eyes. I will not allow you to harm Gu Ran. Yet Gu Weiji retorted scornfully, Gu Ran, you truly are quite the achiever. Just a few days after transferring, and you've already found yourself a protector. It's not like that. Gu Ran sobbed. Still, Youwen stubbornly gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. In a flash, Gu Weiji, consumed by rage, forcefully shoved Youwen aside. He was taken aback by her strength, stumbling and crashing against the stone wall. Gu Weiji seized Gu Ran by the arm, dragging her homeward. Andy, what do you intend to do with Gu Ran? Let her go. Youwen rushed to Gu Weiji's side in an attempt to rescue Gu Ran, but to his dismay, Gu Weiji's piercing gaze swept over him, and she delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. The sudden impact left him reeling in agony, his body propelled forward, colliding with the column of a small pavilion before collapsing to the ground, pain blurring his vision. Youwen curled up, trembling slightly, and slowly stood. Taking faltering steps forward, Gu Ran, wait for me. I will save you. However, after just a few steps, the pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed once more onto the ground. Chapter 23. Paper airplanes. Upon awakening once more, Youwen found himself ensconced within a hospital room, gazing up at the stark white ceiling and the precariously swaying ceiling fan. And four dripped steadily into his hand, while waves of sharp pain coursed through his lower abdomen. Finally awake, old Su. Tang Mingxian exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. Breathlessly, Youwen inquired, what has happened to me? You collapsed in the park. I received the call and rushed over, Tang Mingxian replied. With heartfelt gratitude, Youwen said, thank you, old Tang. Spare me the thanks. We are practically family, he retorted. Concern etched on his face. What on earth transpired? Youwen recounted the events in their entirety, and Tang Mingxian grasped the situation. Gu Ran's mother is truly terrifying? Indeed, I wonder how Gu Ran is faring now. While you worry about others, you ought to prioritize your own well-being. Struggling to sit up, Youwen insisted. I cannot remain here. I must check on Gu Ran. Tang Mingxian quickly interjected. What madness is this? No matter how dire her situation, it pales in comparison to yours. Who else has sustained such injuries? Shadows cast by his lashes obscured Youwen's eyes as he murmured, but do not fret. I shall visit her on your behalf and relay any news, Tang Mingxian assured him. A glimmer of hope illuminated Youwen's expression. Really? Tang Mingxian nodded. Do you doubt my word? All right, thank you, Youwen replied, an unsettling sensation blooming within him, an intuition that Gu Ran might slip away from him at any moment. He recalled the day they met by the bridge, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing longingly at the tumultuous river below. Had he not encountered her that day, would she have jumped and vanished without a trace? Tang Mingxian, following Youwen's instructions, arrived at Gu Ran's residence. He knocked on the door and waited for what felt like an eternity before someone finally answered. A woman emerged, bearing a hint of weariness yet possessing undeniable beauty. She was strikingly similar to Gu Ran, undoubtedly her mother. With firm conviction, he inquired, Hello, Annie, I am a classmate of Gu Ran. Gu Weiji replied, What is it that you need? Tang Mingxian, displaying utmost politeness, stated, Today is a school day, yet Gu Ran did not attend. Teacher Shou sent me to check on her. Gu Weiji cast a cold glance his way, sending a chill down Tang Mingxian's spine. Gu Ran is unwell today, and I have allowed her to rest. Tang Mingxian smiled amiably. That is fine. Here is her homework for today, as requested by Teacher Zhu. Accepting the assignments, Gu Weiji said, understood. Tang Mingxian awkwardly remarked, Then I shall take my leave. He promptly turned and departed, wishing not to linger for a moment longer. What a frightening woman. She sent shivers down my spine, he muttered to himself while hugging his arms. Gu Weiji ascended to the second floor, delivering the assignments to Gu Ran. This is from your classmate. Only then did Gu Ran cease her tears, looking up at Gu Weiji with her swollen, red eyes. Gu Weiji stood over her, scrutinizing her with an imposing presence. What is there to cry about? Is it necessary to weep so over a man? Everything I do is for your own good. Gu Ran choked back her sobs. No, you are not doing this for my benefit. You are doing it for yourself. Gu Weiji had never anticipated that Gu Ran would resist her. After a moment of choking back her emotions, she continued. What you desire is to be seen by Bai Lang Ming, while I am merely a tool for your exploitation. Does this man truly deserve such sacrifices? Must our lives be sacrificed for him? Without uttering a word, Gu Weiji struck her daughter across the face. You have no right to speak in my presence. You are my daughter. Everything about you belongs to me. You must do as I command. Gu Weiji appeared to be in a frenzy. I only wish to hold my life in my own hands. Your life? Gu Weiji savored these words, unable to refrain from a loud laugh, finding it utterly ludicrous. Tell me, what constitutes a correct life for an individual? Gu Ran remained silent. She did not possess the answer. Her own life had only just begun. How could she know what a meaningful existence entailed? You know nothing. Gu Weiji despondently exited her room and locked the door behind her. You are not to attend school this week. Contemplate your thoughts at home before returning. I must make you understand that you currently have no right to discuss life with me. Mom. Gu Ran rushed to the door, pounding desperately. Mom, let me out. She cried, her entire body trembling, yet no one came to her aid. She collapsed to the floor, hugging her knees as tears streamed down her face. Please don't confine me, please. She wept intermittently for a long while, until exhaustion overcame her. Finally, she staggered to her feet and approached the bed. Where the assignments that Gu Weiji had brought lay scattered across the floor, the pages of her notebook flung open. The words on the page distinctly settled into her gaze. Aran, stay strong, I will come to rescue you. Overcome with emotion, she clutched the notebook tightly and wept aloud. She recognized the handwriting. It belonged to Su Youwen. Su Youwen, please come and save me. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Su Youwen, I miss you. She wondered how he was faring. For over a decade, her life had been governed by forces beyond her control, suffocated by oppression. Only Su Youwen had illuminated her existence, revealing that warmth and love still belonged to her in this world. She had been confined by Gu Weiji for 2 days, provided with food and drink, yet devoid of freedom. Even her beloved piano playing had been replaced with an electronic keyboard, a testament to the woman's madness. Gu Ran muttered to herself. Just then, Gu Weiji entered with milk and fruit, approaching her with an expressionless face that bore an unsettling smile. Aran, it's time to have your milk and fruit, she stated. Gu Ran responded, numbly consuming the offerings, resigned to acquiescence. She should have felt happiness, yet it eluded her. Satisfied by Gu Ran's compliance, Gu Weiji continued, Aran, you must listen well. Only then can you become a great pianist. Once again with that phrase. If it were possible, why don't you go? Gu Weiji replied, Aran, when you grow up, you will understand my words. I don't want to understand, I only feel pain. Gu Weiji reached out to touch Gu Ran's long hair. Just play the piano well, and when you comprehend, I will set you free. Gu Ran remained silent. Suddenly, the door was slammed shut. With a heavy thud, Gu Ran collapsed onto her bed, gazing at the expanse of the white sky. Suddenly, something knocked against the window, prompting her to rise and peer outside. To her delight, Su Youwen stood below, beaming and waving enthusiastically. Su Youwen, her heart swelled with joy. He crafted a paper airplane and sent it soaring towards her room, where it landed directly in front of her. Elated, she picked up the paper airplane, examining it closely to find words inscribed upon it. Gently, she unfolded it and discovered it was a letter from Su Youwen. Dear Rand, do not be afraid, for I shall always stand by your side, accompanying and protecting you. In a flurry of excitement, Gu Ran hurriedly fashioned her own paper airplane, inscribing a message for Su Youwen before sending it his way. He retrieved the plane and opened it. I believe in you, it read. Chapter 24. A shared escape at 3 o'clock in the morning. Gu Ran stealthily slipped out of her home as per their agreement. Su Youwen had already packed his belongings and awaited her downstairs. His backpack slung over his shoulder and a smile on his face. Gu Ran filled her eyes well with tears of joy. Get in the car, Su Youwen urged her. Right, she replied, rushing to him and embracing the small figure of Xiao Xiao before taking her seat in the back of the car. They had already decided to purchase train tickets to Banping Mountain. Once on the train, Gu Ran turned to look out the window. Su Youwen asked, Are you reluctant to leave? Gu Ran turned to him, shaking her head. No, I am truly happy. I am finally free. Su Youwen clasped her hand, saying, No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Touched, Gu Ran replied, Thank you. As the train departed, they finally left behind the suffocating city. When she began to possess her own consciousness, her world had always revolved around Gu Weiji alone. In the jubilant and bustling amusement park, Mom, I want to ride that, Gu Ran exclaimed, pointing at the vividly colored carousel, where the children atop it were filled with joy. Gu Weiji forcefully tugged at Gu Ran's hand. Her fury palpable. You are not allowed to go. The young Gu Ran broke free and dashed toward the carousel, craning her neck to plead, Mom, I want to ride that carousel. Unexpectedly, a sharp and resounding slap landed on her face, and she fell helplessly to the ground, gazing up at the woman before her. The woman, filled with rage, declared, You are my daughter. You will do as I say. If I say no, then it is no. Gu Ran was momentarily stunned by the blow, tears streaming down her face, feeling that the woman before her was a stranger. She was entirely different from the gentle mother she once knew. Surely, she must have been possessed by a demon. That was her only thought at that time. Although Gu Ran was still quite young, the trauma was so profound that even years later, she remembered it vividly. Like a thorn embedded in her heart that could never be removed, perpetually piercing her in moments of unawareness. She could not bear to continue such a life for even a single day. It was too painful, too exhausting. Perhaps death would be a better alternative than her current existence. Banping Mountain was a relatively remote coastal city in another province, and Youwen could not fathom why Gu Ran wished to go there. Sitting on the green train, the weather was sweltering, the scorching heat enveloping them, and they would likely reach their destination by tomorrow morning. She had purchased a seat, yet the journey was far from comfortable. Gu Ran shared numerous stories with him, recounting her childhood, her growth, the people she encountered, and various events, but she refrained from mentioning her father. A surge of curiosity erupted within him. What about your father? Gu Ran replied, I do not have a father. Youwen extended his large hand and gently tousled her hair, saying, It's all right. I am here with you. Gu Ran looked at him and nodded vigorously. They traveled for quite a while before arriving at Banping Mountain. The morning air was chilly and damp. Gu Ran hugged herself for warmth, and Youwen removed his coat to wrap it around her shoulders. They slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, where the sunrise that day was breathtakingly beautiful. It was so tranquil and pure, reminiscent of a young maiden slowly unveiling a golden veil, revealing an enchanting beauty that captivated the heart. How beautiful, Gu Ran exclaimed. Youwen replied, Indeed. The two of them rested together by the seaside for a while. Where could two teenagers truly venture? As dawn broke, Gu Ran led Youwen to a small eatery for a meal. With little money between them, they ordered 2 bowls of egg fried rice. The proprietress approached, placing the food before them, and, noticing Gu Ran, exclaimed in surprise, Little girl, you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine. Gu Ran smiled and replied, Auntie, is your friend named Gu Weiji? Yes. How did you know? I am Gu Weiji's daughter, Gu Ran. My mother brought me to meet you when I was little, she explained. Ah, you are her daughter. I cannot believe how much you have grown. When I last saw you, you appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, and yet, in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. The proprietress exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, time flies so swiftly. Gu Ran replied with a smile. How is your mother? Is she well? The proprietress inquired. She is doing reasonably well, Gu Ran responded, choosing not to divulge further details, thus deftly evading the question. That is good. That is good. Why have you only ordered 2 bowls of fried rice? I shall treat you to 2 complimentary dishes. Please wait. The proprietress declared warmly. No need for that. Gu Ran politely declined, yet the proprietress, with remarkable speed, had already dashed into the kitchen. Gu Ran, who is she? Youwen asked. She is my mother's childhood friend. I used to come here to play when I was young, Gu Ran explained. Suddenly, Youwen comprehended why Gu Ran had come to this distant province. It was, in fact, her hometown. Observing Youwen's expression, Gu Ran realized that he had grasped the significance of this place. Well, how fortunate I am to accompany you, Youwen remarked, gently ruffling Gu Ran's hair. Thank you, Gu Ran replied with a smile. The proprietress enthusiastically prepared 3 local delicacies, and Gu Ran expressed her gratitude while offering to pay, but the proprietress persistently refused. Engaging Gu Ran in delightful conversation, she mentioned that although the area is remote, it is coastal, and hence, the government has been promoting tourism, leading to an improvement in both business and the environment over the years. However, due to health reasons, the proprietress has never had children, which has fostered a deep affection for Gu Ran, who, during her childhood, had always wished to adopt her as a goddaughter. 2 individuals engaged in delightful conversation for an extended period. As the time approached for their departure, they bid farewell, and the proprietress made her way to the seaside. The ocean here was an exquisite shade of azure, with numerous stones dotting the shore, where mischievous little crabs scuttled about. Gu Ran caught 2 tiny crabs beneath the rocks and placed them in a glass jar, finding it quite amusing. Youwen held Gu Ran's hand, strolling barefoot along the edge of the beach. The waves lapped against the shore, and Gu Ran's lips curled into a smile, a sense of joy illuminating her face. That day, had you not appeared before me, perhaps I would have ceased to exist. That day? Ah, indeed, it was the day I stood upon the bridge. Youwen extended his arm, pulling her gently into his embrace, and softly reassured her, do not think that way. Remember, regardless of what transpires, I am by your side. Even in a world filled with solitude, you have me. Thank you for gracing my existence. Gu Ran was moved to tears. Chapter 25. Captured again at Bamping Mountain. There lay an abandoned railway track. The new trains had rendered the old one obsolete. Gu Ran spread her arms wide, playfully walking along the rails, while Youwen held her hand, accompanying her. As Gu Ran swayed, Youwen stayed close, ensuring her balance. Youwen, I suddenly feel that living is truly wonderful. Oh? Why is that? Because I get to meet you, she exclaimed with laughter. I do not fancy princes. I adore the knight who clears the path for me through thorns. Gu Ran gazed at Youwen, smiling. You are my knight. Indeed, I shall be your knight for a lifetime. Forever and ever, I will protect you. Gu Ran took Youwen to the house of her childhood. In the past, Gu Weiji had sold their old home to gather funds for her departure. And now that house no longer belonged to them. Standing across the street from the old house, Gu Ran raised her hand, casting a shadow over her eyes as she gazed at the building. Youwen, she said, do you see the room on the east side of the second floor? That used to be my room, while the one on the west belonged to Gu Weiji. Later, when I was plagued by nightmares, Gu Weiji would carry me to her room to sleep together. Youwen stood beside her, listening attentively. There was a flower bed in front of the house. At that time, I had a fondness for flowers, so Gu Weiji asked our neighbor for some cacti to plant. I didn't like cacti and cried to Gu Weiji about it. She told me that cacti were resilient and could survive in harsh conditions, and their blooms were quite beautiful, rivaling those of more colorful flowers. She hoped I would live with the tenacity of a cactus, unassuming in appearance but capable of blossoming beautifully. Youwen continued to listen as Gu Ran recounted her memories. Yet, Gu Weiji herself could not embody the strength of a cactus. She often cried, sometimes standing still, tears streaming down her face. I would always see her eyes red with sorrow. How could she expect me to be strong when she herself fell short? How selfish. Are adults inherently selfish, projecting their unfulfilled desires onto their children? Perhaps so. Perhaps the essence of humanity is indeed rooted in selfishness, Youwen remarked. With Youwen, she felt an overwhelming sense of freedom and joy. As long as she could be herself, there were no harsh reprimands or suffocating pressures. She believed that as long as she could be with Youwen, she would willingly go anywhere. On that sun-drenched afternoon, the pavement scorched underfoot. Yet the laughter of that person rang out, crisp and melodious. They had been running for 3 days, living in the moment, never contemplating what their next steps would be. Simply being together brought them happiness. However, they never anticipated the arrival of the 4th day. As they reached the marketplace, they were intercepted by the police. Hand in hand, they attempted to flee but were captured and taken to the police station. Are you Gu Ran and Youwen? Yes. Youwen's tail of laughter wagged playfully in his hand. Do you realize your families are searching for you? Youwen replied with a smile, I have no family. Gu Ran. All right. At the entrance of the Jiangzhou police station, Gu Weiji glared at Youwen, pointing a finger and berating him. You scoundrel. How dare you abduct my daughter? Zhou Ling defended Youwen. Please do not speak to the child that way. If there is fault, it lies with both. Gu Weiji, agitated, exclaimed, how could you raise a child under such circumstances? I will go to the principal's office tomorrow. Zhou Ling, infuriated, retorted, parents, please do not be unreasonable. We are all pained by what has happened. We must educate and care, rather than hurling baseless accusations. Gu Weiji furiously declared, I have no interest in debating with you. Rest assured, I will not allow you to have it easy. Wait for you, she said, pulling Gu Ran's hand as they turned to leave. Youwen dared not utter a word, quietly trailing behind Zhou Ling with his head bowed. He initially intended to shake his head vigorously, insisting, I'm fine. However, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Zhou Ling chuckled, if you're hungry, let's eat. She led Youwen to a quaint little restaurant where they ordered several stir-fried dishes and 2 bowls of rice. As soon as Youwen received his meal, he devoured it ravenously, prompting Zhou Ling to observe that he seemed as if he hadn't eaten in days. Take your time, be careful not to choke, she advised, fetching a bottle of cola for him. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Youwen expressed his gratitude between mouthfuls. Zhou Ling smiled. No need to be polite. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal missed can leave one feeling quite famished. After a considerable time, Youwen finally paused, gently patting his stomach and letting out a contented burp. Zhou Ling found his demeanor particularly amusing. How many days has it been since you last ate? She inquired. Youwen replied, escaping has been quite arduous. My meals have been inconsistent. Zhou Ling began to lecture him. It's good that you realize this. But why would you make such unwise choices? Youwen sighed softly. Gu Ran has endured too much hardship. You wouldn't understand, teacher. Zhou Ling responded. If you tell me, I might just understand. Youwen hesitated before continuing. I promised Gu Ran I wouldn't speak of it. Zhou Ling smiled. I can guess. It must be because of Gu Ran's mother, right? Youwen replied. That's merely your conjecture, teacher, not something I said. Zhou Ling sighed. Many individuals in this world cannot escape the tribulations of their original families. Youwen responded awkwardly with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Ling replied. You're welcome. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Holding the phone number in his hand, Youwen felt deeply moved. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Ling smiled gently. No need for thanks. Chapter 26. She is hurt. Gu Ran had not attended school for more than 10 days, and Youwen missed her dearly. He picked up his notebook and, in a fit of boredom, repeatedly wrote Gu Ran's name. Aran, I miss you so much. He murmured to himself. Tang Mingxian approached him, teasing, Old Su, are you lovesick? Youwen glanced at him listlessly. It's not that simple. You know her mother. Tang Mingxian sighed, placing a hand on his shoulder. You truly have suffered. The results of the district assessment were commendable. Youwen ranked 81st in the entire grade and 20th in his class. He sincerely hoped that Gu Ran was aware of his progress. After school, he found himself unconsciously cycling several laps around Gu Ran's neighborhood, yet he dared not seek her out, fearing that Gu Weiji would find out and reprimand her. He rode away, eventually making his way to a nearby park, harboring a flicker of hope that he might encounter Gu Ran there. Fortune smiled upon him, as Gu Ran happened to be hiding there to relax. Youwen, spotting her, exclaimed in delight, Aran. Gu Ran turned her gaze towards the sound, surprised and elated to encounter him. Youwen. She hastened to his side. How wonderful it is to see you. I thought I would never see you again. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out and embraced him, causing Youwen to be moved to the point of tears. The two sat upon a bench in the park. It has been quite some time since you last visited the school. Gu Weiji, doesn't he allow me to go? A hint of sorrow crept into her voice. She had lost her mind. Youwen, unsure of how to console her, gently took her hand. Just then, Gu Weiji appeared before them. What are you doing? Gu Ran instinctively released Youwen's hand, but it was too late. Gu Weiji, seething with rage, stormed towards Gu Ran, her eyes wide with fury, leaving Gu Ran frozen in place. With a resounding slap, a stinging handprint marked Gu Ran's fair skin. Youwen immediately rushed to protect her. Vehemently arguing with Gu Weiji, Gu Ran has done nothing wrong. Why are you hitting her? Gu Weiji's fierce gaze bore into Youwen as she retorted with anger. Why are you here again? Who do you think you are? It is my duty to discipline my daughter. It is not your place to interject. Behind Youwen, Gu Ran attempted to push him away, but he stood resolutely like an iron wall, determined to shield her from harm. I will not let you hurt Gu Ran. Youwen proclaimed resolutely. Gu Weiji shouted. You get out of here. Gu Weiji raised her hand and delivered a swift, forceful slap, causing Youwen to fall to the ground, his face instantly swelling. Upon witnessing Youwen's fall, Gu Ran rushed to assist him, only to be forcibly yanked away by Gu Weiji, who gripped her arm tightly. I refuse. Mother. Let go of me. Gu Ran exclaimed, attempting to push Gu Weiji's hand away. Infuriated, Gu Weiji tossed Gu Ran to the ground and, in a flash of anger, kicked her in the abdomen, shouting, You ungrateful wretch, just like your father. All of you are nothing but ingrates. I have nurtured you for so long. Gu Ran gasped in pain from the kick, her face paling as she clutched her stomach and sobbed. Mother, my stomach hurts so much. Do not think that your feigned pain will spare you from my discipline. Gu Weiji bellowed. Beads of sweat formed on Gu Ran's forehead as she cried, Mother, I truly am in pain. I command you to stop pretending, just like that ungrateful father of yours. You are all thankless creatures. Gu Weiji, in a fit of rage, prepared to strike again. Youwen, quick to react, leaped onto Gu Ran, shielding her from further blows. However, he was not impervious to pain and trembled from the impact. Gu Ran, weak and suffering, managed to cry out, Mother. Please help me. I am truly in pain. After uttering these words, she fainted. Su Youwen, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet and glared fiercely at Gu Weiji, the deranged woman before him, roaring, "Have you lost your mind? She is your daughter. You will kill her with your actions." With a surge of anger, Su Youwen forcefully pushed Gu Weiji aside. Consumed by a desire to exact vengeance for the cruelty she had inflicted upon Gu Ran. "Leave at once. With Gu Ran in such a state. Your tears are of no consequence. Hurry to the hospital." Su Youwen, without a moment's hesitation, squatted down and lifted Gu Ran from the ground with precision. "Yes, to the hospital. We must go at once," murmured Gu Weiji, her voice ethereal and distant, as Su Youwen carried Gu Ran in his arms. The sight of Gu Weiji's demeanor ignited a fierce blaze of anger within him. He could scarcely comprehend how Gu Ran had endured over a decade with such a mentally unstable woman. He himself would likely have withered away within a day. A sudden thought struck him: perhaps Gu Ran had suffered immensely throughout the years, and a pang of sorrow surged within him. He had once yearned for familial affection. Yet witnessing Gu Ran's plight brought him an unexpected sense of relief. He pondered what his own family would be like in his presence. It is true that not everyone is inherently equipped to be a parent, nor are all parents deemed adequate. After the emergency consultation, Su Youwen and Gu Weiji waited outside the resuscitation room as time dragged on interminably. Su Youwen had never felt time stretch so painfully. Gu Weiji sat rigidly on a bench, clutching her head and weeping. Recalling Gu Ran's earlier words to him, "Take me away," he suddenly grasped the significance behind her plea. Gu Weiji was undoubtedly neurotic, her mind seemingly unhinged, exhibiting an alarming degree of obsession. The years spent in the presence of such a person must have been sheer torment for Gu Ran. After enduring more than 2 hours of her lamentations, the doctor finally emerged from the resuscitation room. Su Youwen rushed forward, reaching the doctor before Gu Weiji could speak, his urgency palpable. "Doctor, how's Gu Ran's condition?" he inquired anxiously. The doctor stated, "She is now out of danger, but how could a young girl end up in such a state? With a ruptured intestine and internal bleeding, it is evident that she has suffered violence. As her family, you must take good care of her." "Thank you, doctor," Su Youwen replied. Chapter 27. Compelled to transfer schools. The patient has been wheeled into the ward. Please do not disturb her. Allow her to rest properly. After the doctor finished speaking, he nodded and departed. Su Youwen exhaled a sigh of relief, while Gu Weiji, cradling her head in her hands, crouched on the floor in tears, lamenting, "It is all my fault. I am the reason Gu Ran has ended up like this." Su Youwen cast a cold glance at Gu Weiji before turning away towards the ward. On the hospital bed, Gu Ran remained unconscious and 4 needles inserted into her hand, her entire being in a deep slumber. Su Youwen slowly approached her bedside, his heart aching at the sight. He took a seat and grasped her hand, softly murmuring, "I am sorry. I failed to protect you, allowing you to become what you are now." Gazing at Gu Ran's serene sleeping face, Su Youwen gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her temple. Due to Gu Ran's hospitalization, she could not attend school, necessitating an extended leave. He could only wait until her health improved before she could return. The space beside Su Youwen felt desolate, mirroring the emptiness in his heart. He procured 2 mobile phones, discreetly placing one beside Gu Ran, hoping it would facilitate communication. Each day, he found himself lost in thought, staring at his phone whenever it chimed. He eagerly anticipated a message from Gu Ran. Yet, to his dismay, it was always an array of meaningless advertisements. After a long day of classes, he felt utterly lethargic. Once the school day concluded, he swiftly grabbed his backpack and dashed out, having not seen Gu Ran for several days, his heart yearning for her presence. Initially, he intended to visit Gu Ran daily. However, she had expressed concern that Gu Wei's emotional state might deteriorate upon seeing him, and thus advised him against visiting. Su Youwen, having no choice, complied with Gu Ran's wishes. She also confided in him regarding her mother's condition, stating that ever since that man abandoned her, her mother had been in a poor mental state. Yet, out of fear of further distress, Gu Ran typically indulged her mother's whims. However, prolonged emotional suppression inevitably leads to an eruption. For Gu Wei, the abandonment by that man left her with only Gu Ran in her life. She feared losing Gu Ran and, naturally, anyone who might threaten the bond. Su Youwen struggled to fully comprehend such feelings, as he had never experienced anything quite like it. Nevertheless, he could empathize with the fear of losing Gu Ran to someone else. Upon arriving at the hospital, he purchased Gu Ran's favorite canned peaches. Spotting Gu Wei exiting the ward, presumably to fetch her meal, he seized the opportunity to stealthily enter the room. Upon seeing Su Youwen, Gu Ran's heart swelled with joy, and she smiled, asking, "What brings you here?" Su Yuwen, adopting a serious demeanor, approached her and replied, "I haven't seen you in days. I've missed you dearly." Gu Ran's eyes crinkled with laughter as she exclaimed, "You silly." He then retrieved the can of peaches from his backpack and placed it in her hands, saying, "I know how much you love these, so I brought you a can." Gu Ran gazed at the can with immense delight, exclaiming, "Wow, I've been craving these for so long." "Thank you, fool." Su Yuwen scolded with a smile. Gu Ran beamed radiantly, and the sight of her filled Su Yuwen's heart with a sweetness akin to honey. "Shall I help you open it? You can have a bite?" Just as he pondered, the ward door swung open. The moment Gu Weiji laid eyes on Su Yuwen, the food she had just prepared slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor, scattering everywhere. "You little rascal, how dare you show your face here?" Gu Weiji seethed, striding angrily towards Su Yuwen, seizing his collar and unleashing a torrent of abuse. "Mom, let him go," Gu Ran exclaimed, sitting up in bed in an attempt to intervene. Su Yuwen, towering above, looked down at Gu Weiji. In his eyes, anyone who bullied Gu Ran automatically became an enemy, regardless of their relationship. Gu Weiji was no exception. Su Yuwen scoffed derisively, "Indeed. Why should I be afraid to come? I didn't cause Gu Ran's current predicament." "You." Gu Weiji gritted her teeth in fury. "And let go of your hand, even if you were Gu Ran's mother. I owe you no respect. Today, consider it a moment of leniency from an adult, and I shall not hold it against you. But should anything happen to Gu Ran in the future, I will not spare you." Su Yuwen forcefully shook off Gu Weiji's grasp, dusted off his clothes, and with a playful wave to Gu Ran, he sauntered out of the ward. Gu Weiji trembled with rage, while Gu Ran stifled a smile. Gu Weiji turned sharply to glare at Gu Ran, whose expression instantly stiffened. Habitually, Gu Weiji raised her hand, poised to strike. Gu Ran, gazing at the descending hand, chuckled softly, her voice trembling. "Go ahead, hit me. I am no longer afraid." Gu Weiji gazed despondently at Gu Ran before her, yet the figure before her felt so foreign. Was this truly the daughter she had known for over a decade? Gu Ran, enveloped in her embrace, radiated warmth that could thaw a block of ice. Tears, poised on the brink of spilling from her eyes, ultimately held their ground as she gently caressed Gu Weiji's back. For all these years, they had been each other's sole support. Yet now, Gu Weiji wished to part ways with the one person who had always seen her. Was this too cruel? The doctor had mentioned that internal bleeding required a few more days for a comprehensive examination. Only after confirming that all was well could she be discharged. Gu Ran found herself at a loss for how to persuade Gu Weiji to seek medical attention. She felt utterly powerless in her youth. On this day, Gu Ran lay in her hospital bed, absorbed in her phone. When Gu Weiji approached with several sheets of paper, "Please fill this out." Gu Ran looked down, perplexed. "What is this?" Gu Weiji replied, "It's the transfer paperwork. Just sign here. I've already taken care of your enrollment and everything." "Mom, I don't want to. How long have I been at this school? Transferring again?" Gu Ran protested. "This school is not suitable for you, and I plan to relocate for work as well." "You will come with me," Gu Weiji asserted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "I refuse." "Mom, you always do this, saying we're leaving without considering my feelings." Gu Ran lamented. "I only wish for you to stay by my side. I do not wish to hear any of your objections. Just sign the paper. I will handle everything regarding your transfer," Gu Weiji commanded. "I do not want to transfer." Gu Ran cried out as she forcefully tore the few pieces of paper before her, scattering them like snowflakes across the floor. "I am your daughter, but I am not your prisoner," she protested. "You are my possession. No one can take you away from me," Gu Weiji declared. "Even if you refuse to sign today, I will sign for you. My decisions are immutable." "Gu Weiji," Gu Ran shouted in defiance. As Gu Weiji exited the hospital room, he slammed the door shut. The nurses at the front desk, startled by the loud commotion, refrained from approaching. Sensing that Gu Weiji was grappling with profound issues, it was wiser to remain uninvolved. Gu Ran trembled, her shoulders shaking as she wept. "Why? Why must you control my freedom? I am not your possession. I am a living, breathing person. As long as I live, you have no right to choose for me." Her heart was shattered, and she felt as though she had plummeted into an abyss. In her anguish, she lost her reason. "Then why don't you just die?" Chapter 28. Do not say goodbye. Gu Weiji, without regard for Gu Ran's feelings, hastily arranged her transfer to another school. Su Yuwen was devastated upon receiving the news. "Old Su, I heard Gu Ran's mother is transferring her." Tang Mingxian approached him. Su Yuwen, feeling defeated, replied, "I know." Tang Mingxian pressed, "Well, aren't you going to think of a way to stop it?" Su Yuwen lamented, "What can I do? Her mother is so domineering." Tang Mingxian agreed. "Indeed, her mother is terrifying. It's unbearable for any normal person." Su Yuwen, "If only I were formidable enough. Then I could protect Gu Ran." Under the cover of night, Su Yuwen stealthily entered Gu Ran's hospital room, where Gu Ran was pleasantly surprised to see him. "What brings you here? You were about to leave. How could I not come? Did Gu Weiji still manage to arrange my transfer?" "Yes." A pang of sorrow welled up within Gu Ran, yet she did not wish for Su Yuwen to share in her melancholy. She lifted her head and smiled at him. "Though we are apart now, we shall surely meet again in the future." Su Yuwen responded with a smile, "Indeed, we will." Despite the heaviness in his heart, Su Yuwen restrained the urge to shed tears and retrieved a can of canned peaches from his bag, placing it into Gu Ran's hands. "I know you like this, so I bought it for you again." Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you. I will always remember this taste." Su Yuwen gently ruffled her hair. Gu Ran continued, "I will also always remember you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Yuwen embraced her tightly, his voice hoarse. "I never understood what it meant to like someone until I met you." Gu Ran smiled softly. "I feel the same." Ultimately, Gu Ran was taken away by Gu Weiji to complete her transfer. Su Yuwen received a message from Gu Ran detailing the bus schedule and time. He recalled her expressing a fear of parting from people, yet he understood that the true fear lay in seeing someone for the last time and never again. He arrived at the bus station early, choosing a vantage point from which he could observe everything, watching as they entered the station, checked their tickets, and boarded the bus. After Gu Ran boarded the vehicle, she alighted once more, gazing expectantly, fully aware that she was awaiting him. Unable to endure the torment within, he recognized that he must see her one last time. He dashed down the stairs and rushed through the ticket gate, standing resolutely before Gu Ran and embracing her without hesitation. "I will find you. Wait for me." Gu Weiji noticed Su Yuwen storming off the bus, furiously pulling them apart. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a swift kick, causing Su Yuwen to crash to the ground, his leg struck with tremendous force. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Gu Weiji pointed an accusatory finger at him, unleashing a torrent of insults. "You wretched boy, keep your distance from my daughter. I will never allow you to be together." Gu Ran wailed, "Mom." Gu Weiji tugged at her insistently. "Get in the car." Gu Ran shouted out to Su Yuwen outside the vehicle. "Su Yuwen, I will wait for you. I will wait for you to come find me." As the station security dragged Su Yuwen away, the car drove off into the distance. From that moment on, they would be separated by miles. In the absence of Gu Ran, Su Yuwen dedicated himself to relentless study, leaving Tang Mingxian astounded. Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran munched on snacks while chatting. "Have you noticed that old Su has been acting a bit unusual lately?" Tang Mingxian remarked, crunching on a potato chip. Zhou Haoran took a bite of his apple and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is quite off." Tang Mingxian continued, "Ever since Gu Ran left, he has been obsessed." Zhou Haoran replied, "It's somewhat alarming." The stacks of exercise books bore only his handwriting, and he understood that only by becoming stronger and more capable could he protect Gu Ran. Time passes swiftly. Before Tang Mingxian could even await the college entrance examination, he had completed the procedures for studying abroad. In a grand gesture, Tang Mingxian hosted a banquet, inviting all his classmates and teachers. The atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter and heartfelt congratulations. Tang Mingxian even promised his peers that they would reunite in 10 years, affirming their lifelong friendship. During the festivities, Su Yuwen, having indulged in some beer, drunkenly ascended the stage and seized Tang Mingxuan's microphone. "Everyone, listen to me. Everyone, listen to me." He repeated twice before the crowd quieted and turned to him. "Old Tang is leaving. He is my best friend in this school, my dearest brother. We have known each other since childhood, yet our friendship has never wavered due to disparities in wealth. I understand that the future stretches long ahead, fraught with uncertainty. I do not know what will transpire, nor whether our bond might weaken, or if he will still regard me as his closest friend. But I wish to declare that regardless of what the future holds, Su Yuwen will always consider you my best friend. Perhaps in your times of prosperity, I may not cross your mind, but should you find yourself in misfortune, any morsel I possess will be shared with you." Tang Mingxian, listening to this proclamation, erupted in laughter as he snatched the microphone from Su Yuwen's grasp. "Old Su, you are inebriated." Su Yuwen chuckled heartily. "I am not drunk, even if I were." "These words are sincere." Tang Mingxian reclaimed the microphone. "This fellow is indeed intoxicated, yet I know his words come from the heart. I have known old Su since we were in diapers. I understand the kind of person he is. He would stand by his brothers without hesitation. Old Su, today I have etched your words into my heart, a sentiment I shall cherish for a lifetime. never to be forgotten. Su Youwen, somewhat inebriated, was overwhelmed with emotion and reached out to embrace Tang Mingxian. Tang Mingxian chuckled, "Old Su is drunk." Su Youwen, laughing heartily, snatched the microphone and began to sing. Choosing Zhang Jinyue's Goodbye. I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell, for perhaps we shall never meet again. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with excitement, as the entire gathering joined in a chorus. Tears of exhilaration flowed freely during this banquet, as they embraced, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Some were preparing to depart, possibly without even the opportunity to say goodbye. A week later, Su Youwen and Zhou Haoran arrived at the airport to see off Tang Mingxian. As they watched him enter the boarding gate with his ticket in hand, they bid a reluctant farewell. Su Youwen's heart felt as though it were submerged beneath water. Gu Ran had left, and now Tang Mingxian was departing as well, revealing the stark loneliness that would envelop him in this desolate world. Will you forever remember me? Chapter 29. Contemplating the desire to see her again, the college entrance examination soon came to a close, and Su Youwen achieved commendable results, qualifying for an esteemed university. Zhou Ling felt a sense of relief, having been apprehensive that Gu Ran's situation might adversely affect him. On the day they returned to school to collect their report cards, Zhou Ling delivered an impassioned speech, moving everyone to tears. In these 3 years of high school, we have strived together and fought valiantly, at long last. We have reached this moment. Regardless of our past, our future holds boundless promise. I am delighted by our encounter. It is you who have facilitated my growth, rendering my life more meaningful. Zhou Ling spoke with fervor, inadvertently choking up. Teacher, you did not forget to hand Zhou Ling a tissue. Su Youwen sat below, instinctively glancing at the empty space beside him. If only Gu Ran were here, they could graduate together. What if something has happened to her? His calls went unanswered, and an unsettling premonition intensified, yet he remained uncertain of how to proceed. Since transferring to Chang City, the considerable distance seemed a deliberate arrangement by Gu Weiji. He pushed open the office door. Teacher Zhou, Zhou Ling exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Su Youwen. Su Youwen approached Zhou Ling. Teacher Zhou, thank you for your care during these days. Zhou Ling smiled. It is my duty. As long as I see you all studying diligently, I am content. Su Youwen replied, thank you. Afterward, he bowed earnestly to Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling stood to assist him. Remember, no matter the circumstances, you must strive. Many things in this world are not easily attained. Only through our efforts can we claim what rightfully belongs to us. Yes, I will remember, Su Youwen affirmed. The two made their way to the balcony, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the campus. Where do you wish to attend university? Zhou Ling inquired with concern. I wish to go to Chang City, Su Youwen replied. Is it because Gu Ran is there? Zhou Ling astutely guessed Su Youwen's thoughts. Indeed, he did not deny it. Zhou Ling smiled and said, it is not a mistake to have feelings for someone. Everyone in this world yearns for a beautiful relationship. It is simply a matter of when it will succeed. The school's disapproval of early romance does not stem from doubts about the authenticity of such feelings, but rather a hope that what is acquired later can endure more profoundly. She gazed at the azure sky and fluffy clouds outside and continued, moreover, at your age, there are more significant matters to attend to. Su Youwen understood Zhou Ling's good intentions. Throughout these 3 years of high school, he had come to grasp the essence of her character. He nodded, saying, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Zhou Ling gently shook her head. There is no need for thanks. The path ahead lies beneath your own feet, regardless of what happens. You must persevere. Su Youwen replied with a nod. He bid farewell to Zhou Ling, and before leaving, she took a photograph with him using her phone. You are one of my cherished students. It is only fitting to keep a photo, she said with a smile. Su Youwen waved at her. I'm leaving now. Teacher Zhou. Goodbye. Zhou Ling responded. Goodbye, perhaps it will be for the last time. Su Youwen filled out his university applications, choosing only universities in Chang City. As his heart harbored a singular wish to reunite with Gu Ran, he attempted to call her, but there was no response. Initially, the call connected but no one answered, and eventually it became impossible to reach her. He felt anxious yet powerless. After much contemplation, he decided to take action that very day. He purchased a bus ticket to Chang City. As he boarded the bus, he resolved to seek out Gu Ran. Undeterred by the vast expanse of Chang City and the boundless ocean, he was determined to give it a try. He believed that since their paths had crossed, it must be destined, and if they were indeed fated, they would encounter each other again. After a jarring journey of 4 to 5 hours, he finally arrived in Chang City, armed with only a handful of cash and utterly unprepared, uncertain of what to do next. He first stopped at a modest eatery near the bus station, choosing to eat sparingly due to his limited funds, cautious not to overspend. While he was eating, a man beside him, noticing his unfamiliarity, inquired, "You seem new here. Are you perhaps here for work?" Youwen smiled and replied, "No, I'm here to find someone." The man nodded, observing, "You appear quite refined. You don't seem like a laborer." Intrigued by the man's familiarity with the area, Youwen asked, "Do you frequent this place often?" The man responded, "Indeed. I've been here for over a decade, often assisting people in finding jobs." Youwen, curious and hopeful, asked, "Where do most people go when they arrive here?" The man squinted his eyes, instinctively lighting a cigarette, as clouds of smoke began to rise. Typically, newcomers head towards the northern part of the city, as that area is filled with outsiders, making it a friendlier environment, free from prejudice or discrimination. Youwen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." The man chuckled, "No need for thanks. However, keep in mind that the foot traffic here is substantial, so I cannot guarantee that everyone will remain." Youwen replied cheerfully, "Thank you very much." Youwen recalled that Gu Ran had mentioned transferring to Changsha No. 1 high school, located in the northern part of the city. Hence, he deduced that her residence must be in close proximity. After a bumpy bus ride, he finally arrived in the northern district. This area of Changsha was newly developed, bustling with many outsiders, yet still incomplete, with dust swirling everywhere and crowds hurrying past. As he wandered through the streets, a sense of solitude enveloped him. After a considerable time, he finally reached Changsha No. 1 high school, where the only sound accompanying the silence was the chirping of cicadas. Standing outside the railing, he peered in, but a vigilant security guard approached, eyeing him suspiciously. "Who are you? Why are you lurking about?" The guard inquired. "I'm here to find someone," Youwen hurriedly explained. "The summer vacation has long begun. There isn't a soul in sight. Are you trying to deceive me?" The guard retorted. Youwen chuckled softly. "My friend studies here." He pondered how to clarify, but decided against it, simply offering the guard an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn." The guard, left speechless, watched him depart, muttering to himself about the peculiarities of the youth today. Feeling desolate, Youwen meandered through the bustling streets, uncertain of where to go next. This vast area held no clues to Gu Ran's whereabouts. "Aran, where are you? I miss you dearly," a taxi driver, noticing his contemplative demeanor, inquired. "Young man, are you searching for someone here?" Youwen replied, "I'm looking for a friend." "A friend? Why not get in touch? Taking a taxi can be quite expensive." Youwen's expression darkened. "It's nothing," he replied. "Here, people come and go. I lose count of how many I escort daily, unaware of how many will truly remain." Youwen gazed out the window in silence. Chapter 30. Illness strikes like a mountain. His stomach growled with hunger. Yet he was far too fatigued to care. He fell asleep the moment he lay down. That night, he was ensnared by a nightmare, a realm of darkness where he witnessed Gu Ran sinking deeper into an abyss, vanishing from sight. He longed to leap in to save her, yet an invisible barrier held him back. One of the most harrowing experiences in this world is to watch a beloved slowly perish before your eyes. Upon awakening, he succumbed to illness. His head throbbed with fever, and with no one to tend to him, he could only drag his aching body to the pharmacy to procure medicine. Just as he secured the medication and prepared to leave, he collapsed. The pharmacy owner promptly rushed him to the hospital. In an attempt to contact his family, they found no information. Searching through his phone, they called his contacts but could only reach Zhou Ling. Upon learning of Youwen's plight, Zhou Ling hurried to the hospital, expressing her gratitude to the pharmacy owner and covering the medical expenses. As she looked at Youwen, unconscious and unresponsive in the hospital bed, her heart ached profoundly. This man had no family, no one to care for him. How much suffering had he endured throughout his life? What trials had he faced to survive and reach this point? As she gazed at him, Zhou Ling was reminded of her younger brother, at times. She felt he bore a striking resemblance to him. Suddenly, Youwen stirred awake, prompting Zhou Ling to step forward. "Youwen," she called out. As he opened his bleary eyes and beheld Zhou Ling, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Teacher Zhou," he murmured. Zhou Ling pressed her lips together, saying, "You must rest properly and refrain from getting up." "What happened to me?" His memories only reached back to his visit to the pharmacy. "You fainted while purchasing medicine, and it was the shopkeeper who brought you to the hospital," Zhou Ling explained. Youwen weakly replied, "So that's what transpired." Zhou Ling, filled with concern, questioned, "Why haven't you been taking better care of yourself, allowing yourself to reach this state?" "It worries me greatly." Youwen gently shook his head. "I didn't intend for this to happen." Noticing his discomfort, Zhou Ling hurried to reassure him, Do not fret. I am here by your side now. Focus on resting and recovering your health. Youwen nodded appreciatively. Thank you, teacher. Zhou then inquired, shall I fetch you something to eat? You should rest a bit. Yes, thank you, he replied. With a soft sigh, Zhou exited the room. Ever since she entered the hospital, her brow had been furrowed in worry. She was genuinely concerned for Youwen. Although he often appeared carefree, she understood that his life was fraught with difficulties. At times, she pondered that if the burdens he faced were to befall her, she might not withstand them. You should eat something. It will help you feel better, she thought. Youwen gazed at the gentle Zhou, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, he whispered. Zhou smiled gently to comfort him, saying, You're a big boy now, be strong. Youwen replied, Imachim, sipping the chicken congee Zhou had bought for him. He found its exquisite flavor unexpectedly delightful. A taste he would cherish for a lifetime. Zhou stayed by his side and shared a story with him. Sometimes, when I look at you, I feel as if you resemble my younger brother. Youwen was taken aback. Ms. Zhou, do you have a brother? Zhou nodded. Indeed. Youwen inquired. Where is he now? Zhou lowered her eyelashes, her expression somber. He has passed away. Youwen fell silent. Outside, the cicadas buzzed. And Zhou broke the silence with a smile. It's all right. I have come to terms with it. Youwen gazed at her, unsure of what to say. Zhou continued, My brother was murdered. Youwen asked, What happened? My brother's name was Zhou Xuan. He was 10 years my junior. My parents were quite old when they had him, thus they doted on him immensely. Being the only daughter, my parents had always desired a son, which resulted in their indifference towards me. The arrival of my brother brought them joy, and naturally, he received their utmost affection. Like many families that favor sons over daughters, I was taught from a young age to relinquish all that was good for him. Yet, no matter how obedient and understanding I was, their love invariably favored him. At times, I ponder whether my parents truly wished for my existence. Perhaps my birth was merely an accident. Had they welcomed a son from the start, I might not have endured such suffering. The bias of my parents did not instill understanding in my brother. Instead, it only exacerbated his arrogance. When he was 15, he neglected his studies and associated with a group of wayward students. At that time, I was aware of these circumstances and contemplated informing my parents. However, they were preoccupied with their work and overlooked my existence, which led my younger brother to sink deeper into trouble. Yet, I also believe that even if I had confided in them, they would have been unable to manage him effectively. On one occasion, my brother, in the company of those unruly students, found himself embroiled in a conflict with some individuals from the outside world, culminating in his tragic and untimely death. When my parents received the dreadful news, they were nearly overwhelmed with grief, and I could scarcely comprehend the reality of it. My brother was gone, leaving our parents in profound anguish and me in unbearable sorrow. This seemingly harmonious home had been irrevocably shattered. Youwen, having listened to the story, gazed at Zhou and remarked, Teacher, you have harbored a sense of guilt regarding your brother's situation all along, haven't you? Zhou turned to him, her eyes glistening with tears. In truth, you have always regretted not informing your parents back then, correct? Zhou tears began to fall freely as she choked out, Yes. I feel remorse. Youwen stepped closer, offering her solace. In this matter, you perceive yourself as at fault, yet your brother was equally culpable, was he not? Did you not also endure pain in the midst of it all? Why must you punish yourself for the mistakes of others? We may carry a burden of guilt for a lifetime, but we must also strive to live well. Teacher, did you not teach us to live diligently? If I were your brother, I would undoubtedly wish for your forgiveness and hope that you do not continue to live in such torment. Perhaps Youwen's words struck a chord within Zhou, for her tears cascaded down, dampening the hem of her garment. Thank you, Youwen. Thank you. Youwen, we cannot choose our birth, nor can we dictate the manner in which we live. Since we are alive, we must live for ourselves and embrace joy. Zhou gazed at the young man before her, unexpectedly discovering that the soul within his diminutive frame was profoundly mature and gentle. He possessed the ability to perceive the essence of others, offering the greatest solace. Teacher Zhou, I actually went to Chang City the day before yesterday. Youwen replied. Zhou, did you go to find Guran? Youwen nodded. I miss her dearly. Zhou, did you see her? Youwen gently shook his head. No. I have lost contact with her. Zhou was taken aback. How could that be? Zhou, perhaps her phone simply ran out of battery? Youwen, I hope so. He paused for a moment, expressing his fear of never seeing her again. Chapter 31. seeking employment for financial support a few days later. Youwen was discharged from the hospital. He retained the receipts for the expenses Zhou Ling had covered, assuring her that he would repay her, despite her vehement objections. Nevertheless, Youwen remained resolute. The acceptance letter arrived promptly, and upon receiving it, he immediately messaged Zhou Ling, who sincerely congratulated him. In order to cover his tuition fees, he took a job at a CAF. Due to his handsome appearance, the other students working there were quite fond of him, often requesting his WeChat and hoping to arrange outings, all of which he politely declined. Among them was a girl named Wang Lulu, who was fair-skinned, quiet, and diligent in her work. One afternoon, while Wang Lulu was working at the store, she suddenly fainted. Youwen, who was present, hurriedly carried her to the back. After observing her symptoms, he deduced that she was suffering from low blood sugar and administered some sweetened water, which eventually brought her back to consciousness. "How could you faint? Did you skip breakfast?" he inquired. Wang Lulu nodded. "Yes, I didn't eat." Youwen tossed a steamed bun to her, saying, "Here, have a bun." Holding the bun in her hands, Wang Lulu felt a surge of gratitude. Youwen chose not to inform the store manager about Wang Lulu's fainting episode, fearing that she would be dismissed if the manager found out. Wang Lulu, assuming the manager would soon confront her about the incident, was surprised when that did not happen. She sensed that Youwen had kept the matter to himself. She discovered another side of him. Despite his usual cold demeanor, he was quite considerate. Youwen overheard other employees discussing Wang Lulu's difficult family circumstances, revealing that she worked at the CAF to support a sick mother and a father with a penchant for alcohol. This knowledge stirred a sense of sympathy within him. As he reflected on his own background, the CAF remained open until late, closing at 9:30 in the evening, followed by cleaning duties that extended until around 10:30. That particular day, after finishing their tasks together, Youwen and Wang Lulu locked up the store. Without a moment's hesitation, Youwen dashed toward a commotion he heard nearby, where he witnessed a group of young men bullying a girl. Without a second thought, he grabbed a nearby object and prepared to intervene. He had never feared confrontation. He picked up a wooden stick and struck the nearby iron rod, exclaiming, "What are you doing? It's late at night. I warn you. I have already called the police." Upon hearing this, the group of young ruffians, who had initially intended to confront Youwen, instantly wilted at the mention of the police, disappearing into the shadows without a trace. Seeing them flee in disarray, Youwen hurled the stick aside, cursing, "Damn it." Seeking death, he promptly rushed to the dark corner, where he found a disheveled figure curled up and sobbing. As he approached, he recognized the face. It was Wang Lulu. Wang Lulu looked up at him. Her sobs had subsided momentarily, and upon seeing him, it was as if she had found a lifeline, and she could no longer contain her tears, crying uncontrollably. Youwen quickly removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, helping her to her feet while offering comforting words. "Don't worry. I've scared those people away. You need not be afraid." Wang Lulu had never experienced such fear before. Upon seeing Youwen before her, she instinctively threw herself into his embrace. He felt a bit awkward but did not push her away, gently patting her shoulder. "It's all right, I'm here." After a prolonged moment of reassurance, she finally calmed down. If it hadn't been for Youwen's timely arrival, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired. "Thank you," Wang Lulu sniffled. "If you hadn't come, I don't know what would have happened." Youwen replied softly, "It's merely a matter of standing up against injustice." After taking a few steps, he turned to her and asked, "By the way, where is your home?" Wang Lulu responded, "In Wangchao Alley." Wang Lulu, feeling deeply moved, said, "Thank you." Wang Lulu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you." Youwen gently shook his head, replying, "No need for thanks. It is merely the bond of colleagues." Wang Lulu understood his words. He meant well, without any ulterior motives. However, she felt differently. For the first time, she had developed a fondness for someone. As she gazed at his silhouette riding away, a glimmer of hope illuminated her eyes. The following day, Wang Lulu and Youwen were scheduled to work together. In the back of the store, she returned the coat he had draped over her. "Thank you for this coat," she shyly remarked as she handed it back. "No need to mention it," Youwen replied. Wang Lulu then presented him with a lunchbox, saying, "And this is for you." Youwen glanced at the box and promptly declined. "No, thank you." Her heart sank at his refusal. "All right then." At noon, as Youwen ate his homemade lunch while engrossed in a novel on his phone, Wang Lulu sat quietly beside him, occasionally stealing glances in his direction. Previously, she had never truly observed him. She merely held a distant impression of him as a rather aloof individual. Yet, after their recent interactions, She realized he was not only gentle, but also quite handsome, resembling the clean-cut boys from youth comics. Before she could savor more than a few bites, her phone rang with news from home. What? Mom is in the emergency room. So Youwen turned to her as Wang Lulu, in a flurry, placed her belongings aside and exclaimed, Su Youwen, I'm sorry, my mother has been taken to the hospital. I need to take leave. Su Youwen quickly reassured her, it's all right. You should go. I will cover your shift this afternoon. Without changing her clothes, Wang Lulu dashed out the door. Thank you, she called back. Since Wang Lulu left, she has not come to work for 3 days. Su Youwen finds himself inexplicably thinking of her, filled with concern. When he finally encounters Wang Lulu again, she is in the store to resign, which takes Su Youwen by surprise. Wang Lulu first informs the store manager of her decision, and Su Youwen returns the lunchbox she had left behind. Wang Lulu accepts the lunchbox, smiling as she asks him, Su Youwen, do you have some free time? Su Youwen responds affirmatively, I do. Wang Lulu then proposes, let me treat you to milk tea. Su Youwen replies, thank you. Chapter 32. The original sin. Standing at the cash register, Wang Lulu is about to pay, but Su Youwen ultimately stops her. Let me handle it. Wang Lulu protests. Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Su Youwen glances at her with unwavering determination. It's not necessary. Wang Lulu understands that Su Youwen is well aware of her circumstances. His actions are for her own good. She has never met anyone as gentle as he is. Eventually, Wang Lulu accepts his kindness, saying, thank you. I appreciate your care. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window of the milk tea shop, Su Youwen inquires, what happened at home? He immediately regrets his question. Although he is mentally prepared for the worst answer, hearing of another's suffering still brings him sorrow. I'm sorry, he expresses his regret. Wang Lulu gently shakes her head. It's all right. I have come to terms with it. Water droplets from the milk teacup in Su Youwen's hand trickle down, cooling his skin as they glide over his hand. Wang Lulu continued, my father has long been an alcoholic. Whenever he gets drunk, he would beat my mother. My mother has always been ill, and this time she could not endure it. That day, after my father had beaten her as usual, he stepped outside and was tragically struck by a speeding truck. Su Youwen, upon hearing this, gazed in shock at the frail girl before him. The air conditioning in the milk tea shop was set to a chilling degree, penetrating deep into their hearts. I often ponder this, in a family so rife with suffering. Why bring me into this world? Why was I not afforded the choice? Su Youwen reflected on his own circumstances and replied, often, certain matters are simply beyond our control. Wang Lulu lowered her eyelashes but smiled, saying, when I received the news of my parents' deaths, I was surprisingly elated. Am I a monster? Listening to Wang Lulu, Su Youwen understood the anguish of existence all too well. The confusion and helplessness they faced were often unavoidable. What wrong had Wang Lulu committed? Why must she endure such immense pain? She merely yearned for love and affection. As he looked at her, he was reminded of Gu Ran, Zhou Ling, and himself. Had they the power to choose, they would not have opted for such a life. Wang Lulu assumed Su Youwen would despise her, but to her astonishment, he extended his large hand, gently rubbing her head, and said, no, you are not a monster. You are simply in great pain, and your life has been very difficult. As Su Youwen spoke, tears streamed down Wang Lulu's cheeks. Never had anyone spoken to her with such tenderness, fully empathizing with her plight. Thank you, Su Youwen. She lifted her gaze to him. Never had anyone been as kind as you. Su Youwen offered a tissue to Wang Lulu. Life is inherently bitter, and who among us has not experienced this? Only by living well can we truly be responsible for ourselves. Wang Lulu accepted the tissue from his hand, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Su Youwen inquired, what are your plans for the future? Wang Lulu replied, once I receive the compensation for my father's accident, I will attend university in Nanzhou. Su Youwen responded, that sounds wonderful. Curiously, Wang Lulu asked, and you? Su Youwen replied, I will study at a university in Chong City. Wang Lulu expressed her hope. I truly wish we have the chance to meet again in the future. Su Youwen assured, we will. After leaving the milk tea shop, the two bid a formal farewell. Wang Lulu said, Su Youwen, thank you for appearing in my life. Su Youwen replied, no need for such politeness. Wang Lulu waved at him, goodbye. I sincerely hope to see you again. Su Youwen responded, farewell. In the following days, Su Youwen found himself fervently missing Gu Ran, wondering how she was faring. Would her mother harm her? If only he could be by her side, he could protect her. Ran, I miss you dearly. Ran, it has been raining in Jiangzhou lately. How is it on your side? Ran, the cicadas are chirping more fiercely today, and my longing for you grows stronger. Ran, when shall we meet again? Ran, When he thought of her, he would revisit the messages she had sent him, reading them over and over again. He could not comprehend why he loved her so profoundly, why a mere glance could ensnare him so deeply. Yet, he believed that true love seldom requires a rationale. Perhaps the world is devoid of love, leading to an intense yearning to love others, a desire to fill the void within his own heart. What he offers is what he longs to receive. So Youwen rode his bicycle to a fireworks shop, purchasing a few fireworks. Under the cover of night, he returned to the desolate square, where he set off the fireworks alone. Though solitary, he did not feel lonely. This was an activity he once shared with Guran, which alleviated his sense of isolation. He simply missed her. Aran, did someone accompany you to watch the fireworks this summer? I lit fireworks again this summer. I miss you. Aran, do you think of me? The wind began to stir. Jiangzhou had been drenched in continuous rain for several days, and the fragrance of fresh grass filled the air. The summer vacation swiftly passed, and he earned sufficient funds to enroll in university. He held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps in the city where Gu Ran once resided, he might encounter her. Perhaps she was waiting for him as well. Chapter 33. Their reunion. Upon entering university, Su Youwen quickly became a figure of great renown, admired for his handsome appearance and academic prowess, creating quite a stir throughout the campus. During his time at university, he tirelessly sought Gu Ran, for she had mentioned that she would study music at a university in Chong City. Thus, he scoured every music school in Chong City, yet still found no trace of her. Aran, where on earth are you? He stood alone at the entrance of the college building when suddenly a torrential downpour erupted from the sky. Caught unprepared without an umbrella, he watched as several of his female classmates, who typically admired him, promptly retrieved their umbrellas and approached Su Youwen, inviting him to share shelter. Su Youwen, shall we walk together? Su Youwen shook his head, replying, no need. Disappointed, the girl left in a huff, and others attempted the same, but met with identical rejection. With a sense of resignation, Su Youwen disregarded the downpour and dashed into the rain, departing from the college building. It's just that I'm not interested, he muttered. Look at you, with girls who fancy you, yet you fail to appreciate it. Su Youwen remained silent. You appeared in the rain like a drenched dog, was another remark directed at him. Su Youwen remained unresponsive. Wu Tianhao, harboring envy and resentment towards Su Youwen, could not conceal his disdain. Previously, the goddess he adored, Wang Yu, had confessed her feelings to Su Youwen, only to be rejected, which naturally fueled his animosity. After a moment of silence, a roommate, Zhang Hang, entered the scene. Zhang Hang was generous and humorous. Despite being from a wealthy family, he did not exhibit any airs. Hey, Su, what do you want for dinner? Zhang Hang inquired. You don't have an umbrella, so I can bring you something. Su Youwen expressed his gratitude. Thanks, Zhang. Not at all. So what would you like to eat? Su Youwen pondered for a moment, then replied, I'll have a portion of fried rice. All right, Zhang Hang said, taking Su Youwen's meal card. Here, take this. Su Youwen offered. Thank you. Zhang Hang responded cheerfully, no need to be polite. In their university dormitory, for individuals reside, Su Youwen, who shares a close bond with Zhang Hang, and two others, Wu Tianhao and Ni Ting, who are from diverse backgrounds. They generally engage in gaming, attending classes, and leisure activities separately. Su Youwen tends to prefer solitude and is quite popular among the female students, resulting in a less cordial relationship with Wu Tianhao and Ni Ting. In contrast, Zhang Hang, being Su's fellow townsman, shares numerous common interests with him, fostering a slightly closer friendship. The university hosts a plethora of clubs, each more eclectic than the last, yet Su Youwen finds little appeal in them. Nevertheless, club members are eager for him to join, hoping to draw in more participants through his presence. Whenever he has spare time, he seeks out Gu Ran at various music schools, but to no avail. Her whereabouts remain elusive. A sense of melancholy envelopes him as he contemplates whether he will ever see her again, bearing the burden of his heartache alone. One day, the ever-unreliable Wu Tianhao and Ni Ting invite them to dine at a restaurant in the city. Initially reluctant, Su Youwen is swayed by Wu Tianhao's impressive boasting and, feeling somewhat downcast, agrees to accompany them, hoping that a delightful meal might lighten his spirits. Zhang Hang, observing their plans, eagerly joins the outing as well. It is a rare occasion for the four of them to embark on an adventure together. They endure a bumpy ride on a crowded bus for quite some time before finally arriving at the restaurant. Su Youwen muses that if the food does not meet his expectations, he might just have to give Wu Tianhao a good thrashing. Su Youwen and Zhang Hang were uncertain about the culinary delights offered at this establishment, prompting them to allow Wu Tianhao to order. Wu Tianhao spoke with confidence. indicating a familiarity with the menu. Meanwhile, Youwen was preoccupied with his mobile phone, still grappling with the day's level of a casual game, which held his sole interest at that moment. Suddenly, a loud outburst of anger drew their attention. A burly patron was berating a server. The server hastily apologized. "I'm sorry. It was unintentional. I apologize." Youwen glanced over and immediately recognized the familiar figure of the server, the person he had longed for day and night. He could identify her even from behind. Gu ran. The irate customer was relentless, demanding, "Call your manager out here. You useless piece of trash." He raised his hand as if to strike her. In that critical moment, Youwen dashed forward and seized the man's arm with a firm grip. His eyes blazed with suppressed fury, inducing trepidation in the burly man. Youwen admonished, "What do you think you're doing? This is a society governed by law. Your actions could lead to legal repercussions." The man gritted his teeth. "I don't give a damn. I was out on the streets long before you showed up." Youwen smiled wryly. "Out on the streets? I've already reported this to the authorities regarding organized crime." The man, seeing the emergency number 110 illuminated on Youwen's phone, seethed with rage but had no choice but to relent. He turned to his table and ordered, "Let's get out of here." The crowd dispersed in a hurry. As the farce drew to a close, Youwen gazed at the figure before him, and in that moment, clarity enveloped him. He could affirm with unwavering certainty that the person standing before him was Gu Ran, affectionately known as A Ran. He called out to her. Youwen absorbed nothing around him. He hurriedly followed Gu Ran as she dashed out. She sprinted a considerable distance, and despite Youwen's relentless pursuit through several streets, he found himself halted at a traffic light, helplessly watching as Gu Ran vanished from sight. A profound ache gripped his heart. The one he had sought for so many years now stood before him, yet he could only bear witness to her retreat. "Aran, why do you evade me?" Zhang Heng signaled him discreetly. Youwen rose unsteadily from his chair and approached the boss. The boss, intending to express gratitude for Youwen's assistance that day, was met with a question instead. "Why is Gu Ran working here as a waitress?" Upon hearing her name, the boss's expression shifted, yet acknowledging Youwen's earlier help, he opted for honesty. "What is Gu Ran to you?" Youwen replied, "She is my girlfriend." The boss was taken aback. He had never heard Gu Ran mention having a boyfriend. "Gu Ran is your girlfriend?" Youwen nodded affirmatively. "Ah, that girl. Her fate is quite unfortunate," the boss sighed. Narrating the story. Chapter 34. Suffocating Despair. Years ago, Gu Weiji brought Gu Ran to transfer to Chang City, continuing her relentless pressure on Gu Ran to practice the piano daily. The reason behind Gu Weiji's decision to relocate to Chang City was her premeditated plan for Gu Ran to enroll in a university there. The music academy in Chang City was renowned, and Gu Weiji herself had once studied at that very institution. Gu Ran was incessantly pressured by Gu Weiji to practice the piano daily, leaving her on the brink of madness. With the college entrance examinations looming, during dinner, Gu Weiji placed vegetables into Gu Ran's bowl, asserting that she would attend the music academy nearby. Her tone was commanding, leaving no room for negotiation. Gu Ran, having resigned herself to her fate, ceased to struggle. Gu Weiji continued, "However, I forbid you from having any contact with that boy surnamed Su." Upon hearing this, Gu Ran sprang up from her chair in protest. "Mom, I have already transferred schools as you asked, and I agreed to apply to the university you suggested. Why do you even interfere with my friendships?" Gu Weiji also stood up, without a word, and struck her sharply across the face. Gu Ran, clutching her stinging cheek, glared at Gu Weiji in fury. "You are my daughter. You will do as I say. Why is there any need for further discussion, having been suppressed for many years?" Gu Ran had finally reached her breaking point. "I am not your daughter. I do not wish to be your daughter," she exclaimed, attempting to dash out the door. Gu Weiji, quick as lightning, intercepted her. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Ran shouted, "Step aside." Fear suddenly gripped Gu Weiji's heart. "I will not let you go. You are my daughter, and I will not allow you to leave." With that, she reached out, intending to confine her. Gu Ran, overwhelmed with despair, cried out, exerting all her strength to break free. She pushed forcefully, sending Gu Weiji crashing to the ground. "Why do you torment me? Why don't you just die?" Gu Ran screamed in a fit of rage, having lost her sanity. Gu Weiji stood frozen in place, utterly unprepared for Gu Ran's fierce resistance. The words she uttered pierced her heart like a dagger. "A Ran," she cried out in anguish, but Gu Ran had already dashed out the door. "A Ran," she murmured sorrowfully, tears cascading down her cheeks in torrents. Gu Ran sprinted away, far beyond reach, knowing this time there would be no one to run alongside her. Youwen, How I long for you. Can you come and save me? She continued her solitary journey until she found herself at the edge of a bridge. The scene before her strikingly familiar, reminiscent of a time long past. She gazed down at the flowing river below, its deep emerald waters shrouded in mystery. Would leaping from here grant her freedom? The midday sun bore down, rendering her skin ablaze. Remember, no matter what happens, I am with you. Even in a world of solitude, you have me. His words echoed vividly in her mind, yet he was nowhere to be found. As she ascended a step, the river beneath became increasingly vivid. Freedom awaited her in the plunge. Just as she was about to take that fateful step, Youwen's voice resonated in her ears once more. I will come for you, wait for me. She paused, a warm surge of emotion bubbling within her. He had promised to seek her out. She could not surrender so easily. She had vowed to wait for him. She could not abandon that promise. While she stood in contemplation, a male voice called from behind her. What are you doing? Is the murky river appealing? Youwen turned, and he smiled at her. Come down. I'll treat you to something delicious. Youwen. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Youwen. He introduced himself naturally, as if there were nothing in this world he was unfamiliar with. Youwen walked along the path while Youwen strolled beside her. Hi, what is your name? Youwen glanced at him without uttering a word. She was simply not in the mood to engage. It's fine if you don't wish to speak. I shall know sooner or later. He maintained a cheerful demeanor, always smiling, while Youwen wore an expressionless face. Youwen bluntly refused, no need. Youwen finally let out a sigh of relief. You have finally spoken. Youwen retorted, not your concern. Youwen chuckled, indeed, it does not concern me. He waved goodbye to her. Youwen suddenly embraced Youwen, weeping uncontrollably. Aran, please do not leave me. How can I survive without you? She felt as though she had already perished. Living seemed no different from dying. Aran, I beg you, do not abandon me. The woman before her appeared to have lost her sanity, yet what choice did she have? She had come to realize that rather than succumb to death, it was better to cling to life, if only for the sake of one person worth waiting for. Since that incident, she had remained silent, no longer resisting any demands from Youwen. This silence, in stark contrast to fervent rebellion, was far more unsettling. Yet, as long as Youwen complied with Youwen, he cared little for her state of being. As days gradually pass, the source of joy for Youwen lies in the messages sent by Youwen. The mere sight of those words brings forth a sense of his presence. However, this seemingly trivial happiness is soon discovered by Youwen. One day, when Youwen is not in the room, Youwen enters and unexpectedly spots the phone. She unlocks it, revealing the ongoing correspondence between Youwen and Youwen. Infuriated, she strides towards Youwen and demands, Mom, give me back my phone. With a cold smirk, Youwen retorts, I have long forbidden you from associating with that boy surnamed Sue. Why do you still use your phone to contact him? Mom, I beg you to return it. Consider this my final plea, Youwen implores. In response, Youwen pulls the phone from her pocket and violently throws it to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. As long as I am alive, I will not allow you to have any contact with him, she declares, stomping on the remnants. Youwen cries out, witnessing the destruction, and she sobs bitterly. My phone. Chapter 35. Everything is gone. Nothing remains. In her despair, she weeps uncontrollably, lamenting her losses. Her world plunges into darkness once more, extinguishing even the faintest glimmer of hope. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Youwen heads to school, a stranger in this unfamiliar place, Changsha No. 1 High School. She can scarcely recall how many schools she has attended. Nonetheless, the impending college entrance examination looms, rendering fleeting friendships superfluous. Thus, she adopts a demeanor of indifference towards everyone and everything. As fate would have it, on this day, she encounters the boy she met by the bridge. Hi, do you still remember me? Youwen unexpectedly blocked her path with exuberance. Youwen, uninterested, replied, I do not recall. Youwen, puzzled, asked, how could that be? Do I appear so forgettable? Youwen, unfazed, turned and walked away, leaving Youwen standing there, scratching his head in confusion. As he approached, he noticed the wall had been defaced with spray paint, a chaotic display of colors. At that moment, the principal happened to pass by and, recognizing Youwen as a notorious troublemaker, immediately assumed he was responsible for the vandalism. You, stop right there. Youwen, fearing the principal's misinterpretation, hurriedly protested, it wasn't me. You, halt. The principal shouted. Youwen fled to the entrance, only to be apprehended by security. He struggled, while the principal approached without hesitation, demanding, "Who allowed you to vandalize the wall?" "It wasn't me," Gu Silan insisted. "If it wasn't you, then who?" Just then, Gu Ran returned. Having been tidying up her classroom, seated by the window on the second floor, she had witnessed the entire sequence from the students' reckless graffiti to Gu Silan's arrival. "Principal, you didn't do it," she asserted with conviction. "Then who did?" the principal inquired. "Just check the surveillance footage, and the truth will be revealed," Gu Ran suggested, gesturing toward the security office. Ultimately, they all gathered to review the footage, and the principal soon understood the situation, offering his sincere apologies to Gu Silan. "I'm sorry. I was mistaken. Gu Silan. It's all right. As long as the matter is clarified, that's what truly matters." He smiled warmly at the person before him. "Gu Ran, I must express my gratitude for this classmate's assistance." Gu Ran, however, remained aloof. "It's nothing. What is your name?" "Thank you for today. Without you, I would have been wrongfully accused." Gu Ran wished to ignore him, but after walking for quite some time without shaking him off, she finally halted and turned to face him. "Please stop following me. There is no need to thank me for today. I merely happened to witness it. From now on, let us pretend we have never met." Gu Silan was perplexed by her response and hurriedly approached her. "Why pretend not to know each other? I think you are quite nice. Why not be friends?" Gu Ran. This is truly bothersome. She noticed the traffic light flashing before her, about to turn red, and immediately quickened her pace, crossing just in time. Gu Silan stood helplessly at a distance, watching her depart. "What is her name? She is quite an intriguing person," he murmured to himself. Gu Ran entered Gu Weiji's room, where she observed her taking a plastic bag from a cupboard, revealing a stack of money within. Gu Ran felt a jolt of surprise. She had not anticipated Gu Weiji possessing such wealth. Gu Weiji, smiling as she pulled Gu Ran closer, said, "Aran, look at this money I've prepared for your schooling." Gu Ran gazed at the pile of cash, a wave of bittersweet emotions rising within her. Gu Weiji, without a stable occupation, constantly moved with her, leading to a series of transient jobs that barely sustained her. Yet, gazing at the pile of money before her, Gu Ran understood the immense sacrifices Gu Weiji had made to ensure her education. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if her heart had been rekindled. Observing her slender, beautiful hands now calloused, Gu Ran felt a deep pang of sorrow. She was meant to play the piano like her, yet had transformed into this for her sake. The words escaped her lips in a raspy whisper. This money. Gu Weiji embraced her gently and replied, "This is your tuition. After saving for so long, I have finally managed to set it aside. Once you are accepted into school, you shall use this to pursue your studies." With a choked voice, Gu Ran murmured. The warmth emanating from Gu Weiji enveloped her. As she continued, "Aran, I have been strict with you solely in hopes of smoothing your path. I recognize my mistakes. Yet I wish for you to understand that life is singular. Many missteps are difficult to amend." Mom. Gu Ran responded softly. "Thus, Aran, you must take care of yourself, truly care for yourself. Do you understand?" Gu Ran acquiesced, regardless of the circumstances. She could only follow the path laid out by Gu Weiji. With only a week remaining before the college entrance examination, she dedicated herself fervently, convinced that with diligent effort, she would gain admission to the local conservatory, where she would undoubtedly encounter Youwen once more. Both Gu Weiji and she would find joy in this reunion. Perhaps only then would she attain genuine freedom and release. The hope seemed so near, yet it felt increasingly distant. On a bright and clear day, Gu Weiji accompanied her to the school for a mock examination. As she waved goodbye and stepped into the examination hall, Gu Weiji collapsed on the ground the moment she turned away. "Mom! Mom!" she cried desperately, rushing to her side. An ambulance transported them to the hospital, where, after a thorough examination, Gu Weiji was diagnosed with bone cancer. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue. How could everything have turned out this way? Alone in the empty corridor, she felt an icy chill enveloping her, as if she were on the brink of suffocation. Time and again, fate had offered her glimmers of hope, only to snatch them away in cruel succession. Chapter 36. Aaron. I love you. It seemed that heaven took pleasure in playing cruel tricks on her, inflicting pain repeatedly. She appeared to possess everything, yet in truth, she was left with nothing. In her final moments, Gu Weiji turned to her side, her voice barely a whisper. "Aaron, it is my fault. I should not be ill at this time." Gu Ran wept bitterly, her heart shattered. "Did you not wish to see me get into the music academy? Were you not supposed to care for me for a lifetime? Why now? Why must you leave me all alone?" Tears streamed down Gu Weiji's cheeks as she sorrowfully murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gu Ran clutched her hand, crying out in anguish, Mom, please don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm sorry, were the last words Gu Weiji uttered before she breathed her last. The lines on the heart monitor flattening as she departed from this world forever. From that moment on, she truly became an orphan, unbound by the constraints of others, yet devoid of companionship. The tumultuous years that followed were fraught with hardship, and the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Who could claim that life would improve? A simple funeral was arranged, and Gu Ran laid Gu Weiji to rest. Thus concluded a life, ultimately confined within a small box, slumbering in the dark earth. Having severed ties with her family when she left for distant lands, no one came to pay their respects at her burial. Yet, the journey of life is inherently solitary. In death, the presence or absence of mourners bears little significance. Gu Ran did not pursue higher education, as the funds intended for tuition had been spent on Gu Weiji's medical care. Alone and destitute, she found herself without any support. In the harsh reality of life, one must learn to survive. To stave off hunger, she resorted to menial jobs. However, her limited education rendered her incapable of securing better employment, forcing her to work as a waitress or take on odd jobs. This situation deepened her sense of inferiority, making her hesitant to reach out to Youwen, feeling unworthy of him. Yet, fate had other plans. Unexpectedly, she encountered him while working at the restaurant. Perhaps this was all predestined. When her longing to see him intensified, they remained worlds apart. Yet, just as she resigned herself to the thought of never meeting him, destiny conspired to reunite them. The heavens always seemed to delight in playing tricks on her. Upon hearing all of Gu Ran's story, Youwen felt a profound ache in his heart. Everything became clear. It was evident why he could not reach her. How could someone intent on evading him ever be found? Perhaps the heavens were touched by his sincerity, allowing him to reunite with her once more. Boss, do you happen to know Gu Ran's phone number and address? Youwen inquired of the restaurant owner. The proprietor retrieved an old notebook and began to sift through the records. Found it, he announced, transcribing the contact information onto a piece of paper for Youwen. Thank you, boss. Youwen expressed his gratitude. The owner smiled, saying, that young lady has endured much. Having a boyfriend like you is a blessing for her. Youwen smiled faintly, responding, thank you. Without even having dinner, Youwen set off to find Gu Ran, following the address provided. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the specified location in the northern part of the city, a place he had visited before. It felt so familiar. He reflected that had he searched here back then, he might have encountered her. Navigating through the dilapidated residential buildings, he arrived at Gu Ran's residence, where the surroundings were far from pleasant, overgrown with weeds and permeated by an unpleasant odor. He stood outside, waiting from dawn until dusk. As night fell, the dim light illuminated the earth and his pristine white shirt, casting shadows over his sharply defined features. Gu Ran was taken aback by the unexpected visitor. When she approached Youwen, she was stunned, dropping the bag of fruit she was holding, which tumbled to the ground. Hey Ran, he exclaimed, embracing her fervently. The reunion after so many years brought him to tears of joy. The person he had longed for day and night was finally before him again. Though she instinctively attempted to pull away, Youwen's grip was strong. He held her tightly, fearful that she might vanish once more. Ran, please do not leave me. I have searched for you for so long. Upon hearing Youwen's words, Gu Ran's tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had once promised to wait for him, yet now she had relinquished that hope, not anticipating that he would truly seek her out as promised. A wave of warmth surged from her heart, enveloping her entire being. Ultimately, she surrendered to the love of the man before her. Youwen, I am so sorry, she uttered, bursting into tears. This long-awaited reunion had been envisioned countless times by both, yet when it finally transpired, they had never foreseen such a scene. Ran, I have missed you dearly. I have missed you too. Gu Ran invited Youwen to her residence for a meal, after years of separation. There were endless words to share. She prepared a cup of tea for him and sat beside him, as Youwen gently took her hand in his. Ran, you have endured much suffering over the years. Gu Ran shook her head softly. It is fate, perhaps. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side, Youwen assured. Gu Ran, moved by his words, replied, I had always believed I would never encounter you again in this lifetime. Youwen countered, that is not the case. I promised I would find you. The death of Gu Weiji left me in despair. I had imagined countless ways she might leave me, yet I never envisioned it would be in this manner. Gu Ran expressed, the bond between us is so intricate that, in the end, I cannot discern whether I feel more love or more hatred towards her. Gu Ran continued. In this world, I am now left all alone. Youwen replied, no, you still have me. After reuniting with Gu Ran, their lives were free from external obstacles, allowing them to be together openly. The environment where Gu Ran lived was exceedingly poor, and the safety was concerning. Youwen, worried for her well-being and desiring to be by her side, decided to rent a new place for them to live together. The dormitory residents were quite taken aback by Youwen's swift transition into a relationship and their rapid cohabitation. Filled with envy, he jested, just wait, I'll send you all wedding candies in the future. Zhang Heng quipped, wow, already thinking about marriage so soon? Youwen chuckled, no, this decision has been a long time coming. She is the only one I wish to marry in this lifetime. Wu Tianhao teased, you truly are a romantic. And I Ting remarked, when the time comes, can I just enjoy the feast without contributing to the gift? Youwen replied, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. He prepared their belongings and moved into the new house, and Gu Ran followed suit, marking the beginning of their shared life together. Gu Ran expressed, Youwen, I only wish to be with you in this lifetime. Wherever you are is my home. Youwen, delighted by her words, extended his arms to embrace her, saying, Aran, I love you. Chapter 37. Hard-earned happiness. Youwen was adept at cooking, so after attending his classes, he would visit the market to purchase Gu Ran's favorite ingredients and prepare meals for her. As Gu Ran had to work and lacked the flexibility of time, he willingly took on the role of a domestic caretaker. Nevertheless, he is willing to sacrifice everything for her. Gu Ran has endured considerable hardships and wishes for her to suffer no more. Eat more. Look how thin you've become, Youwen remarked, placing a piece of sweet and sour ribs into her bowl. Gu Ran touched her face, puzzled. Where am I thin? Look at how delicious your cooking is. It has made me plump. Youwen chuckled. If I Haven tea made you plump, it would mean I've been negligent. Gu Ran laughed at his teasing and, in turn, used her chopsticks to place a piece of rib into his bowl. You've worked hard, my caregiver. Just be mindful not to let me grow plump while you grow thin. Youwen smiled. Understood. Understood. I shall ensure I eat heartily to match your figure. After their meal, Gu Ran would relax on the sofa, while Youwen volunteered to wash the dishes, aware of the fatigue Gu Ran endured from her job. Unwilling to let her bear even a modicum of hardship, he loves her deeply, wishing to bestow upon her all his affection. To support their living expenses, Youwen occasionally worked part-time at a CAF. The money they earned was saved in a piggy bank, with plans to use it for wedding photos once they married. The mere thought of their future brought them close, envisioning together. When we marry, we shall have a baby, preferably one that resembles you, Youwen said with a smile. Gu Ran replied, what if it looks like you? Youwen reiterated, as long as it is born of you, I shall adore it. Gu Ran laughed. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Youwen pressed his lips together and repeated, as long as it is born of you, I shall adore it. As Gu Ran listened to his words, she felt as though she could truly glimpse a beautiful future. Youwen, will we ultimately be together? At times, she found the fantasy too exquisite to believe, leaving her with a sense of insecurity. Youwen, aware of her wandering thoughts, gently embraced her, holding her tightly. Of course, we are destined to be together. The only person I love is you, and we will undoubtedly be together. Why do you love me? Gu Ran inquired with curiosity. Perhaps I owe you too much from a past life, and thus I am fated to love you in this one, he replied with a smile. Gu Ran playfully punched him lightly, urging, be serious. Youwen, with a tender tone, declared, our love is preordained, across lifetimes. Should we not be together, it would invoke divine wrath. Gu Ran, still feeling playful, threatened to hit him again. You're still not serious. Youwen cleared his throat and, gazing earnestly into her eyes, said, much love exists without reason. Despite the absence of explanation, I love you, and perhaps that is what love truly is. Youwen cherished the moments after dinner when he would stroll hand in hand with her under the setting sun. Their shadows elongated by the evening light intertwined effortlessly. Youwen, will we hold hands like this for a lifetime? Gu Ran asked. He chuckled. Silly girl, we will hold hands until we are old and gray. Will you love me forever? Gu Ran pressed. With unwavering conviction, Youwen replied, yes, in this lifetime, I will love but one person, and that person is you. Under the golden hues of the sunset, they shared a kiss, exchanging their most beautiful first kiss. Once we agree to a lifetime commitment, it is indeed a lifetime. Anyone who deceives is akin to a dog, she playfully remarked. Youwen chuckled, very well. Let us seal it with a pinky promise. She innocently extended her little finger. Su Yuwen joined her. Pinky swear, we shall not change for 100 years. Gu Ran added, those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles. Su Yuwen cheerfully replied, agreed. However, trouble befell Gu Ran when her restaurant owner fell gravely ill, prompting the owner's wife to sell the establishment for treatment, leaving Gu Ran unemployed. Su Yuwen, aware of her distress, felt helpless as his own part-time CAF was not hiring. Yet, Gu Ran, ever independent, reassured him, I can find work on my own. So do not worry. Su Yuwen acquiesced, but continued to fret over her situation. In his spare time, he sought opportunities for her. But his concerns were alleviated when Gu Ran joyfully announced that she had secured a job. What position have you found? Su Yuwen inquired. I will be a piano teacher at someone's home, she declared with pride. Su Yuwen was delighted for her, knowing her passion for playing the piano. What a splendid job, he exclaimed. Gu Ran nodded, indeed. I think so too. I can play the piano and earn a salary. Truly a win-win situation. Su Yuwen then asked, how is your preparation for the arts examination coming along? Gu Ran replied, I have been preparing diligently, hoping to be admitted this year. Every year, she applied to music conservatories, but now, having fallen out of a study routine, the prospect of acceptance grew increasingly daunting. Su Yuwen was concerned for her, fearing that she might be unhappy, yet Gu Ran comforted him with a smile. It's all right. If I don't succeed this year, I can try again next year. Su Yuwen replied. Gu Ran added, if I continue to fail, perhaps it is simply my fate. Su Yuwen gently shook his head. Do not say such things. Even in the face of adversity, we must believe in the possibility of change. Gu Ran replied, I understand. Su Yuwen expressed his worry. But I fear this might place undue pressure on you. Gu Ran smiled reassuringly. Worry not. I will not be overwhelmed. I have come to terms with many things. With a tender embrace, Su Yuwen lamented, if only I had found you sooner, perhaps you would be living a better life. I am sorry. Gu Ran chuckled. This is not your fault. I am not that fragile. Upon arriving at the address for the job interview, Gu Ran found herself before an imposing and luxurious villa. She rang the doorbell, and the gate was slowly opened. Inside, the housekeeper was bustling about. To her surprise, the first person she encountered was Gu Silan. The once carefree and boisterous boy had now matured into a tall and handsome young man. Gu Silan was equally astonished. Gu Ran, the new piano teacher is you? What a coincidence. Where is Mrs. Gu? Gu Ran inquired curiously. Gu Silan replied with a smile, my mother stepped out for a bit. It's just me at home now. Gu Ran asked with interest, so, you are the one learning piano? Gu Silan nodded, indeed. Therefore, if you wish to secure this position, you must first pass my test. Gu Ran. Gu Silan laughed heartily. So, teacher Gu, shall I test your skills? Gu Ran had come for an interview, and she was quite fond of the position. Since the principal wanted to assess her, she could only comply. Gu Ran. All right, ask me anything. Gu Silan tilted her head playfully, then teach me to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. This melody was a simple tune she had mastered in her childhood, posing no challenge to her. As Gu Ran played the keys, Gu Silan quietly observed her. In truth, he could play. He merely wished to tease Gu Ran. Once Gu Ran finished her piece, she turned to Gu Silan and said, all right, I've played my part. Now it's your turn. Gu Silan feigned ignorance, clumsily placing his fingers on the keys, like this. Unable to bear it any longer, Gu Ran adjusted his fingers. No, like this. Then start playing this way. As she spoke, she began to demonstrate. Under Gu Ran's guidance, Gu Silan started to play. Initially, Gu Ran genuinely believed he was incapable of playing the piano, but as she witnessed his fluid performance, she realized she had been tricked. You can play, yet you chose to toy with me. Gu Ran pretended to be angry. Gu Silan chuckled. All right. Do not be upset. I just wanted to tease you since it has been so long since I last saw you. Gu Ran. Gu Silan proclaimed. All right. Teacher Gu, I hereby declare that your piano playing is exceptional. You have passed the test. Gu Silan eagerly added. That's wonderful. I really like her. Mom, please keep her. Madame Gu smiled. Very well. Chapter 38. Adopting a kitten. Gu Ran stepped outside, elated as she sent Su Yuwen the news of her successful job application. After walking a few paces, she was unexpectedly blocked by someone. Frustrated as she glanced at her phone, she looked up, only to find it was Su Yuwen, who had been waiting for her all along. Why have you been standing here? Gu Ran feigned ignorance. Did you not see my message? Su Yuwen inquired. With anticipation, Gu Ran replied, I got the job. She then leaped into his arms, and Su Yuwen exclaimed, Really? Indeed. Gu Ran affirmed. Su Yuwen beamed. My Gu Ran is truly remarkable. The two embraced, brimming with excitement. What would you like to eat today? I shall prepare it for you. Su Yuwen asked with a smile. Sounds great. Gu Ran responded eagerly. Let me whip up a few of your favorite dishes, he added. You are simply wonderful. Gu Ran exclaimed. Look, there's a cat over there, she pointed out. Let us go take a look, Su Yuwen suggested. They approached the small creature, revealing a scrawny little white cat, covered in dirt, its large, damp eyes scanning the surroundings with caution as it emitted a wary meow. It seemed to smile at them. Gu Ran gazed at it intently. Yes, Su Yuwen agreed, recalling the year when his beloved cat, Xiao Xiao, succumbed to cancer. He had been unable to save it and had buried it beneath the camellia tree at his doorstep. This memory weighed heavily on him, for he felt he had failed Gu Ran by not protecting the cat they had cared for together. I feel the same way, Gu Ran responded promptly. They meticulously bathed the little kitten and prepared a cozy nook for it. Su Yuwen was gently drying the fur of the little kitten, and once it was dry, the kitten resembled a snowball, its whiteness utterly adorable. Oh, how delightful. Let me hold you well, my dear, Gu Ran exclaimed with excitement. Su Yuwen looked at the kitten with joy and asked, what shall we name it? After a moment's thought, Gu Ran suggested, how about we call it Xiao Xiao? Su Yuwen nodded in agreement. Very well. Xiao Xiao it shall be. The little kitten, Xiao Xiao, mewed incessantly, and Gu Ran showered it with tender care, causing a twinge of envy in Su Yuwen's heart. Holding Xiao Xiao, he murmured to himself, Xiao Xiao, look how much your mother adores you. I find myself feeling quite jealous. Gu Ran, folding clothes nearby, overheard his words but merely smiled in silence. Xiao Xiao, if only your mother would give me a kiss. I might just quell my jealousy and forgive her for her adult grievances, Su Yuwen mumbled. Gu Ran understood his sentiment but chose not to address it directly, completing her task before turning to him. At your age, still feeling envious over a little kitten? Su Yuwen replied, jealousy knows no age. Both adults and children can feel it. Gu Ran could not help but laugh. You truly are impossible. With a warm smile, she approached him and gently instructed. Close your eyes. Obediently, Su Yuwen complied. Gu Ran planted a soft kiss on him, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and playfully scolded, you fool. Satisfied, Su Yuwen opened his eyes and gazed at Gu Ran with a smile, saying, if you could shower me with a few more kisses and call me a fool a bit more often, I wouldn't mind at all. Gu Ran chuckled. You are nothing but a 3-year-old at heart. Su Yuwen retorted, being a child can be quite enjoyable. Gu Ran's smile was sweet. You rascal. Time flew swiftly, and soon Su Yuwen would embark on an internship at a prestigious company. With his exceptional academic performance, he was assigned to a listed firm, and the two of them busied themselves with the demands of life. At this moment, they were so engrossed in their daily struggles that the infrequency of their meetings seemed inconsequential. They believed that as long as they were together, enduring a bit of hardship and fatigue was trivial. Gu Xilan came from a well-off family and had a younger brother. Her initial intention in hiring Gu Ran was to teach her brother, Gu Sahan, piano. Gu Xilan was pleasantly surprised by Gu Ran's arrival and felt a sense of joy because of it. This girl had captured his attention since their high school days. He appreciated her sense of righteousness and was intrigued by her presence. After finishing a piano lesson with Gu Sahan in the living room, Gu Sahan took a break. Gu Xilan approached Gu Ran and handed her a bottle of mineral water. Noticing the cap was still on, she quickly unscrewed it and presented it to her once more. It's open now, drink up, she said with a hearty laugh. Gu Ran, touched by his warmth, accepted it, saying, thank you. Gu Xilan smiled, you're welcome. Gu Ran took a sip from the bottle. That little monkey of mine must find learning the piano quite challenging, right? Gu Xilan was aware of her brother's situation. No matter how those previous teachers instructed him, it just didn't work. She pouted, and then her eyes lit up with a realization. I know. It must be because our teacher Gu is so beautiful and gentle that he adores you so much. Gu Ran chuckled, recognizing the compliment embedded in Gu Xilan's words. Don't tease me, she replied with a smile. Gu Xilan called out to Gu Sahan, who was playing nearby. Gu Sahan, isn't teacher Gu beautiful and gentle? Gu Sahan chuckled. It would be wonderful if teacher Gu could become my girlfriend. Then she would be my sister-in-law. Although it was a jest, Gu Ran's face turned crimson upon hearing it. Gu Xilan exclaimed, don't joke around. Gu Sahan playfully stuck out his tongue. Got it. Gu Xilan, with a smile, remarked, teacher Gu is so wonderful. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Gu Ran remained silent. After work that day, as she exited the Gu residence, Gu Xilan accompanied her to the door, apologizing. I'm sorry for teasing you today. Gu Ran replied, it's all right. Gu Xilan then inquired earnestly, but I truly want to ask you, do you have a boyfriend? Gu Xilan felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. He quickly masked it with laughter. Of course, someone as wonderful as Teacher Gu must have many admirers. Gu Ran paused momentarily before turning to bid farewell. Goodbye. Gu Silan waved eagerly. Goodbye? Xiao Xiao meowed in response, as if it understood Gu Ran's words. Yet, Gu Ran understood that Su Youwen worked tirelessly for the good of the family, and thus she held no grievances. She comprehended him, believing that as long as Su Youwen's heart belonged to her, she would fear nothing else. After pouring cat food for Xiao Xiao, who refused to eat, Gu Ran resignedly decided to prepare some chicken as a treat. You little rascal, you are quite picky. You are indeed a challenge to care for, she remarked as she crouched down to observe it devouring its meal voraciously. In the quiet of the night, she lay in bed, her phone screen illuminating the darkness. She reached out, rubbed her eyes, and opened the message from Su Youwen. Aaron, this is my dinner tonight. It tastes terrible. Will Aaron feel sorry for me? Gu Ran replied, Xiao Xiao will feel sorry. Su Youwen responded with a wry smile. Chapter 39. Internship. After ensuring Xiao Xiao is settled, Gu Ran boarded a vehicle heading to Nanzhou, the city where Su Youwen worked. Nestled in the picturesque Jiangnan region, Nanzhou is renowned for its charming bridges and flowing waters, boasting a high level of urbanization. The company where Su Youwen was employed was among the elite in their field. Upon arriving, she switched to a bus, enduring several jolts until she reached his workplace. Waiting at the foot of the building, she received a text from him stating he would be down shortly. After a long absence, Su Youwen appeared before her, clad in a strikingly tailored suit. He looked even more handsome and poised than she remembered, his smile radiating warmth akin to the spring sun. Aaron, he called out to her with a grin. Gu Ran, filled with exuberance, dashed into his embrace. Su Youwen, I missed you so much. I missed you too, he replied, holding her tightly. Su Youwen led her to the restaurant located at the base of the company. Are you hungry after sitting in the car all morning? He asked gently. Gu Ran shook her head slightly. Not at the moment. Then allow me to buy you a drink, Su Youwen offered. Gu Ran smiled and nodded in agreement. All right. He approached the cashier to order a cup of milk tea while Gu Ran sat in her seat, watching him. Just then, a young woman approached Su Youwen, animatedly chatting with him. A thought crossed her mind. A person as exceptional as Su Youwen must surely have many admirers. Su Youwen approached Gu Ran, holding a cup of milk tea. I ordered your favorite milk tea, he said. Gu Ran expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Su Youwen replied, no need for such formalities. It has been a while since we last met. You seem to have lost some weight. Gu Ran touched her face and smiled. Really? At that moment, the girl who had been speaking with Su Youwen at the counter passed by and noticed Gu Ran standing before him. Su Youwen, is this the girlfriend you've been dreaming about? She exclaimed. Su Youwen chuckled. Indeed. Isn't my girlfriend beautiful? Wang Lulu responded. She is lovely. Your taste is remarkable. Su Youwen acknowledged this with pride, of course. After finishing her meal, Wang Lulu moved to another table. Curiously, Gu Ran inquired, who was that just now? Su Youwen smiled and introduced. Her name is Wang Lulu. She is a colleague of mine. Gu Ran replied, oh, it seems like you two are quite familiar with each other. Su Youwen teased, what's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Gu Ran turned her head away, not at all. Su Youwen then asked, how is Xiao Xiao doing at home? Gu Ran replied, oh, eating and drinking, and now it's getting fatter, like a sticky rice dumpling. She looked slightly disheartened. What? Wasn't it supposed to come to see me? Su Youwen hurriedly reassured her, of course, the primary reason is to see my dear Gu Ran. Gu Ran waved her hand dismissively. I was just teasing you. Afterward, Su Youwen took Gu Ran on a stroll around the city. He noticed the little hamster charm on her backpack and remarked, I can't believe you've kept that all these years. Eventually, he accompanied her to the bus station, and the two reluctantly bid farewell. Yes, I shall wait for you, she replied with a smile. Gu Ran settled into the car, gazing out the window at him as he waved goodbye from outside. For reasons unknown, a wave of melancholy washed over her heart. She chided herself, reminding her that it was not their first parting. Why then did it feel so sorrowful? As the vehicle began to move, she extended her hand in farewell. Goodbye, she murmured softly. That year, she had been taken away to transfer schools by Gu Weiji, under similarly poignant circumstances. Fortunately, at this moment, they would not have to part again. Xiao Xiao, she chuckled as she lifted the kitten into her arms. Do you miss me? Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, responding with a gentle meow. Gu Ran tenderly caressed its face. After a simple dinner and completing her evening routine, she lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Xiao Xiao leapt onto the bed, settling beside her. She reached out to stroke its head, whispering, Xiao Xiao. Teacher Gu, what are you up to? Teacher Gu, let me show you the piano performance by Gu Sahan today. Teacher Gu, Did you notice his notes were off? You must teach him properly when you return to work. Gu Sahan has improved since the last time. I will come and teach him tomorrow. She did not forget to add a cute emoji. Gu Ran responded with a polite smile. Her days working in the Gu household were the most joyful of her career, for she had the piano to play. Ever since Gu Weiji fell ill, she had sold the family piano to fund her treatment, and since then, she had not played again. The following day, upon arriving at the Gu residence for work, Gu Sahan was already waiting eagerly on the balcony. His heart inexplicably lightened at the sight of her approaching figure. Teacher Gu. Gu Sahan called out to her. Gu Ran replied. Have you been practicing the piano diligently these past few days? Following Teacher Gu's instructions, he had indeed been practicing earnestly. Yet he felt his performance was lacking. He lowered his head. Gu Ran bent down and smiled at him, saying, It's all right. I will help you practice. Just then, Gu Silan descended the staircase, approaching them with a beaming smile. Teacher Gu, you've arrived. Gu Ran softly acknowledged, unable to meet his gaze. Feeling that his eyes burned with intensity, she turned to Gu Sahan beside her and said, Let's practice the piano first. Gu Sahan obediently replied, Okay. The two of them sat together on the piano bench, where Gu Ran instructed Gu Sahan to play the piece for her first, after which she would correct his mistakes one by one. Gu Silan sat at a distance on the leather sofa in the living room, observing their practice. He idly played on his phone while secretly admiring the profile of Gu Ran, who was extraordinarily beautiful. In a moment of impulse, he opened the camera and discreetly captured a photo of Gu Ran as she played the piano. Gazing at the photograph, a gentle smile graced his lips. Chapter 40. He accompanied her home on this day. It was Mrs. Gu's birthday, and she invited Gu Ran to stay for dinner. Gu Ran, unable to refuse her kind invitation, ultimately agreed. Mrs. Gu was a wonderful person, treating everyone with kindness, whether it was the housekeepers or the aunts. She regarded them all equally. Gu Ran declined, saying, No, thank you. Gu Silan furrowed his brows and asked, Then shall I take you to the bus station? After this exchange, Gu Ran found it difficult to refuse, so she acquiesced. The two walked side by side towards the bus station. Are you still adapting well at my house? He inquired. Gu Ran, how have you been? Quite well. Everyone is doing fine, she replied. Gu Silan then asked, Where are you studying now? It has been many years since we last saw each other after high school graduation. Gu Silan was taken aback. Unable to fathom that the academically accomplished Gu Ran had not pursued further studies after graduating high school. A momentary silence enveloped them. With a gentle smile, Gu Ran revealed, During the year of the college entrance examination, my mother was diagnosed with terminal bone cancer. I spent all of our family's savings on her treatment, which caused me to miss the exam. Gu Silan quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. Gu Ran lightly shook her head. It's all right. I have come to terms with it. Regret washed over Gu Silan for having broached such a painful topic. He had never imagined that Gu Ran had endured such hardships. As he looked at her, he sensed an underlying bitterness, yet her face was perpetually adorned with a tender smile. This unexpected resilience only drew him in further. I've arrived, she announced, and before they knew it, they had reached the bus station. All right, she consented. With quick reflexes, Gu Silan seized hold of the bag snatcher, causing the thief to cry out in pain. How dare you steal? You are courting death, Gu Silan admonished. The thief wailed in agony. Gu Ran hurried over to their side, and Gu Silan urged her, quickly call the police. Okay, Gu Ran responded. The police arrived promptly and escorted the bag snatcher to the station. Gu Silan sighed in relief, handing the recovered bag to Gu Ran. Thank you. Gu Ran expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. I never expected the outside world to be so perilous. As a young woman, you must be more cautious, Gu Silan advised with concern. Yes, Gu Ran agreed. Gu Silan, I see. Gu Ran. Gu Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, There's no need. Gu Silan, with conviction, stated, Just consider the events you encountered today. Had I not been there, who knows what might have happened? In any case, do not refuse. Gu Ran. Standing before Gu Ran, Gu Silan noticed a scrape on her elbow. You're bleeding here, Gu Ran pointed out. Gu Silan turned his arm and, upon seeing it, responded cheerfully, It's just a minor injury. No worries. Gu Ran felt a pang of guilt. You've helped me so much today. Gu Silan smiled and suggested, How about you treat me to dinner next time? Gu Ran thought to herself that she had intended to propose the same, surprised that he had spoken first. All right, she agreed. As they waited for the bus, Gu Ran boarded, and Gu Silan followed closely behind her. Gu Ran looked at him in confusion. Why did you get on too? Gu Silan laughed. The world is a dangerous place. I can't rest easy unless I see you home safely. Gu ran. Gu Salon continued. If something were to happen to you on the way, my parents would be filled with guilt. Gu ran, resigned, replied, very well. The two sat together, gazing at the city's nightscape through the bus window. Gu Salon remarked with a smile, I never expected the night view from a bus to be so lovely. Gu ran asked, haven't you ever taken a bus? Gu Salon answered, never. Gu ran teased him, you truly are a wealthy heir. Gu Salon smiled and said, becoming the eldest young master was not a choice of mine. Gu ran chuckled, indeed, it is a matter of good fortune. Gu Salon's laughter blossomed. It is quite amusing to see teacher Gu in a fit of anger. Gu ran rolled her eyes at him. After several stops on the bus, Gu ran initiated a new topic. You previously inquired about where I studied. What about you? Gu ran continued. Oh. The streetlights cast a luminous glow upon her, and the evening breeze tousled her delicate hair, leaving Gu Salon momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a chime announced their arrival. We have arrived at Chungbei Station. Passengers disembarking at this station, please take care of your belongings. We've arrived, Gu ran stated. Yes, do send me a message once you get home, he advised earnestly. All right, she replied, continuing, I must thank you for today. Gu Salon waved his hand dismissively. No problem. See you tomorrow, teacher Gu. Gu ran waved back, goodbye. Throughout the journey, he felt an inexplicable joy, akin to that of a fool. Yet, the mere thought of Gu ran brought an uncontainable smile to his face. Chapter 41. I have a boyfriend, Gu Salon. Gu ran called out to him. Gu Salon turned his head. What is it? I would like to treat you to dinner tomorrow, Gu ran proposed. Gu Salon was taken aback with delight. Really? Yes, really. Gu ran affirmed. Gu Salon beamed. I knew teacher Gu was a person of their word. Gu ran laughed. You certainly know how to use idioms. She perused her phone to select a Western restaurant within her budget. 2 days later, Gu ran invited Gu Salon to dinner, and the two sat together in a restaurant. I wonder if the food here is any good, Gu ran mused. Gu Salon, unfazed, replied. As long as it's hosted by teacher Gu, it must be delicious. Such flattery nearly soared to the heavens, eliciting a chuckle from Gu ran. You certainly know how to flatter. Gu Salon retorted. Would your boyfriend be able to speak so charmingly? Gu ran fell silent. As they shared a steak, the set menu boasted an abundance of dishes. Although the flavors were mediocre, Gu Salon relished the meal, for his joy stemmed from Gu ran's mere presence. Curiously observing Gu Salon, Gu ran inquired, what inspired a young heir like you to pursue a career in law enforcement? With a smile, Gu Salon replied. It's a dream I've harbored since childhood. I've always wanted to be a policeman. Is that so? Gu ran nodded thoughtfully. By the way, teacher Gu, do you have any dreams? She asked. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips as she replied, no. There were many matters she preferred not to revisit, as they were too painful. Teacher, your piano skills are exceptional. I believe you should consider becoming a pianist, Gu Salon joked. He was taken aback by this unexpected perspective on himself. Am I truly that good at playing the piano? Gu ran inquired softly. Absolutely. My parents often take me to concerts, and your playing is on par with those professional pianists, Gu Salon asserted. Gu ran smiled. You hold me in too high regard. Gu Salon responded earnestly. I speak only the truth. With that, he promptly retrieved 2 tickets from his wallet and presented them to Gu ran, saying, Teacher Gu, there's a concert at the Chong City Grand Theater today, and I have 2 tickets. Would you accompany me to enjoy it? Gu ran promptly declined. Perhaps not. Gu Salon replied, this ticket expires today, and it was gifted by a friend. Please accompany me. It would be such a waste if it goes unused. At that moment, Gu ran recalled Youwen. Let me make a quick call first. Gu Salon smiled. All right, I will wait for you. She dialed Youwen's number, which was swiftly answered. Youwen, a friend of mine wishes to take me to a concert today. Youwen chuckled from the other end. You have always enjoyed concerts. Since your friend has invited you, why not go? It must be rather dull without me around. Is it truly all right? Of course. I'm not possessive. It is delightful for you to engage in something you love. Thank you. Fool, no need for thanks. Just enjoy yourself. The call ended quickly, as Youwen seemed quite busy. Having considered Youwen's words, Gu ran ultimately agreed to accompany Gu Salon. Noticing the pleading look on Gu Salon's face, Gu ran felt unable to refuse. Very well, let us attend the concert. Gu ran remarked. Is it truly necessary to be this joyful? Once they arrived at the Chong City Grand Theater and secured their tickets, the two found their seats. Tears welled in Gu ran's eyes. Gu Salon turned to glance at the quiet Gu ran beside her, noticing the tears streaming down her cheeks. He hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. Is it so beautiful that it brings you to tears? She looked up, her eyes reddened, and the sight of her teary gaze tugged at his heart. Thank you. She accepted his handkerchief, choosing not to utter another word. As the concert concluded, the two individuals emerged from the grand theater, the night having enveloped the surroundings. Thank you. Gu-ran expressed her gratitude. The pair settled into the car in silence, with Gu-ran gazing intently out the window. Gu Si-lan broke the stillness. Teacher Gu, it seems you have a profound affection for the piano. To her surprise, Gu Si-lan had accurately discerned her thoughts. Since you cherish the piano so much, perhaps you should consider continuing your studies, Gu Si-lan suggested. Gu-ran responded, reality is not as beautiful as one might dream. I lack the financial means. Gu Si-lan found herself at a loss for words in Gu-ran's presence. I'll support you, she blurted out impulsively. Gu-ran chuckled softly. Thank you for your generous offer, but I do not require it. Gu Si-lan, flustered, replied. That is not what I meant. I'm sorry, I struggle with words. Gu-ran gently shook her head. I understand. You merely wish to assist me. And that is perfectly fine. Witnessing Gu-ran's empathetic nature, Gu Si-lan felt a pang of sorrow. She continued, however, I hope you can also comprehend my perspective. I realize that one person cannot fully understand another, yet there are times when an individual desires solitude from the intrusions of others. It was then that Gu Si-lan recognized her own indiscretion. I apologize, she said. Gu-ran smiled and shook her head. We are fundamentally different, existing in disparate worlds. Soon, the car came to a halt. Gu-ran settled the fare and promptly opened the door to exit. Gu Si-lan hurried after her. Gu-ran, I'm sorry. My words were inappropriate. A deep sense of guilt weighed heavily on her heart. Gu-ran smiled reassuringly. It's all right, for I never expected us to inhabit the same world. As Gu-ran turned to leave, Gu Si-lan reached out and grasped her arm. I am sorry. I do not understand why I always behave this way in your presence. It seems I have developed an unusual affection for you. Gu-ran forcefully wrenched herself free. Please conduct yourself properly. I am in a relationship. Gu Si-lan's hand fell to his side as he watched helplessly as Gu-ran vanished before his eyes. Chapter 42. An irresistible love from that day onward. Gu-ran treated Gu Si-lan with a cold indifference, consistently avoiding him both intentionally and unintentionally. In that moment, Gu Si-lan was engulfed by regret. He longed to assist her, yet each attempt to help her felt like an affront to her dignity. He acknowledged that he had indeed fallen for her. No matter the time or place, thoughts of her pervaded his mind. He had never believed in love, but her presence had completely transformed his perception. Perhaps he had arrived too late. Having endured numerous hardships throughout his life, he understood well the significance of financial stability for a family. However, establishing oneself in such a vast corporation was no easy feat. Everyone was vying for advancement, and the competitive pressure was immense. With the deadline for the probationary list approaching at the end of the month, those who could not secure a permanent position faced dismissal. Youwen felt an overwhelming burden. Yet he was determined to exert every effort to avoid termination. In this company, he fortuitously encountered Wang Lulu, who, to his surprise, was also interning there. Wang Lulu was elated to see him. What a serendipitous reunion for two fellow countrymen in a foreign place, she exclaimed. Youwen smiled tightly. Indeed, what a coincidence. What department are you in? Wang Lulu inquired eagerly. Youwen, in the marketing department. Wang Lulu, the marketing department? That's quite commendable. It is the most vital department in our company. Youwen, what about you? Wang Lulu replied with a smile. I studied human resource management. So I am in the human resources department. The two of them went to the company cafeteria for a meal, engaging in lively conversation. What about you? What are your plans now that you are here? Wang Lulu inquired. First, I intend to establish a solid foundation, earn more, and then get married, he chuckled. Do you already have a girlfriend? Wang Lulu asked curiously. She was taken aback. She hadn't expected it to happen so soon. A tinge of disappointment flickered in her heart. And what about you? Youwen asked. I am just a solitary soul, Wang Lulu laughed. At that moment, a woman adorned in elegant attire, carrying a designer handbag, strolled by, her fragrance wafting through the air. They both instinctively turned to look at her. Youwen softly asked, Who is that person? Wang Lulu lowered her voice and replied, Her name is Zhou Jiran. She is the company's heiress. Youwen, oh. Youwen performed exceptionally well in the company, earning the admiration of the leadership for his contributions. Among his fellow interns was a certain Li Yuanxin, who was an outsider. It was said that he was a relative of the company's owner. Typically, his work ethic was lacking. He often delegated his tasks to others and frequently slacked off. A fact well known among their peers, yet they dared not voice their grievances. Youwen found his behavior particularly distasteful, so he generally refrained from engaging with him. Once, Youwen was engrossed in his work when Youwen, as usual, placed a folder on Youwen's desk, taking advantage of the absence of their superior. Youwen paused his typing and inquired, "What does this mean?" He did not let it slide and confronted him directly. Taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to oppose him, Youwen stammered, "What do you mean?" Youwen turned to face him, asking, "What are you trying to accomplish?" Frustration bubbled within Youwen. "Don't you understand my intentions?" Youwen, gritting his teeth, replied, "I do not comprehend." With that, he returned the folder to him unceremoniously. Youwen was taken aback. He never expected anyone would defy his wishes. Youwen, with a stoic expression, remarked, "Everyone ought to manage their own affairs. Even a 3-year-old understands this principle. Are you so grown that you do not?" Enraged, Youwen sprang to his feet, seething, Are you courting death?" Witnessing this confrontation, those who previously remained silent could hardly believe Youwen had such a resolute side. Sensing the escalating tension, others rushed to intervene, urging Youwen, "Do not act impulsively. We are still at the company." Youwen, filled with fury, retorted, "Even within the company, he dares to show me disrespect." He prepared to retaliate. Just as the situation seemed irretrievable, Zhou Jiran stepped forward, commanding attention and halting Youwen's actions. "Youwen, what are you doing?" Upon recognizing Zhou Jiran, Youwen froze. "Cousin." Youwen immediately capitulated, exclaiming, "Cousin, I realize my mistake. Please don't mention this to uncle." Zhou Jiran retorted, "You better restrain yourself. Otherwise, beware of the consequences." Youwen hurriedly responded, "Understood. Cousin, let us just pretend today as incident never happened." Zhou Jiran fell silent. As the situation came to a close, Zhou Jiran exhaled in relief, nodding to the crowd. It was then that she caught sight of Youwen, and her gaze lingered on him. "What is your name?" She found herself asking involuntarily. "A fine name," she added with a smile, before turning to leave. Youwen cast a sidelong glance at Youwen, internally muttering that it was this person who had brought him such misfortune. Thus, a rivalry between them was born. During the company's anniversary celebration, Youwen, alongside his colleagues, was bustling about, and after a full day of effort, they finally managed to set up the event. Just then, Zhou Jiran happened to arrive for an inspection. Upon spotting Youwen on site, she felt a surge of excitement and approached him. "Youwen, you are here too?" Youwen looked up, surprised to see Zhou Jiran. "What a coincidence, Miss Zhou. You are also present," he replied. Zhou Jiran beamed. "Yes. I am the coordinator for this event." Youwen complimented, "Miss Zhou is truly young and accomplished." Zhou Jiran laughed. "Not only are you capable at work, but you also possess the gift of eloquence." Youwen pressed his lips together, humbly replying, "Miss Zhou, you flatter me." At that moment, Youwen approached. Witnessing the two in light-hearted conversation, and felt a surge of anger. He thought to himself, "If I don't teach him a lesson, I'm not worthy of the surname Li." The event was a resounding success, capturing the attention of Zhou Jiran even more towards Youwen. At that moment, Wang Lulu also noticed Zhou Jiran's newfound interest in Youwen. Chapter 43. Wrongfully dismissed. "My girlfriend is coming to see me today," he exclaimed excitedly to Wang Lulu beside him. Wang Lulu smiled. "You seem quite delighted. When is she arriving?" "You are indeed fortunate," she remarked. Youwen chuckled foolishly. Throughout the morning, he juggled work while keeping an eye on his phone, his co-workers easily discerning his distracted demeanor. Around 10 o'clock, a message from Youwen arrived, prompting Youwen to eagerly open it. Discovering she was already downstairs, he bid farewell to his colleagues and descended the stairs. His co-workers whispered among themselves. Youwen, with his impressive work capabilities and handsome appearance, had even secured a girlfriend. Indeed, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. While you all remain single, you ought to strive harder, they teased. In comparison to wealth, love seemed less significant. After all, a perfect life would encompass both love and money, wouldn't it? "I believe having a beautiful wife is all I need," one remarked. After all, not everyone ends up with the person they cherish. Youwen descended excitedly, and Youwen had not waited long outside. The two joyfully reunited. He took her to the company cafeteria for a bite to eat. Wang Lulu, witnessing Youwen there, realized that Youwen was indeed more beautiful than herself, a pang of jealousy stirring within her, Yet she understood that some matters were simply beyond one's control. Who was that person? Gu Ran inquired curiously, glancing at Wang Lulu. Gu Ran, is that so? Are you feeling jealous? Gu Ran swiftly denied, absolutely not. A week later, the company embarked on a significant project, having developed a new product that they intended to promote as the flagship for the upcoming season. Due to Su Youwen's exceptional capabilities, he was unexpectedly assigned to this project. Even Wang Lulu seldom encountered him. On the rare occasions she did, she noticed he appeared quite haggard. On one occasion, their project team was summoned for an urgent meeting. Su Youwen hurriedly gathered his belongings and entered the conference room. With very few people present at the company that early morning, Li Yuanxin, upon seeing the documents on his desk, concocted a devious plan. This day marked the pivotal moment when their project team would head to the battlefield to finalize negotiations. Bearing immense pressure, Su Youwen hoped to secure the official approval of this major project. However, at this critical juncture, a malfunction occurred with the USB drive, resulting in the loss of the most essential documents. Meanwhile, their rival company had managed to obtain these very documents and successfully secured the project. Everyone returned empty-handed, and the project leader was held accountable by upper management, ultimately leading to Su Youwen being blamed. How did the rival company acquire our project documents? I don't know. The USB drive was in your custody. How could you possibly not know? Perhaps it was stolen, or maybe you were complicit. I was not. I don't say anything more. This is a 20 million project. You have cost the company this opportunity, and you must bear the consequences. I am wronged. I have done nothing. I wish to hear nothing. Gather your belongings and leave. I am wronged. Depart. After being severely reprimanded by his superior, Su Youwen was expelled from the office and ultimately dismissed from the company. What had once seemed like a promising life now lay in ruins. He numbly gathered his possessions, wandering the streets at dusk, lost in despair. Suddenly, the sky erupted in thunder and lightning. When misfortune strikes, even the weather conspires against you. As he struggled with his belongings, an unexpected downpour caught him off guard, drenching him completely. In his clumsiness, he dropped everything he held. A discarded banana peel lay carelessly on the ground, and he slipped, falling to the ground in a state of utter disarray. The rain fell fervently, enveloping him. And the injustice he felt transformed into tears that streamed down his face. Just yesterday, he had informed Gu Ran of his high chances of being promoted. Yet today he faced termination. He was at a loss for words on how to convey this to her. Truly, he was beset by calamity. He approached a nearby trash can and discarded all of his belongings within it. The following day, as he strolled down the street, a blind man suddenly obstructed his path. Su Youwen attempted to pass, but the blind man steadfastly refused to let him go. What do you want? He exclaimed, filled with anger. The blind man, wearing sunglasses, replied, Sir, I foresee a future where you shall soar to great heights, with boundless potential ahead. Su Youwen scoffed, finding the statement utterly absurd. Having just been dismissed, how could he possibly have a limitless future? I am not so easily deceived. Seek someone else if you wish to make money. The blind man hurriedly stopped him and continued, I must remind you, love cannot be forced. Su Youwen furrowed his brow. What nonsense are you talking about? He turned to leave, unwilling to waste any more time there. The old blind man shouted at his retreating figure, in matters of love, one must never force. Su Youwen. 2 days later, he received an offer to interview at a new company. Upon reviewing his resume, the company, aware of his previous employment at Qingda, curiously inquired, Qingda is a reputable company in the industry. Why did you not continue working there? Su Youwen replied, our philosophies did not align. The HR personnel asked with intrigue, what do you mean by that? Su Youwen. I heard there was a leak of confidential information at Qingda. Su Youwen insisted, I am innocent. I did not do it. The HR representative stated, such matters are intolerable in the industry. Even if you are not responsible, any association with it will deter companies from hiring you. Su Youwen. It truly has nothing to do with me. Why don't you investigate thoroughly? Seeing Su Youwen's agitation, the HR personnel apologized. With a heavy heart, Su Youwen exited the office, clutching his resume. At that moment, he recalled the blind man's words and scoffed. What limitless future? Utter nonsense. Chapter 44. A state of ruin that day. He emerged from the internet CAF in disarray and unexpectedly collided with someone. Sometimes, fate is indeed curious. He muttered, I'm sorry. As he prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly confronted by someone who blocked his path. It was Su Youwen. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find that it was Zhou Jiran before him. Feeling embarrassed by his disheveled appearance, he instinctively turned to flee. However, Zhou Jiran grasped his garment and implored, Su Youwen, please don't go. Su Youwen, lowering his head, replied, What is it, Miss Zhou? Zhou Jiran insisted. I am aware of the circumstances you are facing. Su Youwen retorted, In my current state, I cannot bear to face you. Yet, Zhou Jiran called out to him, I know you are innocent. Su Youwen gazed at her, but my reputation is tarnished. Regardless of the truth, no company will employ me. With a heavy heart, he departed. More than half a month passed, and Su Youwen still found himself without employment. He had been ostracized by the industry, and no company would consider him. His life had veered in an unforeseen direction, contrary to his wishes. He picked up his phone and dialed Gu Ran, marking the first time he had reached out to her in a month. The call was answered promptly. Hello, Gu Ran's voice came through. Upon hearing her, Su Youwen's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he stifled his emotions, not wanting her to worry. Aran, how have you been lately? He asked. Yes, I've been quite busy. He continued. Su Youwen felt a surge of emotion. I'm glad to hear that. Gu Ran responded, It has been a while since we last met. I miss you. Su Youwen replied earnestly, I miss you too. Once I settle my affairs here, I will bring you over. All right, I will wait for you, she affirmed. Su Youwen, how have you been at work lately? Gu Ran, quite well. This family takes good care of me. Su Youwen, that puts my mind at ease. Gu Ran, yes. Su Youwen, I must get back to my tasks. Goodbye. Gu Ran, all right, goodbye. After hanging up, Su Youwen stared blankly at Gu Ran's name on his phone. Aran, I miss you dearly. Life has been quite unbearable for me lately. If I could just hold you, perhaps my anguish would lessen. Since childhood, he had lived a life of financial struggle. The burden of unpaid tuition weighed heavily upon him. Especially witnessing his grandmother's constant worry etched on her face. He vividly recalled her toiling away at odd jobs, often falling ill from exhaustion in her efforts to gather funds for his education. The desperation of wanting to help her, yet facing the cold indifference of the world, was a painful chapter in his life. Was he destined to drag Gu Ran into such a life? Absolutely not. That day, he ventured into an internet CAF to continue submitting resumes when suddenly, a heated confrontation erupted nearby between a couple. Man, is it because I am poor that you have chosen to be with another man? Woman, indeed. Who would want to be with you without money? I refuse to live a life of hardship. Man, you heartless woman. Woman, what is wrong with wanting a better life? Look at you, wasting your days in an internet CAF, doing nothing. What do you expect me to do? Man, you must believe that I will strive to improve our situation. Woman, then tell me, how long should I wait for you? A year? 2 years? Or a lifetime? Man, he fell into silence, devoid of words. Woman, you clearly do not love me that much. Why do you bind me with your so-called love? You are only thinking of yourself. Why won't you let me go? Man, woman, I simply desire someone who loves me and treats me well. You manifestly cannot provide either. Why can't you just release me? You do not genuinely care for me. Why can't you let me go? Man, still silent. Woman, you are incapable of doing anything. Why won't you let me go? You are so selfish. Man, isn't it enough for us to be together for a lifetime? The woman let out a desperate laugh, forcefully shaking off the man's hand before resolutely turning away. The crowd in the internet CAF murmured in sympathy, while the men whispered, nowadays, women only care about money. Without it, nothing matters. Su Youwen. He suddenly remembered Gu Ran and wondered if she would still be with him if he had nothing. Perhaps it had been too long since he had slept. He was utterly exhausted. As he stepped outside the internet CAF, he collapsed onto the ground, fainting. In his dazed state, he dreamt of Gu Ran leaving him in anger due to his lack of money. He was abruptly awakened, gasping for breath. Are you awake? Su Youwen turned towards the voice and saw Zhou Jiran sitting beside him. Did you bring me to the hospital? Zhou Jiran. Yes. Have you been awake for too long? Su Youwen. Insomnia. Zhou Jiran smiled softly, then picked up the kanji from the table and handed it to him. Please eat something. The doctor remarked on your frailty. Su Youwen stared vacantly at the porridge in his hands, murmuring his gratitude. Zhou Jiran assisted him in arranging the small table beside his hospital bed, and he began to eat. How is your job search progressing? Su Youwen paused mid-bite, responding, I cannot find anything. Zhou Jiran encouraged, do not lose hope. Shortly thereafter, she received a phone call and hurriedly exited the hospital. Turning to Su Youwen before she left, I have already settled your medical expenses. You need not repay me. As he watched Zhou Jiran's departing figure, Su Youwen felt engulfed by despair. He had never anticipated that he would find himself in such a dire state. Would Gu Ran still choose to be with him if she knew what he had become? The terrifying thought loomed like an abyss, gradually consuming him. Chapter 45. Always believing in her. Was it the same friend who had called him earlier about attending the concert together? Yet, he hesitated, considering that perhaps he was mistaken. Gu Ran could not possibly be that kind of woman. Observing Gu Ran enter the house, he lingered for a moment before stepping inside, hesitating at the threshold. Should he knock on the door? Would she disdain him upon seeing his disheveled state? Ultimately, he extended his hand, choosing to believe that Gu Ran was indeed not that type of woman. As he beheld Gu Ran warmly embracing him, a sense of relief washed over Su Youwen. She continued to love him as fervently as ever. She had not changed. Come in. During your absence, both Xiao Xiao and I have missed you dearly, Gu Ran exclaimed, pulling him inside. Upon entering the room, Su Youwen was greeted by the sight of the round little Xiao Xiao scampering towards him, tilting her adorable head and blinking her big, charming eyes, meowing in delight. With a gentle smile, he squatted down to lift the creature into his arms. The playful shake of its head was utterly charming. Gu Ran, with a warm smile, inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare some noodles for you?" Gazing at the individual before him and the cat nestled in his embrace, he mused that perhaps happiness was simply this, if only it could remain this way forever. Observing Su Youwen, who was savoring the noodles, Gu Ran rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "You've lost weight," while reaching out to caress his cheek. Su Youwen pressed his lips together, replying, "It's nothing." Gu Ran lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, saying, "I miss you dearly." The soft light in Su Youwen's eyes flickered as he replied, "I miss you too." He paused his meal to look at her and confessed, "I've been dismissed from my job." Gu Ran froze, taken aback by the unexpected news. However, realizing how deeply this must affect Su Youwen, she immediately stepped closer, wrapping her arms around him from behind. The warmth of her embrace, imbued with a subtle fragrance, enveloped him. She whispered soothingly, "Do not be afraid. I am here with you. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side." The comfort of her embrace was overwhelming, bringing him to the brink of tears. Leaning against her, he choked out, "Thank you." The following day, Su Youwen accompanied Gu Ran to her workplace, escorting her to the entrance of the Gu residence. Suddenly, Gu Xilan burst out from within, intending to surprise Gu Ran. But he was taken aback to encounter Su Youwen. Their eyes locked, and an unmistakable tension filled the air. Su Youwen could sense the interest this man held for Gu Ran. Gu Ran, observing the two standing dumbfounded at the entrance, furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "What are you both doing? Have you fallen in love at first sight?" Su Youwen, Gu Xilan. He was perplexed by whether this feeling was one of jealousy or resentment, and the overwhelming sensation devoid of emotion drove him to madness. With nothing to occupy his time, he ultimately downloaded a game on his computer and immersed himself in it, finding exhilaration in the virtual successes it offered. When the time came, he went to the Gu residence to pick up Gu Ran from work. Observing Gu Xilan's covetous gaze fixed upon Gu Ran, he felt an intense urge to gouge out his eyes. Gu Ran nodded, "All right." As he looked into Su Youwen's eyes, Gu Xilan could distinctly sense the tension in the air. Su Youwen reached out to take Gu Ran's hand, an evident provocation towards him. Su Youwen remarked to Gu Ran, "Ran, I harbor a strong dislike for that person." Gu Ran pressed her lips together, replying, "MHM, but I work there. He is part of that establishment." Witnessing her discomfort, and recalling how much she cherished her job, Su Youwen eventually conceded, "I understand. It is merely my own unfounded thoughts." Gu Ran nestled her head against his arm. "Do not overthink it. You are the only one I love." Su Youwen, MHM. The two proceeded to the market to purchase ingredients, and as before, Su Youwen prepared meals for her. Their lives together were filled with contentment and happiness. Gu Ran wished for it to remain this way, believing that as long as they were together, they would be blissful. On this day, he accidentally overslept, missing the time to pick up Gu Ran. When he finally remembered and dashed out, the bus had long since departed, forcing him to wait for the next one. Gu Ran waited at the entrance of the Gu residence for Su Youwen for quite some time, but he never appeared. As the rain began to pour from the heavens, Gu Xilan, unable to bear the sight, fetched an umbrella from inside to shield her from the downpour. "Why hasn't your boyfriend arrived yet?" He harbors resentment, perhaps because he secretly favors Gu Ran. Thus, any perceived flaw in Su Youwen ignites his disdain. Perhaps he has been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Gu Ran feels a sense of disappointment. After some hesitation, she contemplates, this may not be right. Gu Xilan interjects, "Are you planning to wait indefinitely for your boyfriend's arrival?" Gu Ran remains silent. With a furrowed brow, she ultimately concedes to him. The two draw close, though. Unfortunately, this scene unfolds entirely under Su Youwen's watchful gaze. Suppressing his inner fury, he strides purposefully toward Gu Ran, reaching out to pull her before him. The torrential rain fails to extinguish the blaze of anger within him. Gu Ran senses Su Youwen's wrath, momentarily rendered speechless. The rain is too heavy. Take this umbrella. Gu Silan offers, extending her umbrella to Su Youwen. He seizes it and violently flings it to the ground, declaring, I have no need for this umbrella. All three are thoroughly drenched by the downpour. The icy rain washes over them, eroding their spirits. Su Youwen slams the door shut with great force. A display of fury Gu Ran has never witnessed from him before. A heavy silence envelopes them, rife with torment. Fearful that Su Youwen may spiral into irrational thoughts. Gu Ran is the first to break the silence. Su Youwen, please do not think irrationally. There is nothing between Gu Silan and me. He feels a deep sadness. Yet another voice within urges him to trust her. After enduring a torturous internal struggle, he resolves to place his faith in her. For she is the love of his life. I believe you, he gently reassures her. Moved by her emotions, Gu Ran suddenly leaped into his embrace. In this world, nothing holds greater significance than the trust of a beloved. Thank you. Chapter 46. You are more important than money. The following day, Su Youwen accompanied Gu Ran to the Gu residence to resign. Mrs. Gu, I am truly sorry, but I must tender my resignation, Gu Ran expressed with regret. What has prompted this? Mrs. Gu inquired, taken aback. In truth, her chances of passing the examination were slim, yet she found herself in need of an excuse. Mrs. Gu felt a pang of disappointment, but recognized that she could not compel her, so she acquiesced. Su Youwen waited outside the villa for Gu Ran's return. Glancing at his phone in anticipation of any interview offers, Gu Silan could distinctly sense the hostility emanating from the man before her. They resembled a wild wolf and a lion vying for territory, neither willing to yield. At that moment, Gu Ran emerged from within, and upon raising her gaze, she noticed the tense standoff between Su Youwen and Gu Silan. Her voice broke the silence. Su Youwen, Gu Ran called out cheerfully. Su Youwen turned to her, smiling as he asked, have you resolved everything? Gu Ran pressed her lips together, replying, yes. Gu Silan, observing Gu Ran approach Su Youwen, questioned, Gu Ran, is there something you need? Why the sudden decision? You didn't mention it to me beforehand. There was a hint of reluctance in her tone. Weren't you planning to head to school? I thought it best not to disturb you, Gu Ran replied with a smile. What disturbance could there be? Gu Silan frowned. Gu Ran chuckled softly, by the way, it's about time I made a proper introduction. This is my boyfriend, Su Youwen. Hello, he greeted. Su Youwen nodded in acknowledgement. A friendly smile gracing his face, yet his eyes sparkled with an intensity reminiscent of gunpowder. Gu Silan shook her head, remarking, it is Gu Ran who plays the piano exceptionally well. With that, Gu Silan lowered her long eyelashes and fell silent. Gu Ran waved farewell to Gu Silan, saying goodbye. A sense of reluctance washed over Gu Silan, yet what could she do? Goodbye, she echoed, waving back at Gu Ran, who departed into the distance. Would this mean that she would never see him again? As she gazed at their receding figures, Gu Silan struck himself hard, cursing. How could I develop feelings for someone else's girlfriend? Damn it. 3 months passed in a tranquil and contented manner. One day, the landlady approached them, standing inside the house while conversing with Gu Ran. Gu Ran, the rent in this area has risen recently, but I haven't increased mine. Starting next month, however, I will have to raise the rent as well. If you wish to continue living here, you must comply with my terms. If you cannot, please find another place to move to. But the contract we signed is for a year. Gu Ran furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. However, please consider it carefully, the landlady urged. I understand, Gu Ran replied. Su Youwen, seated at the computer, absorbed every word spoken. Life was challenging, and they struggled to catch their breath. During dinner, Su Youwen served vegetables into Gu Ran's bowl, stating, I will go out tomorrow to look for a job. All right, Gu Ran responded. Su Youwen was also eager to find employment, yet he had been blacklisted from the industry, leaving him with no viable options. The following day, he stepped outside, and after an extended period of confinement, he was instantly overwhelmed by the dizzying reality, realizing how piercing the sunlight truly was. He wandered through the talent market, but due to his lack of work experience and the fact that he was not a recent graduate, he returned home disheartened. Yet, the burdens of life compelled him to venture elsewhere. After another extensive stroll, he resolved to accept the reality of his situation, since large companies rejected him. He sought a position at a hotel as a waiter. Although the pay was modest, it would at least alleviate some of life's burdens. Recently, Gu Ran had been working at a noodle shop, having taken this job after resigning from the Gu family. Youwen would pick her up every day, and witnessing her toil filled him with sorrow, even provoking some regret over his insistence that she quit. In that moment, he had truly allowed his anger to cloud his judgment. He mused that perhaps working for the Gu family would have been a better option for her. Gu Ran remarked, "Today, our colleague Xiaoyu treated us to wedding candies. I heard she is getting married." Youwen replied, "What a joyous occasion." Gu Ran agreed, "Indeed, I feel the same." Youwen continued, "One day, we too shall have our moment." Leaning her head against his arm, Gu Ran affirmed, "We will." During dinner, Gu Ran struggled to eat, murmuring, "I feel so unwell." Youwen noticed her flushed face and quickly reached to touch her forehead, exclaiming, "You are burning up. You have a fever." Gu Ran whispered, "I feel awful." Before she could finish, she fainted, prompting Youwen to cradle her in his arms. Exclaiming, "We should head to the hospital immediately." He escorted her to the hospital, where her temperature soared to 40 degrees Celsius. The doctor, glancing at the thermometer, expressed concern. Had you arrived any later, she might have been severely scalded. Youwen inquired, "Doctor, what shall we do now?" The doctor replied while writing a prescription, "Let us administer some intravenous fluids. It will help reduce the fever quickly." Youwen promptly procured the medication and took Gu Ran to receive the foretreatment. As the saline dripped into Gu Ran's veins, she felt considerably more comfortable. Youwen stayed by her side, holding her hand and occasionally checking her forehead. Fortunately, her fever subsided, and he exhaled in relief. In the middle of the night, Gu Ran awakened to see Youwen beside her, and a smile graced her lips. "Youwen," she said. He looked at her. "You're awake? Do you feel any better?" "Much improved," she replied. Youwen breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good. I was terribly worried." Gu Ran sighed with a hint of melancholy. "Alas, a single visit to the doctor has cost me several days of work." Youwen gently patted her head. "Silly girl, money is nowhere near as important as your health." Chapter 47. Seeking justice for her a few days later. Once Gu Ran's fever had subsided, Youwen allowed her to venture outside. He mentioned that he had found a job as a waiter in a hotel, which brought her great satisfaction. At the grave, she lit incense, ignited candles, and burned paper money, gazing at the black and white photograph of Gu Weiji on the tombstone. She lowered her eyelashes and spoke softly, "Mom, I am sorry. It has been a long time since I last visited you. You have been gone for 3 years now. During these years, your daughter has been doing quite well. Although there have been moments of hardship, I have managed to endure them. You used to express your fears of me leaving, yet it is you who departed from me first." As she spoke, her voice caught in her throat. "Mom, please do not blame me for being selfish, nor for being with Youwen, for I truly cherish him. In this lifetime, I only wish to be with him. If you are indeed watching over me from above, please bless me." Upon finishing her words, she knelt on the ground and bowed her head towards the tombstone before rising and leaving the cemetery. Youwen worked at a hotel, where his handsome appearance endeared him to the elderly patrons, who often inquired if he had a partner they could introduce him to. Youwen would simply state that he was already in a relationship and politely decline their offers. Despite the meager salary, the two of them led a fairly happy life. Would this handsome gentleman care to take a look? Youwen approached a display of beautiful couples' rings and asked, "How much for this ring?" The shopkeeper smiled and replied, 66. Youwen remarked, "What a lovely number." The shopkeeper chuckled, "If you like it, I can offer you a discount." Youwen responded, "All right." After some haggling, he purchased the pair of rings for 50. Upon returning home, Gu Ran was already waiting for him to have dinner. "Come, let us eat together," she called. "All right." Youwen hung his coat on the rack and walked over to her. Gu Ran took his hand and led him to the dining table, enthusiastically introducing the dishes she had prepared that day. "This is sweet and sour pork ribs. This is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and this is a vegetable and tofu soup." Youwen smiled. "It looks delicious." "Indeed," Gu Ran replied with a smile, "you must eat more rice." Youwen responded, retrieving a brocade box from his pocket. "I have a gift for you." Gu Ran exclaimed in surprise. "What is it?" Youwen placed the ring box before her eyes, saying, "Open it and see." Gu Ran opened the box, her delight and excitement palpable. "Wow, what a beautiful ring." Youwen asked, "Do you like it?" "I do," Gu Ran nodded. "I bought it at a stall. It was quite inexpensive." As he spoke, he took the ring from the box, knelt before her, and proposed, sliding the ring onto her finger. "Aran, I love you." With tears glistening in her eyes, she embraced him tightly. "I love you too." She helped him to his feet, and he gazed at her hand. "I hope that in the future, it can be replaced with a larger diamond ring." Gu Ran looked at the ring on her finger, smiling with happiness. I cherish everything you give me. Even if it's not a large diamond, it doesn't matter. With tears of joy, she said, I feel so happy. Being together is happiness. He replied with a smile. Recently, she had been working at a noodle shop, and due to her diligent work ethic, the owner took a liking to her. She changed into her work uniform, ready to begin her shift. The noodle shop was bustling with business, and it was long before the atmosphere became lively. Youwen, who had a night shift that day, first accompanied her to the shop for work. At that moment, a little boy hurriedly dashed down the aisle, colliding with Youwen, who was carrying a bowl of noodles. The impact caused her to fall heavily to the ground, shattering the bowl and leaving her hands cut and bloodied from the fragments. Youwen, witnessing the scene, rushed to her side without a moment's hesitation, extending his hand to help her up. Youwen, he exclaimed. As she was lifted, Youwen smiled and shook her head, insisting, I'm fine. However, upon seeing her bloodied hands, Youwen's heart ached deeply. You say you're fine. Look at your hands. They're covered in blood. At that instant, the mother of the little boy began to berate Youwen loudly. How can you walk like that? Are you blind? You ran into my son. If anything happens to him, can you bear the responsibility? Youwen, enraged by her words, retorted sharply, Madam, perhaps it's you who is blind. I clearly saw this lady walking perfectly well when your son recklessly crashed into her. If you doubt me, there are plenty of witnesses here who can attest to it. The woman was momentarily taken aback by his response. Youwen continued, if anyone should be held accountable, it should be you. Look at what your son has done to this lady. Her hands are injured and covered in blood. How do you intend to take responsibility for this? The woman was left speechless. Just then, the shop owner emerged, having observed the unfolding situation. In an effort to maintain the business's reputation, he adhered to the principle that the customer is always right and, bending over backwards, addressed the woman, Please, ma'am, do not be upset. It is entirely the fault of our staff. Please calm down. Hearing these words, Youwen could no longer contain himself. He directed his ire at the boss, exclaiming, What transpired here today is witnessed by all. Is it not exceedingly unjust of you to speak in such a manner? The boss furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes at Youwen, who found herself in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Youwen continued, If you are unwilling to act justly, why not review the surveillance footage to clarify what just occurred? The boss's visage began to twitch. He had never anticipated encountering someone so formidable today. Let it be, Youwen interjected softly. What do you wish to do? The boss inquired. Youwen replied. At the very least, he must apologize to Youwen. Chapter 48. Life is too difficult. As he spoke, he pointed at the son of the instigator. The woman had initially intended to flee with her son, but upon noticing numerous patrons in the noodle shop recording the incident, she swiftly altered her stance, compelling her son to apologize to Youwen. Thus, the farce finally came to an end. Observing Youwen's bloodied hands, Youwen felt a deep pang of compassion. He grasped her hand and urged, Cease working. I shall take you to the hospital for treatment. Youwen hesitated, casting a glance at the boss's menacing glare. No more hesitations. Youwen insisted. How will you play the piano in the future if you don't take care of this? Youwen fell silent, ceasing her resistance as Youwen ushered her to the hospital's emergency room. As the doctor tended to her injuries, he remarked, What sort of labor have you engaged in to end up like this? Even harvesting durians on a knife mountain wouldn't result in such a plight. As Youwen's heart ached, Youwen recalled that these hands were once used to play the piano, and now they had become like this, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. Upon exiting the hospital, Youwen declared, Then let the job be. Youwen furrowed her brow and responded, But Youwen, filled with anger, retorted, No buts. How can I feel at ease with you like this? Youwen remained silent. Youwen continued, Seeing you like this saddens me. Youwen replied, But the rent is due soon, and jobs are hard to come by. I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Youwen pleaded. The boss replied, I'll settle your wages now, and you needn't come back. Youwen protested, Today's mistake was not mine. How can you do this? The boss responded, Do you really take your boyfriend's words as gospel? If you trust him so much, why not let him be your boss? Youwen fell silent. I mustn't cry. If I do, I've lost, she told herself. Xiao, you are the most obedient, knowing that mommy is sad and coming to comfort me, aren't you? Xiao seemed to understand, meowing in response. Youwen's injured hand made it difficult for her to manage, and although she initially thought of ordering takeout, the reminder of her recent wages needing to cover rent made her abandon that idea. Today, Youwen was on the late shift, and she cautiously used a rice cooker to wash and prepare some rice porridge, feeling a sharp pain whenever her fingers touched anything. With a hollow feeling in her heart, she climbed out of bed, turned on the light, and moved to the living room, where she sat on the sofa. Xiao Xiao looked at her, then crawled up to join her, keeping her company. Gazing at the fluffy figure of Xiao Xiao before her, Guran reached out to gently stroke its soft head. Did Xiao Xiao come to keep me company because you knew Mommy was feeling lonely? She mused. Xiao Xiao responded with a few meows, nuzzling against her as they both languidly watched the tedious television show. It was then that Su Youwen approached the sofa and noticed her. His voice was low and resonant. How did you fall asleep here? He removed his coat. The hotel has been quite hectic. With a weary sigh, she nestled back into the sofa, drifting off once more. Su Youwen moved closer, observing her as her eyelids fluttered shut. He gently picked her up, cradling her as though she were a delicate kitten, and laid her on the bed. It was then he noticed her hands, wrapped in bandages, stained with blood and medication that seeped through, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Does it hurt terribly? He asked, his heart aching for her. He tenderly held her hand, tears welling in his eyes. What would have happened if I hadn't been here today? Would you have endured this pain without telling me? Once he had ensured everything was in order, he lay beside her, instinctively wrapping an arm around her. Over the years, Guran had become a comforting presence he could not do without. Rising early, he left for the day before she awoke, sending her a message. Your hand is seriously injured. If you need a change of dressings, please remember to go to the hospital. Take good care of yourself. By the time Guran stirred, it was already midday. She picked up her phone, and upon seeing Su Youwen's messages, a warmth spread through her heart. At times, she finds herself content merely by seeing his messages, even if he is not physically present. Feeling hungry, she plans to rise and prepare something to eat. Just then, the landlady arrives. Guran, you are home. Yes, landlady. I've come to collect the rent. Are you planning to continue living here or move out? Life feels like a slow torment. Observing the limited funds on her card, everything becomes increasingly arduous. Guran is well aware that this area boasts a good location, yet the rent is steep, should she choose to relocate. The new place might lack both the convenience and comfort of her current residence. Finding a new place is exceedingly challenging, and this matter requires a thorough discussion with Su Youwen. After settling the rent, her funds have significantly diminished. She cannot afford to squander her resources at home, so she resumes browsing job listings on her phone. Worrying about her livelihood is nothing new for her, but isn't this the essence of life? Perhaps others share similar struggles. Contemplating this brings her a sense of clarity. Standing on the balcony, she gazes at the city's dazzling nightlights, the evening breeze sending a chill through her. Su Youwen embraces her from behind. The night sky is truly beautiful. Guran replies, yes. It's even more beautiful when I'm with you. Chapter 49, The Plight of Reality as Fate Would Have It. That day, Su Youwen encountered Wu Tianhao and Ni Ting while working at the hotel. It turns out he is now employed at a foreign trade company, and today, his colleagues are gathering for a meal here. As Su Youwen enters with a dish, he keenly spots the two individuals at the table. Feeling embarrassed, he sets down the dish, intending to slip away unnoticed. But his luck runs out when the sharp-eyed Wu Tianhao recognizes him. Su Youwen? Su Youwen wished to escape immediately, yet he was obstructed in his path. Wu Tianhao scrutinized him closely. Indeed, it was Su Youwen. Feeling embarrassed, Su Youwen greeted him. Wu Tianhao, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be interning in Nanzhou? Wu Tianhao inquired with curiosity. Su Youwen replied, it's a long story. At that moment, Ni Ting approached. Isn't Su Youwen's situation already common knowledge at school? Wu Tianhao responded. Indeed, given the circumstances, what major company would want him now? Su Youwen felt increasingly uncomfortable. He had always known that Wu Tianhao and Ni Ting held a disdain for him, yet he never anticipated such humiliation from them. I'm sorry, I must leave, he said, attempting to flee, but Wu Tianhao swiftly intercepted him, bringing him to the table of drinks. Colleagues, today I would like to introduce a remarkable figure from our school. The crowd was drawn in by Wu Tianhao's words, turning their attention to Su Youwen beside him. What remarkable figure? They wondered. Wu Tianhao cheerfully elaborated. This student is Su Youwen. Not only does he excel academically, but he is also strikingly handsome. He was even recruited by one of the top public companies in the country, Qingda, which speaks volumes about his promising future. So why is he working as a waiter here now? They asked. Wu Tianhao chuckled. Isn't it because he has committed some misdeeds? What misdeeds? Su Youwen turned to Wu Tianhao, lowering his voice. Shut your mouth, or I won't be polite. Wu Tianhao laughed softly. Not polite? You might want to give that a try. With a mischievous grin, he raised his voice. He leaked company secrets, causing Chung a significant loss on a major project. The crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "No wonder Chung no longer wants him. Now he can only work as a waiter here." Youwen felt a surge of anger rise within him. "You scoundrel!" he shouted, delivering a powerful punch. And Ting cried out, "The waiter is hitting someone. The waiter is hitting someone." The private room descended into chaos until the hotel manager swiftly arrived to apologize and resolve the issue, leading Youwen to the office. "I'm sorry," Youwen said. "Do you know what is most taboo in the service industry? It is to conflict with the guests." "I'm sorry." "Well, starting tomorrow, you need not come back," the manager stated. "No need to say more. Go pack your things." "I have been fired," Youwen lamented. Gu Ran, having set down her belongings, approached him without a hint of reproach, extending her arms to embrace him gently, offering consolation. "It's all right. You can find another job." "Thank you." In that moment, warmth surged through Youwen's heart, realizing that even in his state of despair, he was still loved. "I cooked. Let us eat first," Gu Ran said, taking his hand. "Ran," he responded, "let me hold you a little longer." "What's wrong?" Gu Ran laughed. "Why act so foolishly? I just want to hold you for a while," Youwen replied. During dinner, Gu Ran eagerly served more food into Youwen's bowl, urging, "Eat more. It will help you recover." Youwen was not to be outdone, using his chopsticks to place food into her bowl. "You, a mere bamboo pole, should eat more." "The strips and the bamboo pole complement each other quite well," Gu Ran said with a smile. "Indeed, that is true," Youwen chuckled. These past few days, the two of them had the rare opportunity to spend time together, free from work and financial worries, and they found genuine joy in each other's company. That evening, after finishing dinner, they nestled together on the sofa to watch a film, deliberating for quite some time before settling on an old classic. "This film seems quite good," Gu Ran remarked, pointing at the computer. "All right, let us watch this one," Youwen replied. They chose Love Letter, an acclaimed pure love film that had gained fame long before their time. As they watched the scene where Botsy repeatedly called out in the snow, "Are you well?" "I am well," Gu Ran was moved to tears. Youwen gently patted her back and offered her a tissue to wipe her tears. "Silly girl, crying over a movie like this." Gu Ran, dabbing her tears, sniffled. "Can someone truly love another person like that?" Youwen reached out to stroke her head, reassuringly saying, "Yes, they can." With her eyes red from crying, Gu Ran turned to look at him, asking, "Will you?" Youwen pressed his lips together, smiling firmly as he responded, "Yes, I will love you endlessly." Later that night, Gu Ran seemed to be having a nightmare, mumbling in her sleep. Youwen sensed she might be dreaming of something frightening, so he quickly wrapped his arms around her, cradling her like a child and softly patting her back. I'm here, he whispered gently, and it was only then that Gu Ran gradually calmed down, ceasing her tears. On a weekend, two individuals ventured to the market to procure vegetables, meticulously selecting items merely to save a few coins. Though their lives were fraught with hardship, they found profound happiness in each other's company. As they passed a street-side clothing store, a dress in the window captured Gu Ran's attention. She stood before the display, unable to suppress her admiration, exclaiming, "What a beautiful dress! Once I receive my salary from the hotel, I shall buy it for you." Gu Ran shook her head in refusal, her demeanor somber as she lowered her gaze and pulled him away, even without words. Youwen discerned her apprehension about him spending money. She wished to conserve the little they had. Yet, he did not desire Gu Ran to endure such a life alongside him. Observing the young women on the street adorned in gold and silver, living comfortably, he hoped Gu Ran could experience such a life as well. Chapter 50. Capturing the thief after their meal, Gu Ran approached him, intending to assist with the dishes. Youwen, wishing to spare her from the task, grasped her arm firmly, saying, "Stay still, I will handle this. You should sit over there. I am not that delicate." Gu Ran replied with a smile. "Look at your hands, all covered in scars." Youwen lamented, "It's of no consequence," as he reached for a bowl in the basin. "But your hands are marred. How will you play the piano in the future?" Gu Ran chuckled. "It matters not if I do not play the piano. If only we had the means, I would take you to remove those scars." Youwen sighed, recalling how a doctor had previously recommended a scar removal procedure. Yet their financial constraints rendered it impossible, and Gu Ran refused to consider it. He felt a pang of sorrow, wishing fervently for the fortune to change their circumstances. Youwen swiftly secured a position working at a convenience store. Although the pay was meager, it sufficed to make ends meet. Lately, he had been contemplating whether he should allow Gu Ran to accompany him in this mundane existence. After a week of employment, he had somewhat acclimatized to the job, arranging products on the shelves when suddenly, a familiar face appeared as he looked up. It was Zhang Heng. "Youwen, what are you doing here?" Zhang Heng exclaimed, astonished by the serendipity of their encounter. "Indeed, the world is small, and it seems I keep running into people I wish to avoid," Youwen mused. "Oh, where do you work now?" he inquired with genuine curiosity. Zhang Heng chuckled. "As for me, I am rather aimless. I have a family business to attend to. But after a month of discomfort, I decided to leave. It's quite liberating." Youwen smiled at this sentiment. "Are you not employed at Chung University anymore? What brings you here?" Zhang Heng asked. With a resigned smile, Youwen replied, "It's a long story." After listening to Youwen's tale, Zhang Heng sighed. "You truly are unfortunate. Life has not been kind to you." Youwen nodded in agreement. Zhang Heng then proposed, "I am considering investing in a project. Would you be interested in participating?" "What kind of project?" Youwen asked, intrigued. "It's a fund-building initiative where your investment will yield dividends based on profits." "But I have no funds," Youwen lamented. "This project is promising, with guaranteed returns. If you lack capital, I can assist you in obtaining a loan. You could secure a personal credit loan to invest in my project, and after a quarter, you would receive your dividends." "Is there no risk involved?" Youwen questioned cautiously. "In our family business, we guarantee a profitable venture. Given our friendship, do you truly fear that I would deceive you?" Let me ponder this." Zhang Heng placed a business card into Youwen's hand before taking his leave. "Consider it well. Such a remarkable opportunity is scarce." To be honest, Youwen felt a flicker of temptation. As he glanced at the card Zhang Heng had given him, he couldn't resist the urge to search online. Indeed, the company he represented was formidable, rivaling that of Chengda. On his way home, he passed by the clothing store once more, gazing at the dress in the window that Gu Ran cherished, feeling a sense of melancholy. When would he be able to provide Gu Ran with a life free from financial worries? That day, Gu Ran stood at the bus stop, having just emerged from an interview at a coffee shop. The salary was decent, but the expectations were rather high, leaving her credentials somewhat mismatched. With a heavy heart, she stood at the bus platform when a familiar figure appeared beside her. "Teacher Gu." Gu Ran turned to find, to her surprise, Gu Silan. "Gu Silan, what brings you here?" Gu Silan smiled. "I happened to be in the area for some business, and didn't he expect to see you here? What a coincidence. Are you job hunting?" "Yes. Have you found anything yet?" Gu Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I might need to keep looking." Gu Silan seemed to ponder for a moment. Just then, a person brushed past Gu Ran, and she instinctively checked her pocket, realizing her wallet was missing. She shouted, "Stop, thief!" Gu Silan exclaimed, "What? Do you dare to steal again?" With a swift kick, the thief was sent sprawling to the ground. Gu Silan restrained the thief, exclaiming, "You still dare to steal with the police present? Your audacity is truly remarkable." The thief wailed, "I didn't mean to. Please, officer, spare me." Gu Silan retorted, "Dream on." Onlookers captured the scene with their phones, while Gu Silan returned the thief's wallet to Gu Ran and subsequently escorted him to the police station. "Teacher Gu, I have matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave. We shall talk another day." "Very well." Gu Ran waved goodbye. A few days later, an unfamiliar call came through. She thought it might be regarding her job application, so she answered the phone. "Hello?" A woman's voice responded. "Is this Ms. Gu Ran?" "Yes. This is the Chang City Art Training Center. I reviewed your resume and was wondering if you are available for an interview tomorrow, but I don't recall applying." The woman continued, "I am Gu Silan's cousin. He spoke highly of you, mentioning that you are an excellent piano teacher. Our training center has just opened, and we are in need of staff. Would you consider joining us?" Gu Ran hesitated. The woman continued, "Gu Silan has also advised me not to pressure you. You can take your time to think it over. Should you choose to come for an interview, you will still need to pass an exam to secure the position. Do not feel burdened by Gu Silan. If you succeed, it will be due to your own abilities, not his influence." Chapter 51. The Wild Growth of Love. Not long after hanging up the phone, Gu Silan called. This was the first time she had reached out to her since Gu Ran resigned from his household, and during that moment, she genuinely believed their paths would never cross again. She glanced at the name displayed and ultimately answered the call. Gu Silan's laughter was bright and cheerful. "Gu Ran, you finally picked up." Gu Ran replied, "I just received a call from your cousin." She was quite direct. Gu Silan chuckled. Her efficiency is truly remarkable. "I called for the same reason." Gu Ran responded, "Well?" Gu Silan pressed on, "What have you decided?" "They're in dire need of staff over there. She mentioned it to me yesterday, and the moment she did, you came to mind." Consider it a favor I'm doing for her. I hope you'll think about it. Gu Ran hesitated. I feel a bit awkward about this. Gu Silan reassured her. What's awkward about it? Just think of it as doing me a personal favor. Still uncertain, Gu Ran took a moment. Gu Silan quickly added, Are you worried that Su Youwen will be upset if he finds out I helped you secure a job? I promise, if neither of us mentions it, how could he ever know? You can simply say you found it on your own. Gu Ran contemplated, still wavering. Gu Silan urged, Don't hesitate any longer. Go for the interview. After all, there will be exams to take. You can rely on your own abilities to succeed. Gu Ran reflected on her current circumstances, realizing that she did not want Su Youwen to bear the burden alone. Eventually, she acquiesced. After a moment of silence, she said, There's no need. I know the place well enough. I can go on my own. Thank you. Gu Silan, why do you always say thank you? There's no need to be so polite. Just consider it a favor for me. Gu Ran, such words are excessively courteous. Gu Silan continued, The police department is quite busy. I must hang up now. Farewell. Gu Ran, thank you, goodbye. As the call ended, she placed the phone down and gazed at the dazzling night illuminated by countless lights. The evening breeze tousled her hair, causing her flowing dress to dance gracefully. The following day, she donned a fitting outfit and proceeded to the interview location as per the scheduled time. After a few days, her hand had nearly healed, with only a few scabs remaining, yet they did not hinder her ability to play the piano. This art center was situated in the heart of the city, accessible by a 20-minute drive, nestled within an upscale shopping mall, boasting an exquisite ambience. She swiftly ascended to the art center via the elevator, and upon entering, a tall and elegant woman approached her. Are you Ms. Gu Ran? She inquired politely. Gu Ran nodded, albeit with a hint of curiosity. Yes. The woman introduced herself. I am Gu Qing, the cousin of Gu Silan. I recently opened this art center and am in need of staff. Fortunately, Gu Silan referred you to me. Gu Ran smiled, intrigued. May I ask how you recognized me? Gu Qing chuckled. My foolish cousin sent me your photograph. How could I not recognize you immediately? Gu Ran replied. I see. Gu Qing nodded. Indeed. However, I must inform you that despite his introduction, I have to follow protocol, and you will need to undergo a test. Gu Ran promptly responded, No problem at all. Gu Qing, then please, follow me. Following Gu Qing into the piano room, the ambience was illuminated and exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Gu Ran, I shall call you Gu Ran. Now, please play Debussy's Clair de Lune for me. If your performance is commendable, consider yourself passed in this interview, Gu Qing proposed. Gu Ran mused to herself, pondering the simplicity of the task at hand, as these melodies had long been etched in her heart. Very well, she replied, taking her seat upon the piano bench. This instrument had been her companion for over a decade, and she was utterly familiar with it. Sitting before it now felt as natural as a fish in water. Gu Qing settled onto the adjacent sofa, intently listening to the enchanting strains of music, captivated by their beauty. As the final notes faded, Gu Qing involuntarily rose to her feet, applauding fervently and exclaiming, That was simply exquisite. Gu Ran, you are truly remarkable. I was nearly moved to tears. Gu Ran chuckled. You flatter me. No, I speak only the truth. Indeed, my foolish brother possesses excellent taste. You are undeniably a talented pianist, Gu Qing affirmed. Gu Ran smiled modestly. Gu Qing then took her hand, saying, You shall start working here tomorrow. I will send your salary and benefits directly to your phone. As long as we perform well, your compensation will surely meet your expectations. A wave of joy washed over Gu Ran. Thank you, she expressed. Gu Qing continued, From now on, call me Sister Gu. And let us not remain distant. I have always been fond of talented individuals, and encountering you today feels like finding a kindred spirit. Gu Ran felt a surge of gratitude, replying, Thank you, Sister Gu, for your recognition. In your spare time, do teach me piano as well, Gu Qing requested earnestly. Gu Ran eagerly agreed, Of course. I will certainly do so. Gu Ran stepped out with a heart full of joy, as it was the first time in many days that she felt such delight. With the prospect of employment, life seemed to settle into place. She reassured herself that everything would improve. At that moment, her phone lit up, revealing a message from Su Youwen. Aaron, I want to be able to join you for dinner during the evening shift. No worries, I found a job, she replied. That's wonderful. Congratulations. The words he sent filled Gu Ran with happiness, and that day, she was fortunate enough to have a lovely dream. While riding the subway, her phone buzzed again, this time with a message from Gu Silan. Gu Ran, are you late for work today? If Gu Qing treats you poorly, do let me know. I will speak on your behalf. Gu Ran responded with a simple got it. Gu Silan replied with a playful smiley face. Meanwhile, Gu Silan was beaming with joy as she held her phone, prompting her teammate to gossip. Gu Silan, you look so sweet. Are you in love? She waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. I'm merely concerned for a friend. Concerned for a friend? With such a radiant smile? We are not convinced. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Think what you will, she said with a carefree turn and walked away. Gu Silan was unaware of when her affection for Gu Ran had blossomed. Perhaps it began the day Gu Ran spoke up for her. Or perhaps it ignited from the very first moment she laid eyes on her. Time accumulated gradually, and so did the feelings of love. Akin to wild grass that grows fervently, only to sprout anew with each gust of wind. That year, Gu Ran came to her home for an interview. Upon seeing her, an overwhelming joy surged within him. He felt as though the heavens had bestowed upon him the presence of the one he cherished. However, upon learning that she had a boyfriend, he realized that fate was not as benevolent as he had thought, for it had allowed him to fall for someone he could not have, subjecting him to a relentless torment. He had contemplated the notion of undermining her relationship, yet the principles of propriety and integrity instilled in him since childhood held him back. He endeavored to restrain his desires, yet his heart only grew more anguished. Nonetheless, he found solace in merely being able to catch a glimpse of her, oblivious to the point at which he had become so humble. Perhaps, to love someone is to embrace humility. Chapter 52. Regarding his trending topic, Gu Qin was very attentive towards her, and she maintained excellent relationships with her colleagues, finding joy in her work. During lunch, while the group animatedly discussed the latest celebrity gossip, a colleague, engrossed in her phone, suddenly exclaimed in shock, prompting puzzled glances from the others. That person tapped Gu Ran on the shoulder, astonished, and exclaimed, Gu Ran, you must see the trending topic. What is it? A chorus of voices responded in confusion. You're trending. The headline was undeniably eye-catching, swiftly climbing to the top of the trending topics, with hundreds of thousands of netizens expressing their opinions. Gu Ran clicked on the video, discovering it was about the incident when she had her wallet stolen at the bus station, and Gu Silan had come to her aid. Unbeknownst to them, a video blogger had been present at the scene that day and recorded the event, which subsequently ignited a wave of public discourse. As she perused the comments, she found that the overwhelming sentiment was one of admiration for Gu Silan's actions, with many hailing him as a true hero. Gu Qin gazed at the video, exclaiming in admiration, I never anticipated that my foolish brother would turn out to be such a valiant hero. She then turned to Gu Ran and inquired, Don't you think so, Gu Ran? At that moment, Gu Qin realized the truth. When Gu Silan had introduced Gu Ran to her, she had naively assumed they were merely friends. However, after witnessing Gu Silan's protective demeanor in the video, it became evident to any observer that his feelings for Gu Ran transcended mere friendship. As Gu Ran continued to peruse the comments beneath the video, she was taken aback to find numerous speculations about their relationship, with some even expressing wishes for their everlasting happiness together. The nature of these comments was disconcerting, and Gu Ran felt increasingly overwhelmed. This is absurd, she remarked, exasperated. Gu Qin chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it is quite ridiculous. Curious colleagues, unaware of the situation, began to inquire about the relationship between Gu Ran and Gu Silan. Gu Ran clarified that they were simply friends and recounted the events of that day in their entirety. Is this handsome guy not your boyfriend? Xiao Wang asked inquisitively. No, I truly have a boyfriend. He is merely a friend, Gu Ran promptly clarified. If he isn't a friend, could you introduce me? Xiao Wang inquired, her admiration evident. Gu Ran smiled and replied, Actually, this handsome gentleman is Gu Jie's younger brother. If you're interested, perhaps Gu Jie could facilitate an introduction. Xiao Wang was taken aback and turned to Gu Qin, asking, Gu Jie, is that possible? Gu Qin nodded in assent. Certainly. Would you like to exchange WeChat information? I am now presenting to you the situation regarding my younger brother, who possesses commendable attributes yet remains inexplicably untouched by the experience of romance. How astonishing it is that such an exceptional individual has never engaged in a relationship. Xiao Wang exclaimed in excitement. Gu Qin responded, his parents are utterly distressed, wishing fervently to introduce him to potential partners. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang's enthusiasm intensified. Is that true? Sister Gu, do you think I stand a chance? With a cheerful laugh, Gu Qin replied, I believe there is great potential. After all, a mentor may guide you to the threshold, but the journey of self-cultivation lies within your own hands. The outcome depends solely on your efforts. Delight radiated from Xiao Wang at her words. Gu Qin continued, however, I must caution you in advance, should things not transpire as hoped. Do not harbor ill feelings towards me. Xiao Wang, ever sweet-tongued, assured her, no matter what, I would never allow my relationship with Sister Gu to sour. In the presence of sisters, what significance does a man hold? Through this exchange, Gu Qing came to a realization. Gu Xilan indeed harbored feelings for Gu Ran. Yet Gu Ran was already in a relationship. However, he was foolish. If she was taken, why not relinquish her affections and seek another? Yet, reflecting upon her own situation, she couldn't help but chuckle. Was there anyone in the Gu family who was not a romantic at heart? Meanwhile, Su Youwen, during his lunch break at work, found himself surprised when his colleague, Sister Zhang, approached him, phone in hand, exclaiming, Su Youwen, take a look at this news. Confused, Su Youwen inquired, what is it? Sister Zhang opened the video and presented it to him. Look at how brazen these thieves have become. Su Youwen gazed in shock at the individuals depicted in the video. And to his astonishment, not only was Gu Ran featured, but also Gu Xilan. What a coincidence it is that Gu Ran unexpectedly encountered Gu Xilan once again. It turns out that on that fateful day, Gu Ran found herself in a predicament, and Gu Xilan bravely stepped forward to assist her. While this act of valor could have been understood, it was unfortunate that the hero in this narrative happened to be the very person Gu Ran despised the most. Meanwhile, the comments beneath the video descended into chaos, with a cacophony of opinions flooding in. The most outrageous of all was the fabricated idol drama that some had concocted about them, accompanied by well wishes for their happiness. Su Youwen could hardly contain his frustration. And even the few bites of food he had taken lost their flavor. Sister Zhang, noticing the change in Su Youwen's demeanor, inquired with concern, Su Youwen, are you all right? He shook his head. I'm fine, I just need to get some fresh air. Stepping outside, the gentle breeze provided him with a slight sense of comfort. However, the thought of Gu Ran being defended by Gu Xilan, coupled with the well wishes from the comments, weighed heavily on his heart. What's wrong? He mused. I miss you. After they finished their meal, they settled onto the sofa, where Gu Ran held his hand, playfully toying with it. What's the matter today? She asked softly. Did you see the trending topic? Yes, Su Youwen acknowledged without denial. I happened to run into Gu Xilan, she explained to him. I know, Su Youwen replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him at her words. You're not angry? Gu Ran inquired. Su Youwen pursed his lips and shook his head. Not angry, for Gu Ran will always be the person I trust the most. As he spoke, he reached out his large hand to gently pat her head. Chapter 53. By Lake Baikal. Years later, memories drift away like clouds. In this lifetime, time is far too fleeting to sufficiently demonstrate the profound emotions that melt the ice and snow. Then, on an unexpected day, you appear, a figure both clear and enigmatic. Akin to the shores of Lake Baikal, Gu Ran had just washed her hair and was drying it, humming this song, when Su Youwen approached her from behind. Taking the towel from her hands to assist in drying her hair. What song are you singing? Su Youwen inquired. Gu Ran laughed. You're so out of touch. You've never heard this song? What song is it? Su Youwen pressed curiously. By Lake Baikal, Gu Ran replied with a smile. Su Youwen, intrigued, asked, is there really a place called Lake Baikal? Yes, there is, Gu Ran confirmed. Where is it? In Russia. Is it beautiful? It is stunning, like paradise. When we save enough money, let us go there, shall we? Sure, Gu Ran answered with a smile. One day, we will get there. That night, Su Youwen awoke, finding Gu Ran fast asleep. As he lay there with his eyes open, he was acutely aware that their current circumstances rendered such dreams unattainable. A beautiful dress, a heavenly journey, these were mere distant fantasies. He wished for the person in his arms not to share in his hardships. After a night of deep contemplation, he made a resolution. He would participate in Zhang Hang's construction fund. The following day, he contacted Zhang Hang, who accompanied him to the lending company to sign the necessary documents. He borrowed 300,000, and Zhang Hang nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the money, assuring him that after 3 months, he would certainly earn a profit of 30,000. The prospect of earning more than his own salary filled him with joy, as it meant he could provide a better life for Gu Ran. Noticing his cheerful demeanor over the past few days, Gu Ran assumed he had received good news. When she inquired, he remained enigmatic, insisting that he would surprise her later, adding an air of mystery. A week later, Su Youwen received his share of the dividends from Zhang Hang and was elated as he held the money in his hands. He walked past a clothing store, immediately entering to purchase the dress that Gu Ran adored. Late at night, he finally managed to hail a taxi to return home, and the driver remarked, "Lucky you found me. Usually, there is no one around at this hour." Su Youwen smiled and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, driver. I haven't seen my wife in a while. I really miss her." The driver chuckled, Are you newlyweds? How sweet. Su Youwen, with wide eyes, told a little white lie. Yes, just married. I'm very fond of her. The driver responded, indeed, this is the time when feelings are the strongest. As life goes on, emotions may fade, and that sweetness is lost. Su Youwen pondered, what will it turn into over time? The driver replied, this is what we call familial affection, a bond that cannot be severed despite the absence of blood relations. Su Youwen reflected, I believe my relationship with my wife has already reached that point. Driver, that simply won't do. You're still young. How can you not be affectionate? At this time, you should be sweetly together. Women enjoy knowing that you cannot live without them. Su Youwen chuckled at the driver's words. You speak wisely. I have learned something. Driver, sometimes, you may feel overwhelmed by her presence and choose to disregard her words. Yet, when you part ways, you realize she was indeed right. One must never underestimate a woman. Doing so may lead to misfortune. Su Youwen smiled. I have learned so much. Driver, you are still young. There are some lessons you must learn for yourself. Being kind to someone you love is always the right choice. Su Youwen, thank you, sir. The driver then signaled and pulled over to the side of the road. Su Youwen paid according to the fare displayed. He exited the vehicle, and the driver drove away. The house was enveloped in darkness. It was late, and Gu Ran was likely asleep. Meow Meow, having heard the noise, stealthily approached Su Youwen, meowing twice in welcome. Su Youwen felt a surge of happiness as he crouched down to embrace it. After playing with Meow Meow for a while, he set it down at the bedroom door. He opened the door and saw that Gu Ran was already asleep. He tiptoed to her side and gently kissed her forehead. Then, he placed the dress on the bedside table beside her. Gu Ran was in a deep slumber, showing no sign of waking. Su Youwen quietly took a shower and changed into his pajamas before lying down beside her, turning to hold her close. Exhausted, he fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. In the morning, Gu Ran was so elated upon seeing the dress that she leapt up and planted a kiss on Su Youwen's cheek. Upon waking, Su Youwen observed her joyful demeanor with a sense of satisfaction, wondering, what brings you such happiness? Did you buy this dress for me? She found it hard to believe. Yes, do you like it? I purchased it with my salary. This dress costs several hundred. Su Youwen exclaimed. It's so expensive, perhaps we should return it. No. If you like it, I adore seeing you in it. But life is challenging. Gu Ran hesitated. It's rare. Your joy in wearing it brings me happiness. Consider it a gift. Nonetheless, Gu Ran felt uneasy. She placed the dress aside, but by the time she finished brushing her teeth and washing her face, Su Youwen had fallen asleep again. Gazing at the dress on the nightstand, she ultimately decided to discreetly take it back to the store for a refund. She thought to herself that this money could be better spent on necessities, and it was wiser to conserve her spending. Chapter 54. An unexpected surprise when Su Youwen awoke. Gu Ran had already left for work. After completing his morning routine, he stepped out. Passing by a flower shop, a spontaneous thought struck him, and he entered. Upon seeing the exquisite champagne roses, he immediately told the florist, I would like to order these flowers. The florist replied, certainly. Would you like them delivered? Yes. Su Youwen responded, all right, I will need you to provide the recipient's name and address. The florist instructed. Of course, please ensure they are beautifully wrapped. My wife adores these flowers, he added. The florist smiled and assured him, rest assured, I will make sure you are satisfied. Su Youwen left behind the address and recipient details, having completed her payment before stepping out of the flower shop. At that moment, Gu Qing entered, smiling as she asked, Gu Ran, someone has sent you flowers. Gu Ran, taken aback, walked out of the classroom and approached the front desk. There, a delivery person held a bouquet and inquired, are you Miss Gu Ran? Confused, she nodded, yes, I am Gu Ran. Ah, splendid. I have a bouquet here for you. Please sign for it. Gu Ran quickly scribbled her name, and only then did the delivery person carefully place the flowers into her hands, stating, you keep these. I consider my task satisfactorily completed. Farewell. Gu Ran halted him. Who sent them? The delivery person chuckled. There's a card within the flowers. You'll find out. Gu Ran replied, all right, I understand. Thank you. The delivery person then swiftly departed. Clutching the exquisite bouquet, Gu Ran was surrounded by curious onlookers, who eagerly asked, who sent you these flowers, Gu Ran? How romantic. Gu Ran smiled. I have no idea. Let me take a look. Xiao Wang chimed in, still unsure. It seems there is more than one admirer. Gu Ran opened the card and was taken aback to find a note in Su Youwen's handwriting. I love you, Su Youwen. The words were few, yet each one resonated deeply within her heart. She silently echoed, I love you too. Xiao Wang leaned closer. Grinning, "You're so happy. Your face is flushed. Who is it from?" Xiao Wang exclaimed, "Wow. Gu Ran, I didn't realize you already had a boyfriend." Gu Ran simply replied, "Yes." Xiao Wang, "Look at how fortunate you are. Your boyfriend even brings you flowers. He truly treats you well." Gu Ran, beaming with delight, replied, "I never anticipated this either." Xiao Wang, "It seems you've finally woken up." Gu Ran playfully tapped her lips and said, "You, my dear, have truly awakened, your words dripping with sweetness." Xiao Wang chuckled heartily. "Gu Ran, you certainly have a way with words. I will gift you the flowers you adore, for I am willing. It's none of your concern." Gu Ran, upon reading the message, erupted into laughter. She often sensed something amiss with Su Youwen lately. His generosity seemed uncharacteristic, raising questions about his newfound wealth. A month later, having received a substantial profit, Su Youwen planned to treat Gu Ran to a lavish meal at an upscale restaurant. At that moment, as he bent down to settle the bill, someone called his name, and he looked up to see Gu Silan's smiling face. "Su Youwen, is that you working here?" Su Youwen, momentarily dazed by her presence, replied, "Gu Silan." He handed her the cigarette he held. "Here, take it, 35. "All right." Gu Silan smiled as she completed the transaction. Outside the convenience store, while Gu Silan enjoyed a cigarette, Su Youwen greeted Sister Zhang before stepping out to join her. Gu Silan, noticing him, smiled and asked, "Would you like to have one too?" "Sure." Su Youwen accepted the cigarette Gu Silan offered, and she lit it for him. As they both indulged in the smoke, Su Youwen inquired, curious, "What are you up to these days?" "I'm currently a police officer." Su Youwen was taken aback, surprised that the young master had chosen such a path. Gu Silan explained, "My childhood dream was always to become a police officer. It was quite pleasant." Su Youwen remarked. The sky suddenly turned ominous, and rain began to fall gradually. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Youwen inquired with curiosity. Gu Silan shook her head, "Not at all. Unlike you, who seems to possess such good fortune." Su Youwen exhaled a puff of smoke towards the heavens, while Gu Silan extinguished the cigarette in her hand. "Next time, I shall treat you to a wedding banquet," Su Youwen said with a smile. Gu Silan replied, "All right, thank you. When the time comes, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope." Su Youwen pressed the cigarette butt against a nearby trash can. Glancing at her watch, Gu Silan remarked, "It's about time. I must take my leave." Su Youwen bid her farewell. "Goodbye." Gu Silan waved her hand behind her. "Next time, remember to treat me to a wedding banquet." It was a rare occasion for Su Youwen and Gu Ran to have a day off together. Instead of lounging at home, Su Youwen urged Gu Ran to the nearby seaside of Chang City for some fun. Gu Ran recalled their high school escapade to Bamping Mountain. Many moments in their lives were intertwined. Hand in hand, Su Youwen strolled along the beach, having rented a camera to capture numerous photographs of Gu Ran, whose radiant smile by the seaside was enchanting. He wished to preserve it all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Youwen sat closely beside her on the shore and said, "Let us take a picture together." Gu Ran agreed, "Sure." Within the tiny lens, the two of them leaned in together, laughing joyfully and blissfully. He sketched her portrait, while she tenderly applied a bandage to his wound. And they cherished the train tickets they had purchased for their escape together. His phone screen was adorned with a photograph from their recent seaside trip, and he often gazed at it, a blissful smile gracing his lips. He contemplated quietly saving enough money to propose to Gu Ran by the shores of Lake Baikal. Chapter 55. Let us dine together that day. He was not at work and went to fetch Gu Ran after her shift. Upon arriving at the art center, he encountered Gu Silan, who had come at their father's behest to invite Gu Qing to dinner at their home. To his surprise, this was the very moment he ran into Su Youwen, creating an awkward situation. Gu Silan, having called Gu Qing for dinner, couldn't resist stealing glances at Gu Ran. A scene that Su Youwen noticed. How fortuitous. Gu Silan chuckled nervously. "What a coincidence," Su Youwen replied with a smile. At that moment, Gu Ran emerged from the piano classroom, and the four of them locking eyes turned the situation quite uncomfortable. Su Youwen could tell that Gu Silan still harbored feelings for Gu Ran, just as he had before. Gu Qing approached, seeing the group, and quickly sought to alleviate the tension. "What are you all doing? Is there something interesting to see?" she inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Gu Silan agreed, chuckling. Su Youwen took Gu Ran's hand and led her outside. He remained silent throughout the walk, and Gu Ran, sensing his thoughts, abruptly halted him. "Su Youwen," she called softly. He replied in a low voice. "Are you upset?" Gu Ran asked cautiously. Su Youwen discerned the thoughts swirling in Gu Ran's mind. Although he felt a surge of anger upon encountering Gu Silan, The moment his gaze fell upon Gu Ran's face, his ire dissipated like mist in the morning sun. I am not. He averted his eyes from her. Gu Ran hurried to explain. I believe you may have guessed already. I shall be forthright with you now. Su Youwen chuckled. What shall you confess? That you are but a sprite? Gu Ran pouted. Please, do not jest. Given your encounter with Gu Silan today, I presume you have surmised that this new position was indeed introduced to me by her. Su Youwen erupted into laughter, ruffling her hair with a large hand. You silly thing. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have believed you. Gu Ran hastily added, you saw that trending video, did you not? It was on that very day I ran into Gu Silan. I was en route to an interview and fortuitously crossed paths with him. He was aware of my employment status and mentioned that his cousin was in search of a piano instructor. Thus I found myself here. As she spoke, her gaze fell to the ground. Su Youwen chuckled softly. Foolish girl, you merely encountered him, and he facilitated your employment. What reason have I to be angry? In fact, I must tell you, I coincidentally met him recently as well. Quite the coincidence, indeed. Is that true? Gu Ran tilted her head curiously. Indeed, he affirmed. So why should I harbor any resentment? I chance upon him and remain unperturbed. You chance upon him, and I am to be incensed? Am I truly so hypocritical? Su Youwen continued with a smile. It is merely a matter of him introducing you to a job, which I find rather splendid. The position offers a good salary and allows you to play the piano. How perfectly suited for you. Gu Ran inquired. You truly do not feel angry? Su Youwen beamed with a radiant smile. What is there to be angry about? Am I truly that petty? Gu Ran leaped into his embrace. You are so wonderful. Su Youwen replied, silly. The pair ventured to the market to procure ingredients, and Su Youwen insisted on preparing a dish he had recently learned. Gu Ran found herself helpless against his enthusiasm. She discreetly took out her phone to capture a photo of him. What are you doing? Su Youwen inquired. Nothing at all. She feigned normalcy. You seem rather sneaky, Su Youwen mumbled. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before them, Gu Ran couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. Su Youwen boasted. Of course, just look at who made it. Gu Ran chuckled. I am truly fortunate. You must savor every bite of the dishes I've prepared, Su Youwen insisted. Certainly. I will relish them. Gu Ran vowed earnestly. In a whirlwind of culinary delight, both Gu Ran and Su Youwen clutched their full bellies. Su Youwen looked at her. So, how was it? Delicious, right? Gu Ran laughed. Absolutely. Just look at how much I've devoured. Su Youwen teased. You resemble an adorable little pig. Gu Ran rolled her eyes. And what about you? Su Youwen retorted. I am merely the owner of the charming little pig. Su Youwen chuckled. Then you are the little sow? They both laughed. A boar and a sow do make quite the pair. On that day, Yu Qing requested Gu Silan to visit her training center to collect the wedding invitation. Gu Silan, rarely having leisure time, made a brief trip. Though his thoughts were occupied with Gu Ran, he dared not neglect his work amidst the busyness. As the thought of meeting Gu Ran loomed closer, he took a moment in the car to adjust his hair with a glance in the mirror. Upon arriving at the training center, he was called out by Gu Qing as he stepped through the door. Gu Silan, you've arrived. Startled to see her at the entrance, Gu Silan mused internally about his eagerness to meet Gu Ran, wondering how she had managed to be right there. Gu Qing presented him with an invitation she had long prepared, and Gu Silan accepted it with surprise. I never expected this. You've patiently awaited the clouds to part and reveal the moon, and now you're marrying old Hu. With a smile, Gu Qing replied, what can I say? I've loved him my whole life. He wouldn't marry anyone but me. If my parents were to oppose this, it would be a violation of the national policy for prosperity and development. Gu Silan glanced at her and laughed. You two truly have endurance. 5 years ago, your parents separated you, and you both have fought against them for 5 long years. Gu Qing asserted, happiness must be fought for. If one cannot pursue what they love throughout their life, how stifling that would be. Gu Silan bit her lip, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Noticing his searching gaze, Gu Qing teased, what are you looking for? Are you eager to see Gu Ran? Gu Silan shot her a sidelong glance. And Gu Qing chuckled, having hit the mark. All right, I won't tease you further. Since you're here, go and see her. She's in the piano room teaching the children. Gu Silan pursed his lips in a smile. You could have mentioned that sooner. With long strides, he hurried inside, approaching the piano classroom. Peering through the glass window of the door, he beheld Gu Ran diligently instructing the children. Her piano playing was nothing short of angelic. Meanwhile, Gu Qing stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene unfold. She couldn't help but laugh at this fool. Is it not a path to self-destruction to harbor feelings for someone unattainable? The piano class swiftly concluded, and Gu Ran bid farewell to her students one by one. Upon exiting the classroom, she encountered Gu Lan, who remained as carefree as ever, her smile bright and radiant. "Teacher Gu, it's been a while." He greeted her enthusiastically. "What's up? Do you have some free time today?" Gu Ran inquired with a smile. "Yes, I just cracked a major case, finally able to take a breather." Gu Lan replied. "The work of a police officer is truly arduous," Gu Ran remarked. "Since it's so challenging, why not join me for lunch?" Gu Lan suggested. "Absolutely." Gu Ran responded without hesitation. Gu Lan waved at Gu Qing, and Gu Ran followed him to a restaurant in the mall. Youwen had chosen the establishment, thinking that Gu Ran could select her favorite dishes without needing to compromise. The dishes arrived promptly, filling the table to the brim. Gu Ran exclaimed, "Ordering so much will only lead to waste." Gu Lan chuckled. "It's fine. Such occasions are rare. Averaged out. It doesn't cost much for a meal every few years." "You certainly have a knack for twisted logic," Gu Ran teased. Gu Lan laughed heartily. "Look at you. So thin. Eat more to nourish yourself," he said, placing a piece of meat into Gu Ran's bowl. "Thank you," Gu Ran replied. "By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Gu Lan chuckled. "Not yet. You're not exactly young anymore. It's about time you find someone," Gu Ran remarked. Gu Lan pursed his lips. "It's not as easy as it sounds." Gu Ran inquired, "How did it go with Xiao Wang?" "As introduced by my sister last time," Gu Lan replied. "My sister loves to create chaos for me with her arbitrary introductions." A moment of silence enveloped them. Gu Lan then asked, "When will you and your boyfriend tie the knot?" Gu Ran responded, "That is a matter to be discussed, regardless. I will invite you when the time comes." Gu Lan smiled and said, "Great. I will certainly prepare a generous red envelope for you." Gu Ran replied, "I appreciate that." After walking a few steps, Gu Ran added, "By the way, my sister is getting married next week." Gu Lan chuckled. "Indeed. Did she invite you to the wedding celebration?" Gu Ran nodded. "She handed me the invitation today, her face radiant with joy." Gu Lan remarked, "Of course. My sister and her boyfriend have faced many challenges. It took them 5 years for their families to agree." Gu Ran mused, "It sounds like a wonderful love story." Gu Lan replied, "I shall share their tale with you in detail when I find the time." Gu Ran acknowledged, "Sure." Before they knew it, they had reached the entrance of the training center, and Gu Ran bid farewell. Gu Lan's eyes reflected reluctance, yet she ultimately said goodbye. In her heart, she pondered the futility of her attachment. She would eventually have to witness Gu Ran marry someone else. She realized she had arrived too late. If only she had appeared before Youwen a bit sooner, perhaps she could have been with her. The senior member of the team, Wang Weiguo, noticed that Gu Lan appeared dejected and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Brother, what troubles you? Is it that someone has borrowed money and failed to return it?" Gu Lan furrowed his brow in silent disbelief. "Wang, your imagination is truly vivid." Hearing this, Wang Weiguo burst into laughter and sat beside him. "Well, you wear such a frown that one could easily fry a dough stick in those deep creases." Gu Lan chuckled. "Haha. That joke is rather amusing. By the way," Wang Weiguo continued, "I mentioned before that my wife's sister is currently single. Would you like me to introduce you?" Gu Lan turned to glance at him. "No need." Wang Weiguo replied, "Look at you. No longer young yet seemingly unperturbed." Gu Lan pressed his lips together. "I already have someone I care for." Wang Weiguo's expression softened. "I see." Gu Lan nodded. "Yes, thank you for your kind intentions." Since Gu Lan joined the police force, he had become quite the sought-after bachelor, with everyone eager to introduce him to single women they knew. Yet, he remained steadfast, preferring to be a solitary sage. Gu Lan understood the situation well. He simply cherished Gu Ran, and no matter the circumstances, that affection could not wane. At times, he wished he could extract his heart and exchange it for another. He pondered whether the inability to change his feelings meant that as long as he lived, he could never forget her. It was an agonizing existence, harboring feelings for someone with whom a future was unattainable. Time passed swiftly, and a day marked Gu Qing's wedding. Gu Ran arrived at the venue. Chosen for its serene and pleasant ambience, nestled within a secluded forest, reflecting Gu Qing's enduring love for nature, Gu Ran stood before the dessert counter, contemplating whether to select a donut or a small cake. At that moment, Gu Lan had unknowingly approached her from behind. "Teacher Gu," he exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Startled, Gu Ran turned to see his beaming face. "Gu Lan, you've arrived." She responded with a grin. "Are you choosing a dessert?" Gu Lan inquired. "Yes. I'm unsure which one is more delicious," Gu Ran replied. With a playful smile, Gu Lan suggested, "If you can't decide which is tastier, why not try both?" Gu Ran smirked. "That is not a bad idea." Ultimately, she opted for a small pudding and made her way to a nearby table to enjoy it. while Gu Silan sat beside her, happily munching on a lollipop. As she savored her treat, she asked, "By the way, you mentioned your sister and her boyfriend last time. I'm quite curious. Since we both have some free time today, why don't you tell me more about it?" "That truly sounds like a scene from a romantic drama," Gu Ran remarked. Gu Silan chuckled. "I once asked my sister what she would do if their parents never approved. Would they remain unmarried forever? Guess how she responded?" "What did she say?" Gu Ran inquired. "My sister, that silly girl, actually said she would never marry," Gu Silan replied. "Your sister is indeed quite devoted," Gu Ran noted. Gu Silan added. "She claims to be devoted, but in truth, she is just a big fool, unwavering in her commitment to one person for life. Fortunately, your sister encountered a worthy partner." Gu Ran observed. "Indeed, had she met a scoundrel, her life would have been utterly ruined," Gu Silan lamented. "Good people will be rewarded. And your sister is a testament to that," Gu Ran affirmed. Gu Silan mused. How true that is. If good people are to be rewarded, may I also receive my just deserts? Chapter 57. Her birthday. Seated among the guests, Gu Silan watched as Gu Qing, adorned in a flowing white wedding gown, gracefully approached her father, the air filled with fluttering petals, radiant smiles, and eyes brimming with blessings. Everything appeared so idyllic. Under the guidance of the officiant, they exchanged vows and rings, culminating in a kiss witnessed by all present, marking the completion of the ceremony. Brilliant balloons ascended into the sky as the event drew to a close. During the entertainment segment, Gu Qing, accompanied by her husband, approached Gu Ran and Gu Silan, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she held a glass of champagne. "Congratulations, sister," Gu Ran said softly. Gu Ran's gaze lingered on the drink in her hand, hesitant to partake, and in that moment of awkwardness, Gu Silan seized the glass from her, addressing Gu Qing. "Sister, allow me to drink on her behalf." Gu Qing chuckled. "So, you fancy yourself a flower protector?" Gu Silan replied with a playful smile. "Indeed, I do." As she downed the contents of the glass, Gu Qing burst into laughter. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Enjoy yourselves. We must attend to other guests now." "Very well," Gu Ran responded. Gu Silan waved her hand cheerfully. "Go ahead. I shall take care of things here." Gu Qing shot her a playful glare, as if reproaching her for being swayed by appearances. At that moment, a group of young ladies approached them, and one bold girl directly inquired of Gu Ran, "May I ask if you and this handsome gentleman are a couple?" Gu Ran quickly shook her head. "We are merely friends." The girl sighed in relief. "Oh, that is splendid." Upon hearing the news, others eagerly flocked to Gu Silan, clamoring for his contact information. "Handsome, may I have your number?" Gu Silan furrowed his brow in response. Observing the throng surrounding him, Gu Ran chose to distance herself, preferring not to partake in the commotion. Gu Silan struggled, and it remained a mystery how he eventually extricated himself from the situation, but he swiftly approached Gu Ran, exclaiming in frustration, "You certainly left in a hurry. Why didn't you wait for me?" Gu Ran replied, "I noticed you were quite the sensation. Perhaps this was your chance to bid farewell to singlehood. How could I possibly hinder such a promising opportunity?" Gu Silan, feeling exasperated, retorted, "What opportunity? I am nearly at a loss for words." With a playful grin, Gu Ran asked, "So, how many contacts did you add?" Gu Silan, with a scowl, answered, "Not a single one." Their incessant chatter was utterly irritating. Unable to contain her laughter, Gu Ran inquired, "Then how did you manage to escape?" Gu Silan candidly explained, "I simply told them that the person I liked was you, urging them not to harbor any hopes, and then I made my exit." Gu Ran responded with a deadpan expression. Gu Silan added, "I merely used you as a shield. Please don't take it to heart. Especially after you abandoned me so suddenly." Gu Ran conceded, "All right, I acknowledge my fault, so I want to hold it against you." She shook her head, saying, "No need for that." Gu Ran continued, "Well, as long as you understand." Gu Silan remarked, "I truly envy her for having someone who loves her like you do." Gu Ran countered, "Some matters are best left unmisunderstood." Gu Silan agreed, "Very well." Gu Ran then took out her phone to summon a taxi. Gu Silan stood quietly beside her, lost in thought. Gu Ran remarked, "I have already called for a taxi. Why are you still here?" Gu Silan replied, "I want to see you get into the car before I can feel at ease." Gu Ran teased, "Are you worried that someone might abduct me?" Gu Silan responded, "You can never be too sure. I have dealt with numerous cases of human trafficking during my time in the police force." Gu Ran, unable to counter her argument, resignedly ceased to struggle. As she watched Gu Ran board the taxi and drive away, Gu Silan finally felt relieved and drove off herself, pondering in the rearview mirror that perhaps she would remain single for life. May 20th marked Gu Ran's birthday. Su Youwen had early on ordered a beautiful cake and reserved a table at an upscale restaurant. He picked Gu Ran up right after work, only to find that she had been so preoccupied that she had forgotten it was her own birthday. "Why did you arrive so early?" Gu Ran inquired. Su Youwen playfully tapped her on the head and said, "Silly girl, have you forgotten that today is your birthday?" It was then that Gu Ran recalled. "I really did forget. I made a reservation at the restaurant. How can we go to such an expensive place? It's a rare occasion. Perhaps we should just stay home and enjoy a simple meal instead. Why spend so much?" Su Youwen, already anticipating her reaction, replied, "The payment has already been made, and it's non-refundable. If we don't go, it would be a waste." With no other option, Gu Ran reluctantly agreed. "All right then." Su Youwen led her to the restaurant, where the waiter guided them to the reserved private room, leaving Gu Ran feeling somewhat out of place. "I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to such an extravagant place all at once. Today marks your birthday, and I have previously allowed it to be celebrated rather casually. Such an approach cannot persist." Before long, the waiter presented their dishes, each a delicacy that Gu Ran had never before tasted. "Such expensive fare, where did you procure the funds for this?" "That is of no concern to you." Observing the steak on Gu Ran's plate, Su Youwen inquired, "Shall I assist you in cutting it?" Gu Ran shook her head, replying, "No need, I can manage cutting the steak myself." She had intended to say more, but noticing that Su Youwen was rarely able to celebrate his birthday, she did not wish to disrupt the joyful atmosphere. After a while, the waiter returned to ask if they would like the cake to be served, to which Su Youwen agreed. The waiter unwrapped the cake and carefully inserted the candles. Su Youwen meticulously lit the candles, and as the room dimmed, he serenaded her with a birthday song, moving Gu Ran to the brink of tears. "Make a wish," he urged. "All right." Gu Ran closed her eyes, beginning to make her wish. Once she finished, she opened her eyes and swiftly blew out the candles, prompting Su Youwen to applaud. As the lights in the private room illuminated once more, Gu Ran gazed upon Su Youwen's beaming face and, caught off guard by the moment, planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Thank you. I am willing to do this for you forever." They shared the cake, and Su Youwen, with curiosity, asked her, "What did you wish for?" Gu Ran responded mysteriously, "A secret." As they exited the restaurant, hand in hand beneath the starlit night sky, Gu Ran smiled and reminisced. "Su Youwen, do you remember when we set off fireworks together in high school?" Su Youwen nodded. "Do you remember? Do you still wish to set off fireworks?" Gu Ran replied, "Yes, I do." "Very well," he said. He took her to the fireworks shop, where they purchased a multitude of fireworks, and then found an open area to light them against the backdrop of the night sky. In that moment, he wished fervently that she could always be by his side. Now, with her beside him, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he were living a dream. "Aran, yes? Will we be together for a lifetime?" "Of course. I want to set off fireworks with you for a lifetime." Chapter 58. Tears of emotion. Early in the morning, Su Youwen stood before the mirror, shaving. Gu Ran approached him with a smile, saying, "Shaving, are you?" "Yes," Su Youwen replied. Gu Ran took the razor from his hand, grinning, "Let me help you." Seeing her enthusiasm, he acquiesced. "All right." With great care, Gu Ran helped him shave, and Su Youwen found himself captivated by her earnest expression. Once she had finished, she returned the razor to him, saying, "I want to help you wash it. You'll have to do that yourself." Su Youwen accepted the razor and gently embraced her. "It's wonderful to have you." At that moment, she laughed, silly. Before leaving, Su Youwen placed a notebook before her, "A birthday gift for you." Gu Ran, surprised, asked, "What is it?" "Open it and see," he replied. He reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" Gu Ran smiled and remarked, "I am truly touched. I never expected you to keep these." As she leafed through the notebook, she discovered a page containing the drawing titled Flame, which she had created during high school. She retrieved it and opened it. "Your artistry is exquisite," he praised her. "It's rather mediocre," she replied modestly. "I'll find a frame to display it," he declared. "It's a pity some paint has chipped off," she lamented. "No matter," he reassured her. "I shall create another piece," she suggested. "As you wish," Su Youwen said, gently ruffling her hair. After Su Youwen left for work, Gu Ran, who had the day off, decided to purchase paint and paper. At home, she began to paint, recreating the flame. As she worked, she noticed a photograph on her phone screen featuring herself and Su Youwen, and inspired, she added both of them into her artwork. A satisfied smile blossomed on her face as she admired her creation. Upon finishing work, Su Youwen returned, and she went to greet him. In the store, Sister Zhang complimented Su Youwen's girlfriend, exclaiming how beautiful she was, causing her to blush with modesty. As was their routine, the couple visited the market to purchase groceries. Gu Ran told him, I have completed my painting. So soon? Youwen exclaimed in delight. I created 2 pieces. Which one do you prefer for framing? Gu Ran asked. Both are lovely. They are small anyway, so let us frame them both. Youwen replied. As you say, after dinner. Gu Ran once again perused the notebook Youwen had gifted her, noticing a sketch he had drawn of her at the back. With the passage of time, the drawing had become somewhat faint. A soft glow filled her eyes as she gazed upon the likeness of herself from when they first met. She reached out to touch her painted self, realizing how she once appeared. Gu Ran leaned against him, and Youwen asked her with a sweet smile, What's wrong? Gu Ran felt his warmth and heartbeat, replying, I just want to lean on you like this. Youwen wrapped his arms around her, saying, Then let us do this for a lifetime. Will we always be together? Youwen laughed, of course. Gu Ran rested her head to the side, glancing at him. After a long time, you won't grow tired of my aging and ugliness, will you? Youwen turned to look at her. I'm more afraid you'll find me old and unattractive. Youwen continued, No matter how you change, my love for you will remain unwavering. He embraced her, adding, In this world, everyone is incomplete. Only by finding each other can we become whole. Gu Ran asked, So are you complete now? Youwen smiled, I am. Because of you. Thank the heavens for bringing you into my life. Gu Ran nestled against his chest. We promise to be together forever. You must keep your word. Youwen chuckled. Yes, I will. Anyone who breaks their promise is a little dog. Gu Ran laughed heartily at his jest. All right. Anyone who breaks their promise is a little dog. What's the matter? Gu Ran inquired curiously. I feel like it's been ages since I heard you play the piano. Are you upset that I haven't played for you? I'm not upset. I just want to hear you play. Gu Ran smiled. Is that really so difficult? As she approached the piano, she greeted the staff with familiarity before gracefully beginning to play. The melodies flowed like a gentle stream, entrancing Youwen completely. Once the piece concluded, Youwen, filled with curiosity, inquired, What was that you played? Gu Ran replied, It was Claire de Lune by Debussy. Such a beautiful piece, Youwen complimented with a smile. Gu Ran bowed slightly before him, saying, Thank you for listening, Mr. Su. You're most welcome, he responded. Their eyes met, and suddenly they burst into laughter. As Gu Ran took his hand and led him away, she relished resting her head on his shoulder, finding comfort in the strength of his embrace. In the shopping mall, they passed by a bridal shop when Youwen unexpectedly halted. Gu Ran looked at him, puzzled. What's the matter? This wedding dress is stunning, he remarked. Are you hoping I will marry you? She teased. How could I not? He replied. A courteous attendant approached them, asking, Are you two a couple? Yes, Youwen affirmed. Does this lady wish to try on a wedding dress? Gu Ran quickly inquired. Is there a fee for trying on wedding dresses? Not at all, the attendant assured her. Feeling slightly hesitant, Gu Ran was encouraged by Youwen's gentle tug. Come on, let's give it a try. I want to see. With his encouragement, she entered the shop, where a warm staff member enthusiastically introduced her to various gowns. After some deliberation, Gu Ran selected a dress. While she changed, Youwen sat on the sofa, his mind wandering with delightful visions of her in the bridal attire. Sir, your girlfriend is ready to show you the wedding dress. Would you like to take a look? Is she ready? Yes, she is. Wonderful. Suddenly, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Gu Ran, who appeared stunningly beautiful, reminiscent of a celestial being. Previously, he had come across news stories about grooms weeping upon seeing their brides in wedding gowns, which he had deemed improbable. Yet, upon beholding Gu Ran before him, his eyes brimmed with tears. Am I beautiful? Gu Ran asked with a radiant smile, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Yes, you are extraordinarily beautiful. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotions and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Are you crying? Gu Ran inquired with a playful smile. Mind your own business, he chuckled, wiping his tears away. I'm just a little moved. Chapter 59. Always together, Youwen accompanied Gu Ran to the grave of Gu Weiji. In the past, he had found her irksome, yet now, she had been reduced to a small box within the grave. Mom, we have come to see you. Gu Ran placed fruits that her mother enjoyed in front of the tombstone. Youwen hurried to assist her, and soon they finished the task. Mom, I am doing well with Youwen now. We are deeply in love. If you are watching over us from above, please bless our union. Youwen added, Auntie, I understand you once held a strong dislike for me, believing I took Gu Ran away from you, but I truly love her. If you genuinely care for her, please grant us the blessing to be together forever. After burning incense, Youwen grasped Gu Ran's hand as they departed from that place. Do not fear. I am by your side, he gently assured her. Gu Ran glanced at him, and he softly continued, I will always be with you. Thank you. She leaned against his shoulder, feeling a profound warmth. In this world, the only source of warmth for her is Youwen. Fortunately, she encountered him. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiao scampered around Youwen's feet, and sensing her lingering sadness, he had a brilliant idea. He picked up the little one and performed various amusing and endearing antics in front of Gu Ran, not forgetting to add sound effects. Mom, I recently mastered the unbeatable Meow Meow Fist. What is the unbeatable Meow Meow Fist? Gu Ran inquired with a smile. Look at me go. I can punch away people's worries. Gu Ran chuckled at his antics, and Youwen continued. See, I'm so impressive, Mom is laughing. Gu Ran reached out to embrace him. Our Xiao Xiao is just too adorable. Youwen beamed with pride, of course. Just look at who adopted him. Noticing Gu Ran's happiness, Youwen asked, It's so hot today, would you like some watermelon? Sure, Gu Ran replied. Youwen sliced the small watermelon in half, and they each took a piece. In the sweltering heat, they found it hard to eat anything else, so they indulged in the watermelon, which was enough to satisfy their appetites. They settled on the sofa, the movie channel playing Painted Skin, leaning against each other while enjoying their watermelon. Before digging into his half, Youwen asked Gu Ran, Aaron, do you want to eat the watermelon seeds? Gu Ran replied with a bright smile, yes. Youwen then took a spoon and scooped out the most delectable part of the watermelon, presenting it to Gu Ran, open wide. Gu Ran obediently opened her mouth, and Youwen fed her the watermelon, juice spilling over her lips, filling her with joy and sweetness. Delicious, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Youwen, there's more. As she spoke, he continued to scoop out the heart of the watermelon for her. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He was exceedingly kind to her, often taking the initiative to do things without her needing to ask. Although many insisted that money held great significance, Youwen's affection rendered her desires insignificant. As long as he was by her side, she felt content. Unexpectedly, Jiuqing had come to Chang City to hold an art exhibition. After such a long time, they finally had the opportunity to see his paintings once more. That day, they prepared early and took several rides before arriving at the exhibition. It was said that Jiuqing had not held an exhibition in years due to the passing of his beloved from cancer, leaving him heartbroken and without new works. The exhibition was titled Healing, and all the pieces were dedicated to his late partner. Every moment, from their initial encounter to their eventual parting, was captured in his art. As Gu Ran gazed upon the paintings, her heart ached yet felt warmed. She and Youwen stood before a painting titled Rebirth, and the man they had once encountered years ago appeared once more in their lives. Do you like this painting, Mr. Jiuqing? She asked. Jiuqing looked down at the girl who had called his name, offering a gentle smile. Do you know me? Yes, we met before, though you may have forgotten, she replied. Jiuqing chuckled. Despite his fame, he seldom appeared in public, surprised to be recognized by a young woman. He gazed at the painting before them and inquired, Do you like this piece? Yes, Gu Ran responded. Do you know why this painting is called Rebirth? Gu Ran shook her head. The phoenix rises from the ashes, for it. This signifies both death and rebirth. Gazing at the white flames depicted in the painting, Gu Ran inquired curiously, but why are the flames white? Jiuqing pressed her lips together and replied, Someone once told me that white evokes a sense of healing. The most beautiful things in the world are pure and pristine, which is why I chose to paint the flames in white. Was that your beloved? Gu Ran asked. Indeed, Jiuqing affirmed. He turned to them and remarked, I sense a profound love between you. Your eyes reflect affection and light. Gu Ran and Youwen exchanged a knowing smile. When in love, one should be together. Not everyone is destined to find their partner. You are truly fortunate. Thank you, they responded. Jiuqing added, If you admire this painting, I shall gift it to you. Gu Ran hastily declined. No, it's too precious. We are fated to meet. I enjoy gifting my art to those with whom I share a connection. As they exited the exhibition, the gallery staff inquired about their address, mentioning they would send the painting to their home. They both felt as though everything that had transpired was but a dream. Sitting on the sofa, gazing at the artwork adorning the wall, Youwen remarked, I can't shake the feeling that our home is somewhat unworthy of this painting. What are you saying? Gu Ran retorted. It seems I must strive to provide us with a better dwelling, Youwen replied. Houses are prohibitively expensive, Gu Ran countered. But I wish to build a home with you. Wherever I am with you, it is home. Youwen, however, I do not wish for you to endure hardship alongside me, especially when we lack even a proper place to stay. Chapter 60. Watching the meteor shower together, it was said that a meteor shower would grace the night sky, prompting Youwen to invite Gu Ran to the mountains of Chang City to await its arrival. They were not the only ones drawn by this news. Many others had traveled great distances for the spectacle. Youwen planned for them to watch the meteors together and then remain in the tent until dawn to witness the sunrise. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been waiting until midnight, yet the meteors had yet to appear. Gu Ran, feeling drowsy, was gently urged by Youwen, "You should rest for a while. I will wake you when the meteor shower begins." However, Gu Ran resolutely shook her head. "No, I want to experience it with you from beginning to end." Youwen chuckled. "Aren't you tired?" Gu Ran replied, "A little, but I can hold on." Leaning against his shoulder, she felt the chill of the late hour. Youwen embraced her tightly, draping his coat over her, both of them on the verge of slumber, yet steadfastly persevering. After approximately 2 more hours, the sky suddenly erupted in a shower of meteors, igniting Youwen's heart with delight. "It has truly begun." He promptly shook Gu Ran awake, to which she rubbed her sleepy eyes and murmured, "Has it started?" "It has. Look," Youwen exclaimed. Instantly alert, Gu Ran tilted her head skyward, marveling at the celestial display of shooting stars cascading like fireworks. "Wow, how beautiful!" she exclaimed excitedly. Seeing her adorable expression, Youwen could not help but smile. Gu Ran tugged at him. "Quick, make a wish." "Ah." Youwen laughed. "Hurry, hurry." Gu Ran, with her hands clasped tightly, began to pray and make a wish. Youwen, mimicking her actions, started to express his own wish. "What did you wish for?" Gu Ran inquired curiously. Youwen smiled and replied, "I hope to be with you forever in this lifetime." Gu Ran exclaimed, "How could you actually say it out loud? Such words will render the wish ineffective." "You were the one who asked me," Youwen retorted. "Well, you were too honest," Gu Ran teased him. "What about you?" "In that case, I certainly won't tell you." The meteor shower continued for an extended period, lasting until dawn, when the sky began to blush with a faint hue. "The sun is rising," Youwen exclaimed, reaching out to pull her closer, which roused Gu Ran from her reverie. "How beautiful!" she marveled. "Quick, take a picture." Youwen hurriedly grabbed his camera. Under the stunning sunrise, he captured Gu Ran's image. Approaching him, Gu Ran noticed he was searching for something and asked, "What's wrong?" "My ring fell into the pool," Youwen replied. Gu Ran frowned as she walked over to him, peering into the murky water. "It's so dirty. Can you even find it?" Youwen declared earnestly. "I will definitely find it." However, despite his efforts, the ring seemed to have vanished into thin air. The following day, as Gu Ran headed out for work, Youwen remained by the pool, troubled by his predicament. "Class is over?" Gu Qing asked with a smile. Gu Ran nodded. "Yes." Gu Qing sat beside her and took a few sips from a nearby cup. "Gu Ran, I have some news for you." "What is it?" Gu Ran asked, intrigued. "I'm expecting a baby." Gu Qing exclaimed. "What wonderful news." Gu Ran shared her joy. "Indeed," Gu Qing replied, taking a sip of water. "By the way, how long have you known your boyfriend?" Gu Qing inquired. "Well, it's been quite a while," she continued. "And what about my brother? How long have you known him?" Gu Ran chuckled. "About 3 years." At that moment, Gu Qing realized that Gu Xilan had known her for a shorter duration than her boyfriend. "When are you and your boyfriend getting married?" Gu Qing abruptly shifted the conversation. Nodding, Gu Qing acknowledged, "Indeed, such a significant life event requires thorough contemplation." Just then, Gu Xilan's head suddenly popped in, startling Gu Qing. "Why did you sneak in without a word? Are you trying to scare someone?" Gu Xilan chuckled. "My apologies." "My apologies." Gu Qing retorted. "You don't come here without a reason." "What brings you today?" Gu Xilan replied. "Nothing much. I just wanted to see you." Gu Qing shot him a skeptical glance. "I don't believe you're here just to see me. It's really Gu Ran you came for." Gu Xilan, flustered, exclaimed, "Sister." Gu Qing found his sulky demeanor even more amusing and laughed heartily. Gu Ran, looking at Gu Xilan, smiled and offered, "Gu Xilan, would you care for a coffee on me?" Gu Xilan's eyes sparkled at the mention of coffee, eagerly responding, "Yes, absolutely." Meanwhile, Gu Qing feigned annoyance. "What? You're having coffee without me?" Gu Ran chuckled. "Of course not. Sister Gu, what would you like? It's my treat." At that moment, Gu Qing waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I was just joking. Pregnant women shouldn't consume too much coffee, right? You two go ahead." Gu Xilan exclaimed with delight, "Sister, you're having a baby." Gu Qing replied, surprised, "Aren't you? Unexpected, right? Prepare a big red envelope for your nephew." Gu Xilan beamed with joy. "Absolutely. I'll make sure it's an enormous red envelope." Gu Ran and Gu Xilan arrived at a coffee shop in the mall. Gu Xilan ordered an iced Americano, while Gu Ran opted for a mocha. They settled by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping their coffee. "What made you suddenly want to treat me to coffee?" Gu Xilan inquired. "Isn't it you who has always taken care of me?" I was hoping to invite you to dinner later. Gu Ran replied with a touch of politeness. You're too courteous. It's only proper since we are friends. Gu Silan sensed an underlying meaning in her words. Glancing outside at the clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds, Gu Ran turned to her earnestly and said, Gu Silan, please do not develop feelings for me. Gu Silan's heart jolted. She had never anticipated Gu Ran's directness, leaving her momentarily stunned. Having feelings for me leads nowhere. Gu Ran continued with a smile, yet the words were cruel. My heart is entirely devoted to another. I will not fall for someone else. Perhaps these words are harsh, but I would rather you not suffer more in the future. Gu Silan felt as though her heart was being torn apart, yet she maintained a facade of indifference. Gu Ran smiled and added, I understand the deepening nature of love. I merely wish to spare you from pain. Gu Silan called out to her to continue. Teacher Gu, I understand now. Please do not say any more. Since you have expressed it this way, I promise from today onwards that I shall no longer harbor feelings for you. Will this alleviate your sense of guilt? Gu Ran's expression darkened. I am sorry. If pain is inevitable, it seems that this is the most fleeting and optimal way. Gu Silan's heart ached, torn by the situation, yet, gazing at the person before him, he ultimately chose to yield. I comprehend. Thank you, Teacher Gu, he said gently. I promise that from this moment forth, we shall remain merely ordinary friends. I apologize, Gu Ran sincerely expressed. Gu Silan smiled and shook his head. It's all right, I understand. Chapter 61. The disappeared ring. Youwen searched earnestly for several days for the missing ring, yet to no avail. Leaving him troubled, how could it simply vanish without a trace? Zhang Jie, observing his furrowed brow, inquired curiously, what troubles you? He opened an app on his phone, considering whether to search online for a beautiful pair of rings. If he could not find one, he thought about purchasing another pair, but soon reconsidered, believing that acquiring a second pair might be inauspicious, and thus he closed the app. In addition to the lost ring, he had been unable to contact Zhang Hang, which unsettled him. Yet, he reassured himself, recalling that Zhang Hang was a good friend. Surely, with so many family enterprises, he would not abscond with his money. A week passed, and while initially calls went unanswered, he now faced complete disconnection. On a rare day of respite, he took a ride to the company listed on Zhang Hang's business card and arrived at the reception. Is Zhang Hang here? The receptionist inquired with curiosity. Which one? From which department? This person, Youwen replied, showing a photo on his phone. We do not have anyone by that name here. What? Youwen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. How could you not recognize the heir of your company? Are you new here? Sir, please remain calm. We genuinely do not have that individual in our records. Youwen was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Manager Zhang from the department approached them. What is the matter? He asked the receptionist. The receptionist hesitated before responding. Manager Zhang, this gentleman has been inquiring about someone named Zhang Hang. Manager Zhang turned to Youwen. Please follow me to my office. I need to speak with you. Sensing the man's reliability and composure, Youwen complied, and the two proceeded to the office. Manager Zhang asked Youwen, do you know Zhang Hang? Yes, he is my classmate from university and a friend, Youwen replied. There have been quite a few people coming here looking for him lately, Manager Zhang remarked. A sense of foreboding crept over Youwen. What is going on? They're all here to ask him for money. What? Youwen exclaimed. You're not here for the same reason, are you? Manager Zhang continued. Well, he mentioned a fund being established with good returns, so I agreed to invest, Youwen explained. You've been deceived, Manager Zhang stated firmly. That is impossible. He is my friend. He wouldn't betray me. Isn't he the heir of your company? Youwen said, as he opened a web page displaying news online. Manager Zhang glanced at the documents. These are all forgeries. Our company has already reported this matter to the police. Youwen felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. How could this happen? He lamented. Emerging from that company, Youwen felt as though his soul had departed. He wandered aimlessly onto the street, where a speeding car rushed by, splashing water from a roadside puddle onto him. When misfortune strikes, everything feels dismal. Youwen, what brings you to the police station? Upon seeing him, Wang Guwei, who had been handling his case, remarked, this individual has been defrauded. Gu Silan furrowed her brow. Is it really that dire? Youwen felt both embarrassed and desolate. Indeed, it's just my luck. Who deceived you? Gu Silan inquired, intrigued. What kind of friend would swindle even their friend's money? She scolded. How much did you lose? Wang Guwei asked. This much. Gu Silan expressed her astonishment. Youwen was taken aback. What? Do not worry. We, the police, will do everything in our power to resolve this case, Gu Silan reassured him. Thank you, Youwen replied. As he exited the police station, Gu Salon hurried after him, calling out, Su Youwen. He turned to her. What is it? Care for a cigarette? Gu Salon offered. Su Youwen nodded, sure. After taking a cigarette from Gu Salon, the two stood by a trash can and smoked together. What will you and Gu Ran do without this money? She asked. I don't know, he replied. Is Gu Ran aware of this situation? Not yet, he responded. He extinguished the cigarette butt against the trash bin, expressing his gratitude for the smoke, and then departed. Gu Salon nodded in acknowledgement. As she gazed at his receding figure, a wave of concern washed over her. Was that person your friend? She asked. Yes. Why? That individual seems to have suffered greatly. He was deceived and ended up borrowing money from a loan shark. Ah, is that so? His so-called friend is truly heartless. Not only did he swindle him, but he also pushed him to borrow money to be further deceived. One would fear for the offspring of such a wretched character. Gu Silon understood that those personal loan institutions were notorious for their unscrupulous practices, having caused immense suffering to many over the years. She couldn't help but worry for them. Chapter 62. The Perils of Violent Debt Collection. Repay the debt. He trembled, his heart constricting with dread. So, the loan company had already visited while he was away during the day? Youwen apologized. I'm terribly sorry. The neighbor shot Youwen a glare before descending the stairs. In a flurry, he opened the door to fetch water and a cloth. Eager to wipe the marks from the door, fear and anxiety gripped him, leaving him uncertain about how to convey this matter to Gu Ran. Unconsciously, he began to lose himself in a spiral of anxious thoughts. Upon seeing Su Youwen, Gu Ran paused momentarily. Are you heading out? I wanted to come to fetch you. But it's already so late. Gu Ran chuckled. Did you oversleep your afternoon nap? Su Youwen enveloped her in an embrace, whispering softly, I'm sorry. What's the matter? I'm not that petty. You didn't mean to, and I want to be angry. Su Youwen held her close, gently murmuring again in her ear, I'm sorry. Only Su Youwen truly comprehends the significance of those two apologies. Gu Ran placed the groceries she had purchased in the kitchen, smiling as she said, I bought your favorite long beans today. I will prepare them for you shortly. Listening to her words, his heart ached even more. He snatched the vegetables from her hands and declared, Let me cook for you. You should take a rest. Gu Ran replied, Why do you seem so peculiar today? Su Youwen playfully pushed him onto the sofa, chuckling, You're overthinking it. Gu Ran settled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and lamented, I wonder which child is drawing at our doorstep. There is so much red paint scattered about. Su Youwen's heart sank. Paint? His expression grew increasingly somber. During dinner, the two sat in silence, an unusual stillness enveloping Su Youwen, which Gu Ran had never witnessed before. She sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate why. What is wrong with you? She could not help but inquire. Is it something troubling at work? She speculated with curiosity. No, Su Youwen shook his head. If something is bothering you, please feel free to share it with me. As she spoke, Gu Ran placed a piece of food into Su Youwen's bowl. He responded, then quickly reciprocated by adding food to her bowl. You need to eat more. You're as thin as a monkey. You too, Gu Ran retorted, adding more food to his bowl. The following day, Su Youwen and Gu Ran both departed for work. As they left, their neighbor regarded them with an odd expression. Gu Ran remarked in confusion, Why does the neighbor look at us so strangely? Just ignore them, Su Youwen replied. Su Youwen grasped Gu Ran's hand and walked away. The two of them went to work as usual. Su Youwen arranged the shelves and handled the cash register at the store. His phone incessantly buzzed with notifications, and upon glancing at it, he recognized the persistent calls from the loan company. Overwhelmed by irritation, he decided to hang up. At that moment, Sister Zhang, ever the gossip, inquired, Why are there so many calls? It wouldn't be from your girlfriend, would it? Su Youwen chuckled softly. No, it's not. During lunch? Su Youwen was taken aback when representatives from the loan company appeared in person, demanding repayment. He responded, I will repay it once I have the money. And when will that be? You seem at a loss for words. Everyone, seize him. The leader commanded, instructing his subordinates to apprehend him. Observing the scene, Sister Zhang, frightened by the unfolding chaos, discreetly stepped aside to call the police. Before long, the officers arrived, prompting the assailants to flee in panic. The responding officer was Gu Silon, who hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Su Youwen glanced at Gu Silon and said, They came to demand money. Are they the loan sharks? Yes. Su Youwen described them as thugs, warning, if you get involved with them, it's troublesome. What can I do now? My money has been swindled by a friend. Gu Silon asked, How did you end up in such a predicament? Su Youwen replied, I merely wish to earn a bit more, not wanting Gu Ran to endure hardship alongside me. Gu Xilan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "If anything arises, just call me directly." As he spoke, he took his phone and left his number on it. Su Youwen saved the number that Gu Xilan had left in his phone, while Sister Zhang, concerned, asked him, "Su Youwen, how did you end up in debt? What will you do now that those people might come to the store? Let's take it one step at a time." Su Youwen replied. After finishing work, he went to the ATM to withdraw his salary from the past few months and then went to the lending company to repay them. "This is all the money I have on hand. Take it, and please do not disturb my life." The representatives at the lending company looked at the amount he provided, revealing satisfied smiles. "This can only be considered as interest." "What? There's over 20,000 here. Did you not read the contract when you signed it? The interest is charged according to those terms. You are extorting me. This is illegal lending. Then why didn't you clarify the terms when you borrowed the money?" Su Youwen gritted his teeth in frustration. "Pay off the debt soon. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that we won't take other actions." Chapter 63, The Terrifying Debt Collection Recently. Su Youwen had been acting strangely. When he was with Gu Ran, his mind seemed elsewhere, lost in thought. Over the past few days, he had been searching online for rental information, asking her if she wanted to move. However, since the lease wasn't up yet, wouldn't moving now just waste the rent already paid? She felt that Su Youwen was concealing something from her, yet she could not discern what it was. A sense of unease settled within her. As days passed in a similar manner, Su Youwen set out for work one day, having enjoyed a rare day of rest, sleeping until noon. After venturing out to purchase groceries, she settled onto the sofa to relax, pondering the meal she would prepare after a light snack. Suddenly, a group of menacing individuals burst into her home. Gu Ran, startled, exclaimed, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" The leader of the group sneered at Gu Ran. "I never imagined that lad had such a beautiful girlfriend." "Who are you?" Gu Ran inquired, her heart racing with anxiety. "We are creditors. Su Youwen borrowed money from us, and we are here to collect." "What?" Gu Ran was taken aback. Observing her confusion, the man continued, "Clearly, you are unaware of the situation. Allow me to enlighten you. Su Youwen owes us 300,000. You can either provide the money or offer yourself as collateral." Gu Ran, both shocked and frightened, retorted, "How could Su Youwen possibly owe you money?" "That is a question you must pose to her," he replied coolly. "Now, do you have any money on you? If so, pay her debt." "I do not. I will call her," she declared, swiftly dialing Su Youwen's number. The call was answered almost immediately. "Gu Ran, what's wrong?" Su Youwen's voice was laced with panic. Gu Ran, breathless, pressed on, "Su Youwen, do you owe money?" "How do you know?" Su Youwen replied, equally astonished. At that moment, the leader snatched Gu Ran's phone away, speaking into it. "Hello, Su Youwen. Why didn't you tell us about your stunning girlfriend? What do you want?" Su Youwen demanded. The man chuckled coldly. "We merely wish to collect the debt. Beware of what you say to my girlfriend, or I shall not hold back. You may try if you wish." The call abruptly ended, and the subsequent busy tone filled Su Youwen with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Fear and confusion enveloped his heart as he turned to Sister Zhang beside him and said, "Sister Zhang, I need to take a leave." Before she could respond, Su Youwen dashed out of the convenience store. On the other side, Gu Ran was being threatened by the debt collectors. "If Su Youwen cannot repay the money, you shall serve as collateral. How dare you commit such acts in broad daylight? Are you not afraid of being caught?" "Such acts?" They scoffed. "Had it not been for Su Youwen's signature, would we have come to collect the debt? Why not inquire why he resorted to this?" Gu Ran remained silent. "Nevertheless, you are truly beautiful. It seems a pity to be with that penniless fool Su Youwen." As he spoke, he brazenly pinched her chin to scrutinize her. Gu Ran turned her head away, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, how dare you threaten me?" As he raised his hand to strike, Su Youwen burst through the door, witnessing the scene unfold, and rushed forward to shove the assailant aside, pulling Gu Ran behind him. "If you dare to harm my girlfriend, I will not hesitate to kill you." The debt collector chuckled derisively. "Kill us? Do you possess the courage?" Driven to desperation, Su Youwen's gaze fell upon the kitchen knife on the table. Grasping it firmly, he brandished it at the men before those individuals, however, scoffed and erupted into loud laughter. Su Youwen clenched his teeth, eyes shut tight, and swung his arms in a futile attempt to resist. Little did they realize that Su Youwen possessed such audacity. His arms bore several deep lacerations, crimson blood gushing forth from his wounds. "You truly possess an audacious spirit." The leader, infuriated, commanded his subordinates to show them their true colors. Very well. At his decree, the group wielded their clubs, mercilessly smashing and striking anything within their reach. Before long, their home lay in ruins. Gu Ran wept inconsolably, trembling in fear as she covered her ears, while Su Yuwen held her tightly. As the leader surveyed the devastation, he exhaled in relief, clutching a towel to his own wounds. He then strode forward, forcefully shoving Su Yuwen aside, and reached for Gu Ran to drag her away. The kick he delivered was merciless, causing Su Yuwen's vision to blur with pain. Su Yuwen, no. Gu Ran attempted to rush to his side, but was violently pulled away. You are so beautiful, why not come with me? I assure you, you will never want for food or clothing. Gu Ran struggled fiercely, crying out, I don't want to. Let me go. In her desperate thrashing, she inadvertently clawed at the leader's face. Momentarily stunned, he quickly revealed his vicious nature, raising his hand to deliver a brutal slap. Gu Ran's head throbbed painfully from the impact, her hands covering her face as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Filthy wench, how dare you? Gu Ran gazed at Su Yuwen, yearning to draw near him. Witnessing Gu Ran's suffering, Su Yuwen's heart ached profoundly. He longed to embrace her, yet was restrained by the minions of a man before him. That man leaned down, seizing Gu Ran's hair, and menacingly addressed Su Yuwen. Su Yuwen, are you unaware of the consequences of owing us money? Today, I shall show you precisely what those consequences entail. What do you intend to do? Su Yuwen shouted, his voice torn with anguish. What are you planning? The man scoffed disdainfully. You shall find out shortly. Stop. What do you want? Let her go. Su Yuwen cried out desperately, struggling against the overwhelming number of assailants, his attempts to break free proving futile. Gu Ran began to weep uncontrollably. No. At that moment, a fervent knocking echoed from outside. We are the police. Open the door. Gu Salon, observing the stillness within, had no time for contemplation. He kicked the door with great force. The door swung open, revealing a scene that left him frozen in shock, horror, and dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his firearm, aiming it at the gathered crowd. If you dare to move, I will not hesitate to fire. Officer, we are merely here to collect a debt. What are you intending to do? We have not harmed that girl. She fell on her own, and her clothing was torn. There are numerous witnesses here. Regardless of your claims, you will accompany us to the station to clarify matters. Gu Silon and several officers handcuffed the culprits and escorted them away. Before departing, Gu Silon nodded in acknowledgement to Su Yuwen. At this moment, tranquility finally enveloped the room. Su Yuwen lifted Gu Ran from the floor, cradling her tightly in his arms as she wept inconsolably. Su Yuwen felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. Aran, I am so sorry. It is my fault. Su Yuwen, why would you do such a thing? I apologize. Gu Ran cried, her entire being drained of strength, collapsing into his embrace like a shattered porcelain doll. Chapter 64. A fractured life. When he regained his senses, he beheld their home in utter disarray, strewn with debris and shards. As he surveyed the chaos, Su Yuwen felt his own life shattering in tandem with the scene before him. I am going to take a shower. Gu Ran stumbled to her feet and, swaying unsteadily, made her way toward the bathroom. All right, he replied weakly, watching her retreat. Once she entered the bathroom, Su Yuwen grasped a broom and dustpan, beginning to clear the disorder that lay scattered across the floor. The drawing Gu Ran had created of the two of them lay on the ground, covered by broken glass. He bent down to retrieve it, but inadvertently cut his hand on the shards, blood trickling down to the floor. Everything was in ruins. Tears welled up in his eyes. He took the drawing and sat on the sofa, his face buried in his hands as he sobbed. With great effort, he wiped away his tears, swallowing the unbearable anguish that threatened to consume him. Gu Ran lingered in the bathroom for what felt like an eternity. By the time Su Yuwen finished clearing the remnants from their home, she emerged, appearing as if her very soul had been siphoned away. Aran. He approached her and called softly, but her gaze remained vacant as she continued to walk forward. Su Yuwen hurriedly approached her, concerned, and enveloped her in his embrace. Aran. I'm so sorry. Gu Ran felt the warmth of his body, and her emotions, which had finally calmed down, surged once more. She began to sob, and Su Yuwen held her tightly, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. He too choked on his words, I'm sorry. They remained on the sofa for an extended period, and after a long while, she finally regained her composure. She spoke first, lifting her gaze to meet his. Under the soft glow of the white light, her eyelashes shimmered, and her eyes were a striking red, her voice trembling as she began. Why did you do this? Why did you provoke those people? Su Yuwen knew that one day she would pose this question, so he resolved to be candid. I simply didn't want you to endure such a difficult life alongside me, he confessed earnestly. Gu Ran's voice was hoarse, but I don't mind. As long as I can be with you, I would accept even the harshest of days. Su Yuwen replied. Yet when I see other girls living lives filled with comfort and luxury, I desire the same for you. Gu Ran felt a pang in her heart, tears spilling from her eyes. As long as I am with you, I care not for these things. Youwen, choked with emotion, responded, but I do care. Because I love you, I wish to give you the finest things in the world. When I see you suffering and enduring hardships at work, when I watch your once delicate and beautiful hands become marred with scars, it pains me deeply. I loathe the fact that I am not wealthy enough. I wish I had the means to heal the scars upon your hands. If I were wealthy, I could grant you the freedom to pursue only that which brings you joy. You could play the piano, savor exquisite meals, don fine clothing, travel in a car, reside in a comfortable home, and never again worry about whether tickets are available for distant journeys, nor fret over the burden of rent. All I desire is for you to become the happiest person in this world. As he spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, dampening his lashes and staining his garments. Having endured a life of hardship since childhood, I understand the terrifying nature of reality's suffering. Listening to his words, Gu Ran wept freely, extending her arms to embrace him, resting her head against his chest. Yet I am unafraid, she cried. But I am afraid, he wept. Ran, I am afraid. Gu Ran, through her tears, declared, I love you. I only wish to be with you. But I am afraid. Youwen sobbed. That night, both exhausted, they fell asleep entwined in each other's arms, lost in confusion. Youwen was uncertain of what the future held for them, as though he had plunged into darkness, forever deprived of light. On that day, Youwen arrived at work, only to find his boss waiting for him. The boss summoned Youwen into his office. What seems to be the matter? I am aware of your recent troubles, the boss replied. Well, I still need to manage my business here. If such incidents continue, my store will be unsettled, so you understand. Indeed, Youwen remained remarkably composed. For him, being dismissed was not a novel experience. He accepted the news with equanimity, murmuring, It's all right, thank you, boss. His employer was taken aback by this unexpected calmness, yet appreciating his fine attitude. He handed over the wages along with an additional 200 yuan as a bonus. Thank you, boss. Youwen expressed his gratitude. No need, the boss replied, goodbye. Sister Zhang remarked to the boss, Youwen is quite unfortunate. I heard he is an orphan. Those who are destined to suffer have a difficult path to tread. The boss sighed. A profound silence enveloped them, the atmosphere serene. He was unaware of her thoughts, but recalling her words from the previous day stirred a deep discomfort within him. After preparing lunch, consisting of dishes that Gu Ran favored, he called out to her. Ran, it's time to eat. Gu Ran numbly rose from the bed and approached the dining table. They began their meal, reminiscent of their usual routine, with him serving her preferred dishes. Yet, she remained silent as she ate. He suspected she was still upset over his well-meaning but misguided words from the day before. After a few bites, tears began to fall from her eyes, landing on her rice. Why are you crying again? He reached out to wipe her tears away. Don't let go of me, she implored softly. He remained silent, enveloped in a pall of desolation. At that moment, the front door was once again forcefully kicked open, and the troublemaker from the previous day burst into the room. A fierce wind swept through the space. Youwen, we're back for money. Chapter 65. Let's break up. Bang. With a resounding crash, the dining table was overturned, scattering dishes across the floor, and porcelain bowls shattered into countless fragments. Gu Ran fell to the ground, and Youwen leaped forward to protect her. As Gu Ran lay amidst the debris, shards of pottery once again cut into her hands. His heart ached as he held her close. The leader of the debt collectors, his face grotesquely contorted, sneered, You caused me great suffering yesterday. It's the first time I've been taken to the police station. You are truly something. Youwen shouted back defiantly, I have already given you money. Why do you come again? That was just interest, do you understand? You owe far more. You are nothing but bullies. And what of it? Gu Ran sat on the ground, her head bowed, seemingly devoid of spirit. If it comes to it, your girlfriend can settle the debt. As he spoke, he made a move to strike, but Youwen shielded her with his body, declaring, I am here. No one is allowed to touch her. How touching. A hero saving a damsel. Just hand over the money, and we won't touch her. Youwen remained silent. How could he possibly possess such a sum? If you have no money, then prepare to be beaten. The man barked, and his lackeys encircled Youwen and Gu Ran, launching their assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Youwen shielded Gu Ran with his own body, enduring their blows. As fists and feet rained down upon him, blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth, and Gu Ran wept bitterly at the sight of his suffering. At that moment, The door was kicked open by Gu Silan, who gasped in horror at the scene before him. He bellowed, "How dare you lay hands on people? Officers, take them all to the police station." Gu Silan shouted, and those individuals were once again handcuffed and taken to the police station. The world finally fell silent. Gu Ran wept bitterly while embracing Su Youwen, her tears soaking his clothes. Su Youwen held her close, gently patting her back, repeatedly apologizing, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." After tidying up the house, Su Youwen approached Gu Ran, grasped her hand, and spoke tenderly, Ran, we cannot endure this life any longer. Let us part ways." Tears streamed down Gu Ran's face like pearls released from a broken string. "I refuse," she cried. Su Youwen's eyes turned red as he began to sob. "I do not wish for you to live such a life alongside me. Ran, do you understand?" Gu Ran shook her head vigorously. "I do not agree. I love you. I only want to be with you." Su Youwen wept uncontrollably, and Gu Ran had never witnessed such profound sorrow on his face. Life cannot thrive solely on love. "I refuse. I disagree," she wailed. Su Youwen, choking back his tears, insisted, "Letting you go to seek new happiness is for your own good. How selfish. I cannot bear it. How can I live without you?" Su Youwen gritted his teeth, his eyes red from crying, and forcefully pulled his hand away from hers. "Then let me tell you that I no longer love you. Is that acceptable?" Gu Ran looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her lips quivering as tears fell like rain. "Do not stay with me any longer. Go find someone who truly loves you and live well." Gu Ran shook her head desperately, reaching out to grasp his hand once more. Su Youwen, feeling the warmth of her hand, ruthlessly betrayed his own heart and withdrew. "I no longer love you. Do you understand?" Su Youwen, "I cannot agree. I do not deserve to be with you like this." Su Youwen, she trembled as she cried, "I do not want this." Su Youwen's heart and soul felt as though they were being torn apart, a pain so profound it made him wish for death. "Gu Ran, heed my words. From this moment forth, we are no longer together. We shall have no relationship henceforth." He spoke while weeping. "But I love you. How can we have no relationship?" She trembled all over, still yearning to reach out and hold his hand. Su Youwen could no longer bear it. He feared that if she touched him again, he would soften. With a heavy heart, he turned away and strode towards the door. "Forget me, Su Youwen. Do not abandon me." She rushed out in pursuit, but Su Youwen ran swiftly, leaving her unable to catch up. The once overcast sky began to drizzle. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she wept bitterly, all her pain and grief pouring forth. She sat on a bench by the roadside, allowing the raindrops to drench her. The rain intensified, rendering the world a blur. The cold rain soaked her thoroughly. At that moment, Su Youwen had already forsaken her. The only light in her life had cast her aside. Exhausted from crying, it felt as though her very soul had been drained, transforming her into a lost spirit in this world. Uncertain of how long she had wept, suddenly a large umbrella was held above her head, shielding her from the relentless downpour. "You'll catch a cold being soaked like this," Gu Silan gently said as he looked down at her. She raised her head and met Gu Silan's gaze. "Su Youwen sent you, didn't he?" "I happened to be passing by," he replied. Gu Ran wept once more, realizing that he truly no longer wanted her. Witnessing her heartache and tears, Gu Silan felt as though her own heart was being tightly gripped. It was always like this, her emotions perpetually influenced by Gu Ran's. Such weather was bound to bring a chill. He spoke as he removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, refraining from further persuasion and instead quietly standing by her side, shielding her with an umbrella. In Gu Silan's apartment, Gu Ran had taken a shower and changed her clothes. Finally feeling warmth return to her body, Gu Silan prepared a cup of hot coffee for her, saying, "Drink this to warm yourself." Gu Ran cradled the coffee cup, the white steam swirling in the air. "Thank you. No need to mention it," he replied. "What happened between you and Su Youwen?" Gu Silan inquired. Gu Ran, with a hoarse voice, replied, "We broke up." "Ah?" Gu Silan exclaimed. "Yes, he told me it was over, but I did not agree." Gu Silan remarked, "I know you love him deeply." Gu Ran lowered her gaze, watching the coffee swirl within the cup. "I will wait for him," she said, caressing the handle of the cup. "I seem to be a bit willful." Gu Silan smiled. "That is just like you. I understand. He broke up with me for my own good," Gu Ran stated. Gu Silan took a sip of coffee, the steam rising gently in the air. "Yes, he loves you very much as well." Gu Ran smiled. "You know that." Gu Silan pressed her lips together. "Indeed." He set down his coffee cup, turning to her with a serious expression and said, "However, he has officially ended things with you now, and I hope you will give me a chance to pursue you." Gu Ran was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. "Did we not agree to be just ordinary friends?" Gu Xilan, I harbor feelings for you. Thus I am willing to become merely an ordinary friend for your sake. However, now that Su Youwen has voluntarily withdrawn, I have regained the initiative. There is no outcome. If love were so easily transmutable, it would cease to be love. Indeed, if love were so effortlessly alterable, it would no longer hold the essence of love. Chapter 66. The True Separation. What is it? Gu Xilan inquired upon noticing Gu Ran's dazed expression. Gu Ran gently shook his head. It's nothing. Su Youwen has taken all his belongings. Gu Xilan felt a deep sense of loss. He is truly leaving me. Gu Ran continued. Those individuals will be confined for 10 days, and there is no immediate danger here, but it would be prudent to vacate this place as soon as possible. Understood. Thank you. Gu Ran expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me, Gu Xilan replied. After seeing Gu Ran out, he dialed Gu Qing's number. Hello, sister. What is it? Do you have any accommodation available? Why do you ask this? Gu Ran needs to move. So if you have space, could you arrange something for her? Unfortunately, I do not have a place. Gu Xilan pondered for a moment. In that case, why not rent an apartment? I will cover the rent, and you can tell Gu Ran that it is the dormitory of your art center. How does that sound? Gu Qing found herself unable to resist. Since you put it that way, I naturally agree. Also, sister, I would appreciate it if you could look after her a bit more. Gu Qing assured him. Understood, rest assured. Gu Xilan understood his thoughts all too well. Shortly after he hung up the phone, Su Youwen's call came in. Gu Xilan answered, come to Namping Park. All right. Gu Xilan hurried to the park. As the sun dipped below the horizon, infusing the sky with a fervent aura, Su Youwen sat on a bench, and Gu Xilan joined him. Su Youwen, what is the matter? Is Gu Ran all right? His emotions had settled somewhat. Thank you. No need for thanks. Have you truly broken up with her? I don't wish to burden her. Since you say so, Su Youwen, let me tell you, I have feelings for Gu Ran. Now that you've stepped back, I will pursue her. Upon hearing this, Su Youwen chuckled. Regardless of circumstances, I will always respect her decisions. If she were to be with me, would you not regret it? Su Youwen choked up. How could I not regret it? She is the love of my life. Yet I believe she would find greater happiness with you than with me. Su Youwen, how can you be so spineless? Life is long. Are you truly surrendering so easily? If you genuinely care for her, then compete with me, fight for her. Su Youwen smiled. Gu Xilan, do you know what I have always envied about you? What? Your confidence, your family background, everything about you. If I possessed these qualities, I would not feel inferior in front of Gu Ran. Gu Xilan pressed her lips together. Yet, despite these attributes, Gu Ran does not favor me. I often ponder, had I appeared before Gu Ran earlier than you, would she have favored me instead? Su Youwen smiled slyly, declaring, let us observe, Gu Xilan. If I were to witness Gu Ran with you, I would feel both regret and resentment. Today, I propose a 5-year pact between us. What sort of 5-year pact? Gu Xilan inquired, her smile evident. She acquiesced. I find it splendid. I agree. We shall pursue Gu Ran based on our own merits. Su Youwen replied, indeed, the power of choice shall forever rest in Gu Ran's hands. Let us not reveal our intentions to her and see how she decides. Agreed, Gu Xilan affirmed, sealing their agreement with a fist bump. On this day, as Gu Ran went to work, Gu Qing approached her and asked, Gu Ran, I heard you were moving. Oh, really? Who mentioned that? Gu Ran replied, instantly recognizing the source. I have a dormitory available. Would you like to move in? Gu Ran curiously inquired, is there a dormitory fee? Gu Qing replied, no need. Just let me know when you plan to move, and I will ask Gu Xilan to help you. Gu Ran, feeling a pang of embarrassment, responded with a simple, thank you. Suddenly, an inexplicable ache seized her heart. She clutched her notebook tightly to her chest and wept uncontrollably. Su Youwen, did we not vow to be together for a lifetime? How could you deceive me? You are nothing but a dog. They had once promised to remain together for eternity, and anyone who faltered was deemed a dog. It now appeared that Su Youwen was the one who could not uphold that promise. Being human is wonderful. Why would you choose to be a dog? She lamented as tears streamed down her face. The laughter that sounded like mockery was, in truth, filled with her tears. She gazed at the photograph of the two of them together in her notebook, reaching out to touch it, murmuring to herself, I will wait for you. No matter what happens, I will wait for you. On the day of her move, Gu Xilan took the initiative to come to her home, enthusiastically assisting her with the relocation. Thank you, she said. Gu Xilan responded with a brilliant smile, no need for such formality. As they transported her belongings to the new dormitory, Gu Ran was astonished, exclaiming, is this truly a dormitory? Such a luxurious apartment. Gu Xilan nodded affirmatively, indeed. Would my sister deceive you? Gu Ran remained speechless. Chapter 67. The ring appears he had truly vanished, disappearing without a trace from her world. With her hands slightly soiled, she approached the kitchen sink to wash them, only to suddenly notice something glimmering in the shadowed corner of the tiles. Upon reaching out, she discovered it was Su Youwen's ring. How could it be here? She whispered, memories flooding back. The absence of the ring perhaps served as a sign from the heavens. She threaded Su Youwen's ring onto a chain and wore it around her neck. In recent days, Su Youwen had been unable to eat or sleep well, forcing himself to distance from Gu Ran, his heart enduring a tormenting struggle. Without hesitation, Gu Xilan rushed over, witnessing him shielding her from the rain and wind. His heart ablaze with longing. He could only watch her from afar, accompanying her on the path she traversed and the places she visited. In such a state, what right did he have to be with her? He had been evading his debts, but ultimately, that group of people found him. He understood that this situation could not continue. In desperation, he made a decision. Standing before his grandmother's grave, he knelt down, saying, "Grandma, I am sorry. Forgive my unfilial conduct. Now, with no way out, I am compelled to make this choice. I hope you can forgive me." The flickering candlelight danced as the joss paper fluttered in the air. From that moment on, he truly became a man without a home. He repaid all his debts, leaving him with just over 200,000. As he gazed at the balance on his card, tears fell unbidden. He did not wish to reconcile with Gu Ran in this manner. He still hoped to provide her with a better life through his own efforts. Hearing that Lingzhou was abundant with opportunities, he resolved to venture there. Before departing, he returned to Chang City, daring only to observe her from a distance. He watched her at work and at play. She even visited their former rented apartment. Standing below, he saw the lights illuminating the interior, her figure swaying in the window. He began to envision her, her long hair gently cascading, the warm light highlighting her eyelashes, as she appeared angelic amidst the interplay of light and shadow. "Aran, I am leaving. Regardless of what the future holds, I respect your decision." He slowly departed from the community they once shared, and as he turned away, tears began to stream down his face. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, Gu Ran was descending the stairs. She caught sight of his familiar silhouette from afar. "Su Youwen," she called out to him. But Su Youwen had already gone too far. She desperately tried to chase after him, but it was too late. Watching helplessly as he boarded the bus and disappeared from view, she crouched at the bus stop, weeping uncontrollably. After a while, a man approached her, crouched down, and gently touched her head, saying, "Don't cry, I am here." Gu Ran lifted her gaze, momentarily blinded by the backlight, and exclaimed, "Su Youwen." When she finally discerned the figure before her, she realized it was Gu Xilan. She hurriedly wiped her tears and apologized. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Seated in Gu Xilan's car, she gazed out at the myriad of lights twinkling in the night, feeling a profound sense of desolation within. "Today, I think I saw Su Youwen," she confessed, "but he walked away so quickly that I couldn't keep up." Gu Xilan replied, "You might have been mistaken." Gu Ran insisted, "I am telling the truth." Gu Xilan reassured her, "I believe you." Su Youwen had purchased a ticket to Lingzhou. As the train departed from Chang City, it passed by the neighborhood where he once lived with Gu Ran, and he lingered on the memories. He was distancing himself further from her. The future remained uncertain, and while he wished for her to find happiness, he did not impose his desires upon her. He respected her autonomy, entrusting her with the power of choice. All he could do was strive to become a better person, worthy of her. He did not wish for her to suffer while being with him. This was a man's responsibility, a testament to his character. Gu Ran continued her work at the art center, leading a simple yet joyful life. One day, Gu Xilan arrived at the art center, holding a lavish bouquet of roses. Upon seeing the beaming Gu Xilan, Gu Qing teased, "You are quite romantic in your pursuits." Gu Xilan chuckled, "Sister, please don't make fun of me." He approached Gu Ran, and upon seeing the flowers before her, she was momentarily taken aback. "Well," Gu Xilan smiled and declared, "Teacher Gu, I hereby announce that I shall officially pursue you from this day forth." She rejected him decisively, leaving Gu Xilan feeling rather dejected. "You may refuse, but I will still chase after you," he insisted playfully. Gu Ran furrowed her brow, responding, "Even if you pursue me, I shall not develop feelings for you." Gu Xilan remained silent. Gu Qing, standing at the doorway, had overheard their exchange. With a smile, she approached them and swiftly took the flowers from Gu Xilan's hands. "Well, one cannot give them away, and the other does not wish to accept them. It is better if you give them to me. There are several empty vases here." "Sister, what a splendid idea." Gu Ran agreed with a smile. Gu Xilan, feeling disheartened, lamented, "Sister, you are not helping me." Gu Qing replied, "If Gu Ran agrees, then naturally, he will as well. Girls do not appreciate being pursued relentlessly. Respect is far more important, you understand?" With a cheerful demeanor, she carried the flowers outside. Gu Xilong pouted, left speechless. Later, Gu Qing approached Gu Ran with an invitation. "Gu Ran, would you join me for dinner at my place tonight?" Surprised, Gu Ran responded, "Huh?" Gu Qing reiterated, "I sincerely invite you and Gu Xilong to my home for dinner." Observing Gu Ran's reluctance, Gu Xilong interjected, "Gu Ran, my sister is genuinely inviting you. Please show her some courtesy." Gu Qing shot him a glance and affirmed, "Indeed. Come along." Unable to refuse such hospitality, Gu Ran acquiesced, "All right, thank you, Sister Gu." Chapter 68. I miss him so much. Gu Qing's residence was located in the southern part of the city, a luxurious apartment. She led them inside. "After marrying old Hu, I moved in here," Gu Xilong explained. "Since my sister's parents still disapprove of Lao Hu, she decided to purchase an apartment where they could live together." Gu Qing responded, "I understand." She prepared a pair of slippers for them, and they changed into them before following Gu Qing inside. Gu Qing warmly invited them to take a seat on the sofa, serving them tea and water. "Feel free to make yourselves at home," she said to Gu Ran. "Thank you," Gu Ran replied with a smile. Lao Hu, whose full name was Hu Yuexin, was a refined and handsome man, standing beside Gu Qing. They appeared to be a match made in heaven. "No need for formality. Gu Qing's friends are our friends," Hu Yuexin said as he enthusiastically placed the sliced cantaloupe in front of them, inviting them to enjoy it. "This cantaloupe is exceptionally sweet, and Gu Qing loves it," he added. Gu Qing smiled sweetly at him, asking, "How's the cooking coming along?" Hu Yuexin nodded. "It will be ready shortly. I made your favorite sweet and sour fish." "Thank you, Lao Hu." Gu Qing beamed adorably. Gu Xilong leaned closer to Gu Ran, whispering, "They love to flaunt their affection in front of others." Gu Qing shot her a playful glare. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Xilong feigned innocence. "I didn't say anything." Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the table laden with dishes, Gu Ran marveled. So much food. "Did Lao Hu prepare all of this?" Gu Qing nodded. "Yes. He majored in culinary arts in college because of his passion for cooking." Gu Xilong added, "It's precisely because Lao Hu chose this field of study that my sister's parents disapprove of him." Gu Ran. "Gu Qing, the dishes are all on the table. Everyone, please eat and don't be shy." Gu Ran picked up her chopsticks, beside her. Gu Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Xilong. "Hurry and serve her some dishes." Gu Xilong immediately complied and served Gu Ran some food. To which Gu Ran shyly replied, "No need." Gu Xilong insisted, "Don't be modest. Just treat my sister's home as your own." Gu Qing added, "Exactly. Look at all these dishes. Just choose what you like and eat without hesitation." Gu Ran, "Thank you." How could she not feel a bit shy? After finishing dinner, Gu Ran gave a thumbs up. "Wonderful. So delicious." Gu Qing nodded happily. "I'm glad you liked it. You must come more often." After the meal, Gu Xilong fiddled with the television remote and stumbled upon a channel airing Love Letter. "Shall we watch this?" Gu Ran felt a bit shy beside Gu Xilong. Seeing that she was interested, Gu Xilong decided to stop on that channel. "All right." After watching for a while, Gu Xilong asked Gu Ran, "Do you like this movie, Teacher Gu?" Gu Ran responded, "Have you seen it before?" "Yes, I watched it with Su Youwen." "Good." The two of them said in unison. Gu Xilong drove Gu Ran to her residence, and before she got out of the car, Gu Xilong retrieved a gift box from the back seat and handed it to her. "This is for you." "What is it?" Gu Ran asked curiously. "Open it and see." With a puzzled expression, Gu Ran unwrapped the gift to discover a pink scarf. "A scarf?" she questioned, bewildered. "Although it is currently summer, autumn is fast approaching," Gu Xilong remarked. Indeed, it was a gift befitting a straightforward man. As she contemplated returning it to him, he interjected, "Even if you give it back, I wouldn't wear it. You should keep it. If you return it, I would only toss it in the trash. Then go ahead and throw it away." Gu Ran offered no room for negotiation. Gu Xilong felt a sense of defeat. "Gu Ran, I truly enjoyed our dinner at my sister's house today. Let's do it again next time." "All right," Gu Ran nodded before turning to leave. She maintained her unwavering stance, granting him no opportunity whatsoever. Consequently, he bent down and draped the pink scarf over the cat's nest, and upon finishing, he remarked with satisfaction, "The scarf I chose is truly beautiful." It was not that he was averse to keeping a cat. Rather, he was allergic to cat fur. "You are so adorable. It seems you have gained some weight," Gu Ran exclaimed, cradling the cat and affectionately rubbing its little head as it purred and nuzzled against her face. "Xiao xiao." Do you miss your father? I miss him a lot. I wonder how he is faring now. Meow? Xiao Xiao responded. I know you miss him, don't you? Meow? Such a good kitty. Chapter 69. A new beginning. Su Youwen arrived in Lingzhou, where the garment industry thrived. He had inquired about it beforehand, particularly regarding the clothing market, and thus intended to begin his endeavors there. He rented an apartment not far from the market, planning to observe the local situation first. After several rounds of exploration, he finally selected a clothing store to enter. Amidst the bustling crowd of individuals clad in garments, he stepped into a shop to inquire about the price of a dress. 50 for 1, 40 for 10, 35 for 20, he noted. Thank you. The shopkeeper, captivated by Su Youwen's striking appearance, casually remarked, handsome. I presume this is your first visit here? Su Youwen, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied with a smile, how did you know? He added, you possess a rather humorous spirit. Su Xiao, taking the initiative, introduced herself, I am Su Xiao, and this is my wholesale shop. Is there anything that catches your eye? Su Youwen responded, I will take a closer look. Su Xiao assessed him for a moment and quipped, you don't seem like someone here to purchase clothes. Then what do you believe I am here for? He inquired. I cannot tell. You aren't even carrying a sack, which hardly suggests you are here for clothing. Is it customary for your patrons to bring sacks? He asked. Indeed, she replied. Upon hearing this, Su Youwen turned to glance outside and observed that, as she had said, those entering indeed carried various bags. He chuckled, I truly am a novice in this realm. Noticing her enthusiasm, he straightforwardly inquired, if one were to open a clothing store here, what would one need to do? Su Xiao beamed, are you considering joining our ranks? Yes, Su Youwen affirmed. However, the shops here are so popular that it may be challenging to find one available for rent. Su Xiao continued, if you are serious about opening a store, you might want to inquire at the. Thank you. Su Youwen expressed his gratitude. Su Xiao, taking a proactive approach, suggested, since fate has brought us together, why not exchange contact information? Su Youwen, feeling somewhat out of place in this unfamiliar environment, readily acquiesced. All right. After exchanging contact information, he first registered at the business office, then wandered through the building several times. The variety of clothing available was abundant, yet the prices were surprisingly similar, perhaps due to a mutual reluctance among vendors to engage in price undercutting, resulting in a stable pricing structure. Ultimately, he resolved to acquire a few garments for his stall, intending to hone his courage in the process. On East Street, there existed a thoroughfare designated for street vendors, a fact that Su Youwen had gleaned from Su Xiao. He procured approximately 10 to 20 pieces of clothing and subsequently visited a small commodity market to purchase hangers and a suitcase. As dusk descended and the night deepened, he arrived at East Street, where he promptly sought a suitable spot to set up his stall. The darkness intensified, and the number of vendors began to swell. Fortuitously, shortly after his arrival, he managed to sell 2 items. At that moment, a familiar figure approached, burdened with a plethora of goods. Su Youwen. It was Su Xiao. Surprised, he inquired, what brings you here? She replied, I am also selling here. As she arranged her clothing for sale, noticing Su Youwen's lack of customers, she asked, could you help me set up the hangers? Seeing his own stall devoid of business, Su Youwen kindly stepped forward to assist her. Of course. With his help, Su Xiao's stall was swiftly organized. 2 individuals busily attended to their stall when, shortly thereafter, a man approached Su Xiao's stand, accompanied by his girlfriend. The young lady was captivated by a dress priced at 90 yuan. The gentleman attempted to negotiate, proposing a price of 60 yuan. Su Xiao replied, I can sell it for 50 at home, but I won't part with it for less than 70. How about 65? He countered, noticing his girlfriend's fondness for the garment. Su Xiao relented, very well, 65 it is. The man then produced the money, and with a sense of delight, Su Xiao wrapped the dress for him. The couple departed in high spirits. Witnessing this exchange, Su Youwen inquired, isn't it rather swift to reduce the price from 90 to 65? He added, do you not feel you're losing money by selling at such rates? Su Xiao responded, the cost price is merely a ruse. It's actually. She gestured with 3 fingers, prompting Su Youwen's astonishment. Is that all? She explained, there are numerous garment manufacturing companies nearby, so obtaining clothes directly from them is certainly cheaper. If I were to source from you, it would be akin to a middleman. Su Youwen suggested, shall we grab a late-night snack after the market closes? Su Xiao smiled at him, and he was keen not to miss the opportunity to gather information. By the time the night market concluded, it was already 11 o'clock. They packed up their belongings. Su Youwen had sold 5 garments that evening, earning over 200 yuan. Yet, in comparison to his costs. He still found himself at a loss. In the late-night snack spot, Su Xiaoxiao chose a place renowned for its spicy and sour noodles. As they entered, a wave of spiciness engulfed them. "Do you truly enjoy spicy food?" Su Youwen inquired. "Who says people from Lingzhou don't relish spicy dishes?" Su Xiaoxiao retorted. Both of them ordered the spicy and sour noodles, known for their delightful softness and tangy flavor. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Youwen couldn't help but compliment her. "You certainly have an eye for good food. Is it delicious?" Su Xiaoxiao asked. "Absolutely," Su Youwen responded with a thumbs up. "Then can you share the name of the clothing manufacturer?" Su Xiaoxiao teased. "These noodles are so delectable. Could you treat me to them, handsome?" Su Youwen nodded, proceeded to pay, and then inquired as he sat beside her, "Can you tell me now?" In Lingzhou, there are numerous clothing manufacturers. Typically, they produce the garments first, and then we select styles to sell, allowing us to keep our costs lower, Su Xiaoxiao explained. "I see," Su Youwen nodded. "Why are you asking about this?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. "If you're interested in sourcing clothes, I could accompany you. Is this line of work lucrative?" Su Youwen asked. Su Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before replying, "It depends. Sometimes it hinges on luck. In a good year, one might earn several 100,000 or even millions, conversely. In a bad year, losses can be equally substantial." Su Youwen absorbed this information and asked, "Could you take me along next time?" Su Xiaoxiao readily agreed, "Of course. Since you treated me to spicy noodles, you're considered a friend now. If you wish to go, I'll take you next time." "Thank you." Su Youwen expressed his gratitude. In the dreams of that night, he once again envisioned Gu Ran. He found himself aboard a vessel, heading towards her. Upon waking in the morning, his eyes were brimming with tears, and he wiped them away forcefully, aware that his dreams had been filled with thoughts of Gu Ran. Chapter 70. Launching an online store. After several days of setting up his stall, Su Youwen received a call from the informing him that he had secured a shop in the clothing market. His shop was situated quite a distance from Su Xiaoxiao's, one on the 3rd floor and the other on the 4th. However, Su Xiaoxiao would often traverse the distance to bring him delicious treats. Su Youwen was not oblivious. He surmised that Su Xiaoxiao might harbor feelings for him. Yet, his heart was already taken by Gu Ran, and he did not wish to squander anyone's time. One day, Su Youwen bought milk tea and invited Su Xiaoxiao to share it. Surprised by the sudden gesture, she asked, "Why are you treating me to milk tea?" He replied, "You've always looked after me. It's only fitting." "Thank you," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she inserted the straw into the cup and savored the drink. "It's delicious," she remarked, thoroughly pleased. During lunch, before parting ways, Su Youwen said, "I'll treat you." "Thank you," Su Xiaoxiao replied with excitement. They dined together at a nearby restaurant, ordering several dishes that arrived promptly. After a while, Su Youwen inquired, "Are these dishes to your liking?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. "They are delicious." He continued, "The person I admire also enjoys these dishes." Su Xiaoxiao paused, sensing the underlying intent of the meal. "Is she your girlfriend?" she asked, somewhat taken aback. "No. To be precise, it is about the person I cherish. For various reasons, we parted ways," Su Youwen confessed. "Parted ways? Who initiated it?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. "I did. I did not wish to burden her, thus I proposed the breakup," Su Youwen replied, "but I still love her." "So, will you seek her out in the future?" Su Xiaoxiao began to grasp his sentiments. "I will, even if I do not pursue her. I shall not love anyone else nor be with anyone else." "So, do you intend to live a life of solitude?" Su Xiaoxiao jested. "In truth, living does not necessitate marriage, nor does it require companionship to survive," he articulated. "If given a choice, I would prefer to exist alongside the one I love and depart this world together." "How romantic," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed with laughter. "In this day and age, who genuinely loves another for a lifetime?" "I shall," he asserted with conviction. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his earnestness, struggling to believe. "Really?" "Indeed," Su Youwen affirmed. "I love her. What if she moves on and finds someone else?" Su Xiaoxiao pressed. "I shall respect her decision," he replied. "She deserves a better happiness. And if she ends up with someone else, what will you do?" Su Xiaoxiao frowned. "I suppose I shall embrace a life of solitude," he chuckled unconsciously. After this meal, Su Xiaoxiao resolved not to develop feelings for him any further and understood the intent behind their gathering. "Farewell. Let's see whose business thrives today," Su Xiaoxiao quipped. "Agreed," Su Youwen responded joyfully. Su Xiaoxiao indeed harbors feelings for Su Youwen. He possesses striking looks and embodies integrity. Initially, she contemplated nurturing their relationship, only to discover that he is already enamored with someone else. Yet, this individual exudes an endearing frankness, In today's world, men often flit from one affection to another, entangled with multiple interests, but Su Youwen stands apart with his unwavering devotion to his singular love. Such steadfastness, accompanied by the notion of solitary old age, seems to be an antiquated belief, perhaps unique to him. One cannot help but wonder about the nature of the person he cherishes so deeply. Does she reciprocate his ardor? Will she share in his solitude as he ages? What, after all, is the essence of love? Although Su Youwen revealed his true sentiments to Su Xiaoxiao, she did not distance herself from him. Even during visits to garment production companies, she consistently included him. Through her introductions, he met numerous individuals and expanded his network significantly. They spent their days together selling clothes at the market, and after dinner, they would set up stalls on East Street to peddle garments. Unbeknownst to them, half a year slipped by. During this time, Su Youwen learned a great deal about clothing styles, fabrics, and manufacturers. Su Xiaoxiao would often share laughter and banter with him, allowing him to sense her genuine friendship. One day, with a playful smile, Su Xiaoxiao announced that she had found a boyfriend. Su Youwen expressed his congratulations and voiced his hopes of soon savoring wedding sweets. In Lingzhou, where the garment industry thrives, Su Youwen observed the exceptional quality of the clothing produced. However, he noted that these garments were primarily sold within the local region. Even if others came to procure clothing from Lingzhou, the volume sold elsewhere remained limited. On that day, Su Xiaoxiao was browsing the internet when Su Youwen teased her. You sell clothes yourself, yet you're still online shopping? You might not even sell the styles you wish to buy? With the advent of the internet, one can envision far greater horizons. As Su Youwen listened to her words, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. You are absolutely right. If we harness the power of the internet, our local apparel can reach a broader platform. Su Xiaoxiao responded, Are you considering selling clothes on this website? Let me tell you, there are countless shops here. The competition is fierce. A friend of mine has been selling clothes online and hasn't made much profit. It's far better for me to run a physical store. Su Youwen chuckled, No, I intend to create a website exclusively for the garments from Lingzhou. We could collaborate with local clothing companies or engage in self-production and sales, striving to enhance our sales volume and expand the industry chain. That's a splendid idea. But how do we go about it? Su Xiaoxiao pondered, feeling troubled. I'll find a way, Su Youwen replied, as if he had discovered his calling. However, the current returns were not as promising as he had envisioned, so he aimed to broaden his ambitions. First, he needed to locate individuals skilled in web development, which proved to be quite a headache. Noticing his distress, Su Xiaoxiao suggested, Since this issue is causing you such a headache, why not search online? I've seen many people share their connections on social media. Perhaps you'll find IT talent that way. Encouraged by her words, Su Youwen began to search for talent online while also venturing into the university's computer science department to scout for individuals. The initial step in this significant endeavor involves the construction of a website. They begin by establishing objectives, conceptualizing ideas, and determining the style and distinctive features before embarking on the website's creation. The process of finalizing the website took an entire week, fraught with various challenges, creative discussions, selections, and rejections. Subsequently, the most arduous task became the site's design, leading to several disputes over differing suggestions. I believe black is aesthetically pleasing, one asserted. Come on. This is a shopping site. Who are you intending to attract with a black theme? Another retorted. I think pink is ideal. After all, women are eternally youthful. You certainly possess a subjective bias. Then what color do you propose? Well, aside from color, how should we design the layout? The discussions continued, leaving Su Youwen quite overwhelmed. He decided to temporarily halt the construction and treat everyone to a movie. Su, is this a romantic film? It's quite delightful. Perfect timing for the Qixi festival. Let us watch it together. A group of 7 single friends, reluctantly dragged by Su Youwen, found themselves in a cinema watching a romantic movie. Upon exiting, they nearly suffocated Su Youwen in jest. Observing their collective mockery, Su Youwen remarked, Isn't this a shared goal? Wei Lu, speechless, replied, Is this your justification for making us watch this film? Su Youwen explained, Our aim in creating this website is to evoke feelings of love. If they fall in love with our site, then our venture will be deemed successful. Xiaozhu chuckled. Su is attempting to impart us a lesson in love. Ajo, all right. Understood. After conducting market research, we found that women are the primary consumers. Hence, our objective is to create a website that appeals to them. Yang women, such complex and peculiar beings, yet undeniably fascinating. Enough. I shall merely reinforce the website. As for the style, I will defer to Brother Su's judgment. Exactly. A bunch of single folks should really heed Brother Su's advice regarding the website. Su Youwen nodded with approval, giving a thumbs up. Excellent. Chapter 71. The website is quite challenging ultimately. The website was decided to be a vibrant magenta. As for the name, it needed to be concise yet elegant. Memorable and easily comprehensible, ideally exuding a sense of vitality. This conundrum left them quite distressed. After much deliberation, some even suggested consulting a fortune teller. Su Youwen felt as though his head might explode. He decided to give everyone 3 days to contemplate a name, after which they would hold a vote. Xiaojiu, Brother Su is particularly serious about this matter. Wei Lu, this is Brother Su's first website, although it may lag behind more established ones. It is not too late to embark on this venture. As long as we execute it well and infuse our unique characteristics, we are certain to succeed. Ajo, brother. You are absolutely right. If we succeed in the future, wouldn't we be among the first pioneers? Undoubtedly major stakeholders. AK, yes, let's strive to do our best. Strangely, Su Youwen had been experiencing an unusually persistent twitch in his eyelids these past few days, accompanied by an inexplicable ache in his heart. He thought of Gu Ran. Aaron, have you encountered some trouble? On the other side, Su Youwen had departed from Gu Ran's life for half a year. She followed a monotonous routine, occasionally visiting Gu Qing's home for a meal, where Gu Xilan treated her with utmost kindness, still clinging to the hope of winning her heart. Yet, she had resolutely chosen Su Youwen and would not entrust her affections to another. This day marked the Qixi festival. Gu Ran went to Gu Qing's house for dinner. And after the meal, Gu Qing insisted they all partake in a game of truth or dare. Observing Gu Qing's exuberance, Gu Ran acquiesced. When her turn came, she rolled the dice and lost, prompting Gu Qing to ask her a question of sincerity. Gu Ran, do you have someone you like? Yes, she replied. When it was Gu Xilan's turn, Gu Qing inquired, Gu Xilan, who do you like? Gu Ran, he answered. These seemingly rhetorical questions made Gu Ran ponder their significance. Yet she felt compelled to continue. As Hu Yuexin's turn arrived, Gu Qing asked him, who do you like? Gu Qing was thoroughly entertained. The next round brought Gu Ran's turn again, and Gu Qing queried, Gu Ran, who do you like? With nothing to fear, she was acutely aware of her own heart. I like Su Youwen. Upon hearing this revelation, Gu Xilan, although already aware, felt a pang of reluctance and a hint of despondency. When it was Gu Xilan's turn, Gu Qing prompted him, Gu Xilan, Gu Ran has someone she likes. Would you prefer to choose a dare? Perhaps confess to a girl from your contact list? Gu Xilan shook his head. No, I think I'll stick with truth. Gu Qing replied playfully, all right. Then tell us why you like Gu Ran. Gu Xilan lowered his gaze. Well, it's love at first sight. Yes, love at first sight. Gu Qing smiled and asked, brother, when did you experience love at first sight? Gu Xilan replied, that's off topic. A truth or dare question can only be asked once. Gu Qing chuckled, indeed. As Gu Xilan and Gu Ran descended from Gu Qing's residence, they strolled together under the radiant night sky. You seem a bit intoxicated, Gu Ran remarked. Yes. The alcohol was rather potent, Gu Xilan admitted. That evening, buoyed by joy, Gu Xilan had been persuaded by Gu Qing to indulge in a couple of drinks, ultimately leading to his inebriation. He had anticipated Gu Qing would pose a profound question, yet the inquiries were rather trivial. Are you still waiting for Su Youwen? Yes. Why can't you like me instead? Gu Ran gazed at the resplendent stars above and mused. Look how brilliantly the stars shine. It is the darkness that makes their brilliance more pronounced. Indeed, Gu Xilan acknowledged. I understand. Everything has its contrast. Once, my world was shrouded in darkness. But Su Youwen illuminated my life, banishing the shadows. She continued. Even if the light forsakes the night will forever await the return of that light. Gu Xilan inquired, could other lights not suffice? Once you have witnessed the brightest light in this world, all other lights seem feeble in comparison. Gu Xilan fell silent. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, he felt a wave of dizziness, his steps unsteady. As they crossed the street, a car sped toward them. Sensing the impending danger, Gu Ran leapt forward and forcefully pushed him aside. 2 individuals fell to the ground, narrowly escaping being struck by a vehicle. Yet Gu Ran sustained an injury to her arm. How are you? Are you all right? Gu Xilan inquired. Gu Ran shook her head. I'm fine. However, as she moved her arm, pain surged through her, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Gu Xilan immediately dialed for emergency assistance and accompanied her to the hospital, where the doctor confirmed a fracture after examining the x-rays. What should we do, doctor? Gu Xilan asked anxiously. It will be all right, the doctor reassured. Gu Xilan felt a blend of concern and guilt. She never anticipated that Gu Ran would injure herself for her sake. She had intended to protect Gu Ran. Yet it turned out that Gu Ran had been the one to safeguard herself. Gu Lan stayed by Gu Ran's side as she received a cast, lamenting the loss of her ability to play the piano. "I'm so sorry for putting you through this," she expressed. "It's all right. It's just an arm injury." Gu Ran replied, "Does it hurt?" "A bit, but it's manageable." Gu Ran smiled, attempting to soothe her companion. Regret weighed heavily on Gu Lan's heart. Had she known, she would have abstained from drinking. Gu Qing, upon receiving Gu Lan's call, rushed to the hospital without hesitation. After learning the details, she swiftly delivered a reprimanding slap to Gu Lan's head. "You fool! Can't you look where you're going on the road? Sister, could you be a little gentler?" Gu Lan retorted, barely escaping further wrath. "It's nothing serious. A few days of rest, and she'll be fine." Gu Ran interjected, defending Gu Lan. Gu Qing then realized, "True, I share the blame as well. I shouldn't have encouraged him to drink. Look at what a state he has gotten himself into." "Gu Jia, it seems I need to take a few days off to recover," Gu Ran stated. "Of course. This qualifies as a work-related injury. We shall cover the medical expenses," Gu Qing affirmed. "Gu Ran, thank you." "Gu Qing, it's nothing really." Out of concern for Gu Ran, Gu Lan stayed overnight at the hospital. Gu Ran, having no family, felt quite pitiful in her current hospital stay. Although Youwen had departed from her life 6 months ago, thoughts of him lingered incessantly in her mind, often manifesting in dreams. His smiling visage remained vividly etched in her memory. "Aran," he called to her. "Youwen." She moved toward him, standing before the endless expanse of azure sea as he beckoned her closer, step by step. "Aran, I will always be with you. I love you. I love you too." The cerulean waves surged, crashing upon them. Suddenly, Gu Ran awoke, realizing that dawn had arrived. In the summer, the day breaks early. Her phone displayed the time as 5:34. "Gu Ran, did you have a nightmare?" Gu Ran wiped the sweat from her forehead with her left hand. "How did you know?" Gu Lan, attuned to her surroundings, naturally sensed Gu Ran's distress. "You were calling Youwen's name just now," Gu Lan remarked. Chapter 72. A stealthy return to see her. Youwen stood on the 7th-floor balcony of his rented apartment, smoking one cigarette after another as the smoke curled around him. The night breeze tousling his hair. In the dim light of night, he opened his phone, the screen illuminating his face, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Should he call Gu Lan? He hesitated for a long while staring at the string of numbers before finally making the call. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was answered. The familiar voice belonged to Gu Lan. "Hello, Gu Lan?" Gu Lan hurriedly exited Gu Ran's hospital room, exclaiming, "What's the matter? Why did you call?" Youwen replied, How's Gu Ran?" Gu Lan moved to a quieter area, saying she has a fractured arm and is currently hospitalized. "What?" Youwen expressed his concern. "I was wondering why you called out of the blue. Didn't you know about Gu Ran's situation?" "I have been feeling quite uneasy," Youwen admitted. "Do you two share some sort of telepathic connection?" Gu Lan teased. "How is she doing?" "She has had a cast put on and just needs to rest for now." "But what exactly happened?" Youwen pressed on, worry etched on his face. "It was my fault. I got drunk and almost got hit by a car. Gu Ran was injured while trying to save me," Gu Lan confessed. "You claim not to have feelings for her, yet you couldn't protect her properly." Youwen reprimanded. "I'm sorry," Gu Lan said, feeling embarrassed. "If anything happens to her, I won't forgive you." Youwen warned sternly. "You needn't tell me. I won't forgive myself either." Gu Lan replied, filled with guilt. "Which hospital is she in?" Youwen inquired. "What do you intend to do?" "I want to see her," Youwen stated straightforwardly. "It's late now. The hospital won't allow visitors," Gu Lan informed him. "I only need to see her for a moment," he insisted. "Send me the address." "I'll come right away." Upon receiving the hospital address from Gu Lan, Youwen hurriedly hailed a cab, his longing for her overwhelming, despite his attempts to suppress it. Half a year had passed, yet a single day felt like a decade. After an overnight journey, he arrived in Chong City around 5 in the morning. Having settled the fare, he stumbled into the hospital. The morning sunlight was so bright that it made his eyes squint. "Aran, I have come," he murmured, gazing at the hospital. As the visiting hours had not yet commenced, Youwen waited for a considerable time at the entrance of the inpatient department, until he could finally step inside. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, yet he paid it no mind. All he yearned for was to see her, the one he had missed day and night. Upon reaching Chong City, Youwen promptly called Gu Lan, speaking in hushed tones, perhaps out of concern for disturbing Gu Ran. Gu Xilan was acutely aware of their mutual longing and love for one another. Although he felt like a fool, the thought of Gu Ran's affection for Su Youwen compelled him to consider sacrificing his own happiness for hers. Following their agreement, Gu Xilan opened the door and led Gu Ran to the garden of the inpatient department. Gu Ran, let us take a stroll in the garden, he suggested. What prompted this sudden desire for a walk in the garden? She replied. Breathing in the fragrance of the flowers is good for one's health. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Ran laughed, unable to contain herself. Su Youwen had already found a secluded spot, and the garden, illuminated by the morning light, appeared vibrant and clear. Gu Xilan accompanied Gu Ran into the garden, while Su Youwen concealed himself behind a wall. Through a small hole, he caught sight of Gu Ran beside Gu Xilan, and inexplicably, his eyes brimmed with tears. His eyes reddened, and his nose tingled with emotion. Hey Ran. Gu Ran smiled beside Gu Xilan, her arm encased in a cast. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Gu Ran felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching her in the garden. I feel an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Gu Xilan inquired, what is it? Gu Ran replied, it seems as though someone is watching me. Gu Xilan responded with surprise. Ah? Gu Ran, ever vigilant, soon began to wander through the garden, and before long, she discovered the eyes peering from behind the wall. There. Gu Xilan recognized that it was Su Youwen and quickly called out, Ran. Gu Ran dashed towards the wall, but Su Youwen, realizing that he could no longer conceal himself, fled in haste, with Gu Ran in relentless pursuit. After a prolonged chase, she recognized the figure as strikingly familiar. Su Youwen, she called out, her voice rising in urgency. I know it's you. Don't run. Don't leave me, she cried out, her crystalline tears scattering in the wind. Su Youwen dared not pause, fearing that if he did, he would be ensnared forever. No, this was not the future he wished to offer her. Upon reaching the traffic light, Su Youwen crossed when the light turned green, while Gu Ran was halted by the red. When the light turned green again, she hurried across the crosswalk, yet she could no longer discern his silhouette. Tears streamed down her face as she sank to the ground in sorrow. Gu Xilan caught up to her, kneeling beside her and gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Offering solace, I will stay by your side, he said tenderly. I will always be with you. Gu Xilan reassured her. I know he loves you, has always loved you. Through her tears, Gu Ran lamented, I want nothing but to be with him. If there were a singular vulnerability for Gu Xilan in this world, it would undoubtedly be the tears of Gu Ran, marking his utter defeat. He understood that even by Gu Ran's side, he could not compare to Su Youwen, who was separated by 1,000 miles. In my darkest days, it was Su Youwen who stood by me. With a choked voice, she lamented. Despite our countless vows of eternal love, how could he fail to fulfill them? Gu Xilan comforted her, assuring her that Su Youwen would not forget. He had always loved her. Really? She questioned, her faith wavering. Who can endure the silence from the one they love? Gu Xilan replied, perhaps he has his own burdens. Is that true? Indeed. So, could you please live well for his sake? Gu Xilan pleaded. He had sunk to a level of humility beyond measure. I will, she affirmed. Reassured by Gu Xilan's words. Chapter 73. I must strive as well. Days later, Gu Ran was cleared to leave the hospital and recuperate, with the doctor estimating that the cast could be removed in about half a month, as long as the examination showed no issues. On this day, Gu Xilan visited her, and with a smile, she announced, I have made a decision. Gu Xilan, placing the dishes she brought on the table, inquired with curiosity, what decision? Since Su Youwen is working so hard, I cannot allow myself to fall behind. I must also strive to improve. Gu Xilan beamed. What do you plan to do? Wasn't I once aspiring to be a pianist? It's not too late to pursue that dream now. Gu Xilan was delighted for her. That's wonderful. I will support whatever you choose to do. I've come to realize that I cannot be someone who waits for happiness to come. Some happiness must be fought for on my own. Gu Xilan gazed at her, noticing the spark in her eyes. Keep going. It is never too late. After some days, Gu Ran went to the hospital to remove her cast, and her hand had healed. Sunlight streamed through the window, making her fingers glisten. Su Youwen, I will draw closer to you. Do not underestimate me. Upon hearing that Gu Ran intended to apply to an art school, Gu Qing felt a surge of joy. As long as one harbors a dream, it is always timely to pursue it. Thank you, Sister Gu. When he awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. After a hasty meal, he hurried to the studio. The other 6 individuals breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Youwen arrive. Su Youwen smiled, saying, Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Have you all decided on a name for the website? In unison, they replied, We have. Then let us convene a meeting to finalize it. Very well. They proceeded to the conference room. Each person wrote down their proposed names on slips of paper and submitted them. Youwen meticulously transcribed each suggestion onto the whiteboard. Most preferred, love to shop, premium selection. Beautifully preferred, best loved shopping, and crazy picks. Youwen added his own suggestion, Fire S Excellence. After a voting process, Crazy Picks and Fire S Excellence garnered the most votes, while the others, being too similar, were promptly eliminated. Youwen remarked, "Can't you all come up with a few distinctive names? What sets these names apart?" The group fell silent. Wei Lu interjected, "No matter how hard we think, it appears that naming is not our forte." Yang Yang added, "Brother is right. We are much more suited to coding." AK, what my brother said is indeed correct. If it really comes to it, I cannot think of anything. Who came up with this crazy name? It's quite impressive and easy to remember. Youwen inquired. Yu raised his hand. Sugu, it was I. Youwen, then please share the intention behind this name. Yu stepped onto the stage and began his explanation. I hope that when others shop on our website, they can indulge in a bit of madness, and that is all. Applause erupted from the audience. How does everyone feel about this? Youwen asked. Quite good, right? Hyudo was a name I conceived, so allow me to present my thoughts. Youwen introduced himself. The crowd applauded. Youwen took the stage to elaborate on his philosophy. I believe that when people shop online, they seek not only superior quality and lower prices, but also swifter logistics. Therefore, I think our website's philosophy should not only facilitate clothing purchases, but also attract consumers by offering products with better cost-effectiveness and faster delivery. Excellent idea. The audience erupted in applause. Sugu, you are truly remarkable. Thus, Hyudo became the final name of the website. Having found the design direction, the website was swiftly developed. Initially, the design of the website was modest, but Youwen found himself troubled over the procurement channels for clothing, the strategies to attract more consumers, and a myriad of issues regarding website maintenance, which nearly drove him to baldness. Observing Youwen lost in thought at his seat, Wei Lu approached him and placed a cup of coffee before him. Sugu, what troubles you? Youwen raised his head to see him take a sip of coffee from the cup before him. I am contemplating how to market clothing in a manner that enhances consumer desire while simultaneously reducing our inventory, he mused. Wei Lu chuckled. I have only studied computer science and am not as knowledgeable in this area as you are. However, if you wish to visit manufacturers, I can accompany you. I am more than willing to assist with the physical labor. At that moment, a few others approached, adding, we can help too. Youwen gazed at their smiling faces, and the willingness to assist infused him with newfound strength. Thank you all. In that case, I would like to invite Wei Lu and Yang Yang to accompany me in visiting manufacturers and companies tomorrow, if that is agreeable. Wei Lu and Yang Yang promptly replied, yes, we would be delighted to join you. Youwen continued, the rest of you should remain in the studio to manage any visitors. You can engage with them and oversee the website operations. Rest assured, Sugu, came their enthusiastic response. The following day, Youwen, along with Wei Lu and Yang Yang, visited several familiar clothing companies and manufacturers in Lingzhou. Their previous acquaintance with Youwen made them quite receptive to his proposals. As Youwen handed over his business card, he felt a profound sense of progress towards success with each handshake. Sugu, as a group of men, we lack expertise in women's clothing. I find everything appealing. One remarked. Indeed. Sugu, this matter surely requires a woman's perspective. Another added. Absolutely. Youwen found their arguments reasonable. Although he had previous experience selling clothes in a fashion market, his knowledge of women's apparel remained rather limited. He occasionally felt that attractive garments might not align with the current trends and thus fail to sell well. At that moment, he recalled Su Xiaoxiao. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. I shall seek the counsel of an expert. Brother Su, have you found someone? Youwen nodded affirmatively. Yes, I will invite an expert. Chapter 74. The website launched. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the array of colorful garments before her, furrowing her brow. Indeed, men often lack an understanding of women's aesthetic sensibilities. What do you think of these clothes, Su Xiaoxiao? Youwen inquired with curiosity, with a hint of frustration. Su Xiaoxiao responded, these clothes are truly not very appealing. With a cheerful demeanor, Youwen asked, would you be willing to assist in selecting some styles? Without hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao agreed, of course. No problem. Thank you. Youwen expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks among friends we've known for so long, Su Xiaoxiao replied. Thus, Youwen busied himself tirelessly, and the preliminary construction of the website was finally completed. As he surveyed the finished site, a swell of hope surged within him, as if the dawn of a new beginning was just around the corner. Selecting an auspicious date on the calendar, they purchased celebratory fireworks, firecrackers, and other festive items to joyously commemorate the website's launch. Amidst laughter and merriment, the 8 of them captured a photograph, preserving the youthful joy of that moment in time. Youwen sought collaboration with courier companies, yet due to the obscurity of his website and its meager traffic, very few couriers agreed to partner with him. He faced countless rejections, nearly driving him to despair. His once fair skin had darkened from the relentless summer heat as he ran about. As a seasoned beauty enthusiast, Su Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy for Youwen, lamenting that he was now the second individual to transition from fair to dark. Nevertheless, Youwen remained optimistic. Aware of the hardships that accompany entrepreneurship, yet steadfast in his beliefs, he remained unperturbed. After 10 days of tireless effort, he finally persuaded a small courier company to collaborate with them. The manager, upon seeing Youwen, inquired with a smile, "Su manager, how long have you been at this?" Youwen replied, "About 18 days. The manager remarked, "Your determination is commendable." Youwen responded, "Such is the nature of entrepreneurship." The manager continued, "Your tenacity reminds me of my own early entrepreneurial days." Youwen smiled as the manager concluded, "Regardless, I hope for a pleasant collaboration." Youwen shook his hand, expressing gratitude, "Thank you, and I hope for a fruitful partnership." On the day the website launched, everyone hurried to the temple to pray to the god of wealth, eagerly anticipating prosperous business. They fixated on the website's click count, yet regrettably, by midday, it had barely reached 1,000 clicks, with sales remaining non-existent. Observing the lackluster spirits of the group, Wei Lu hurried to console them. "This is just the morning data. Perhaps the afternoon will bring better results." Yang chimed in. "Yes, indeed." Youwen felt a pang of sorrow. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, witnessing it unfold was undeniably disheartening. Wei was right. Perhaps things would improve. He smiled, attempting to comfort everyone. Su Xiaoxiao, however, remained reticent, acutely aware of the dismal reality reflected in the data. The atmosphere was heavy, as each individual recalled the immense effort they had invested in the website, only to be met with disappointing results. The collective mood was somber. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, upon reviewing the data once more, they discovered that while the click-through rate had exceeded 5,000, the sales figures languished in the mere dozens. Youwen racked his brain, unable to fathom the cause of this discrepancy. Noticing the silence and somber expressions surrounding her, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "All right, it's 5 o'clock, time to clock out. Today, we sold 58 pieces of clothing. Let us go out and celebrate with a sumptuous meal." Youwen joined in with a smile, "Indeed. Everyone has been working exceptionally hard lately. Let us indulge in a delightful feast." "My treat." Wei Lu chimed in enthusiastically, "Absolutely. We deserve a buffet. After such exhausting times, we must enjoy a bountiful and hearty meal." Yang, shaking off her earlier despondency, added, "Yes. Sugo is treating us to dinner. Everyone, let us get excited and prepare our appetites." At that moment, the remaining individuals gathered around, their frowns lifting as the clouds of gloom dispersed, replaced by a radiant sunshine of optimism. "Yes, let us dine together. Eating is the most joyous occasion. There is nothing that a meal cannot resolve. If one meal isn't sufficient, then we shall have 2. A group of individuals exuberantly flocked to the buffet, indulging in a feast that momentarily alleviated the day's feelings of disappointment and disparity. Youwen raised his glass and expressed gratitude to everyone, saying, "Today, I must thank you all for your support, which has led us to this day of Hyuda." Wei Lu replied, "Sugo, you are too gracious. We are employees of Hyuda. This is our duty." Su Xiaoxiao chimed in with a smile, "Indeed. We have been friends for so long. There is no need for formality." Yang and the others eagerly raised their glasses, proclaiming, "Yes. We firmly believe that Hyuda will thrive. When that time comes, we shall be the heroes. Absolutely. We will be the pioneers." Youwen, touched by their words, smiled and said, "You are all correct. Regardless of what tomorrow holds for Hyuda, you will forever be its creators and heroes." Wei Lu declared, "Let us toast to a bright future for Hyuda. Cheers." The group joyfully raised their glasses. In that moment, they forgot everything, standing united in their shared endeavor, radiant and inspiring. The following day, they returned to the studio for work. By midday, news arrived that sales had surpassed 100, and everyone rejoiced at this small triumph. Nevertheless, Youwen remained troubled. Standing on the balcony outside the studio, He smoked a cigarette when Wei Lu approached with a smile, saying, "Su Gu, may I have a cigarette?" Su Youwen handed him one from the pack, and Wei Lu lit it up. "Su Gu, are you worried?" Wei Lu inquired curiously. Su Youwen chuckled. "Among us, you possess the keenest observational skills." Wei Lu asked, "What's on your mind? Brother Su, what troubles you?" Su Youwen exhaled a plume of smoke. "Our website is just starting out, and the sales volume is exceedingly low. I fear it may not endure." Wei Lu reassured him, "We're here. There's no need for concern." Su Youwen inquired, "Is there any way to enhance the website's visibility?" Wei Lu took another drag of his cigarette. "I have a friend who specializes in advertising promotion. I believe we should consider some promotional efforts for the website." A spark of inspiration ignited in Su Youwen. "Indeed. How did I not think of that before?" Wei Lu continued, "To be candid, our fledgling website pales in comparison to those already renowned. Gaining public acceptance will undoubtedly require considerable effort, but I am confident that perseverance will lead to success." Su Youwen recognized his encouragement and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Wei." "You're welcome," replied Wei Lu. After being introduced to Wei Lu's advertising promotion friend, Su Youwen listened to the advertising quotes and couldn't help but sigh. It seems advertising is quite lucrative. Had I known, we should have pursued promotions earlier. Wei Lu chuckled. "Once our website garners more traffic, we too can engage in advertising promotions. The viability of advertisements hinges on traffic. The more people, the more effective the promotions." Su Youwen exclaimed, "So that's how it works?" Wei Lu clarified, "Do you understand why other websites can earn so much? It's all about attracting substantial traffic." Su Youwen felt enlightened. "Listening to your insights is more enlightening than a decade of study." Chapter 75. The struggles of securing investments. As sales continued to plummet to unprecedented lows, Su Youwen ultimately resorted to promotional efforts. Indeed, once the promotion commenced, website traffic surged, and sales followed suit. However, his wallet visibly thinned in the process. After settling the studio's utility bills, internet fees, maintenance costs, and paying the salaries of his team, yet another day of financial worry loomed ahead. To exacerbate matters, a substantial number of previously dispatched packages had been returned. Seated in his office chair, Su Youwen tapped away at his computer, the weight of substantial expenses causing him a throbbing headache. Su Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of clothing and shook it slightly. "Look at this garment. It isn't ours." He replied, "Indeed." Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed indignantly, "How can there be such clients?" Su Youwen sighed in response. As Su Xiaoxiao spoke, she pulled out her phone and dialed the number listed on the return address. "Hello?" On the other end, a voice responded. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Miss Zhou. I am the customer service representative for your recent purchase from Hyuda," Su Xiaoxiao stated. "Oh, what is the matter?" came the reply. Summoning all her strength to quell her mounting frustration, Su Xiaoxiao continued, "The clothing you returned is not our merchandise." The voice on the other end responded with an air of arrogance. "It is indeed your merchandise." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Su Xiaoxiao, incensed, exclaimed, "How can there be such people?" Su Youwen sought to console her. "Calm down. There are all kinds of oddities in this vast world." At that moment, Wei Lu noticed a complaint email in the website's inbox and exclaimed, "Goodness, is this person the eccentric you mentioned earlier?" Su Youwen and Su Xiaoxiao approached, their brows furrowing in disbelief. How could such a person exist? Su Xiaoxiao, with her teeth clenched, appeared ready to confront the situation. Su Youwen sighed, "Let it be." Su Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her anger, retorted, "Su Youwen, how can you remain unfazed by someone like this?" Su Youwen, however, remained composed. "We have merely opened the door to a new world. There are not just one but many individuals like this in existence. If we allow ourselves to be provoked by just one, we shall surely drive ourselves to madness in the future." Su Xiaoxiao remarked, "You certainly have a relaxed perspective." Su Youwen chuckled, "Perhaps we are simply unfortunate." The bizarre incident eventually faded into obscurity, and Su Youwen displayed remarkable composure, prompting Wei Lu to recognize his potential for greatness. As days passed, Su Youwen realized that to expand the website, attracting investment was crucial. The current funds would scarcely sustain operations for long, given the considerable daily expenses. During a studio meeting, Su Youwen shared his decision to seek investors, but the room fell into a deep silence. As the group of socially anxious programmers pondered how to persuade wealthy tycoons to part with their money. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward. "Su Youwen, I will accompany you. Having run my own shop for so long, I possess the gift of gab. Perhaps my charm will entice them to invest." Su Youwen, touched, replied, "Thank you." He also understood the circumstances of the others. Su Youwen said, "It's all right. I understand everyone. I can handle the investment matters as long as I go with Su Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Wei Lu stepped forward, saying, Brother Su, I will accompany you as well. The more, the merrier. Su Youwen was touched, replying, Thank you. He had previously contacted several company owners who expressed considerable interest in their website, so he decided to bring them along. The first company they visited was also in e-commerce, yet it was more renowned than theirs. A brief online search into their entrepreneurial history would reveal a fascinating tale. Su Youwen held great admiration for the owner of this company, who had weathered numerous ups and downs. It was the owner's perseverance that enabled the company to endure when others had little faith in them, ultimately evolving into its current state. He couldn't help but exclaim, entrepreneurship is truly challenging. They were greeted by Zhou Yu, the company's representative and its founder. Hello, President Su, Zhou Yu said, shaking Su Youwen's hand. Hello, President Zhou, Su Youwen replied. Zhou Yu remarked, I had heard about your company from others in the industry. Su Youwen smiled. It is an honor. Zhou Yu settled into a sofa chair, adding, seeing your company's entrepreneurial journey reminds me of my own beginnings. Su Youwen responded. President Zhou's story is well known in the industry. I hold great respect for you. Zhou Yu replied, those are merely exaggerated tales. You should take them lightly. Su Youwen said, President Zhou is being too modest. Zhou Yu smiled. Your company possesses distinct characteristics. I hope it continues to thrive, and I firmly believe it will succeed. Su Youwen. Thank you, General Zhou. Zhou Yu. I have heard that you are seeking investment, and I remain quite interested. Su Youwen felt a rush of excitement upon hearing this, but managed to temper his emotions. Thank you, General Zhou. I came here precisely for this reason. Here is our company's information for your review. As he spoke, he presented the materials he had prepared over the past 3 or 4 days to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, with a beaming smile, accepted the documents but did not peruse a single page. Instead, he placed them on the gleaming surface of his desk and stated earnestly, Mr. Su, let me be frank with you today. How much is your company willing to part with? Su Youwen's heart sank. He realized that Zhou Yu was shrewdly calculating all along. Zhou Yu smiled again. Mr. Su, in the realm of business, you must be acutely aware of your company's competitiveness and capabilities. Su Youwen. Zhou Yu, rather than toiling endlessly to generate profits, it would be more prudent to transfer the company to me, allowing it to merge with ours. I believe this could present a new opportunity for you. Su Youwen. Zhou Yu, in this industry, I could easily identify a dozen companies similar to yours. To be candid, while your company possesses certain distinctions, scaling it up truly poses a significant challenge. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Youwen replied, Thank you for your affirmation, General Zhou, but I have never contemplated selling this company. It embodies our hard work and dedication, and we intend to persevere. Zhou Yu chuckled. Your resolve is commendable. Since you are steadfast, I shall not press further. I sincerely wish for your company to thrive and prosper. Su Youwen, thank you for your encouragement, General Zhou. He finished speaking and left with Wei Lu and Su Xiaoxiao. Under the blazing sun, the sweltering heat caused their clothes to dampen in no time. Wei Lu inquired, Su Ge, why does that Zhou want to merge with our company? Su Youwen replied, Such actions are common in the business world. Only by acquiring more companies can one diminish competitors and enhance their market position. If you aspire for a landscape where your company stands alone, with all others of the same ilk vanquished, wouldn't buyers flock solely to your establishment? Wei Lu understood. I see. Su Xiaoxiao interjected. Well, we never anticipated immediate success. Let us move on to the next one. Su Youwen and Wei Lu chimed in unison, indeed. Chapter 76. The fragrance she bestowed. The second company they visited was a computer firm. The manager, upon seeing Su Youwen, immediately summoned staff to bring water and tea, displaying an enthusiasm that ultimately culminated in presenting a promotional flyer, suggesting that if they needed a computer agent, they should consider them, an overt business pitch. Su Youwen led them to 2 more companies, yet they returned empty-handed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, Su Xiaoxiao, noticing their despondent expressions, hurried to console them. Today was merely a matter of bad luck. There are so many companies here. I refuse to believe we cannot find one willing to invest in us. Wei Lu added, Exactly. Not investing in us would be their loss. Su Youwen, heartened by their encouragement, smiled, You are right. We shall become a top enterprise in the future. Their refusal to invest in us would indeed be a grave oversight. Working alongside Su Ge is truly delightful, Yang remarked. Su Youwen chuckled, I must extend my gratitude to all of you as well. Without your efforts, this website would not have materialized. Wei Lu added, Su Ge, you are our pillar of strength and our leader. Without you, we would be utterly lost. Su Xiao exclaimed. Su Youwen, I never imagined you could achieve this. When you first mentioned creating a website, I thought you were jesting. Su Youwen replied with a smile. I am grateful for our encounter. The group raised their glasses. While savoring the dishes, they curiously inquired, Su Ge, you're not from around here. What brings you to this place? Su Xiao quickly interjected. Your Su Ge has someone special in his heart, and he is striving diligently for that person. Wei Lu, intrigued by the gossip, remarked, Su Ge, you truly are a commendable man, working so hard for a woman. Su Youwen chuckled. When one has someone they cherish, it is only right to put in the effort for that person. Su Xiao chimed in. Listen to that. How wonderfully Su Youwen expresses himself. You all should learn from him. Su Youwen continued. The person I cherish has endured tremendous hardships for my sake. My relentless efforts are to ensure she can live a happier life with me. This is also for our future, isn't it? Wei Lu wiped away tears, exclaiming. Su Ge, you are incredibly moving. Su Youwen replied. You are being quite dramatic. AK, filled with curiosity, asked, Su Ge, could you show us a picture of the person you adore? Su Youwen opened his phone to reveal the screen. At that moment, Su Xiao's curiosity was finally satisfied. She is truly beautiful. Wei Lu praised. Many voices echoed in agreement. Su Ge, this girl is truly beautiful. She resembles a fairy. You are so fortunate. A Zhou inquired. Su Ge, when did you two meet? Su Youwen replied. It was during high school. I fell for her at first sight. A Zhou sighed. It seems like a destined connection. Su Youwen concurred. Indeed. I felt an inexplicable familiarity the moment I laid eyes on her. Su Xiao remarked. It appears you must have known each other in a past life. Su Youwen nodded in agreement. Wei Lu chimed in. Su Ge, when you get married, you must invite all of us. Su Youwen affirmed. Absolutely. Each of you must attend. Wei Lu raised a toast. Come, let us drink. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Cheers. As the evening air grew cooler, the season subtly transitioned into autumn. It had been nearly a year since he parted ways with Gu Ran. He gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Aran, how I miss you. Meanwhile, Gu Ran had found her focus, no longer mired in the sorrow of Su Youwen's departure. She realized that happiness must be pursued actively. Channeling all her energy into her art examinations, she now possessed sufficient funds to cover her tuition and ample time to practice the piano. Never had she imagined that she would once again chase after that seemingly unattainable dream. On her day off, she brought offerings to the grave of Gu Weiji. Arranging the fruits meticulously, kneeling before the tombstone, she gazed at the black and white photograph, feeling an overwhelming sense of being lost in another time. Mother, unbeknownst to me, Su Youwen has been absent from my life for over a year now. It must have been the last time I brought him to see you that caused your displeasure. When we expressed our desire to be together, you intervened and separated us. Are you pleased now that he is no longer by my side? As she spoke, a laugh escaped her lips. Mother, I am currently preparing for the art examination. You must be quite surprised and perhaps even amused. In the past, you always urged me to learn the piano and apply to art schools, yet my inherent stubbornness led me to resist your wishes. At that time, I yearned for freedom, and thus, I developed an aversion to all that you encouraged me to pursue. Yet now, I find myself willingly preparing for the art school entrance exam. The sunlight glistens on my eyelashes, Mother, after enduring so much and with the passage of time. I have finally come to realize that I actually do enjoy playing the piano. It was merely your insistence that fostered my distaste. The more you pressured me, the stronger my dislike grew. Mother, perhaps it is because your blood flows through my veins that I am drawn to the piano. Despite my evident disdain for you, I cannot escape the fact that I resemble you at my core. This is an indelible aspect of my being. With a scoff, she continued, I acknowledge my resemblance to you. How ironic it is that I detest you, yet still mirror you. Perhaps this is fate. Mother, even though you are not by my side, I implore you to bless me and Su Youwen, to allow us to be together in harmony. I promise to dedicate myself earnestly to my art studies and to live my life fully. Consider this my plea. In this life, in the next, and in all the lives to come, I shall love him. This will never change. As Gu Ran spoke, tears streamed down her face. Yet she wiped them away and smiled. Mother, I must take my leave now. Please watch over me. I beseech you. Gu Ran was aware that the reason Gu Weiji purchased a burial plot in Jiangzhou during her lifetime was that it was the place where she had met and fallen in love with by Lang Ming. However, what merit did that heartless individual possess that warranted such nostalgia? Observing Gu Ran's relentless dedication to her studies, Gu Xilon felt a sense of relief. Yet Gu Qing furrowed her brow. Do you think it's wise for Gu Ran to be exerting herself so much? Gu Silon glanced at Gu Qing's prominent belly. Sister, you should focus on taking care of yourself. Look at you. You're about to give birth. Yet you're worrying about others. Gu Qing chuckled. Indeed. She reached down to caress her belly. When your nephew arrives, you must treat him well. Gu Silon replied with a smile. Certainly. Sister, it would be wonderful if you could give birth to a girl. Gu Qing asked. Oh, do you prefer girls? Gu Silon responded. Girls are like angels. Who wouldn't adore them? Gu Qing laughed. How true. If it truly is a girl, you must buy her plenty of little dresses. Gu Silon affirmed. Absolutely. Without a doubt. As Gu Silon approached Gu Ran, who was applying hand cream, she teased. Gu teacher is pampering her hands. Gu Ran glanced back. Indeed. Would you like to try some? Gu Silon's cheeks flushed. It wouldn't be out of the question. She extended her hand, and Gu Ran dispensed some cream onto it. Imitating Gu Ran's careful application, Gu Silon inquired. You seem quite fond of skincare lately, Gu teacher. Gu Ran smiled. Of course. Youwen remarked that he admired my hands for playing the piano, so I must take good care of them. Gu Silon felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words, rather than bitterness. Taking care of yourself is indeed the right thing to do, he remarked with a smile. Gu Ran replied. He used to say that my hands, marred with scars, needed medical attention. He wanted to take me to the hospital, but we were short on money, and I didn't want him to spend on me. Now that he is not by my side, I realize he only wished the best for me. Although I still cannot afford the treatment for my scars, I can still nurture them. Look, she raised her hand for him to see, revealing that after diligent care, the scars had significantly faded. If he knew, it would surely bring him great joy. Gu Silon laughed. Indeed. Youwen would be delighted to know. He then waved goodbye, saying, I must be off now. I still have overtime to attend to. All right. Goodbye. Gu Ran waved back. As Gu Silon stepped outside, the evening breeze stirred, and he lifted his hand to take a whiff, exclaiming, How fragrant! Chapter 77. Sister Gu is giving birth the following day. During lunch, Gu Qing's water broke, sending the 6 members of the art center into a flurry of activity. In the midst of the chaos, Gu Ran dialed Gu Silon's number. Gu Silon, what's going on? Why the rush? Your sister is about to give birth. Call 120 immediately. I'm on my way, he exclaimed in a panic before hanging up. Fortunately, he had just finished a case at the station and was on leave. Upon receiving the news, he dashed out towards the art center. Upon his arrival, he found only a handful of people present. He approached Gu Ran and inquired, What is the situation now? Gu Ran responded, The ambulance has taken your sister to the hospital. I am heading to the hospital now. Would you like to accompany me? Gu Silon inquired. Gu Ran nodded eagerly, yes, and promptly entered the vehicle. The car sped along rapidly, navigating through perilous roads. Like a shooting star, they swiftly arrived at the hospital, and Gu Ran dashed toward the obstetrics and gynecology department. Gu Silon hurriedly followed her, racing towards the delivery room. After a prolonged wait outside the delivery room, they found Youwen anxiously pacing, clearly distressed. Brother, how is my sister? Gu Silon asked. Youwen sighed. I have no idea. She's been inside for half an hour, and we still don't know the situation. It's incredibly frustrating. At that moment, a piercing scream emanated from the delivery room, prompting Gu Silon and Youwen to lean against the door, straining to listen. What is happening? Why is she screaming so loudly? Is childbirth truly that frightening? Gu Silon expressed her concern. Youwen replied, I cannot say. I have never given birth and lack any experience, but it seems akin to slaughtering a pig. It is terrifying. How much pain must your sister endure? Seeing his distressed expression nearly brought Gu Silon to tears. Brother, you aren't going to cry, are you? She asked as she noticed him wiping his eyes. Youwen sniffled. I had told your sister that it was perfectly fine not to have children. Yet she insisted on having a connection between us in this world. I never should have allowed her to suffer like this. Gu Silon, observing his deep concern, comforted him. Brother, try not to worry. Perhaps sister will be just fine. Youwen wiped away his tears that Gu Silon had also witnessed during their wedding. Youwen choked with emotion. Giving birth is undoubtedly akin to traversing the gates of hell. The thought of your sister enduring such immense suffering pains me. If only I could bear the burden of childbirth myself, I would willingly endure the agony instead of subjecting her to such torment. Gu Silon sighed, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Brother, do not be so hasty. Perhaps sister will emerge unscathed. Youwen replied, I am simply terrified of losing her. No child can hold a candle to her importance. Gu Silon reassured him. In this modern age, the safety of childbirth is well assured. You need not worry excessively. Yet Hu Yusin wept incessantly, like a woman from a bygone era. What if something happens to your sister? I do not want a child. I want your sister. Gu Salon continued. There are cesarean sections available now. Mothers face minimal risk. Please, brother, do not fret. Upon hearing this, Hu Yusin cried out in despair. A cesarean section, a knife across her body. How much pain will your sister endure? I had long insisted against having children, yet she would not listen. Woe is me. His wails grew louder, causing a bead of sweat to form on Gu Salon's forehead. Perhaps Hu Yusin's upbringing abroad had shaped his outlook, granting him a more liberated mindset. Meanwhile, Gu Ren anxiously awaited. When will sister emerge? I am so worried. Gu Silon comforted her. It should be soon. Do not be anxious. Gu Ren sighed deeply, alas. As their lives intertwined, the parents of Gu Qing and Hu Yusin gathered. A group of anxious souls pacing outside the delivery room like ants on a hot skillet, their anxiety rendering them oblivious to the passage of time. Gu's mother nearly erupted in wrath, exclaiming, if anything were to happen to my daughter, the Gu family would demand the Hu family pay dearly. The audacity of her words almost slipped from her lips. Gu Ren exhaled in relief, seated on the cold, metallic chair, feeling as though a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Gu Silon gazed at the LCD screen displaying, Gu Qing, daughter, 6 pounds and 7 ounces. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it is over, he exclaimed with a smile. Gu Ren gently patted his shoulder. Yes, it is all well. Sister Gu has given birth. Gu Silon queried, what has she given birth to? He leaped up in delight. Wonderful. She has brought forth a little angel. Gu Ren chuckled. You seem like a child. Gu Silon replied, I am, indeed, a child. Gu Ren retorted, and you have the audacity to argue. In the dead of night, they visited the hospital room, only to find Gu Qing emerging from her ordeal as though she had been pulled from the depths of water. Looking as if she had endured countless tribulations, her suffering palpable. Childbirth is truly terrifying. Gu Silon lamented, I feel such pity for my sister. As he spoke, Old Hu began to weep, his sorrow evident. Woe is me. I told her not to have a child. After a few sobs, he continued, she is my dearest. I cannot bear to see her in pain. Gu Silon gazed at his pitiful demeanor and could not help but offer him a tissue. Brother, please stop crying. It's truly lamentable. One might think you were giving birth. Hu Yuexin sobbed, you cannot fathom the agony of my sister's labor. I do. Gu Silon retorted. Who claims I do not understand? I shall respect whatever choice my future wife makes regarding childbirth. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuexin burst into tears once more, exclaiming, Gu Qing, I will spend my entire life adhering to your wishes, loving you, cherishing you, and treating you well. At last, Gu Silon let out a sigh of relief and stepped outside the hospital building. Embraced by the night, he seated himself on the cold, hard steps. Gu Ren joined him, smiling. The trials of childbirth are indeed arduous for women. The weariness etched on Gu Silon's face was unmistakable. Gu Ren chuckled. Your life journey has witnessed significant progress. Indeed, Gu Silon agreed. It is truly unjust that women must endure such suffering simply due to their physiological differences from men. Gu Ren remarked, women are inherently delicate. Yet they must navigate a society rife with challenges to attain equality and respect. This endeavor is even more formidable. Regrettably, there are too few who comprehend this, and many choose to turn a blind eye. Gu Silon, gazing at the twinkling stars above, proclaimed, one day, women shall be treated equally, and their unique strength will be acknowledged. Yes, it surely will, Gu Ren affirmed. The two shared a smile beneath the night sky. Gu Ren inadvertently reminisced about their high school days. Once, Youwen compared me to the moon and himself to the stars. As she spoke, laughter bubbled forth. Gu Silon inquired, how did he conceive such a metaphor? Gu Ren, he believes that the light of the stars is due to the moon, but she paused. The evening breeze gently tousling her long hair. Yet in my heart, he is truly the sun, and I am merely an inconsequential star. Gu Silon, he remained silent, and everything was self-evident. Gu Ren, he is so intriguing. Although he illuminates my night sky, he places himself aside. Gu Silon smiled and said, it must be love. Youwen loves you, wholeheartedly and unceasingly. Gu Ren, yet love in reality is exceedingly difficult. Chapter 78. Reality as a trial. Reality is inherently a trial for love. The azure sky stretches infinitely, with a few beautiful cumulonimbus clouds on the horizon. Gu Ren arrived at the hospital. Yesterday, Gu Qing had given birth late into the night, and out of respect for her rest, she and Gu Silon had left. Today, She rose early to specially buy gifts for her and the baby. Gu Qing has always treated her well, caring for her, after such a long time together. She has come to regard her as an elder sister. Approaching her hospital bed, Gu Qing's complexion was pale, exhaustion and weariness evident from childbirth. Gu Ran, you're here. Gu Qing said weakly, her haggard, pale face still adorned with a joyful smile. Yes, make sure to rest well, Gu Ran advised her. Gu Qing smiled and replied, all right. As Gu Ran spoke, she handed the gift to Hu Yuxian. Hu Yuxian remarked, how courteous of you to bring something. It's nothing. I bought clothes and shoes for the baby, and I hope you all like them, she replied with a smile. Hu Yuxian, the baby will surely love them. Gu Qing, Gu Ran, you are too polite. Gu Ran, it's only proper. Congratulations, Sister Gu, on becoming a mother. Gu Qing smiled and said, thank you. Would you like to take a look at the baby? Gu Ran nodded. Sure. She quietly approached the baby's crib, lowering her head to gaze at her. How adorable, soft, and tiny. Gu Ran couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of life. Should I hold her? Gu Qing asked with a smile. Gu Ran, can I? Gu Qing, of course. Hu Yuxian walked over, gently lifting the baby and placing her in Gu Ran's arms. Gu Ran held her delicately, fearful of causing any discomfort. As she gazed at the swaddled child, Gu Ran's expression softened. She is so small, Gu Ran exclaimed. Gu Qing, indeed. This tiny being will one day grow into an adult like us. It truly is remarkable. Gu Ran turned to her and asked, what is her name? Have you decided? Gu Qing, we have only thought of a nickname, Little AI. We still need to ponder her formal name. Gu Ran understood and gently held Little AI's hand, tenderly calling her name, Little AI. You are so lovely. Your auntie adores you. Gu Qing, Gu Ran, I have a request. Gu Ran, what is it? Gu Qing, I would like you to be Little AI's godmother. Gu Ran felt an unexpected surge of joy. It was so sudden. For a moment, she was too astonished to react, overwhelmed with happiness. Gu Qing asked again, Gu Ran, do you agree? Tears of emotion welled up in Gu Ran's eyes. For she had no family left in this world. I would be honored. She repeated with emotion, I am willing. Gu Qing exclaimed, that's wonderful. You will be Xiao AI's godmother, and I am truly happy for her. Thank you, Gu Jia. What is there to thank for? Gu Qing replied with a cheerful laugh. Look, we both share the surname Gu. Perhaps we are indeed family. Thank you, Gu Jia, truly. Gu Ran felt her heart warm as she gently looked at Xiao AI in her arms and said, from now on, I will be your godmother. With me to protect you, no one will dare to bully you. Hu Yuxian escorted Gu Qing downstairs, the fatigue from the past few days evident on his face. Take good care of Gu Jia. Rest assured, with me here, we will protect her well. Gu Ran was equally diligent, carefully managing her tasks. She balanced her responsibilities at the art center while pursuing her studies. Though she had been away from school for many years, the absence of a learning environment did not weaken her resolve. She firmly believed that as long as she worked hard enough, she could succeed. Su Youwen, I will strive diligently. Our future should not rest solely on your shoulders. Su Youwen sat in his office and suddenly sneezed heavily. Su Xiaoxiao joked, Su Youwen, someone must be thinking of you. Su Youwen chuckled, what nonsense. Su Xiaoxiao continued, with your looks, how could you fear the absence of admirers? Su Youwen rose from his chair and approached them. In these past few days, we have visited so many companies. Today, I received a call from the CEO of Guangli, who wants to discuss investment matters tonight. Su Xiaoxiao's excitement surged. Have we truly secured an investment? Su Youwen, there is hope. Whether it materializes will be determined tonight. Wei Lu, what? Do we need to conduct business in the evening? Su Youwen, discussing business over drinks is a common affair in the marketplace. Wei Lu appeared troubled. Huh? How can that be over drinks? I don't have much tolerance for alcohol. Su Youwen, what is there to fear? After all, I will be there. Wei Lu, brother Su, can you handle your liquor? Su Youwen chuckled, not particularly, but I must persevere for the sake of the investment. Su Xiaoxiao grew anxious. Su Youwen, if you can't handle it, don't push yourself recklessly. Su Youwen, I will first grab some hangover remedies. Su Xiaoxiao, at least you are wise. Su Youwen, in any case, let's give it our all tonight. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, perhaps you should refrain from coming tonight. Su Xiaoxiao, feeling dejected, exclaimed, why not? I have always supported you in securing investments. Why should I be excluded from the banquet? Su Youwen replied, I worry about you at the drinking table. Su Xiaoxiao understood his concern, yet her worries for the company prevailed. No. If you are going, I must accompany you. Su Xiaoxiao would not let him off easily. Wei Lu approached to persuade her. Su Xiaoxiao, why not heed Brother Su's advice and skip it? He is looking out for you. Su Xiaoxiao raised her voice. Absolutely not. We are partners. As the saying goes, we share both fortune and adversity. How can I stand idly by? I am determined to go with you. Su Youwen continued to disregard her, yet she persistently pestered him for over half an hour. Eventually, Su Youwen could no longer withstand her entreaties and sighed softly, conceding. Very well. You may join us when the time comes. Su Xiaoxiao's demeanor brightened immediately. Great. I'll go buy some hangover remedy right away to prepare for our evening. With that, Su Xiaoxiao grabbed her bag and exited the studio. Nightfall soon enveloped Lingzhou, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle of lights. In the car, Su Youwen, Wei Lu, and Su Xiaoxiao consumed the hangover remedy, with Su Xiaoxiao childishly shaking her fist in encouragement, declaring, Tonight, we must secure that investment. Wei Lu and Su Youwen echoed in agreement. Indeed, let's persevere. Chapter 79. Perhaps this investment is not worth it. Upon arrival at the reserved private room, they were the first to arrive. The waiter promptly served the cold dishes, and shortly thereafter, the general manager, along with several other leaders, made their entrance. Not only did they come themselves, but they also brought along two stunning women, clearly influencers or models. The dishes were swiftly presented. Su Youwen courteously poured drinks for everyone and raised his glass to initiate a toast. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for gracing us with your presence. This toast is for everyone. The atmosphere in the room grew lively as they all reciprocated the gesture. Manager Pei from Guangli chuckled. Su, you are indeed a rising star in the e-commerce realm, with an exceedingly bright future ahead. Su Youwen humbly replied, Manager Pei, you flatter me. Manager Pei raised his glass towards Su Youwen, stating, Allow me to toast you first. Su, you are a role model for us all. Su Youwen smiled and responded, Manager Pei, it is I who should be learning from you. Su Youwen, unable to refuse the warm invitation, raised his glass and began to drink with him. His tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, and after a few cups, he felt slightly dizzy. Fortunately, he had consumed some hangover remedy beforehand, which allowed him to endure. At this moment, Manager Zhang, illuminated by the light, approached Su Youwen with his glass raised and began to toast, Mr. Su. Our general manager, Zhou, has been praising you in our presence lately, so today I must come and witness your charm. Su Youwen replied, You flatter me. Manager Zhang, you flatter me. Manager Zhang responded, Deep feelings warrant a hearty drink. Come, let us drink together. Su Youwen, unable to resist, quickly agreed. All right. Cheers. This marked the beginning of several drinks downed. Su Youwen truly could not hold on any longer. No amount of hangover remedy could save him now. Observing the situation, Wei Lu quickly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Youwen, raising his glass to toast the others. I am genuinely delighted to meet so many esteemed leaders today. Allow me to first toast to all of you. Brother, you are indeed a capable aide. Manager Pei added, Since we are meeting, let us be friends. Come, let us drink. Su Xiaoxiao sat anxiously in her seat, watching as the group indulged in their drinking, worried for them. Su Youwen, resisting the effects of intoxication, approached General Manager Pei Zhao, raising his glass. Mr. Pei, I thank you for your esteemed presence today. This toast is for you. However, Mr. Pei merely smiled lightly and glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who was seated not far away. Mr. Su, I did not expect your company to have such a beautiful female employee. Truly, she is a blessing for your firm. Su Youwen replied, Indeed, she is one of my most capable aides. With her presence, our company has been running remarkably smoothly. Pei Zhao raised his glass towards Su Xiaoxiao, expressing, I have always admired the heroic women who stand shoulder to shoulder with men. Such heroines deserve a toast. Given this sentiment, Su Xiaoxiao, unable to refuse the warm invitation, raised her glass towards Pei Zhao, saying, Thank you for your praise, Mr. Pei. I dedicate this drink to you. Su Youwen observed her downing the drink in one go, a sense of concern beginning to brew within him. Pei Zhao, seasoned in the business realm, adeptly coaxed them into consuming one drink after another. Sensing the opportune moment, Su Youwen ventured, Mr. Pei, after a few rounds of drinks, perhaps we could discuss investment matters. Just then, Manager Pei approached and interjected, Since Mr. Pei is enjoying himself so much, let us postpone the investment discussion until after this meal. There is no need to dampen Mr. Pei's spirits. Su Youwen swallowed his words, feeling thwarted. Noticing this, Su Xiaoxiao raised her glass once more to toast Pei Zhao, declaring, Mr. Pei, this drink is for you. Pei Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, and why is that? Su Xiaoxiao replied, It is my honor to meet you today. Hence, I toast to you. Pei Zhao chuckled. Very well, let us drink. Su Xiaoxiao, determined to secure the investment, downed her drink fervently, while the cunning Pei Zhao merely sipped before setting his glass aside. Wei Lu and Su Xiaoxiao, who typically abstained from alcohol, found themselves no match for the drink at the table. In mere moments, they were overwhelmed, and Su Xiaoxiao, feeling lightheaded, slumped into her seat. As they teetered on the brink of collapse, Pei Zhao's true intentions finally surfaced. He approached Su Xiaoxiao with feigned concern, only to draw her into his embrace. Su Youwen, observing the scene, could discern the implications with ease. With a smile, he stepped forward to obstruct Pei Zhao, stating, "Mr. Pei, it seems my colleague is unwell. She should be allowed to rest." Pei Zhao regarded Su Youwen, his once jovial eyes now glinting with malice. "Mr. Su, aren't you still interested in securing that investment? I suggest you ponder your choices carefully." The veiled threat was unmistakable to Su Youwen. It was evident that Su Xiaoxiao was being used as leverage. He would not acquiesce to such manipulation, forcefully pushing Pei Zhao aside. "Even in pursuit of investment, I shall not sacrifice my friend." Pei Zhao responded, "Su Youwen, you truly are commendable. But remember, the person you have offended today holds significant power." Su Youwen then grasped Su Xiaoxiao, who was seated, and called out to Wei Lu, who was swaying precariously, "Wei Lu, we are leaving." Confusion clouded Wei Lu's mind as he inquired, "What's wrong, brother Su?" Su Youwen replied, "Let us forego this investment." Before Wei Lu could fully comprehend, Su Youwen's elevated voice jolted him awake. "Wei Lu, we are departing." Still in a fog, Wei Lu grabbed his coat from the chair and followed Su Youwen, who supported the disoriented Su Xiaoxiao as they exited the hotel. The evening breeze struck Wei Lu, causing him to collapse beside a flower bed and begin to retch. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air nearly made Su Youwen lose his composure as well. He summoned a cab, and the three of them journeyed to the studio. Su Youwen remained one of the more lucid individuals among the three, feeling fortunate for his clarity of mind, lest he ponder the potential repercussions that could arise. He had tended to the two throughout the night, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and dozing off in his office chair. The first rays of dawn's light streamed into the studio, illuminating their indistinct faces. The aroma of coffee roused Su Xiaoxiao from her slumber. She lifted her heavy eyelids and rubbed her eyes. "Su Youwen, how do we end up here?" she inquired. Su Youwen, noticing her awakening, responded, "Ah, you're awake? How did things go yesterday? Did the investment fall through?" Su Youwen maintained his composure. "It's a lost cause." Su Youwen. Meanwhile, Wei Lu, who was awake yet kept his eyes closed, interjected, "It's still not your fault, Su Xiaoxiao. What did I do wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao asked, feigning innocence. Su Youwen elucidated, "Pei Zhao wanted to make advances towards you, and I intervened." Wei Lu, incensed, remarked, "That old lecher. I truly wish to give him a thrashing. What a despicable creature." Chapter 80. Hard work yields results. Misfortunes continued to mount. Following the incident with Pei Zhao, Su Youwen found it increasingly challenging to secure investments. Once they learned he was associated with Hyuta, they promptly declined. This was due to the fact that Pei Zhao had placed a ban on him within the industry after the previous rejection. The three of them sat on the bustling street, troubled about their uncertain future. Su Xiaoxiao asked, "Su Youwen, what will you do now? Pei Zhao has treated us this way." Su Youwen reassured her, "Where there's a will, there's a way. Let us not dwell on it." Wei Lu expressed his indignation. "That Pei is truly despicable." Su Youwen replied, "Enough. Let us persist in seeking investments." Thus, they endeavored for over 10 days. Yet their efforts yielded no results. Su Youwen stood on the balcony outside the studio, smoking, his heart tormented and restless. The pervasive sense of hopelessness and continual setbacks relentlessly wore down his spirit. Su Xiaoxiao approached and stood beside him on the balcony. "Su Youwen," she said. He turned to her. "Yes, what is it?" "Coffee," she replied, handing him a glass of iced Americano. "Thank you," Su Youwen said with a smile. "You're welcome," she responded, gazing into the distance. "I appreciate your help last time." Su Youwen understood she referred to the incident involving Pei Zhao. "No need to mention it. It is what friends are for," Su Xiaoxiao remarked. "In this world, it's not the bad luck that frightens one, but the encounter with wicked people." Su Youwen mused. "It seems we are afflicted by both." Su Xiaoxiao laughed. "Indeed." Su Youwen declared, "Though fortune may elude me, I shall not concede." Su Xiaoxiao replied, "I aspire to be as optimistic as you." Su Youwen, twisting the extinguished cigarette between his fingers, smiled and said, "You ought to learn from me. What are your plans moving forward?" She inquired. "I will follow your lead," he answered. "We shall continue seeking investments. I refuse to believe we cannot secure even one." Wei Lu approached. "When shall we resume seeking investments?" Su Youwen responded, "Immediately." I am convinced we will secure at least one. Wei Lu echoed, precisely. It would be a pity for such a remarkable company not to secure investment. The trio, brimming with confidence, shook off their previous gloom and continued their pursuit of funding. Time swiftly passed, and several days later, they still had not attracted any investors. Just when despair began to envelop them, they arrived at a real estate firm named Zihua. After listening to Su Youwen's proposal and reviewing the materials, the representatives expressed keen interest in their project. The welcoming manager, Zhou Qing, remarked, "We have heard of your company, and I find your project intriguing. I am willing to invest." Su Youwen felt a surge of excitement within him. "Really? Thank you, Mr. Zhou," he exclaimed, extending his hand for a handshake, which Zhou Qing reciprocated. Zhou Qing continued, "In addition to my interest in your project, do you know why I am inclined to invest?" Su Youwen, intrigued, inquired, "Why is that?" Zhou Qing replied, "Because I have always been at odds with Pei Zhao, and anything he detests, I am compelled to oppose. I have heard about your past dealings. That old fellow is truly despicable. Engaging in such conduct at his age is utterly disgraceful." Su Youwen felt immensely grateful for Zihua's generous support. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Truly." Zhou Qing added, "Entrepreneurship is a formidable challenge. If I hadn't capitalized on the real estate boom back in the day, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. I have heard about your company. I believe it holds great promise for the future. Keep up the good work." Su Youwen responded, "Thank you." The three exited Zihua, and once they had confirmed that no one was around, erupted into joyful cheers and exuberant leaps, reminiscent of children celebrating a momentous occasion. Have we truly succeeded? Am I dreaming? Su Xiaoxiao still found it hard to believe. "Indeed, this is real," Wei Lu exclaimed, pinching Su Xiaoxiao to emphasize his point, and she winced at the pain. Su Youwen added, "Yes, we have genuinely succeeded. Thank you all for your companionship. We, Puyuda, shall prevail." Wei Lu cheered, and Su Xiaoxiao echoed, "We, Puyuda, shall prevail." That evening, they gathered to celebrate their successful investment with a feast filled with laughter and joy. Su Youwen expressed his gratitude for everyone's efforts. "After a month of hard work, we finally secured the investment. Thank you all." They raised their glasses in unison. Wei Lu interjected, "Su Ge, there's no need for formalities. This is the fruit of our collective efforts." Su Youwen replied, "In any case, thank you all. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far." Yang Yang remarked, "Su Ge, our meeting is fate. I've learned so much from being with you, and I owe you my gratitude." Su Xiaoxiao added, "Su Youwen, just remember us when our company truly takes off. I promise, no matter what happens, I will never forget those who walked this journey with me." Yi chimed in, "I still want to attend Su Ji's wedding banquet." The group erupted in playful banter. "Yes, we must celebrate your wedding, Su Ge." Su Youwen laughed, "Absolutely." Su Xiaoxiao teased, "Su Youwen, the one you adore is indeed fortunate. I find myself a bit envious." Su Youwen smiled gently. "I can't wait to meet her. I truly miss her." "Indeed." Su Xiaoxiao agreed. "I imagine that girl is thinking of you just the same." Su Youwen, perhaps. As the autumn winds rise, the leaves of the phoenix trees cascade to the ground, while the street cleaners diligently sweep the streets. Gu Ran strolls along the sidewalks, where the fragrant aroma of grass and foliage permeates the air, refreshing her senses. She recalls the streets once traversed with Su Youwen, the seasons they admired together. Now, these memories, though rooted in years past, vividly resurface before her eyes like a wisp of smoke. Su Youwen, Su Youwen, Su Youwen. Her heart calls his name time and again. "I truly miss you. Where are you now?" After over 6 months of diligent study, she is well prepared for the upcoming art examination. In just 2 days, the day of the test will arrive. Recently, she has been studying with exceptional concentration, poring over her books late into the night. Gu Silan has been preoccupied with a significant case, so Gu Ran seldom sees him. 2 days later, Gu Ran attended the art school examination in Chang City. Although the questions were somewhat challenging, she had practiced them repeatedly and managed to answer them with ease. Upon exiting the examination hall, Gu Silan, rare as it is, took the time to pick her up. "How did you do?" he inquired. "I am confident. It went well." Gu Ran replied with assurance. "It seems there will be a celebratory feast for your success." Gu Silan teased. "That is certainly the case." Gu Ran responded with an adorable smile. Gu Silan felt that ever since Gu Ran devoted herself to her studies, she had become increasingly self-assured. That radiant demeanor of hers was truly captivating. "Gu Ran, I believe I have fallen for you all over again," he said with a playful smile, tinged with nonchalance. Gu Ran, more jesting. Chapter 81. He was hurt again for her after a week. Gu Ran finally received the results of her written examination. She had passed. Gu Qing wished to celebrate this achievement and invited her over for dinner, to which Gu Ran gladly agreed. Gu Qing's baby had grown considerably since birth. Now possessing a sturdy build and a fair, tender complexion, resembling a delightful snowball, utterly adorable. Gu Ran cradled Xiaoai, gently calling her name, Xiaoai. Xiaoai. Xiaoai blinked her charming large eyes in response. Gu Qing sat nearby, having restored her figure remarkably well after a prolonged recovery, showing no signs of having given birth. Gu Ran, look how quickly Xiaoai has grown, Gu Qing exclaimed. Indeed, she has grown so much in such a short time, Gu Ran replied. Gu Qing's eyes shimmered with a gentle light. Time truly flies. I feel that before long, I too will age rapidly. Sister Gu. You have gained much wisdom all at once, Gu Ran teased. Right? Ever since having the baby, I feel I have indeed matured considerably, Gu Qing acknowledged. In truth, everyone experiences this at some point, Gu Ran remarked. Gu Qing smiled softly, such is life. At that moment, you called them to dinner. What are you chatting about? It's time to eat. Coming. Gu Qing responded, and then added with a hint of annoyance. Why hasn't Gu Xilan arrived yet? The food smells so enticing. We shouldn't wait for him. They took their seats, just as the doorbell rang. Gu Qing went to answer it, revealing Gu Xilan, who adeptly changed into slippers at the entrance before stepping inside. The chill of late autumn was palpable outside. Recently, this case has proven exceedingly challenging. Sighing, Gu Xilan lamented. Sister, please don't be as vexatious as our father, or I might end up resenting you. Gu Qing chuckled heartily. Why do you still act like a rebellious youth? Gu Xilan replied. The group gathered around the dinner table, ready to partake in their evening meal. As they beheld the exquisite array of dishes before them, Gu Xilan devoured his food ravenously. Gu Qing teased him. How long has it been since you last ate? You resemble a famished wolf. Gu Xilan retorted. Sister, you have no idea how long I've been eating that boxed meal. It was utterly monotonous. Gu Qing exclaimed. All right. Our diligent police officer. Make sure to eat your fill. Gu Ran inquired. What case have you been working on lately? It's been ages since we've seen a glimpse of you. With his mouth full, Gu Xilan mumbled indistinctly, I'm handling a burglary case. The robbers these days are truly audacious, Gu Ran remarked. It's not easy being a police officer. Gu Xilan waved it off. It's a trivial matter. A trifling issue. He took a few more bites, then glanced at them, urging, why are you all just chatting? Let us eat. All right. We understand, the others replied, as they began to use their chopsticks. Gu Ran added, okay, understood. Thank you. Do take care of yourself while you're out. Gu Xilan assured, I'm a police officer. There's no need to worry about me, Gu Ran cautioned. Just be mindful. Gu Xilan nodded, sure. After a moment, he noticed Gu Ran's bag still resting on the back seat. With a sigh, he mused. This person has such a poor memory, forgetting even her bag. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and retrieved the bag from the back seat to return it to Gu Ran. She was aware of the presence of an intruder in her home, and at that moment, she rushed outside, fortuitously colliding with Gu Xilan. What is the matter with you? You seem flustered, Gu Xilan inquired. Gu Ran, with palpable anxiety, replied, there is someone in my house. Gu Xilan urged, you must call the police. I will investigate. Gu Ran nodded in agreement. All right. Gu Xilan re-entered the house, which was ominously silent, a stillness that sent chills down her spine. The instinct of a seasoned officer compelled him to search the premises. After confirming that no one was outside, he opened the door to Gu Ran's bedroom, the only room he had yet to inspect. If his intuition served him correctly, the intruder would be found within. As expected, upon opening the door, a man lunged at him, brandishing a glinting dagger. With a mere glance, Gu Xilan recognized the face of this individual as that of the notorious robber currently evading capture. Swift as lightning, he seized the incoming dagger, yet its sharp edge inflicted deep wounds upon his hand. You shall not escape from me, Gu Xilan admonished fiercely, wrenching the blade from the robber's grasp and swiftly subduing him. At that moment, the police arrived, encircling the robber and escorting him into a patrol car. Before departing, Gu Xilan reassured Gu Ran, it's all clear now. You need not worry. However, upon noticing his profusely bleeding hand, Gu Ran exclaimed, look at your hand. Gu Xilan, with a carefree smile, dismissed her concern, it's just a minor injury. As she watched him lead the robber away, her worry for him deepened. Each time, it is always the same. He consistently appears by her side whenever she finds herself in peril, yet she is unable to repay him. Gu Xilan has been exceedingly busy. Since the last incident, Gu Ran has been nearly impossible to reach, her concern for his injuries leaving her with a sense of guilt and indebtedness. Rarely. She prepared a bento and visited Gu's salon at the police station. Wang Weiguo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Ran, remarking on her remarkable beauty. He inquired, "Are you here to file a report?" Wang Weiguo continued, "A missing persons report?" Gu Ran replied, "No, I am here to see Gu Xilan." Wang Weiguo smiled. "Ah, I see. Allow me to summon him." With an air of intrigue, he announced, "Gu Xilan, you have a visitor." Curious, Gu Xilan asked, "Who would come to see me?" Wang Weiguo grinned knowingly. "A very beautiful young lady. You shall see for yourself." With a furrowed brow, Gu Xilan pondered, "A very beautiful young lady?" Wang Weiguo chuckled with significance, indeed. He swiftly made his way outside, where he spotted Gu Ran waiting for him, his excitement and eagerness barely contained. "Gu Ran, what brings you here?" With a smile, Gu Ran replied, "I came to bring you a bento." As Gu Xilan savored the meal she had prepared, tears of joy brimmed in his eyes. "Is it delicious?" Gu Ran inquired. "Yes," he affirmed, this being his first experience with a meal made by Gu Ran, nodding enthusiastically. "It's wonderful. I absolutely love it." "Thank you, Gu Ran." Gu Ran responded, "No need for thanks. I should be the one expressing gratitude for your assistance during the last incident." Gu Xilan patted his chest, declaring, "It is my duty. After all, I am a police officer." "Gu Ran, how is your hand?" Gu Xilan raised his hand to take a look. It was already wrapped in a multitude of bandages. "It's fine. My skin is tough and resilient." "No worries," Gu Ran replied. "In any case, thank you." Gu Xilan smiled brightly. "Don't mention it. But if you really want to express your gratitude, being with me wouldn't be a bad idea." Gu Ran feigned annoyance. "Stop joking." Gu Xilan chuckled. "All right. I understand. It was just a jest." After finishing lunch, Gu Ran took her lunchbox and was about to leave. She waved her hand, saying, "Gu Xilan, I'm off. Goodbye." Goodbye." Gu Xilan waved back. Watching her retreating figure, he felt a twinge of longing. Yet he understood that, compared to a forced attachment, this comfortable relationship was what Gu Ran truly desired. Chapter 82, Betrayal of a Friend. The contract with Ziwa was signed smoothly, and Su Youwen awaited the funds to rescue the company. The website's business had indeed improved significantly since its inception, although minor issues persisted. They were now capable of resolving them. Recently, Su Youwen had visited several commercial buildings, planning to rent a floor to provide the company with a better environment. Everything was progressing smoothly, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. Su Youwen felt a sense of stability in his feelings for Gu Ran after enduring numerous trials as a manager. In the studio, everyone was laughing and chatting together, creating an excellent atmosphere. As the others engaged in merriment, Wei Lu's phone rang, prompting him to step outside the studio with his device. "Wei Lu, your father's illness is quite severe. The doctor has stated that a heart transplant is necessary for him to survive. How could this happen?" "Your father, fearing that your concern would only increase his burden, had been reluctant to share his condition with you. Now, it seems his time may be limited. I decided to call you only because I could no longer remain indifferent. If a surgery is to be performed, how much would it cost? Perhaps around $1 million, right?" "What? I understand now." With that, Wei Lu hung up the phone. Su Youwen stepped outside, curious to inquire, "Ah Wei, what is troubling you?" Wei Lu gently shook his head. "It's nothing." Although he claimed all was well, Su Youwen could discern that he was concealing something. Now, Su Youwen realized why Wei Lu had appeared so distressed previously. Wei Lu said, "No need. Su Ge, you are being too kind. I feel embarrassed." Su Youwen replied, "What is there to be embarrassed about? Our company's current success owes a part to your contributions." Wei Lu responded, "Thank you. Truly, I appreciate it, Su Ge." After requesting leave, Wei Lu hurriedly packed his belongings and departed. Su Xiaoxiao observed his haste and curiously asked Su Youwen, "Su Youwen, where is Wei Lu headed?" Su Xiaoxiao remarked, "I see." Su Youwen replied, "Indeed, I hope his father's condition is not too grave." Days passed, and as Su Youwen awaited the promised investment funds, they still had not arrived. Unable to contain his frustration, he made a phone call to inquire. However, the response left him utterly astonished. "Mr. Su, we had already transferred your company's investment funds long ago, but I have not seen the funds credited to our account." "Huh? Previously, the accountant from your company informed us that your bank account had changed and subsequently provided us with a new account number. We transferred the investment funds accordingly." Su Youwen felt a chill wash over him. "Our company does not have an accountant. This left us in a state of confusion. I will send you the account number we received for verification." Shortly thereafter, The accountant from the other company sent the account details to his email. As Su Youwen gazed upon the unfamiliar account, an ominous feeling gripped him. It seemed that the investment funds had been deceitfully appropriated. Call the police. This was his immediate thought. He dialed 110, and the cyber police promptly initiated an investigation. Su Youwen sat despondently in his office chair throughout the afternoon, engulfed in despair. He had thought he could swiftly recover the company's funds, only to find them vanished. In moments of desperation, one's mind spirals into dark thoughts. And Su Youwen was no exception. He not only feared for the company's downfall but also contemplated a life devoid of being with Gu Ran. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt a sense of hopelessness. He stood on the balcony, chain-smoking, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Hope, he sighed deeply. Su Xiaoxiao had never witnessed Su Youwen in such a disheartened state. Even in the face of repeated investment failures, he had never exhibited such profound despondency. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the police calling with preliminary findings on the investigation. Is this Su Youwen? Yes. We've identified the account. It belongs to a man named Wei Lu. Do you know him? Su Youwen, upon hearing the news, nearly lost his footing, his phone clattering to the ground with a jarring sound. Su Xiaoxiao, filled with concern, inquired, Su Youwen, are you all right? Su Youwen, as if struck by a heavy blow, swayed slightly and replied, I'm fine. He had never anticipated that one day he would be betrayed by a friend, especially one with whom he had shared life and death experiences. What did the police say? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Su Youwen responded, the police stated that the account which deceived us out of our investment funds belongs to Wei Lu. Su Xiaoxiao was equally shocked, exclaiming, What? What did you say? The person who defrauded us is Wei Lu. Su Youwen, with a heavy heart, nodded weakly, yes. How could he do such a thing? Is he even human? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed with righteous indignation. For the past few days, Su Youwen had been engulfed in despair. Facing the dual threats of his company's impending collapse and the betrayal of a trusted friend, he had been consumed by sorrowful thoughts for 2 days, during which time his colleagues were filled with anxiety on his behalf. What should we do? Brother Su seems utterly lost. I'm so worried. Me too. I've never seen him like this. Wei Lu is truly something else. How could he commit such an act? It's extremely concerning. With the company in this state, can we still continue operations? Will we disband? Now that Brother Su is like this, could you refrain from speaking such things? But I haven't received my salary in a long time. The concerns of the group were not unfounded. The company had not issued salaries for an extended period, which signaled the impending dissolution and fueled their collective anxiety. This situation persisted for 5 days, and on the 6th day, Su Youwen suddenly entered the room and addressed everyone. I apologize, everyone. Over the past few days, I have contemplated deeply. The company has indeed encountered numerous challenges, and I cannot assure you that it will continue to operate. If you choose to leave, I will not hold it against you. However, I implore you to trust me one last time. Though this investment has vanished, I will continue to seek further investment. If we secure even a single additional investment, I firmly believe that Hyuta will rise again. I only hope you can place your faith in me one final time. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao was the first to rise in support. Su Youwen, regardless of what transpires, I will always believe in you. I stand by you. And I possess experience in attracting investments. I am willing to accompany you once more. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao then turned to the others. I hope you can grant Su Gu another opportunity. Whether we succeed or fail, I am confident that Su Gu will prevail. At that moment, Su Youwen spoke again. I only ask that you wait for me one more month. If I am unable to secure investment within this month, then we shall part ways. I will not blame anyone, and I assure you that I will ensure everyone receives their full salaries and bonuses. I hope you can trust me once again. Perhaps Su Youwen's heartfelt words resonated deeply, as one by one, everyone stood up. Su Gu, I believe in you. Yang said, so do I. AK added, I trust you. You are the finest boss I've ever encountered. Without your guidance, who knows what we might face in the future? Ajo declared, Su Gu, if I cannot believe in you, then whom can I trust? I stand by you until the very end. Xiao Jiao, I am looking forward to witnessing your wedding with your sister-in-law. I will not leave. Su Youwen was so moved he felt like crying. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 83, The Luck of Goodbye. Once again embarking on the path of seeking investment, Su Youwen reflected on the multitude of rejections and challenges he had faced, and he had come to terms with it. His pride had been stripped away, and his resilience had become as robust as a fortress wall. The sudden downpour left Su Youwen and Su Xiaoxiao drenched like drowned rats. The temperature began to drop. Yet they continued to push forward, hoping for a miracle. For them, Yuta was the child they had painstakingly nurtured. How could they bear to watch their child perish? Su Xiaoxiao observed Su Youwen transform from a handsome young boy into a composed and reserved man. She admitted to having harbored feelings for him, but she was acutely aware that a person who had completely given their heart to another could not be compelled to reciprocate. In a world filled with myriad disappointments, why should she seek to lay claim to something that was not hers? She was touched by his unwavering loyalty and harbored a deep wish to one day witness Su Youwen's wedding with that girl. How beautiful it is to see two people who love each other together. Even if it is not her own love story, she would still be moved by that happiness. They persevered for over half a month, yet Su Xiaoxiao began to feel that hope was dwindling. She watched Su Youwen's expression, even without words. She could sense his profound despair. However, he never voiced it. She understood his thoughts. She knew that if he were to complain daily, it would likely sap the resolve of everyone around him. Once again, it was a day like any other, and we found ourselves once more rejected by another company. She was despondent, and Su Youwen was heading outside when suddenly a voice called out, halting his steps. Su Youwen paused, scanning for the source of the voice. And soon his gaze met that of a familiar face. Tang Mingxian. Su Youwen's heart leapt with joy. Tang Mingxian strode confidently toward him, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he greeted. Su Youwen, what brings you here? Su Youwen explained, I'm seeking investment. Tang Mingxian inquired, investment? Su Youwen replied, yes. I've started my own company. Tang Mingxuan's eyes widened in surprise. I never imagined you'd be so accomplished, launching your own business. Su Youwen asked, how is your entrepreneurial endeavor faring? Tang Mingxian lamented, it's still uncertain. It's quite overwhelming. Su Youwen proposed, would you consider investing in our company? We could negotiate shares. Tang Mingxian, intrigued by the suggestion, replied, that is a possibility. But first, you must present your company to me. Do you have any materials? Flustered, Su Youwen hastily produced the documents and business plan, saying, here are the prepared materials and the business proposal. Take a look. Tang Mingxian accepted them with a smile, saying, first, lead me to your company. Su Youwen nodded affirmatively, of course. Tang Mingxian then asked, how have you been these past years? Have you married Gu Ran? Su Youwen replied, a lot has happened. Let us discuss it on our way. Su Xiaoxiao, overhearing their conversation, gleaned that the individual named Tang Mingxian was Su Youwen's high school classmate and was also acquainted with Su Youwen's romantic interest. After a delightful conversation, Tang Mingxian followed Su Youwen to their company. Observing everything before him, Tang couldn't help but compliment Su. I never imagined it would turn out so well. Su, feeling a bit shy, replied, it's just a bit small. Tang responded, though small, it is indeed well equipped. You are doing better than I am. Su, in a humble manner, insisted, I can hardly compare to you. You are merely being modest. Tang found himself amused by his words. Taking a seat at Su's desk, Tang meticulously reviewed the materials and business proposal. He even explored Su's website online. After much contemplation, he arrived at a significant decision. I have made up my mind. Su Youwen, I intend to invest in your company. Really? Su could scarcely believe his ears. Hard work has indeed borne fruit. Perhaps even fate was moved by his perseverance. Absolutely. I have thoroughly examined your company's materials and proposal. This decision comes after careful consideration. Tang continued, I am engaging in business, not emotional investment. I firmly believe in the value of your company, and I am confident this investment will yield returns. Thank you, Tang Mingxian. Su expressed his gratitude with a handshake. What about a celebratory meal? Will you treat me? Tang raised an eyebrow playfully. Certainly. Su readily agreed without hesitation. He summoned everyone in the company, and they all gathered in a hotel private room to eat and drink together. Su was the first to speak, raising his glass. Today, I would like to toast Tang Mingxian. It has been years since we last met as brothers. We must enjoy a proper drink. Su added, indeed. Indeed. Tang Mingxian, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone present here for their unwavering support by Su Youwen's side during these days. I am well aware that he is a person who values deep relationships and loyalty, yet he harbors a profound fear of solitude. Thank you all for being there for him. The crowd, filled with enthusiasm, stood up in unison to toast him. Thank you, President Tang. Su Xiaoxiao, we all know what kind of person Su Youwen is, and I firmly believe that following him will surely lead to success. Others echoed in agreement. Indeed. Whenever we felt hopeless and thought all was lost, it was his perseverance that instilled in us a belief that hope still existed. President Su is our pillar of strength. Without him, our company would not be what it is today. Tang Mingxian chuckled. He remains just as he was back in the day. As he spoke, he placed his wine glass before Su Youwen and clinked it with him, teasingly asking, "So, when are you and Gu Ran getting married? I am eagerly anticipating your wedding feast." Tang Mingxian, back in the day, you two were so passionately in love. It is truly a pity that you are not together now. Su Youwen shot him a sidelong glance. And what about you? Do you have a partner? Have you tied the knot? Tang Mingxian burst into laughter. Not at all. You have too many prospects. I can't tell which one is the best. Su Youwen, you're still quite the flirt, aren't you? Tang Mingxian shrugged. What can I say? I am hopelessly incorrigible. Chapter 84. Selection for the examination. With a heart full of trepidation, she stepped onto the stage. Today was Gu Ran's day for the arts examination interview. The piece she had prepared was Moonlight, which she had practiced diligently for a long time. Indeed, hard work does not go unrewarded. She skillfully played her piece, and the judges nodded in satisfaction. As she exited the classroom, her heart brimmed with confidence, and she had a premonition that success was surely within her grasp. Her relentless efforts, if fate were not blind, ought to be rewarded. Upon leaving the school, she found Gu Silan had been waiting for her outside. "You're out?" Gu Silan beamed as she handed a bouquet to Gu Ran. Gu Ran accepted it gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, the flowers are exquisite." Gu Silan inquired, "How did the interview go?" Gu Ran replied, "If heaven's eyes are not blind, I should be successful." Gu Silan assured her, "I firmly believe that heaven's sight is indeed clear. You will surely be accepted." Gu Ran expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your faith in me." That day, Gu Qing invited them over for dinner, and Gu Ran and Gu Silan stopped by a fruit shop to buy a gift. Upon arriving at Gu Qing's home, they found her lounging in a chair, enjoying music. Upon seeing them, she rose, exclaiming, "You're here. Come sit." "Where's old Hu?" Gu Silan asked curiously. "He went to buy groceries," Gu Qing explained. "How diligent of him," Gu Ran remarked. "Indeed," Gu Qing replied with a smile. As Gu Ran approached Xiao Ai to play with her, Xiao Ai seemed to recognize Gu Ran and broke into a bright smile. Gu Qing, sitting opposite Gu Silan, curiously asked, "So, how was the blind date Uncle Gu arranged for you?" Gu Silan responded, "I was utterly speechless. I told him I didn't want to go on blind dates, yet he tricked me into visiting a hotel." Gu Qing defended, "Uncle Gu only wants what's best for you." Gu Silan retorted, "I don't need it." Gu Qi, are you still so persistent? Gu Silan, mind your own business. Gu Ran overheard their conversation but chose to remain silent, unsure of how to respond. After finishing dinner at Gu Qing's home, Gu Ran sat in the passenger seat of Gu Silan's car. "Did you go on a blind date? Are you jealous?" Gu Silan teased. "Not at all. I merely believe Gu Jia is right. You should find a girlfriend," Gu Ran replied. Gu Silan countered, "Why do you want to be like them? You know that my affection lies with you." These words left Gu Ran at a loss for a response. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again. "I just hope you won't waste your time on me." Gu Silan chuckled. "Who said I still have feelings for you? I don't. Stop being so narcissistic." Gu Ran recognized he was deceiving her once more. He always did this, pretending he no longer cared, while consistently treating her with kindness. The scenery outside zipped by. After a considerable time, Gu Silan finally broke the silence. Gu Ran, puzzled, asked, "Why?" Gu Silan turned to gaze at her. "You must trust me. I will love you while simultaneously convincing myself to forget you. One day, I will let go." Gu Ran replied, "What is so special about me that warrants such devotion? You love me, yet gain nothing." Gu Ran added, "You wouldn't understand." Gu Silan responded, "In that case, you will never comprehend my feelings." Gu Ran found herself at a loss for words to persuade him. At that moment, she realized she could not even convince herself. Since the last incident of burglary, Gu Silan always accompanies Gu Ran to her doorstep before departing. "Goodbye, Officer Gu," she waves at him. "Goodbye." Gu Silan responds with a smile, his demeanor still as gentle as ever. Gu Ran watches him gradually walk away, unsure of how to persuade him. For she empathizes with his emotions just as she cannot convince herself regarding her feelings for Su Youwen. She has conceded. Emotions are uncontrollable, deepening with each passing moment. The results of the interview were swiftly announced. She had been accepted with the top rank. That very day, she shared the delightful news in their group chat. Gu Qing exuberantly congratulated her, insisting on inviting her to dinner at her home. Gu Ran, feeling slightly awkward about always dining at Gu Qing's, suggested they eat out instead. Understanding her sentiment, Gu Qing readily agreed. In a private room at the hotel, everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Gu Qing proclaimed, "Gu Ran, I toast you with tea in place of wine for your admission to your desired school." Gu Xilan chimed in, sister. You look as though you've won millions. Gu Qing retorted, well, Gu Ran is my sister, after all. Gu Xilan chuckled, indeed. She's also Xiao Ai's godmother. Gu Ran smiled. Thank you all for your unwavering care and support. Allow me to toast to everyone here. Gu Qing shot her a glance. You can be quiet now. If you're bold enough, finish that white wine. Gu Xilan replied, what is so difficult about that? Watching him eagerly down the glass of white wine in one go. Gu Qing exclaimed, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Gu Xilan countered, I was only teasing you. I simply wanted to drink. Gu Qing shot him a disdainful glance, exclaiming, fool. She swiftly turned to Gu Ran, offering an explanation. Do not take his erratic behavior to heart. His mind is unhinged. Gu Ran replied with a smile, I understand. Gu Xilan is merely in high spirits, despite their efforts to lighten the mood. Gu Qing discerned an unusual sentiment in Gu Xilan that day. Gu Xilan and Gu Ran shared a peculiar dynamic. She was aware of Gu Xilan's affections for Gu Ran. Yet she also recognized that Gu Ran harbored no such feelings in return. What hope could there be under such circumstances? Gu Xilan was a simpleton. Yet, she knew that voicing her thoughts would be futile. As the meal concluded, Gu Xilan, somewhat inebriated from the potent white liquor, sought reassurance from Gu Ran, who said, rest assured. In an instant, Gu Xilan dashed to the roadside, succumbing to nausea. Gu Ran chided him. If you cannot handle your drink, then do not indulge. Look at the state you've put yourself in. Gu Xilan staggered towards Gu Ran, clutching her shoulders, his eyes bloodshot. Gu Ran, what must I do for you to love me? Gu Ran forcefully pushed him away, causing Gu Xilan to tumble to the roadside. She approached him, her voice hoarse. I am sorry. Gu Xilan tenderly touched the bruised spots on his body, the pain jolting him back to clarity. As he lifted his gaze to meet hers, he saw her tears glistening in the luminous moonlight. The sight of her sorrow softened his heart, and he acknowledged his deep, uncontrollable love for her. Regret washed over him for his earlier rudeness, and he choked out, I am sorry. Gu Ran, I am truly sorry. With tears streaming down her face, Gu Ran replied, no, it is I who should apologize. She finished speaking and turned to run away. He wished to pursue her, but alas, intoxicated as he was, he could not keep up and could only linger by the roadside, consumed by regret. Chapter 85, The Pain of Betrayal. Gu Xilan found himself caught in a relentless cycle of attempting to forget her, yet hopelessly falling for her time and again, akin to being poisoned. After the events of yesterday, Gu Xilan believed that Gu Ran would never acknowledge him again in this lifetime. However, to his surprise, the following day, Gu Ran prepared a meal and came to see him. As soon as Wang Weiguo laid eyes on Gu Ran, he discerned her intention to seek out Gu Xilan, prompting him to hurriedly call for others. Gu Xilan stepped outside, contemplating how to face her, his heart fluttering with anxiety and embarrassment. Gu Ran, noticing his discomfort, warmly called out, Gu Xilan. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Xilan looked up and saw her waiting for him, prompting him to quicken his pace towards her. What brings you here? Gu Xilan inquired cautiously. I came to see you and brought some food, Gu Ran replied, handing him the meal she carried. He was taken aback and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks, she replied. Holding the meal, Gu Xilan walked beside her, feeling somewhat sheepish. I apologize for what happened yesterday. It's all right, Gu Ran responded. If we can be ordinary friends, then we can walk together like this. If not, I shall keep my distance and never appear before you again. Gu Xilan sighed. Understood. I know what to do. We shall remain ordinary friends forever. Time passes swiftly, and soon Gu Ran received her acceptance letter from the art school. She wished that Su Youwen were by her side to share in her joy, knowing he would be elated at her achievement. During the weekend, Gu Ran visited the grave of Gu Weiji, presenting the acceptance letter to her. Mother, look. I have received the acceptance letter from the Music Academy, the very school you always wanted me to attend. Are you not overjoyed? Here. I earnestly request your blessings for Su Youwen and me. I have been waiting for him, longing for the day we can be together forever. Please, I implore you. Before long, the time for enrollment arrived. Gu Xilan and Gu Qing accompanied Gu Ran to the school. The clouds in the sky were exceptionally white and beautiful, drifting gracefully in the azure expanse. Gu Qing, seated in the back seat of Gu Xilan's car, remarked with a smile, Gu Xilan. Look how radiant Gu Ran is in her happiness. Indeed, she has always been radiant in my eyes, Gu Xilan replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Tang Mingxian was in the conference room discussing the development of a mobile app with his colleagues. I believe that as more people gravitate towards using their phones for internet access, This will undoubtedly become a trend. Su Youwen commented, Mr. Tang's insight is spot on. I believe mobile software will broaden our sales channels and enhance our sales volume. I concur, Yang added. Then let us dedicate today to researching mobile software, striving to bring our ideas to fruition. Su Xiaoxiao, Mr. Tang, I believe the pressing issue at hand is to recruit more personnel for the company. If I continue to shoulder the responsibilities of 2 people, I will inevitably break down. Su Youwen, you are absolutely right. Please post the recruitment information online now. Ensure that you diligently screen candidates over the next few days. Su Xiaoxiao, understood. The company has also relocated to a prime position in the CBD. As our business expands, we are gaining a foothold in the industry. With the weather growing colder, winter has indeed arrived. Su Youwen tucked his hands into his pockets, savoring the warmth they provided. He recalled a winter long ago when Gu Ran's hands felt as frigid as ice. He would gently place her hands in his pockets to warm them, her tender visage and melodious laughter lingering in his memory. He found himself longing for her once more. As time passed, his yearning for her intensified, akin to a sharp blade scraping against his increasingly tender heart. 1 month later, Su Youwen received a call from the police informing him that Wei Lu had been located. Without hesitation, he made his way to the police station, where Wei Lu was held in detention. Approaching him with a composed demeanor, Su Youwen inquired, Why did you betray me? Why did you abscond with the funds? Wei Lu, overcome with guilt, could only sob, Brother Su, I am so sorry. I was wrong. I have wronged you. With that, he collapsed to the floor in a desperate kneel. Su Youwen's heart ached at the sight. We have endured so much together. I had thought you would be my dearest brother and partner. I never expected that during our company's most challenging times, you would choose to flee with the money. Have you ever contemplated that your decision might lead to the dissolution of our company? Wei Lu wept bitterly, exclaiming, I am truly sorry, Su Gu. I do not seek your forgiveness, but I wish for you to understand my motives. At that time, my father was suffering from cardiac atrophy and required a heart transplant to survive. I could not bear to witness his demise, so I resorted to that sum of money. I am deeply remorseful, Su Gu. I am unworthy of your forgiveness. I will accept the legal consequences and atone for my actions. Su Youwen, increasingly sorrowful, felt his eyes welling with tears. He turned away, stating, You shall no longer be my brother. Wei Lu cried out in anguish, utterly heartbroken. Ultimately, the case was presented for appeal, yet in the final moments, Su Youwen relinquished his opportunity to appeal. The cold wind chilled his fingertips as Su Xiaoxiao approached Su Youwen and inquired, Su Youwen, have you truly given up on the appeal? Su Youwen replied, Let it be. Life is inherently challenging, and everyone faces their own tribulations. I have abandoned the appeal, but that does not imply I have forgiven him. In truth, I have reflected upon the situation. Had I been in his position, I might have made the same choice. With that thought in mind, I chose to forego the appeal. After all, we have endured hardships together. During my moments of despair, he stood by my side, offering support and encouragement, and I have always cherished his aid and encouragement in my heart. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiaoxiao felt enlightened. Su Youwen, it is truly a privilege to know you. The winter breeze chilled one to the very marrow, prompting him to urge her, It is far too cold outside. You should hurry inside. Be cautious of catching a cold. Su Xiaoxiao replied, I understand. Noticing Su Youwen still lingering outdoors, she curiously inquired, Why are you not coming in? Su Youwen responded, I still wish to smoke a cigarette. Su Xiaoxiao teased, You must be longing for Gu Ran. Su Youwen smiled faintly, You know far too much. As he lit the cigarette in his hand, white smoke spiraled and dissipated, the flickering embers dancing in the wind. A smile crept upon his face as he murmured to himself, Indeed, I miss her. Chapter 86. His redemption. The snow fell heavily, and the temperature plummeted to freezing point. Wei Lu knelt before the company, pleading for Su Youwen's forgiveness. Su Xiaoxiao arrived to inform him of this. Yet Su Youwen maintained an impassive demeanor, continuing with his tasks as if oblivious to the situation. Su Youwen. Wei Lu is out there kneeling. Su Xiaoxiao understood his stance and nodded. Had it not been for Wei Lu, their subsequent struggles would have been far greater. Silence enveloped the group. It was not until lunchtime that Su Youwen finally stepped outside the company doors. He gazed upon the kneeling Wei Lu, not with reproach, but rather asked, Are you hungry? Would you like to join me for lunch? Wei Lu, taken aback, lifted his gaze, bewildered by his intentions. Su Youwen clarified, I am a bit hungry. Let us share a meal and converse. Only then did Wei Lu muster the strength to rise, his body swaying unsteadily, his knees aching fiercely. They proceeded to the restaurant located on the ground floor of the company, where they ordered some food. Su Yuwen took a sip of the coffee nestled within his blanket and addressed the scene before him. This is the company's cafeteria. What do you think? Wei Lu replied, it's splendid. I never anticipated that the company would evolve to possess its own independent dining establishment. Su Yuwen reminisced, in those days, we were so impoverished that we had nothing. Our meals were either brought from home or ordered ourselves. It was quite arduous. I always dreamed that if the company expanded one day, I would establish a restaurant for the company. Wei Lu exclaimed, it has finally come to fruition. How wonderful. Su Yuwen reflected, it has been an arduous journey for the company to reach its current state. I once hoped to witness this day alongside all of you. But I never imagined. Wei Lu's voice quivered as he interjected, Brother Su, I'm so sorry. It was my fault. Su Yuwen took another sip of his coffee and continued, how is your father's health now? With tears streaming down her face, Wei Lu lamented, perhaps I have committed a grave error. Although I used the investment funds to secure a heart transplant for him, it was unforeseen that he would suffer from rejection. My father could not be saved. Perhaps this is the punishment bestowed upon me by fate. A pang of bitterness welled up within Su Yuwen as memories surfaced of the time he spent with his grandmother, who succumbed to stomach cancer. He recalled the helplessness and anguish of not having the means to afford her treatment, and the pain felt as if his heart was being violently torn apart. Outside, snow began to fall, contrary to the weather forecast that had predicted snowfall only 3 days later. He gazed out the window in silence for an extended moment before finally speaking. Do you have a job now? Su Yuwen inquired. Wei Lu shook his head, saying, no. I don't think I can find a way like this. Su Yuwen replied, you owe me a considerable sum of money. Why not come to work at the company and earn it back? Wei Lu was taken aback, not expecting Su Yuwen to still offer him a chance despite his numerous mistakes. Noticing Wei Lu's silence, Su Yuwen inquired again, are you willing? Wei Lu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I am willing. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Yuwen remarked, the company is thriving now, and the salary and benefits are quite good. Overcome with emotion, Wei Lu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Su. Outside, fluffy snowflakes began to fall, gradually blanketing the gray earth in white. A timely snow heralds a bountiful year. It seems that next year will be promising, Su Yuwen mused. Time flew by, and Hayuda continued to expand, attracting interest from other companies seeking to invest. One such company, Shawang, a well-known food enterprise, reached out to Su Yuwen. One day, Su Yuwen welcomed the president of Shawang, only to be surprised to find it was Zhou Jiaran. Hello, President Su. Zhou Jiaran extended her hand. Su Yuwen promptly shook her hand, saying, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be the head of Shawang. Zhou Jiaran replied, yes, Shawang is a subsidiary under our Qingda group, and we are currently expanding our reach. Su Yuwen acknowledged, indeed, it is Qingda. Well then, let us discuss matters in the conference room, Zhou Jiaran suggested. This was Tang Mingxuan's first encounter with Zhou Jiaran, and he was captivated, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Throughout the meeting, he could not tear his gaze away from her. Once Zhou Jiaran concluded her presentation, they reached a consensus, warmly welcoming Xinguang's investment. Zhou Jiaran expressed her gratitude by shaking hands with them, and when Tang Mingxian grasped her hand, it felt as though an electric current coursed through him, causing his entire body to tremble. Mr. Su, once we have drafted the contract and sent it to you, you may review it and inform us of any amendments you wish to suggest. Su Yuwen responded affirmatively, very well. I shall take my leave now. Su Yuwen added, until next time. After Zhou Jiaran departed, Tang Mingxian impatiently inquired of Su Yuwen, old Su, who is that young lady? She is incredibly beautiful. Su Yuwen teased. What is this? Have you taken a liking to her? Tang Mingxian pouted. Well, I don't have a girlfriend at the moment. Su Yuwen chuckled. But you have a plethora of young ladies around you. Surely, you are not lacking? Tang Mingxian grew serious. This time, I am referring to a girlfriend whom I intend to marry. Su Yuwen burst into laughter. You must be jesting. Tang Mingxian insisted. I am serious. Su Yuwen replied, all right. I shall cease my jesting. This young lady is Zhou Jiaran, the daughter of the Cheng group. Tang Mingxian was taken aback. What? Su Yuwen laughed. What's wrong? Are you afraid to pursue her now? Tang Mingxian retorted defiantly. Who says I am afraid? I shall pursue her to prove it to you. And you will be the one to toast at our wedding. Su Yuwen encouraged. Very well. I believe in you. Go for it. A few days later, Zhou Jiaran returned to sign the contract. Mr. Su, Mr. Tang, may our collaboration be delightful. Delightful indeed. They echoed while shaking hands. Shall we dine together tonight? Su Yuwen suggested. Zhou Jiaran readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. Observing the lively conversation between the two, Tang Mingxian promptly pulled Su Yuwen aside and addressed the person before him. Zhou Jiaran, Mr. Zhou, I have a few inquiries regarding work. May I have your contact information? Zhou Jiran replied, certainly. She took out her phone, and they exchanged contact details. Youwen then added, the collaboration project between Shuang and Hyuda is overseen by Mr. Tang. Feel free to reach out to him with any questions. Zhou Jiran acknowledged, understood. During the evening banquet, the atmosphere was vibrant as glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged. After several rounds of drinks, Youwen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your trust in Hyuda and for investing in our company. Zhou Jiran responded. We are also looking at the market. Hyuda is undoubtedly a promising project, and we believe in its potential. Tang Mingxian added, it is truly our honor to meet you. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jiran smiled. Thank you. I am equally delighted to meet you. As the dinner concluded, the attendees dispersed from the hotel in various directions. Zhou Jiran, standing beside Youwen, inquired, Youwen, are you married? With a smile, Youwen shook his head. No. Do you have a girlfriend then? Zhou Jiran asked, her expression contemplative. At that moment, a car pulled up before them, and she said to Youwen, my driver has arrived. I must take my leave now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Youwen replied as Zhou Jiran entered the vehicle. He assumed she would depart immediately, but to his surprise, her window rolled down again as she called out, Youwen, let us arrange to meet again sometime. It has been ages since I last saw my good friends. Youwen agreed, certainly. Zhou Jiran departed in a car. And Tang Mingxian curiously approached Youwen, inquiring, what did Zhou Jiran just say to you? Youwen replied, she mentioned that she wants to meet me next time. Tang Mingxian felt a sudden tension, exclaiming, what? You already have someone in your heart. Youwen chuckled, do not fret. Perhaps she has no interest in me at all. Tang Mingxian retorted, perhaps. Who told you to be so dashing and charming? Youwen reassured him, rest assured. My heart belongs to Gu Ran, so I shall not be enamored with anyone else. Only then did Tang Mingxian feel at ease, saying, that's wonderful. I have a fondness for Zhou Jiran. She may very well become your sister-in-law in the future. Youwen asked, are you truly determined to pursue her? Tang Mingxian affirmed, yes, the first person I liked at first sight is indeed the one I truly adore. Youwen encouraged him, best of luck. I shall await the day to celebrate your wedding. Chapter 87. White snow and gray hair after several consecutive days of snowfall. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of white. As Youwen gazed at the pristine white expanse, he suddenly recalled the film titled Love Letter, which he had once watched with Gu Ran. In the film, the female protagonist calls out the name of her beloved amidst a snow-covered world, creating a poignant scene. Standing on the balcony of his apartment, he extended his hand, allowing the delicate snowflakes to fall upon his palm, and he smiled wistfully. If the swirling snowflakes descend upon us, it could be deemed as growing old together. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He reached for it, discovering it was a call from Zhou Jiran. Hello, Youwen, she greeted. Youwen responded, what is it? Zhou Jiran, is there something you need? I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee. Youwen smiled, sure. Where shall we meet? Zhou Jiran, at the CAF in Zhejiang. Youwen agreed, all right. After a brief drive of several minutes, he arrived at the CAF, parked his car, and walked inside. The inviting aroma of freshly brewed coffee enveloped him, creating a warm atmosphere around him. Youwen. Zhou Jiran waved to him from a short distance away. He strolled towards her and took a seat opposite her. You arrived earlier than I did. So, would you like to drink? I'll have an Americano, please. All right. It's my treat. No need. I can pay for myself. Zhou Jiran. How have you been lately? Youwen. It's been all right, a bit challenging, but manageable. You're quite impressive. After leaving Chengda, you managed to start your own company over the years. You flatter me. I knew back then that you were destined for greatness. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, the case where you were wrongfully accused has now been resolved. Oh. It was Li Yuanxin who stole the project documents and sent them to the rival company. How despicable. That caused you so much trouble. Indeed, Li Yuanxin got his comeuppance. He later embezzled company funds and is now in prison. It seems justice prevails. I apologize for not stepping up to defend you sooner regarding that incident. Youwen smiled faintly, as if finding peace. It's all right, that's all in the past now. He paused for a moment before continuing, however. I must express my gratitude for your assistance during my times of hardship. No need for thanks, it was merely a trifling matter, came the reply. Youwen then proposed. Allow me to treat you to dinner. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jiran replied, in that case, I shall not be polite. They chose a renowned Western restaurant situated on the 13th floor by the river, offering a splendid view of the water and infamous for its exorbitant prices. They ordered the establishment's famed tomahawk steak, which proved to be both delectable and tender. As Youwen savored the steak, thoughts of Gu Ran crossed his mind. He had never taken her to indulge in such a sumptuous meal before, which stirred a ripple of emotions within him. As a waiter approached to pour wine, he selected a vintage that coincided with Zhou Jiran's birth year, which delighted her with his thoughtfulness. At that moment, the restaurant was filled with the enchanting sounds of a piano. Youwen turned to look, and Zhou Jiran curiously inquired, "Do you enjoy piano music?" Youwen nodded. "I do, particularly Debussy's Clair de Lune." After a while, Youwen ventured to ask, "By the way, do you have a boyfriend?" To which he added, "Tang Mingxian also lacks a girlfriend. He mentioned that you were his type." Zhou Jiran discerned the implication behind his words. Pausing her knife and fork as she wiped her mouth with a napkin, she then addressed Youwen. "Actually, I invited you out to share something important." Youwen, intrigued, halted his actions and asked, "What is it?" Zhou Jiran replied, "The truth is, I have feelings for you. Would you consider allowing me to be your girlfriend?" Youwen lightly shook his head and smiled before seriously stating, "I apologize, but I have someone I care for, and thus I cannot accept your feelings." Zhou Jiran fell silent, and after a long pause, finally spoke, "In truth, I have harbored feelings for you since your internship at Qingda. I never expected." Youwen interjected, "I'm sorry, but the person I cherish appeared in my life even before you." At that moment, Zhou Jiran comprehended who he favored and remarked with a smile tinged with a hint of sarcasm, "Is it still your previous girlfriend you adore? How devoted?" Youwen replied, "I apologize." Suddenly, she stood up and declared, "It seems this meal is no longer necessary." Youwen, "I merely wish to convey that missing out on me is your loss. I shall undoubtedly find someone 1,000 times, no, 1,000,000 times better than you." Youwen replied, "I believe you can." Enraged, Zhou Jiran stormed out, and Youwen set down his cutlery, subsequently settling the bill before departing the Western restaurant. Beneath the black night sky, snowflakes fell softly, gradually blanketing his head. He thought, should we endure this snowy night together, it would be a lifetime of shared white hair. "Aaron, I miss you dearly, so very much." The distance between him and Gu Ran seemed to diminish with each passing moment. Life continued in a chaotic yet orderly manner. The mobile software developed by the company received overwhelming praise upon its release, with market share expanding and valuation soaring. Tang Mingxian estimated that by the next year, it would surpass 10 million. Early in the morning, Su Xiaoxiao arrived with sweets and invitations for everyone at the company. To their astonishment, Su Xiaoxiao, "You were secretly getting married." Su Xiaoxiao's cuteness, "It's not exactly sneaky. We've been dating for nearly 2 years, as you all know." The crowd gasped. "Has it really been 2 years already? Time flies." Su Xiaoxiao retorted, "A bunch of single folks should quiet down, while you have no one." "I certainly do." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and at that moment, Yang stepped forward. "Who says no one wants me? I have a girlfriend." The crowd was astonished. Yang, when did you secretly start dating?" "We had no idea." Yang replied, "It's a secret. Not telling you." Youwen jokingly asked, "Anyone else hiding a partner? You better come clean, or I won't give you red envelopes." The crowd shivered. We're scared. We're scared. The boss is on the warpath." Laughter filled the room. At this point, Yi lowered her voice. All right. I admit I have someone too." The crowd. "Youwen, you all are quite the secret keepers. Just remember to invite us to the weddings. No one can be left out." "Definitely." The crowd chimed in unison. Chapter 88. Celebrating the New Year together on New Year's Day, Su Xiaoxiao got married. The ceremony held at a 5-star hotel in Chong City. Youwen and others from the company drove her as wedding chauffeurs. Youwen presented her with a substantial red envelope containing 888. And upon seeing the thick envelope resembling a brick, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly popped out. Youwen simply smiled. "I promised a big red envelope. And I intend to keep my word." Su Xiaoxiao beamed with joy. "Boss, you are simply the best." Youwen reminded, "Mind your posture." At this, Su Xiaoxiao composed herself, turning to plant several affectionate kisses on her husband. Her husband, upon noticing Su Youwen's praise, exclaimed, "Your boss is truly handsome." Su Xiaoxiao shot him a glance, teasingly asking, "What? Are you smitten with my boss?" Her husband quickly recoiled, insisting, "I wouldn't dare. I only love you." In the afternoon, while shooting an outdoor scene, the photographer instructed Su Xiaoxiao to toss a bouquet onto the lawn. She complied, and by coincidence, the bouquet landed in Su Youwen's hands. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Boss, It seems I'll be toasting to your wedding soon. Su Youwen, holding the bouquet with a playful smile, replied. I certainly hope so. After accompanying Su Xiaoxiao through a day filled with wedding festivities, Su Youwen felt a bit fatigued. Yet, gazing at the elated Su Xiaoxiao on stage, he disregarded his weariness. Wei Lu, seated nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, Look how beautiful Su Xiaoxiao is. She's completely different from her usual self. Su Youwen remarked, after all, this is a wedding that occurs only once in a lifetime, a significant milestone in one's journey. Wei Lu inquired, Brother Su, when will we be able to celebrate your wedding? Su Youwen chuckled, Soon, just wait. The crowd responded in unison, All right. We are waiting. As he watched Su Xiaoxiao and her husband exchange vows on stage, there was a fleeting moment when Su Youwen envisioned their faces as his and Gu Ran's, embracing and kissing as they declared their promises, completing all the rituals before uniting. At this thought, a surge of fervent emotions welled up within Su Youwen. As long as my heart beats, I shall love you, loving you until my very last breath. Ran, I miss you. I yearn to be with you forever. The company has secured numerous advertisements. Indeed, as Wei Lu mentioned, when website traffic surges, advertisers come forth to collaborate. The rapid proliferation of mobile applications has prompted Tang Mingxian, with his profound market insights, to propose the establishment of a short video application. Su Youwen has unwavering faith in Tang Mingxian. He possesses an uncanny ability to foresee market demands with his avant-garde vision. Su Youwen wholeheartedly agrees, and under their stewardship, the company flourishes. Tang Mingxian envisions transforming the company into a publicly listed entity within 3 to 5 years, thereby facilitating greater financing and enhancing its commercial value. Their endeavors have attracted the attention of economic news media, who promptly reached out for an interview. Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian engaged with the young journalist, who posed a series of inquiries, to which they responded fluidly. The discussion touched upon the challenges faced in the company's nascent stages, as well as the bittersweet and joyous moments experienced along the way. Before concluding, the young female reporter posed a poignant question. Mr. Su, Mr. Tang, do you have anything to convey to your beloved? At that moment, Tang Mingxian gestured dismissively, saying, Do not ask me. Direct your question to the gentleman beside me. The reporter replied, Very well, Mr. Su, your words are profoundly touching. Surely, if your beloved were to know of your efforts, she would feel exceptionally cherished. Su Youwen, feeling a touch of bashfulness, responded, Thank you. The brief interview concluded, and the journalist departed. Tang Mingxian stood beside Su Youwen and inquired, You have been working hard for Gu Ran, haven't you? Su Youwen replied, Of course. He added, No matter what happens, I respect her choices. Tang Mingxian expressed his admiration. I am truly touched. In this day and age, you are still so romantic. Su Youwen retorted, Leave me alone. Tang Mingxian couldn't help but laugh. I am still looking forward to celebrating your wedding. Don't keep me waiting. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the new year arrived. As he gazed at the splendid fireworks lighting up the sky, Su Youwen reminisced about Gu Ran. They used to enjoy setting off fireworks in the summer. Determined to be different from others. Why not? Doing anything with the person you love brings happiness. With the new year upon them, Gu Ran had nowhere to go. Gu Qing invited her to celebrate at home, while Gu Xilan hurried back to Gu Qing's house after a hasty New Year celebration of his own. This was his first year spending the new year with Gu Ran, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Gu Xilan even prepared red envelopes for Xiao Ai and Gu Ran. Confused, Gu Ran asked, Why are you giving me a red envelope? Gu Xilan chuckled, In my eyes. You are still a child. Gu Ran shot him a glance. What a joke. Gu Xilan insisted, Just accept it. Upon opening the envelope, Gu Ran discovered it contained 520 yuan. Now it made sense why he was so insistent on giving it to her. Gu Xilan scolded, Why refuse the money? Are you foolish? Gu Ran fell silent. Understanding her frustration, Gu Xilan reassured her, All right. I get it. I will take 20 back. So you can accept it without fussing, okay? Gu Ran, no merit, no reward. Gu Xilan, if you refuse, I might just get angry and never speak to you again. Gu Ran, you've certainly become quite bold, threatening me now. Gu Xilan, you figure it out. Gu Ran. Gu Xilan forcefully pressed the red envelope into Gu Ran's hands. Gu Ran, seeing the big eyes of Xiao Ai, walked forward intending to give the envelope to her. At that moment, Gu Qing intervened, saying, This is a token of affection from Gu Xilan. It is inauspicious to refuse and then pass it on to someone else. With no other choice, Gu Ran accepted it, saying, My apologies. Gu Qing cheerfully replied, No worries. No worries. They laughed and chatted, gathered around the bubbling pot, their bellies full and warm. Outside, Fireworks erupted, illuminating the sky with dazzling brilliance. Standing on the balcony, she intently observed, mentally judging which firework was the most beautiful. Noticing her outside, Gu Xilong joined her. Admiring the fireworks? Indeed, aren't they stunning? Absolutely. In the past summers, I often set off fireworks with Su Youwen. Setting off fireworks in summer? Isn't that rather unconventional? Perhaps a little. Su Youwen has always been quite different from others. This remark sounded like yet another form of praise in Gu Ran's eyes. Su Youwen had always been the most extraordinary presence. I miss him. Chapter 89, a long-awaited reunion during her break. Gu Ran was scrolling through her phone when a particular news article caught her attention. She tapped on it and saw a photograph of Su Youwen and Tang Mingxian. The headline read, "Steadily Advancing New Entrepreneurs." She meticulously read through the article until she reached a poignant quote from Su Youwen. "I want to tell the one I admire that I have been striving. Please believe in me." Gu Ran stood up and approached her. "I'm here." Ling Lin encouraged her. "Sister Gu, you must give it your all at this concert." Gu Ran nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely." That day marked her long-anticipated concert. After countless efforts and an interminable wait, she was finally stepping onto the stage she had always dreamed of. As the audience flowed into the theater, Gu Ran sat nervously before the makeup mirror backstage, gazing at her reflection. She whispered to herself, "You can do it, Gu Ran. You are the best." Over the years, she had matured significantly. Compared to her past self, she had become markedly stronger. As the moment arrived, she adorned herself in a beautiful gown and gracefully ascended the stage. Bowing respectfully, she took her seat at the piano, steadying her nerves before commencing her performance. The pieces she had practiced countless times were now second nature to her, the struggles and sweat known only to her. In the audience, Gu Xilong, Gu Qing, and Hu Yuexin listened intently to her playing. Illuminated by the bright stage lights, Gu Ran resembled a dazzling star. "Gu Ran is so beautiful," Gu Qing marveled. Indeed, Gu Xilong agreed. Everything she had achieved was a result of her own hard work, and they admired her greatly. Gu Qing remarked, "Indeed. Precisely for this reason, she is even more deserving." Gu Xilong replied. After listening to the concert for over an hour, the audience was enraptured, with hardly anyone leaving their seats. When the performance concluded, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. At that moment, a figure rose from the audience, gracefully making his way towards her. Holding a beautiful champagne rose, the onlookers were drawn to him, their curiosity piqued. Gu Ran turned her gaze to the approaching gentleman, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Overcome with emotion, tears welled up in her eyes as she reached out and embraced him, resting her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "Su Youwen, I have waited for you for so long." The audience instantly comprehended the situation, showering the couple with fervent applause. Tang Mingxian and the others from the company were both thrilled and moved by the scene, while Su Xiaoxiao, standing beside them, was brought to tears. "This is wonderful. Su Youwen has finally reunited with his beloved," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Tang Mingxian responded, "Indeed. Their journey has been so arduous." Gu Xilong felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart, and Gu Qing noticed her distress. Hu Yuexin, confused, inquired, and Gu Qing assured him, "I will tell you this story later." The newly ascended pianist, a rising tycoon worth millions, became the focus of media attention. Their narrative quickly captured public interest, and people offered blessings for their rare and precious love. In an upscale Western restaurant in Chong City, Su Youwen ordered prime steak and fine wine. "I have always wanted to invite you to dine in a high-end restaurant," he said to her. Gu Ran smiled and replied, "Thank you, it is truly delicious." "Su Youwen, I have missed you greatly over the years." Gu Ran, "So have I." Gu Ran, "In truth, I am aware." Su Youwen, Gu Ran, "Su Youwen, I have always been striving." Su Youwen chuckled, "Fool." Gu Ran, "Your love has bestowed upon me strength, transforming me into the person I am today." Su Youwen concurred, "I too have been diligently working towards our future, our Ran, regardless of the years that pass, the one I love remains you." Gu Ran laughed, "Silly. I have always and will always love you." Exiting the Western restaurant, Su Youwen held Gu Ran's hand as they walked through the bustling streets. It was summer, the evening breeze carrying a hint of warmth, the heat palpable in their clasped hands. The sunset painted the sky with breathtaking hues, vibrant and resplendent, resembling a beautiful canvas. "Look how lovely the sunset is," Gu Ran remarked to Su Youwen beside her. "Indeed, it is beautiful," Su Youwen replied, "but you beside me are even more enchanting." "How sweet your words are," Gu Ran teased him. "Su Youwen, what I say is the truth," Gu Ran suggested. How about we set off fireworks together later? Su Yuwen eagerly agreed. Absolutely. I haven't set off fireworks even once during the years you were away. Gu Ran, why is that? Su Yuwen, because I only wish to set off fireworks with you. Gu Ran, yes, me too. I have longed for the moment to see you again and to ignite fireworks together once more. Like a child. Su Yuwen took her hand. Then let us go buy them now. Gu Ran, all right. Let us be on our way. As the two individuals strolled along, Gu Ran inquired. By the way, I recently saw in the news that you and Tang Mingxin have started a company together. Su Yuwen replied, indeed, if it weren't for him. The company wouldn't have evolved into its current state. Gu Ran pressed on. What exactly transpired? I am eager to hear. Su Yuwen assured her. I will tell you everything shortly. Gu Ran insisted. You must share all that has happened in your absence. I wish to know everything about you. Su Yuwen affirmed. Of course, I will reveal it all. The two of them ignited the fireworks they had purchased in the courtyard of Su Youwen's villa. In the darkness, the pyrotechnics resembled stars descending to the earth. Gu Ran's face was illuminated by the glow of the fireworks. Su Yuwen prompted her. Go on. Gu Ran hesitated. What should I say? Su Yuwen pressed further. During the years I was not by your side, did Gu Xilan pursue you relentlessly? Gu Ran chuckled, gazing intently at him. Yes, indeed. Are you feeling jealous? Su Yuwen admitted, a bit. Gu Ran laughed. You still act like a child. Su Yuwen then asked. So he did not manage to win your heart? Gu Ran gently shook her head, her gaze fixed on the fireworks in her hand. No, I do not harbor feelings for him. I made it clear to him that I love you and will forever cherish that love. Su Youwen's heart swelled with warmth. Silly girl, are you not afraid of growing old and lonely? Not at all. In this life, I have experienced love, so I shall not be lonely. Moreover what? Moreover, I believe that living does not necessitate marriage. She paused before continuing, love is far more significant than marriage. Su Yuwen extended his large hand to gently caress her head, continuing to perform this familiar gesture as he always had. Silly girl. By the way, I have something for you. What is it? Su Yuwen inquired with curiosity. This. Gu Ran removed the ring from the chain around her neck and placed it in his palm. The ring rested there, and he was taken aback. I didn't expect you to find the ring. Indeed. When you left, I discovered it. Perhaps this is a sign from the heavens. Very well. Gu Ran carefully placed the ring onto Su Youwen's finger, their hands intertwined, the ring shimmering with light. Look, they're together once more. Chapter 90. Remembering everything about you, Gu Ran planted the sparkler into the ground and turned to him, her expression earnest and serious. Su Yuwen, I love you. For this lifetime and all the lifetimes to come, I shall love only you. In that fleeting moment, Su Youwen's eyes glistened with emotion, and he whispered softly, Fool. He then leaned closer, capturing her lips in a profound kiss, their hearts entwined in a fervent embrace. The night sky sparkled with stars, warm lights surrounded the courtyard. They had waited far too long for this moment. I will always love you, in this life, in the next, all I desire is to be with you. Su Yuwen extended his arms, enveloping her tightly, as if to meld her into his very being. He whispered affectionately in her ear, We must always be together. Never depart. Gu Ran replied, Yes, whoever deceives is a dog. Su Yuwen chuckled at her playful banter. Do you still remember our promise? Gu Ran, of course. I shall never forget it for the rest of my life. Gu Ran had just washed her hair, leaving it damp and glistening. Su Yuwen, as gentle as he had been in the past, approached her silently and took a towel from the hanger, draping it over her head to dry her hair. The fragrance of shampoo lingered in the air, occasionally wafting into Su Youwen's nostrils, softening his heart. Before him was the person he had longed for, finally united with him. He reached out and embraced her tightly. Gu Ran, smiling, inquired, What is the matter? Why are you suddenly holding me? Su Yuwen whispered in her ear, I miss you so much. I fear that this moment is nothing but a dream. Gu Ran, with a smile, reassured him, Silly, this is real. I am real. You are real, and our togetherness is genuine. Su Yuwen responded, I don't care if it's a dream. I wish to wake up holding you like this. Gu Ran laughed heartily, turning to wrap her arms around his neck, her eyes fixed on him, blinking sweetly, her laughter particularly delightful. Fool. She leaned in and kissed his lips, the warmth transferring between them, tangible and real. Su Yuwen gazed at her radiant smile, his heart racing uncontrollably. Suddenly, he drew closer and kissed her passionately, their forms entwined on the sofa. They held each other, gazing at the photograph Gu Ran had once painted of the two of them. Gu Ran gently leaned on his shoulder and said, You still keep this painting? Su Yuwen embraced her, replying, Yes, I have carried it with me all these years, From the very beginning when I had nothing until now, it has always accompanied me. Your fondness is palpable. In your absence, it feels as though this presence accompanies me, reminiscent of you. See Youwen, let us vow never to part again. This precious happiness is something we must cherish deeply. Indeed, we shall treasure it wholeheartedly, united until death intervenes. We make a solemn promise, unchanging for a century. You remain so youthful in spirit, I find it delightful. Su Youwen, adhering to her words, sealed their promise with a gesture, and upon completing the task, Gu Ran radiated joy akin to that of a child. While Su Youwen prepared dishes at the countertop, Gu Ran would gaze at him dreamily. Resting her chin on her hand, Su Youwen, casting a sidelong glance, teased, "What are you up to? You look rather silly." Gu Ran, beaming with delight, replied, "I merely wish to observe your culinary prowess." Su Youwen inquired, "Do you find my cooking appealing? Captivating?" Gu Ran nodded vigorously, "Absolutely, I am utterly enchanted." Su Youwen chuckled at her words, "You certainly know how to charm." Gu Ran added, "I kindly ask Mr. Su to prepare delicious dishes for me." Su Youwen responded with a radiant smile, "Without a doubt. I guarantee they will be delectable." Gu Ran replied, "I shall eagerly await." At that moment, Xiao Xiao, now resembling a fluffy cloud rather than the tiny white kitten it once was, ambled over to their feet, swaying its head. Meow. Xiao Xiao rubbed against Gu Ran's feet and mewed. Gu Ran crouched down to lift it, playfully waving its little paws, pretending to speak on its behalf. "Daddy, you look so handsome while cooking." Su Youwen chuckled, "Is that so?" "Indeed. Does Xiao Xiao like it?" "Yes." "Does Mom like it?" "Absolutely loves it." "Mom is an ardent fan of Dad." "Mom's favorite is Dad." "The dishes will be ready shortly." Su Youwen brought the food he prepared to the dining table. And as he looked at the exquisite and delicious array of dishes before him, Gu Ran continued to praise, "The person I love is indeed the most remarkable person in this world." Su Youwen smiled, "The person I love is equally remarkable, for she possesses the most extraordinary person in this world, making her quite formidable as well." During the meal, Su Youwen served Gu Ran some dishes, while Gu Ran picked up food from his bowl and savored it. "Delicious. Su Youwen, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. You have such a sweet tongue." As the two enjoyed their meal, Su Youwen suddenly said to Gu Ran, "By the way, Ran, I have a holiday next week. Would you like to travel with me?" Gu Ran inquired curiously, "Where to?" Su Youwen walked over to the sofa, retrieved 2 plane tickets from his bag, and presented them to Gu Ran. "To this place." Gu Ran took them, examined them closely, and exclaimed in surprise, "To Russia." Su Youwen nodded. "Yes, didn't you mention wanting to visit Lake Baikal?" Gu Ran, touched, embraced him. "Su Youwen, you are truly wonderful. You have always remembered." Su Youwen chuckled, "Of course, I keep all your matters close to my heart." Chapter 91. Elevating to a marital relationship. Sitting on the flight to Russia, Gu Ran curiously asked Su Youwen, "When did you start liking me?" Gu Ran playfully feigned anger and delivered a light punch to him, exclaiming, "You're so stingy." Su Youwen chuckled and tenderly touched the spot where he had been playfully struck, replying, "All right, let me tell you, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself enamored." Gu Ran, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Is that true?" Su Youwen nodded earnestly, "Indeed, when I first saw you, it felt as if I had known you for centuries. A voice within me insisted that this girl was destined to be my beloved in this lifetime." Gu Ran teasingly remarked, "Then you must have owed me a great deal of money in your past life." Su Youwen beamed, "Perhaps that's the case." Several hours later, after a series of transfers, they finally arrived in Russia. It was too late to journey to Lake Baikal that day, so they settled into a hotel in the city. The local guide shared many important tips, which they diligently noted. After a tranquil night, they set out for Lake Baikal. The guide led them through the sweltering summer heat of Russia, and at last, they reached the enchanting Lake Baikal. "In my embrace, in your gaze, there. The spring breeze intoxicates. There, the verdant grass flourishes. The moonlight scatters love across the lake's surface." Lake Baikal, elongated and serpentine, resembles a crescent moon cradled by mountains, with streams cascading amidst the landscape, creating a breathtaking tableau. Chekhov once wrote, "Lake Baikal is extraordinarily beautiful. It is no wonder that the Siberians do not refer to it as a lake, but rather as a sea. The water is crystal clear and transparent, allowing one to see through it as if gazing through air, with everything vividly perceptible. The gentle, emerald waters evoke a sense of tranquility. Indeed, it is the idyllic lake of dreams in the eyes of many." Beside the azure shores of Lake Baikal, Su Youwen is finally poised to fulfill the wish he made many years ago. He kneels before Gu Ran, retrieving from his pocket the long-prepared diamond ring. Gu Ran is taken aback by Su Youwen's gesture as he tenderly proclaims, Ran, I have envisioned this moment for many years, and now it is finally within my grasp. Ran, I wish to express my love for you. Will you marry me? I promise to cherish you for a lifetime, loving you eternally. Overcome with joy, Gu Ran's eyes brim with tears. She covers her mouth with her hands, choked with emotion, and fervently nods. Yes, I am willing. I love you, Su Youwen, and I desire to be with you forever. Su Youwen's eyes glisten with tears, perhaps from overwhelming excitement. As his hand trembles slightly while holding the ring, he delicately retrieves the ring from its ornate box and carefully places it on her ring finger, rising to his feet. He envelopes Gu Ran in a warm embrace. This moment, long awaited, marks the fulfillment of his cherished dream. She has agreed to be his bride. After spending a few more days exploring Russia, they journey to the Angara River, a site steeped in enchanting legend. It is said that the Angara River is the daughter of Lake Baikal, who, in the name of love, float away to elope with her beloved. Upon the iron railings of the Angara River, countless love locks hang, vibrant and numerous. Gazing at the multitude of colorful locks, Gu Ran encourages Su Youwen to purchase one, which they then affix to the railing together. Gu Ran affixed the lock and turned to Su Youwen, saying, This way, we shall be eternally bound together. Su Youwen chuckled. At our age, one would still believe in such things. Gu Ran replied, I do not care. I simply wish to be with you forever. She reached out to embrace his arm, her charming little head resting against his shoulder, and Su Youwen found himself completely captivated by her. All right, we shall remain together for eternity, whether in this life or the next. We shall be together across all lifetimes. It is certain. As they strolled on the picturesque Shersky Mountain in Irkutsk, the landscape was adorned with a riot of colorful wildflowers. A gentle breeze began to blow, lifting Gu Ran's lustrous, soft hair, while her long dress danced gracefully in the wind, creating an enchanting scene. It is a common human tendency, after falling in love, to fear the loss of that love repeatedly. The depth of their affection brings about a dread of unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff complimented them, likening them to a prince and princess, which left them both blushing with bashfulness. They stood at the altar of the Bureau and commenced their vows. We voluntarily unite as husband and wife. From this day forth, we shall shoulder the responsibilities and obligations bestowed by marriage. We shall honor our parents, educate our children, respect and love one another, trust and encourage each other, understand and compromise, and support each other through thick and thin, cherishing one another for a lifetime. Have we arrived at the wedding dress shop so soon? Su Youwen said, pulling her along. This is the place I have longed to bring you. I have eagerly anticipated seeing you in the most beautiful wedding gown as you marry me. I have inquired, and this is renowned as the finest place for exquisite wedding dresses. I am certain you will find one that you adore. Isn't it rather expensive? Gu Ran asked, feeling somewhat hesitant. Do not be afraid. I am now affluent and can procure anything you desire. Thus, she was ushered into the bridal shop by Su Youwen, where the staff greeted them with unparalleled enthusiasm. Gu Ran was invited to view the wedding gowns, each more breathtaking than the last, though it was evident that they bore a hefty price tag. Miss Gu, this is an upscale district, and Mr. Su has instructed us to present you with the finest bridal attire. Ah, this. Do you have a particular gown in mind, Miss Gu? Would you like to try one on? This. Miss Gu, given your beauty and exquisite figure, why not begin with this gown to see how it suits you? The attendant's fervor made Gu Ran feel somewhat bashful, yet she complied and began to try on the dresses while Su Youwen settled onto a sofa, eagerly awaiting her emergence in bridal attire. Once Gu Ran donned the first gown, the attendant signaled Su Youwen and dramatically drew back the curtain. Upon seeing Gu Ran adorned in the wedding dress, he was once again overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. How stunning you are, he exclaimed. I am truly elated. You are genuinely going to wear a wedding dress and marry me. Fool, do you think I look good in this one? Absolutely. The attendant mentioned there were many more gowns to try. I shall go and see what else is available. Very well, I shall await your return. Chapter 92. I wish to organize our wedding. Upon exiting the bridal shop, Su Youwen had already settled the deposit and secured the wedding dress. In the car, he was all smiles, continuously inquiring about Gu Ran's preferences for the wedding. Ran, what style of wedding do you envision? A Western ceremony, or perhaps a traditional Chinese one? Are you in such a hurry to marry? Indeed, I wish to hold our wedding at this very moment. Gu Ran, seated in the passenger seat, laughed heartily. Fool. In the past, I watched the weddings of employees at my company, and I longed for the day when I could marry you. It turns out that men also harbor dreams of weddings. Naturally, the desire to wed the one you love gives rise to such dreams. On this day, Youwen was at work. As he stepped out to fetch some documents from Su Xiaoxiao, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Lulu. She called out to him, Youwen. He halted. Surprised to see her. Wang Lulu, what brings you here? Are you working? Wang Lulu nodded. Yes, I just arrived. Youwen replied, well, good luck with your work. Wang Lulu acknowledged him, yet noticing his hurried demeanor, she refrained from continuing the conversation. Wang Lulu, I must tell you that it is likely Su will be getting married soon. Really? What wonderful news. Indeed, you cannot fathom how deeply Su cherishes his girlfriend. After all these years, he is finally tying the knot. Isn't his girlfriend named Gu Ran? How did you know? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished. Many years ago, I interned alongside Su, and I had the pleasure of meeting his girlfriend back then. What a coincidence. You interned with Su. You must have been quite delighted. In what way? Su is a man of great loyalty. Anyone who works with him is bound to find joy. Indeed, Su is a truly remarkable individual, possessing a gentle disposition. Is that not so? Su is genuinely kind-hearted, and his girlfriend is equally admirable. A businessman paired with a pianist, truly a match made in heaven. One can only hope for their marriage, as they seem to be the most compatible couple in the world. After work, Youwen took Gu Ran to the market to purchase ingredients, preparing her favorite dishes. Gu Ran informed Youwen, I have already chosen the date for our wedding. Youwen inquired, when will it be? Gu Ran replied, on the 15th of next month. Youwen then asked, have you decided on the style of the wedding? Gu Ran responded, I would like to have it by the seaside. What do you think? Youwen nodded affirmatively. All right, I will follow your wishes. The sea you adore is also dear to me. Gu Ran embraced him from behind, resting her head against his back. Thank you. You are truly wonderful. Youwen paused his chopping, smiling tenderly. I have been longing for this as well. He cherished the moments of sleeping beside her, feeling as if enveloped in a soft, warm cocoon, providing both comfort and warmth. Gazing at her serene sleeping face, he wished for this blissful state to last a lifetime, until the end of his days. Who says boys cannot be love-struck? He considered himself to be quite the romantic, desiring to spend his entire life with his beloved. A couple of days later, he accompanied Gu Ran to the grave of Gu Weiji. Gu Ran carefully arranged the items before her and addressed the grave of Gu Weiji, saying, Mom, today I have brought Youwen with me again. Besides coming to see you, I have something very important to share. On the 15th of next month, I will marry Youwen. We have loved each other and longed for this moment for a long time. I just hope you can bless us. Youwen stepped beside Gu Ran, taking her hand, and said to the grave, Auntie, I truly love Gu Ran, and I promise to cherish her. So please bless us. As they descended the hill from the cemetery, Gu Ran leaned on Youwen's shoulder. Will Mom bless us? She pondered. Of course, he replied, gazing at the azure clouds beside him. Gu Ran, I actually want to take you to meet my grandmother. All right, I am willing to go with you, Gu Ran responded. In a couple of days, I will take you there. Time flew swiftly, and 2 days later, Youwen kept his promise and brought Gu Ran to his grandmother's grave. He lit incense and candles, burning paper offerings. Kneeling before the tombstone, he said, Grandma, I have brought my beloved girl to see you. Gu Ran knelt beside Youwen and added, Grandma, I am here with Youwen to visit you. Youwen continued, Grandma, you always hoped for my happiness. And now I have finally achieved it. I have worked hard, and everything I have is the result of my own efforts. Knowing all this, would you be happy for me? Gu Ran interjected, Grandma, Youwen remains the gentle and kind person he has always been. Can you rest assured in entrusting him to me? I assure you that I shall treat him with utmost care, remaining by his side for eternity, loving him unconditionally, ensuring you shall never feel alone again. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the hems of their garments. Youwen took Gu Ran's hand. Grandmother must have heard us and given her blessing. We shall be just fine. As they journeyed home, Youwen recounted to Gu Ran the story of his grandmother. When I was a child, my parents tragically perished in an accident, and it was my grandmother who devotedly raised me. However, she succumbed to stomach cancer when I was in the 6th grade. During her lifetime, she would often say to me, On, seek happiness and joy. She spoke these words with such tenderness, time and again. Although she has passed, her words remain etched in my memory, never to be forgotten. Gu Ran responded, In these years, you have fulfilled her wishes. She must be rejoicing in the heavens for you. Youwen affirmed, Indeed, she must be. The scenery outside the car window raced by, and Youwen continued, During my grandmother's illness, I endured scorn and hardship in my quest to provide her with care. From that moment on, I vowed never to allow my dearest one to suffer such trials. Gu Ran understood every word he spoke. She too had once faced similar tribulations. Reality is often so cruel and merciless, offering no respite to others. With gentle conviction, Gu Ran replied, I will always stand by you, loving you, come what may. I will forever be with you. Meeting you is the greatest happiness of my life. Ran, I love you, and I am grateful for your presence in my life. Chapter 93. Never parting in old age. The long-awaited wedding arrived as they gathered in Hawaii. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the salty scent of the sea, while the azure ocean and white clouds painted a serene backdrop. Among the guests, Gu Silan, Tang Mingxian, Gu Qing, Hu Yuexin, Su Xiaoxiao, Wei Lu, and their friends filled the venue with exuberance. Before the ceremony commenced, during the banquet, Gu Qing turned to Gu Silan and remarked, Gu Ran is getting married. Gu Silan took a sip of his champagne, pressed his lips together in a smile, and replied, I have long anticipated this day. In truth, I was prepared for it. Gu Qing gently patted his arm in comfort, saying, as long as you've come to terms with it, that's what matters. Gu Silan reflected. Love in this world does not solely equate to possession and desire for happiness. Simply witnessing her joy constitutes a form of love. Gu Qing felt a sense of relief at his perspective, exclaiming, with thoughts like yours, I can rest easy. Yet, it seems all the members of the Gu family are truly sentimental souls. As he watched Gu Ran, adorned in her wedding gown, gracefully walk down the flower-strewn aisle, Gu Silan's heart surged with a tumult of powerful emotions, astonishment, disappointment, sorrow, hope, and well wishes intertwined within him. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in his eyes. He had believed himself to be composed and accepting of all that had transpired, yet the sight of Gu Ran before him unveiled his vulnerability. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably, yet he discreetly wiped them away, joining the applause of the other guests with fervor. The warmth of his hands felt intense against the backdrop of the moment. She is truly on the brink of attaining happiness, destined to be with the one she loves most. Su Youwen stands upon the stage, extending his hand towards Gu Ran, who gracefully approaches in her immaculate white wedding gown, holding a bouquet of champagne roses. A radiant smile graces Gu Ran's face, and in her bridal attire, she resembles a celestial being. The language of the champagne rose speaks volumes. Loving you is the greatest joy of my life. The adorable flower girl, Xiao Ai, scatters fresh petals in celebration. The officiant stands before them, reading the vows. Su Youwen, do you willingly acknowledge and accept Gu Ran as your wife? I do. Do you pledge to forsake your own nature to marry your wife? To honor her, love her, and stand by her side for eternity? I do. The officiant then turns to Gu Ran. Gu Ran, do you willingly acknowledge and accept Su Youwen as your husband? I do. Do you pledge to forsake your own nature to marry your husband? To honor him, love him, and stand by his side for eternity? I do. I now declare you officially united as husband and wife. Please exchange rings, the officiant instructs. Su Youwen takes a ring and places it on Gu Ran's ring finger, while she adorns him with another. Then, Su Youwen retrieves a larger white silk box, gazing intently at Gu Ran as he continues, Ran, this is my heart, which I have longed to give to you. Gu Ran was somewhat taken aback, and Su Youwen offered a subtle smile before gently opening the ornate box. Before Gu Ran's eyes lay a dazzling sapphire brooch, the size of a pigeon's egg, sparkling under the sunlight. Ran, this is a brooch named after you, known as Su Youwen's heart for Gu Ran. Accepting this brooch signifies that you possess my heart. I will love you eternally and be by your side for a lifetime. Gu Ran felt a warmth in her eyes as Su Youwen carefully adorned her with the brooch. Ran, you are the one I have loved since my youth. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one. I love you, and I wish to be with you forever. Su Youwen, I love you too. A breeze began to stir. As the two shared a deeply passionate kiss, the crowd erupted in cheers. The Hawaiian sea was as clear as the azure sky, as pure as the gaze of a beloved, as sincere as the heart of one cherished. Gu Silan watched from below, tears streaming down his face. He had once believed himself to be strong, yet he found himself unable to contain his emotions as the moment unfolded. In a trio of love, inevitably, one must depart in solitude. As the wedding came to a close, the gathering convened by the seashore, where joy filled the air with singing and dancing, and laughter flowed freely. Gu Ran and Su Youwen approached the crowd, raising their glasses in a toast, and soon found themselves before Gu Silan, who had composed himself. Wishing you both happiness. Gu Silan spoke first. Thank you, Gu Ran replied. My old rival in love, Su Youwen remarked. Now you may seek the happiness that truly belongs to you. Gu Xilan felt a twinge of melancholy before immediately breaking into a smile. Old rival, you speak truly. Although I am reluctant, I still wish you both happiness. Su Youwen clinked his glass with hers, responding, thank you. Gu Xilan jested with Gu Ran, who was nearby. If he bullies you, let me know, and I shall help you teach him a lesson. Gu Ran laughed, all right. Su Youwen added, thank you for taking care of Gu Ran over the years. This is my sincere wish, and I hope you find happiness too. Gu Xilan smiled gently, thank you, I surely will. When the time comes, I will invite you both to my wedding feast. As the sun set, casting a warm glow across the horizon, Gu Xilan sat alone by the seaside, watching the ebb and flow of the tides. Suddenly, a volleyball struck his back, prompting him to turn and see someone approaching. I'm sorry. I accidentally hit you with the ball, the girl exclaimed, her features becoming clearer. Gu Xilan picked up the ball from the ground and tossed it into her hands. Here you go. The girl beamed with a smile as bright as the sun, catching the ball. Thank you. She approached him, curiosity evident in her gaze. Gu Xilan, intrigued, asked, why are you looking at me like that? The girl replied playfully, you seem like you're alone. Gu Xilan chuckled. Do I seem more like a person or a dog? The girl replied, well, some people truly resemble dogs. As Gu Xilan fell silent and prepared to leave, the girl hurried after him, asking with curiosity, what is your name? Resigned to her persistence, he replied, I am Gu Xilan. The girl pondered for a moment, then declared, Gu Xilan? I'll remember that. Yet, Gu Xilan had already walked far away, and Su Shaoi was uncertain whether he had heard her. Chapter 94. The gift for her. As the first rays of sunlight graced Gu Ran's face, she rubbed her eyes and emerged from her bedroom, spotting Su Youwen, who was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The fragrant aroma of rice wafted into her nostrils as she approached him from behind and wrapped her arms around him. While ladling porridge, Su Youwen inquired, why are you up so early? I just wanted to hold you, she replied, her voice tinged with a playful pout, reminiscent of a languid kitten. Silly girl, I've always been by your side. You can embrace me anytime you desire. He set down the bowl of porridge and announced, the porridge is ready. Let us eat together. But I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Quickly go brush your teeth and wash your face, he urged, gently nudging her towards the bathroom. All right. I'll be right there. Gu Ran entered the bathroom. She swiftly freshened up and returned to the pristine dining table, inhaling the delightful aroma of the porridge, which enchanted her senses. Such a wonderful fragrance, Gu Ran marveled. Bending down, Su Youwen planted a kiss on her forehead and encouraged, hurry and drink the porridge. With a radiant smile, Gu Ran picked up the chopsticks beside her bowl and began to relish the porridge. Not only had Su Youwen prepared porridge, but he had also sought Ed some crispy radish shreds for her. Sitting across from her, he joined in the meal, and as she savored the food, she exclaimed, this tastes amazing. Of course, just think about who made it, he said with a chuckle, basking in his own praise. My husband is indeed remarkable, Gu Ran declared, giving him a thumbs up. As they continued to eat, Su Youwen asked, by the way, have you decided where you would like to go for our honeymoon? Gu Ran pondered for a moment and replied, I haven't decided yet. That's all right. Let me know once you've made up your mind, and I shall take you there. Su Youwen said. All right. Gu Ran responded with delight. By the way, after breakfast, I will take you to a special place, Su Youwen mentioned. What kind of place? Gu Ran inquired with curiosity. You'll find out once we arrive, Su Youwen replied. Somewhat perplexed, Gu Ran finished her breakfast, changed her clothes, and got into Su Youwen's car. He drove her to a villa district in the southern part of the city. Gu Ran remained unaware of Su Youwen's intentions until they arrived before a pristine white villa. The villas here showcased a modern European style, uniquely designed and exceptionally beautiful. What is this place? Gu Ran asked, still confused. Step inside, and you shall see, Su Youwen said, taking her hand and leading her into the villa. Upon entering, Su Youwen produced the villa key and unlocked the door. Gu Ran was taken aback. You actually have a key. Have you bought a house again? Su Youwen chuckled, a mysterious glint in his eyes, and guided her into the living room. Standing before her, he placed the key into her palm. What is this for? Gu Ran asked, puzzled. This is a gift for you, Su Youwen replied earnestly. Is this the house? Gu Ran stammered, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, it has been inscribed with your name. It belongs to you, Su Youwen explained. From this moment on, what is mine is yours. This house, resting in your hands, is the finest gift I could conceive. It will shield you from the storms of life, surpassing all else. With a beaming smile, Su Youwen spoke to her. Overcome with emotion, Gu Ran embraced Su Youwen tightly, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Thank you. Su Youwen gently patted her head and continued, By the way, I have something for you. Gu Ran blinked in surprise as Su Youwen led her to the garage, where a brand new white sports car awaited. Wow, this car. Su Youwen then retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and placed them in her hand. This car is also a gift for you. Gu Ran trembled slightly. Su Youwen, you're not planning to divorce me, are you? Su Youwen chuckled. What are you thinking? I was worried you might not like these gifts. This is the best present I could think of, and it's all in your name. Gu Ran asked, so? After giving me these precious gifts, you won't spend time with me anymore, will you? She then threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, Husband, you are so good to me. I love you. Su Youwen smiled indulgently. I love you too, silly. By the way, have you taken your driving test yet? He suddenly remembered. Gu Ran blushed and replied, Not yet. Su Youwen reassured her, No worries, I know someone at a driving school. I'll help you get in touch. Gu Ran responded, Is it that urgent? Su Youwen replied, It's fine. I'll follow your lead. As they strolled along the pathways of the villa area, Gu Ran remarked, By the way, I will be holding a concert next month. Make sure to come if you can. What do you mean if I can? Even if I'm busy. I'll make time, Su Youwen said with a smile. Yes, you must remember, Gu Ran said, extending her pinky finger for a pinky promise. All right, I'll do as you say, Su Youwen replied affectionately. He extended his little finger, intertwining it with hers as they pledged their promises. As they strolled along, Gu Ran turned to him and said, Su Youwen, I have decided where I want to go for our honeymoon. Su Youwen, intrigued, inquired, Where to? Gu Ran replied, To Otaru to see the snow. Ah, is it because of the film Love Letter? Su Youwen asked with a smile. Yes, you are truly perceptive, Gu Ran praised him. It's because I understand you, Su Youwen said with a beaming smile. Gu Ran's heart was once again touched. He always treated her with such kindness, and she could feel his love in both spirit and soul. Chapter 95. Donating a building. Su Youwen expanded his business by establishing Jiangtong Finance and Trade in Jiangzhou, primarily managed by Tang Mingxian. Major media outlets crafted a legendary success story about Su Youwen, featuring it prominently on the front page of economic newspapers. Leaning against Su Youwen's desk, Tang Mingxian toyed with a new lighter in his hand, while Su Youwen diligently signed company documents with a fountain pen. Where did you go to play yesterday? Tang Mingxian teased, noticing the lingering scent of a woman's perfume. Su Youwen paused, glancing at him. After signing the documents, he approached Tang Mingxian, saying, Playing is fine, but don't overdo it. Tang Mingxian chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. Su Youwen could only smile helplessly and shifted the topic. Your lighter is quite impressive. Tang Mingxian examined the lighter proudly. Isn't it? It's a limited edition, with only 100 in the world. Su Youwen curiously asked, Did you buy it yourself? It was a gift, Tang Mingxian replied, a sweet smile gracing his face. From a woman? Su Youwen continued to inquire. Whom Tang Mingxian acknowledged. It seems I have hope for attending a wedding banquet. Tang Mingxian teased him. All you care about is attending wedding banquets. Su Youwen pursed his lips, reminding him, Don't forget the donation ceremony this afternoon. Su Youwen added, Seeing you so eager. It's truly a pity you aren't a negotiator. Absolutely, Su Youwen replied. I knew it. You are indeed a devoted husband. As late autumn approached winter, the layers of clothing gradually thickened. Su Youwen, accompanied by Gu Ran and Tang Mingxian, set out to attend the afternoon event. It was here that his youthful acquaintance with Gu Ran began. In front of the gates of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, Su Youwen and the school's board members conducted a ribbon-cutting ceremony, during which Su Youwen delivered a heartfelt speech that moved many in attendance. Zhou Ling stood in the crowd, gazing at Su Youwen, her heart filled with an ineffable sense of nostalgia. Following the ceremony, Su Youwen, Gu Ran, and Tang Mingxian visited Zhou Ling. The four stood together on the balcony, gazing at the distant scenery, a scene reminiscent of years gone by. Yet, they had all undergone considerable changes. I never imagined we would meet like this again, Zhou Ling remarked with a smile. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Gu Ran greeted her warmly. It has been a long time, Gu Ran. Zhou Ling replied with a smile. Do you still remember me, Teacher Zhou? Tang Mingxian asked, his smile radiant. Of course I remember. Zhou Ling responded warmly. Su Youwen, smiling, expressed gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, for your guidance back then. I used to believe that teachers could never understand their students, but after meeting you, I realized my perspective was rather narrow. Zhou Ling smiled gently. What do you mean by that? Su Youwen, You are the first person who makes me feel that achievements are utterly insignificant in comparison to you. Zhou Ling squinted at the azure sky. Yet, your accomplishments are equally vital. It is merely that I am more inclined towards you, as you invigorate my spirit. She paused and continued, this vitality imbues me with a sense of being alive. Youwen, affection is reciprocal, it remains constant through time. Zhou Ling concurred, indeed. It is a delight to have encountered you. Are you and Guran an item? Zhou Ling inquired with a hint of mystery, for she had long perceived Youwen's deep fondness for Guran. It is truly delightful. Zhou Ling wished them everlasting happiness together. Absolutely. Youwen assured while holding Guran's hand. And what about you, Tang Mingxian? Zhou Ling curiously turned her gaze towards him. Single, Tang Mingxian replied. But that should change soon. Well, congratulations to you. Zhou Ling smiled in blessing. After concluding their affairs, they departed the school. Before leaving, Youwen requested Zhou Ling's bank account details from the finance office and subsequently transferred a substantial sum. Zhou Ling was astonished upon receiving the notification from her bank and quickly contacted the finance office. Why did you send me so much money? It was truly unnecessary. However, your kindness means more to me than anything else. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. It is nothing. To me, you are like a younger brother. So promise me to live happily and joyfully. I will, for certain. After concluding the phone call, Tang Mingxian, curious, inquired, who was on the line? Zhou Lao sure. Came the reply. Tang Mingxian remarked, she is undoubtedly the one most concerned about us. Indeed, such teachers are exceedingly rare, Gu Ran chimed in. She then posed a question to Tang Mingxian. By the way, you mentioned you were about to end your single status. What do you mean by that? Tang Mingxian, evading the issue, retorted, I won't tell you. Gu Ran huffed, what a stingy person. Youwen joined in, asking, are you really not going to share who you are dating with me? Tang Mingxian looked at him and relented, fine. Sooner or later, you will find out anyway. So I will tell you. It's Zhou Jiran. Youwen was taken aback. You've really won her over? Tang Mingxian nodded yes. Youwen exclaimed, congratulations. Tang Mingxian responded, thank you. Get ready to celebrate. Gu Ran, intrigued, asked, who is she? Do you know her, Youwen? Youwen replied, yes. She is a business associate. Gu Ran nodded in understanding. The car traversed a lengthy tunnel, enveloping them in darkness where flickering lights intertwined. The sunset blazed crimson, and the outside air turned chilly. As the vehicle brought them to the entrance of the community, Youwen held Gu Ran's hand, walking down the long path. From the car, Tang Mingxian gazed at them from a distance, watching their blissful demeanor, unable to suppress his envy. How wonderful it would be if I could experience that one day. Chapter 96. Life after marriage. As the days grew colder, whispers of impending snowfall began to circulate. Gu Ran recently learned from her landlord that it was Gu Si Lan who had been renting the room for her all these years. Seizing a moment of leisure, she invited Gu Si Lan to join her for a stroll. The two ambled along the stone path of the park. Gu Ran spoke first. I have known for quite some time that the dormitory I have been living in was rented by you. Gu Si Lan replied, I never anticipated you would uncover this truth. I thought you would remain oblivious forever. Gu Ran remarked, it seems it was destined. As she spoke, she retrieved a stack of money from her bag and placed it in Gu Si Lan's hands. This is to repay you. Gu Si Lan accepted the money, saying, had this been in the past, I would have refused it, but now I believe it is best to accept it. Gu Ran nodded in agreement. I am glad you understand. Gu Si Lan elaborated, I will take this money, but I think it would be more convenient for you to transfer it to me. Carrying this stack is rather burdensome. Glancing at the notification of the received funds on her phone, Gu Si Lan continued walking with satisfaction. How are things with Youwen? He treats me very well. That is wonderful, Gu Si Lan responded with a nod of approval. And what about you? Gu Si Lan smiled. I have developed an interest in someone now. Gu Ran expressed her delight. Really? Indeed. You and Youwen can look forward to celebrating at my wedding in the future. Gu Ran joyfully agreed. That sounds splendid. Youwen interjected, your hands. Gu Ran laughed. It's nothing. My skin is tough, and I can handle cooking without any issues. Approaching her, Youwen gently took her hand, his concern evident, but there are scars. Let me take you to the hospital tomorrow to have them treated. Youwen could only nod helplessly. Very well. Gu Ran continued. Moreover, it is merely a slight scar. There is no need to make a fuss. I am not that fragile. Youwen. Gu Ran smiled and added, I have grown stronger and more independent. So you need not worry about me all the time. Her resilience was truly heart-wrenching. Youwen recalled the events of years past, feeling as though his heart was being tightly grasped. If only he had possessed wealth back then, perhaps her hands would not bear such marks. The guilt he felt had not lessened with the passage of time. Gu Ran, perceptive as ever, sensed his turmoil. I have never blamed you from the beginning. This is my matter and should not become your burden, so please do not feel guilty. She was always so understanding, which only deepened his sorrow. Fool. He approached her and gently enveloped her in his embrace. Observing Gu Ran as she prepared dinner, he respected her wishes and quietly assisted her from the side. She did not wish to be regarded as an accessory, and he complied with her desires. During dinner, the two sat across from each other, sharing the meal. Gu Ran took a bite of her homemade tomato scrambled eggs and immediately frowned. It was a failure. Too much salt. It was overly salty. So Youwen, still somewhat incredulous, asked, really? Let me try. Gu Ran hurriedly stopped him. Don't eat it. It's truly unpalatable. It's all right. I can accept whatever you make. Gu Ran, however, was not pleased and replied, please don't say that. I know it's not good, so I ask you to refrain from such indulgence. I am aware of my shortcomings, and it would not be beneficial for you to overly accommodate me. Su Youwen smiled, comprehending her meaning, and gently ruffled her hair with his large hand. Understood. Therefore, Miss Gu Ran, please ensure that your scrambled eggs with tomatoes are more delectable next time. Gu Ran nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Since she did not wish to be overly indulged, he would treat her in the manner she preferred. Respect and love are, after all, equally vital. As they continued their meal, Su Youwen remarked to Gu Ran, by the way, Su Xiaoxiao has given birth. Gu Ran recalled her from the wedding. She had met both her and her husband. Su Youwen had mentioned how Su Xiaoxiao had assisted him greatly during his entrepreneurial endeavors. I remember. Has she really had her baby? What a joyous occasion. Gu Ran exclaimed. When shall we visit her? Su Youwen inquired. Absolutely. Gu Ran readily agreed. The following day, Su Youwen took Gu Ran to the hospital to visit Su Xiaoxiao, whose face radiated with happiness, reminiscent of Gu Qing back in the day. Perhaps every new mother experiences such bliss. Congratulations. Gu Ran presented a generous red envelope to Su Xiaoxiao. Beaming, Su Xiaoxiao accepted it with delight. Thank you. Gu Ran approached the baby's crib, leaning in to take a closer look. The baby is so adorable. Is it a boy or a girl? The baby smiled brightly upon seeing Gu Ran, exuding cuteness. It's a girl, Su Xiaoxiao replied. A little angel. How wonderful. Gu Ran exclaimed. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes. The pain of childbirth was excruciating, but holding her makes it all worthwhile. May I hold her? Gu Ran asked. Of course. Su Xiaoxiao gestured to her husband, who stepped forward to assist, allowing Gu Ran to embrace the softly cooing, adorable baby in her arms, melting her heart entirely. Su Xiaoxiao inquired, Su Youwen, when will you and Gu Ran have a child? This question caused Gu Ran's cheeks to flush. Su Xiaoxiao continued, if you two, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, were to have a child, it would undoubtedly be stunning. Gu Ran, blushing profusely, nodded with a smile. As they exited the hospital, Su Youwen teasingly asked, when can we expect a baby? Gu Ran, her face still flushed, replied in a hushed tone, whenever fate allows. Su Youwen chuckled heartily. All right. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 97. You will always be desired in the midst of her busy days. Ever since the concert date was set, Gu Ran had been tirelessly practicing the piano day and night. This concert was not merely a solo performance. Collaborating with the ensemble required considerable synchronization. Recently, she had been experiencing inexplicable aches in her bones. Although she had encountered discomfort before, it had never been as intense as it was now. She reasoned that perhaps she was overexerting herself in her practice. With the concert scheduled for mid-next month, she knew she needed to dedicate at least another month to preparation. Gu Ran apologized shyly. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. After a month of intense practice, despite occasional swelling and pain in her body, and even experiencing nosebleeds at times, she paid little heed. She believed these were merely signs of fatigue, driven by her aspiration to excel in the upcoming concert. She persevered with relentless determination. This stage was her long-cherished dream, and she was resolute in not relinquishing it. Recently, her fingers had become somewhat stiff. Concerned that Su Youwen would worry about her, she chose not to inform him. She gently massaged her fingers until they warmed and softened. And only then did she begin to play. Their practice had been arduous, yet amidst their busy schedules, the awaited concert finally arrived. This time, the theme was Clear Moon. A rather chilly name. Since the last concert, Gu Ran's reputation had soared, resulting in the tickets for this event selling out almost immediately upon release. Gu Ran felt a hint of pressure. She did not wish to stagnate, hoping each concert would convey a sense of progress to her audience. She had always been this way, diligently applying herself in everything she undertook, even when serving dishes in a restaurant. On the day of the concert, Gu Qing, Gu Salon, Hu Yuexin, Si Yuwen, and Tang Mingxian were all present. They found themselves seated together in the audience. "Are you still nervous?" Gu Salon inquired of Su Yuwen beside her. Su Yuwen, maintaining a facade, retorted, "Not at all." Unable to suppress her laughter, Gu Salon remarked, "I can see that you care about Gu Ran. Stop pretending." Su Yuwen remained silent. Gu Qing shot a disapproving glance at Gu Salon, saying, "Could you be quiet? Do you not know how to remain silent in public?" Gu Salon fell silent. Su Yuwen, glancing at Tang Mingxian, curiously asked, "Why is there an empty seat next to you?" Tang Mingxian replied, "I reserved it for Zhou Jiran." Su Yuwen teased, "Have you two progressed so quickly?" Tang Mingxian warned him with a glance, "Please maintain silence in public." Su Yuwen closed his mouth. At that moment, the stage lights shifted, and Gu Ran, adorned in a stunning gown, gracefully ascended the stage. Under the soft, warm illumination, Gu Ran took her seat at the piano. Su Yuwen's eyes sparkled with a gentle light, and he couldn't help but murmur, "So beautiful." Tang Mingxian teased him, "A devoted husband, indeed." Su Yuwen cast him a sidelong glance just as Zhou Jiran arrived, leisurely taking her place beside Tang Mingxian. She leaned in and softly inquired, "Has it begun?" Tang Mingxian nodded. "Yes, it has started." The first piece Gu Ran played was Debussy's Clair de Lune. The music was cool and ethereal, yet concealed an abundance of love and longing. The audience was entranced, lost in the enchanting melodies. "It's so beautiful," Zhou Jiran couldn't help but exclaim. "Really?" Tang Mingxian whispered. "Indeed," Zhou Jiran responded. "Isn't she Su Yuwen's wife?" Tang Mingxian asked. "Yes, she is not only beautiful but also immensely talented," Zhou Jiran affirmed. After more than an hour and a half of performance, Gu Ran's hands began to stiffen uncontrollably, and the pain intensified compared to earlier symptoms. She felt waves of heat coursing through her body. She thought to herself, "Could I be developing a slight fever?" Nevertheless, she resolved to endure until the concert's conclusion, determined to showcase the best version of herself after all her efforts. As time progressed, the pain in her body grew more intense, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered until the very last key was struck. As everyone rose to express their gratitude, Gu Ran could no longer suppress the agony coursing through her body. It felt as though ants were incessantly gnawing at her bones, subjecting her to profound torment. In mere seconds, she lost consciousness, collapsing heavily onto the stage, plunging the venue into chaos. Ah Ran. Si Yuwen was momentarily taken aback, rushing towards the stage with urgency. The surrounding crowd stood in alarm. Within the blink of an eye, Su Yuwen reached the stage, disregarding everything as he knelt beside Gu Ran and lifted her into his arms. When Gu Ran regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital, her body aching all over, with little recollection of what had transpired. Beside her, Su Yuwen wore a dark expression, lost in thought. Gu Ran, with her pale face, smiled at him. "What's wrong? Why the grim countenance?" Su Yuwen's eyes welled with tears as he turned to face her, the moisture glistening in his gaze. "What's the matter? Am I on the brink of death?" In a fit of anger interlaced with sorrow, Si Yuwen exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me your health was so poor?" Gu Ran replied with a faint smile, "What's the big deal? I merely fainted." Su Yuwen, overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening as they fell upon his clothing, staining his collar, replied, "You have bone cancer." Bone cancer. A chill swept over Gu Ran. Realizing this was the very illness that claimed Gu Wei's life, she never imagined she would be ensnared by the same fate. Su Yuwen, in tears, lamented, "Ah Ran. Why didn't you inform me when you were feeling unwell? The doctor mentioned you should have been experiencing symptoms recently." Gu Ran, equally distressed, whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention." Su Yuwen was both angry and saddened. Gu Ran had never witnessed such an expression on his face. He stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace, whispering, "Ah Ran, I am simply afraid of losing you." Gu Ran gently patted his back, reassuring him, "Fool, I would never want to leave you." The following day, the detailed examination report was released, and they both made their way to the doctor's office. X-ray images were placed upon the illuminated board as the doctor began to utter terms that eluded their understanding, pointing to the shadowy areas on the films. Here, and here are all sites where cancer cells have metastasized," he remarked, furrowing his brow, indicating the severity of the spread. Si Yuwen anxiously inquired, "Is it serious?" The doctor replied, "The areas that were painful before should have prompted a visit. It is somewhat late now." "What does somewhat late mean?" Su Yuwen asked, growing more agitated. The doctor explained, let me put it this way. The early symptoms of bone cancer can be quite subtle, and patients may overlook minor aches. However, if severe pain arises, it indicates that the bone cancer has. Su Yuwen interrupted, has what? The words struck him like a heavy blow, leaving him dazed. How could this be possible? He was in disbelief, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. Gu Ran stepped in front of Su Yuwen, gripping his shoulders in an attempt to steady his emotions. It's only in the advanced stage. With today's medical advancements, there is certainly hope for treatment. In a moment of anguish, Su Yuwen clutched Gu Ran tightly, exclaiming, Ran, I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Chapter 98. The true illness. Upon hearing the distressing news of Gu Ran's bone cancer, Gu Xilan immediately took leave to visit her, while Gu Qing and the others hurried to the hospital without delay. With heavy steps, Gu Xilan approached Gu Ran's bedside. Upon seeing her pallid and emaciated face, a wave of emotion surged within him, causing his eyes to well up with tears. Gu Ran, he softly called her name. She sat at the head of the bed, smiling warmly at him. Gu Xilan, you're here? He bit his lip and replied, yes, I came to see you. I'm unwell, but I believe I'll recover soon, she reassured him. Yes, I think so too, Gu Xilan responded. I'll be waiting. Gu Xilan nodded in agreement. Just then, Gu Qing and the others arrived. Upon seeing the frail and weakened Gu Ran, Gu Qing could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed to Gu Ran, clasping her hand tightly, and wept uncontrollably. Gu Ran, how could you have fallen ill? It pains me to hear this. Gu Ran smiled gently to comfort her. Sister Gu, please don't be sad for me. I truly believe I'll get better soon. Gu Qing cried even harder. Gu Ran, please don't deceive me. Gu Ran hurried to reassure her. I would never lie to you. At that moment, Xiao Ai approached Gu Ran with an innocent voice, asking, Godmother, what illness do you have? Yesterday, when my mother heard you were sick, she cried as if it were pouring rain. Xiao Ai blinked her big eyes innocently. Is it true? Indeed. Gu Ran nodded earnestly. I love you, Godmother. You must get well soon. Xiao Ai also sobbed softly. Su Yuwen, standing nearby, witnessed the scene with a heavy heart, yet found himself at a loss for words. As the visit concluded, Su Yuwen escorted them out of the hospital's main entrance. Gu Xilan stood outside, and Gu Qing subtly gestured to Hu Yuexin, who then took Xiao Ai away. At that moment, the three of them found themselves in a small garden adjacent to the hospital. The biting winter wind chilled Su Yuwen's gaunt face, causing it to flush. How is Gu Ran? Gu Xilan inquired earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Su Yuwen. With a heavy sigh, Su Yuwen's weary eyes dimmed further. She is in the terminal stage of bone cancer. How can this be? Gu Qing's voice quivered with emotion. Su Yuwen lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I wish I could deny it. She seemed perfectly fine before. In a fit of rage, Gu Xilan seized Su Yuwen by the collar, exclaiming, You promised to take good care of Gu Ran. How could you not even know she was ill? And now it's already at the terminal stage. Su Yuwen felt utterly despondent, tears welling in his eyes. I want to scold myself. Why did I only discover her condition at this late stage? Gu Xilan, overwhelmed with emotion, struck his cheek with her fist. You fool, she shouted. Gu Qing, noticing Gu Xilan's emotional outburst, rushed to intervene. Gu Xilan, please calm down. Gu Xilan's fist trembled, and as she turned to Gu Qing, tears filled her eyes, sparkling in the sunlight as they fell. Gu Ran is in this condition. How can I not be upset? She exclaimed, her voice breaking as she began to sob. Gu Qing gently placed a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to soothe her distress. Su Yuwen stood silently, tears streaming down her face. Gu Xilan wiped her own face and then turned to Su Yuwen, demanding, Su Yuwen, is terminal bone cancer curable? Regardless of the answer, I will exhaust every means to save her. Su Yuwen replied. Speak the truth to me. Gu Xilan shouted angrily. Meanwhile, Gu Ran, seizing the moment when no one was around, stealthily approached the office of the attending physician. For days, she had inquired about her true condition from Su Yuwen, but he always evaded her questions. Gu Ran understood he was concealing the truth about her illness. Upon seeing Gu Ran enter, Dr. Mo, the attending physician, inquired curiously, What brings you here? Gu Ran smiled as she approached him. I have come to ask about my condition. Dr. Mo responded, Please, take a seat. Gu Ran obediently sat down in the chair before him and asked, Dr. Mo, please tell me honestly, what is the current status of my illness? Dr. Mo pursed his lips, struggling to articulate. It is at an advanced stage, but with active chemotherapy and medication, there should be a possibility of. Before he could finish, Gu Ran interjected, Just tell me directly, how long can I live at most? Dr. Mo sighed. 3 months to 6 months. If you undergo treatment diligently, you might live longer. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran smiled. I knew it. Su Youwen was deceiving me. Dr. Mo quickly reassured her. There is still hope with proactive treatment. At this moment, Gu Ran interrupted Dr. Mo, saying, Dr. Mo, you need not deceive me. I have seen the last set of scans. Although I am not a physician, I can comprehend some aspects. Those densely packed shadows signify cancer cells, do they not? Dr. Mo fell silent, realizing that this woman was far too astute for him to mislead. He wished to bring her some semblance of joy, yet it seemed futile. Gu Ran lowered her long eyelashes and said, I knew it. Dr. Mo responded with a pause, and after a moment of silence, Gu Ran stood up, smiling at him. Dr. Mo, thank you for revealing the truth to me. Today, I seek your discretion regarding this matter. Please do not inform my beloved. Dr. Mo sighed and replied. Very well, rest assured. Just as Gu Ran turned to leave, Dr. Mo called out to her, Gu Ran, you must continue your treatment diligently. No matter the condition of your illness, do not give up, all right? Gu Ran flashed him a brilliant smile and said, all right, I will heed your advice. Thank you, Dr. Mo. Meanwhile, Gu Silan, having heard everything from Su Youwen, was in tears, exclaiming, how is this possible? Gu Ran only has 3 to 6 months left. Su Youwen hung his head, murmuring, yes, it is difficult for me as well. Gu Silan pressed on. Is there any way to cure her? Su Youwen shook his head vigorously. It is too late. Chapter 99. Her tenderness is like a blade. Su Youwen remained by Gu Ran's side, spending his days engaging her in conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes that would bring a beautiful smile to her weary face. He tirelessly sought out places that could potentially cure bone cancer. On that day, Gu Ran approached him and gently cradled his face in her hands. Despite her gaunt and pale appearance, her smile remained breathtakingly beautiful. In a soft voice, she remarked, look at you, you've lost weight. Su Youwen rubbed his weary eyes and replied, it's nothing. Why are you up? Gu Ran answered gently, lying down for too long is quite dull. I wanted to take a stroll. Understanding her sentiments, Su Youwen said, I'll get a wheelchair for you, and we can go out for a bit. Gu Ran smiled in agreement, all right. As winter had already set in, with the chilly winds blowing, Su Youwen was reluctant to take her too far, so they settled in the hospital's sky garden. The garden, equipped with a greenhouse, allowed the flowers and plants to remain lush and vibrant, well tended by dedicated staff. It's so beautiful here, Gu Ran said softly from her wheelchair. Indeed, it is, Su Youwen echoed gently. Every moment now felt extraordinarily precious to him. Gu Ran was a person of both tenacity and strength. Despite her current condition, she often struggled to sleep at night, while Su Youwen, sleeping lightly, could perceive her unrest. Yet, she feared causing him worry, so she endured and pretended to be sound asleep. This tenderness only deepened his anguish. One night, awakening suddenly, he found Gu Ran looking at him, and she asked, I'm sorry, did I wake you? Su Youwen's heart ached subtly as he replied, no, I just woke up unexpectedly. His lie was so clumsy that Gu Ran could easily see through it. She then suggested, since I can't sleep anyway, why don't we watch a movie together? He once again played the film Love Letter, which she cherished dearly. In the past, he could not fully grasp the emotions it evoked. But now he comprehended the anguish that enveloped Boko upon losing her beloved. As the clock struck midnight, Gu Ran fell asleep against his shoulder. Su Youwen gently laid her upon the bed to allow her some rest. He gazed upon her face, his pain intensifying with each passing moment. The affliction was gnawing away at her body, and in turn, it was consuming his heart. Perhaps one day, he too would turn to ashes, following Gu Ran's departure. He wheeled Gu Ran to a sea of flowers, a splendid array of roses cultivated in the little garden. Such beautiful blooms, she remarked, reaching out to caress one of the blossoms. Indeed, just as lovely as you, he replied. Gu Ran chuckled at his words, surprised that despite his age, he still uttered such sweet nothings. Su Youwen smiled gently, I can never say enough to you. He bent down and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Gu Ran playfully complained, your stubble is quite prickly. Preoccupied with caring for Gu Ran, he had neglected his own appearance. Indeed, he looked rather disheveled. Upon returning to the hospital room, Su Youwen took a razor into the washroom to shave. At that moment, Gu Ran approached him slowly, her face lit with a smile. Let me help you shave. Su Youwen shook his head. No, I can do it myself. However, Gu Ran was quite insistent, unable to refuse her. For she was the love of his life, he instinctively lowered his defenses in her presence. Gu Ran seized the razor from his hands, embodying the spirit of a victorious child, delighting in her small triumph. Their bond was profound, he indulged her whims, fully content with his role. Gu Ran delicately wielded the razor in her hand, carefully grooming him. Youwen could sense a barely perceptible tremor in her hand, a telling sign that her condition had worsened. Yet, he refrained from imposing restrictions on her actions. For he understood that a person as stubborn and resilient as she did not wish to be perceived merely as a patient. What could have been a 5-minute task stretched into over 10 minutes, her movements both stiff and slow, but he was in no way perturbed. Once finished, she beamed with pride at her handiwork. Youwen touched his face, nodding in satisfaction, and couldn't help but praise her. Our Ran is truly remarkable. In response, Gu Ran would lift her face, radiating a warm and beautiful smile akin to the gentle sunlight of spring. Such moments were essential. Observing her delight brought immense joy to Youwen. He would reach out to embrace her, cautious not to apply any pressure. For her body had become so rigid that even the lightest touch could cause her pain. Yet, he yearned to hold her close, to intertwine her essence with his very being. Perhaps, soon enough, he would no longer be able to touch her. The inability to reach out to the one he cherished most was, without a doubt, a torment. Chemotherapy had stripped Gu Ran of her once lustrous black hair, leaving it to fall away like autumn leaves. Her face, once as fair and beautiful as an egg, had grown gaunt and haggard. He stifled his own sorrow, unwilling to let his beloved suffer due to his grief, thus maintaining a facade of strength. "No, you must remain this way in the hospital for your recovery," he reassured her. Yet deep down, he understood that Gu Ran's illness was beyond remedy. The hospital was merely a setting for a prolonged farewell. Gu Ran choked back tears, pleading, "Please do not deceive me." Her haggard visage was stained with tears, and each drop felt like a dagger piercing Youwen's heart, inflicting unbearable anguish. She continued, "I am aware of everything. My illness is beyond recovery." Inexplicably, the fortress of her inner strength, painstakingly constructed, crumbled in an instant. "No, it will surely get better." Youwen could no longer contain his sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. "Do not lie to me, nor to yourself. I know everything," she cried. "I only have 3 months left. Do not speak such nonsense. That cannot be. You are meant to grow old with me." Her sobs intensified, and Youwen yearned to embrace her but hesitated. "There are so many things I wish to share with you. I want to spend my remaining days by your side." Chapter 100. The long-awaited sunlight. The winter air was frigid, yet the long-awaited sunlight radiated warmth. Youwen accompanied Gu Ran outside to bask in the sun, seated in a bamboo rocking chair in the courtyard. Gu Ran rested her head on Youwen's shoulder, relishing the winter's embrace. A delicate fragrance wafted gently from her, filling his senses. Recently, she had experienced moments of unconsciousness, her body growing increasingly weary, and he noticed small red spots appearing on her skin, indications of organ failure. The gentle, radiant sunlight filtered through the verdant leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. Swaying softly in the breeze, Youwen draped a cozy blanket over her, attuned to her faint breaths. Before long, Gu Ran awoke. Lifting her heavy eyelids to gaze at him, her voice soft, "Did I accidentally fall asleep again?" "It's all right. I shall stay by your side," Youwen replied, gently stroking her head with an affectionate glance. "What would you like to eat for lunch?" "I'll prepare it for you," Youwen inquired. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "How about some congee?" "All right, let's have some congee." He readily agreed. For their midday meal, he diligently cooked a pot of white rice congee, fragrant and delectable. As they sat across from each other sharing the meal, Gu Ran picked up a spoon to feed herself, but after a few bites, she could no longer suppress the urge and rushed to the restroom to vomit. Youwen hurried after her. Gu Ran emerged, having expelled the congee she had managed to eat, and apologized. "I'm so sorry for throwing up. Your effort in making this congee was in vain." Youwen felt a pang of sorrow, nearly moved to tears, as the cold wind outside rattled the branches, chilling his heart. "It's all right," he replied, his voice wavering as he struggled to maintain composure. "It's all right." He comforted her, his heart aching, unaware that tears had begun to fall. Yet, she playfully teased him. "Look, you're crying. The one who cries has lost the game." She chided him mischievously, recalling their pact that if either of them cried, they would lose in this playful contest. "I haven't tea," he retorted stubbornly, wiping away the corners of his tears. "You silly." She laughed. Gu Ran was busily scribbling something at her desk in the study when Youwen approached, curiosity piqued. However, she swiftly covered her work, playfully declaring, "You can't see. What are you writing? Why so mysterious?" Youwen asked, intrigued. "Gu Ran, you will understand in due time." Youwen, "All right, I shall heed your words." He then reminded her, "It's time for your medication." Ran smiled in response. Very well. Before her lay an array of vividly colored pills, which she had whimsically named, red ones as roses, green ones as leaves, and white ones as snow. It was as if she treated them like beloved pets. He surmised that her playful naming was merely a reflection of her desire to shield him from the sight of her suffering while taking her medicine. She obediently consumed her pills, then playfully remarked, "Look how well-behaved I am. Shouldn't you reward me with a kiss?" Youwen chuckled at her antics. As long as she was by his side, he would grant her every wish. Very well. He complied, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. Later that night, she suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Youwen awoke to find her once pale face flushed with color, a peculiar beauty in her distress. "Aran," he softly called. Turning toward her, she smiled as she turned, but the suppressed tone in her voice instantly alerted him to the fact that she was concealing something. Leaning closer, he discovered her right hand clenched tightly. With gentle force, he pried it open, revealing the stark sight of fresh blood. She offered an awkward smile. Yet her demeanor remained tender as she apologized. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hide it well." Youwen could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face, betraying his masculine fool. "I am still by your side, so please do not cry." She wished to comfort him, feeling that he would gladly share his life with her, even if it meant facing death together. That was preferable to living alone in this world. It was another day for chemotherapy at the hospital, and she had become noticeably frail, far from her former self. Dr. Mo observed her and inquired, "How has your health been lately? Have you experienced any coughing up blood?" She responded with a soft "oh." Dr. Mo nodded, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the keyboard. "What about your weight?" "Oh," she replied, as he meticulously recorded the information. Ran was visibly losing weight at an alarming rate, a testament to the ever-growing strength of the illness. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness instilled in him a profound guilt. Upon leaving the hospital, fine snow began to fall gently from the sky, melting upon contact with her hair. Youwen supported her as she spoke first. "Youwen, I recall that we have yet to go on our honeymoon." She smiled sweetly at him. "Why don't we go together?" Youwen nodded in agreement. "All right. I really want to see the snow." Her laughter was sweet, reminiscent of a child savoring honey. Whatever she wished to do, he would accompany her. Wherever she desired to go, he was willing to follow. Chapter 101. Living is more painful than dying. Ran had never believed in fate. She dismissed the notion of destiny as mere illusion. Yet now, she found herself somewhat yielding to that belief. Weiji would never bless her. She understood deeply at this moment that whether she lived or died, he would strive to keep them apart. The bitter chill of winter enveloped the air, and the long-anticipated snow finally descended as she gazed vacantly out the window at the delicate flakes drifting down, akin to her own life gradually withering away. Once they touched the ground, they would melt away, becoming invisible. Had she not met Youwen, she would never have feared departing from this world, for she possessed nothing and therefore feared the loss of nothing. Yet, her heart had been ensnared by a yearning for Youwen. She once believed that with enough effort, she could attain all that she desired, but now, all her endeavors seemed in vain. One day, she would inevitably turn to ash, merging with the earth. She despised her fragile body that could be so easily shattered. Youwen had prepared their luggage, and they were to embark on a journey to Japan. His affection for her was boundless. He was always willing to heed her every wish. The deeper his love for her, the more profound her anguish became. The thought of leaving him behind one day, leaving him to navigate this world alone, filled her with an unbearable sense of cruelty. On the day they were to depart for the airport, Gu Salon, Gu Qing, Hu Yuexin, and Tang Mingxian all came to bid farewell. "Have a splendid time in Japan," Gu Qing exclaimed, her sunny disposition as radiant as ever. "Yes, thank you," Ran replied with a nod and a smile. "Youwen, take good care of her." Gu Silon's tone was almost commanding as she addressed him, to which Youwen responded with a gentle smile. "Of course, I will." Gu Silon understood that since Youwen had married Ran, he no longer had a legitimate reason to care for her. Ran nodded. "Absolutely. Old Tang, we must come to celebrate your wedding banquet." After bidding farewell, they passed through security and boarded the plane. Following a lengthy flight, they arrived in Japan and booked a train to Otaru, where their local guide promptly escorted them to a charming hotel. The city of Otaru exudes an exquisite allure, suffused with a romantic ambience reminiscent of a quaint European town. The landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow, picturesque and breathtaking. After a well-deserved rest, they shook off their fatigue and strolled through the streets. As they exhaled, the moisture in the air transformed into a delicate mist. They heard whispers of a music box shop in Otaru, filled with beautiful ceramics and shimmering glassware, which captivated Gu Ran's interest, prompting Su Youwen to accompany her there. He had always been attentive to her wishes, showering her with affection. The delightful array of toys enchanted Gu Ran immensely, and Su Youwen purchased in abundance for her. Upon returning to their hotel, Gu Ran retrieved a music box from her collection. She opened it, placing it before him, and the box released a melodious tune. Featuring a ceramic figurine of a girl twirling amidst swirling white snowflakes within a transparent glass vessel. "Isn't it beautiful?" she boasted. "Indeed, it is," Su Youwen concurred. She continued, speaking in a gentle, joyful tone, "When I pass away, if you miss me, just look at this." In an instant, the music box slipped from Su Youwen's grasp and fell to the floor. "What nonsense are you speaking? Don't speak of death." He rarely lost his temper with her. Gu Ran smiled softly. "Silly, it is merely a truth to be accepted, just like birth." Su Youwen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "But I still cannot accept it." Gu Ran smiled at him, teasingly remarking, "Fool, you will have to accept it sooner or later." Su Youwen, resembling a child, replied, "I still can't come to terms with it. I cannot leave you." At that moment, Gu Ran gazed intently into his eyes, soft light shimmering within her own. "Su Youwen," she inquired, "if I were to perish tomorrow, what would you do?" Su Youwen, unwilling to confront such a harrowing question, retorted, "Why do you ask me this? I cannot bear to hear it." Gu Ran felt a pang of sorrow, yet this was a conversation she could not evade. "Su Youwen, please tell me," she implored, tears beginning to stream down her face. Seeing her cry, Su Youwen hastily attempted to console her, recognizing that her delicate frame could not withstand such emotional turmoil. "Do not cry," he urged, conceding. "All right, I will tell you." Wiping away his own tears, he continued, "I will accompany you." Indeed, as Gu Ran had anticipated, Su Youwen was someone she understood deeply. He was that kind of person. "Please, do not do this. Promise me you will not," she choked out, "no matter what happens. Just promise to live well, all right?" Yet he lamented, "But if you leave, living will be more painful than dying." Chapter 102. "Help me live." Gu Ran reached out to caress his cheek, speaking softly, "Fool, I still wish to see the cherry blossoms in spring, the fireworks in summer, Lake Baikal in autumn, and the quaint town of Otaru in winter. I have countless beautiful sights I long to witness, and many wishes yet to fulfill. So, could you please help me accomplish them?" She pleaded through her tears. He had always found it impossible to resist her, especially when she was weeping. "All right, I promise you. I will help you realize those wishes," he cried, affirming, "I promise. Promise me you will live well." She wept, holding him tightly. Su Youwen embraced her fervently, responding, "I will fulfill every word you say." Gu Ran gazed at him through tear-filled eyes, declaring, "I love you. Please carry my determination to live on." "All right." Su Youwen was overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming down his face. Even her final farewell felt cruel, yet it was her wish. And how could he refuse her? Gu Ran stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips, whispering, "I love you, Su Youwen. Meeting you in this lifetime is truly a blessing." The snow in Otaru had been falling for several days, accumulating thicker by the moment, crunching beneath their steps as Gu Ran playfully trod upon it. He held her hand as they walked along the long street, the warmth of their palms exchanging comfort, wishing that they could hold on like this forever, until their hair turned gray, until the end of their days. Suddenly, the sky opened up again, and snow began to cascade down. Su Youwen looked up, momentarily lost in thought. Gu Ran tightened her grip and smiled, saying, "I am right here beside you. I will accompany you until we grow old together." Su Youwen's eyes brimmed with tears once more. He had been overly sentimental lately, often appearing weary, lacking his usual vigor. The snowfall intensified, and the air grew increasingly frigid. Yet Gu Ran remained resolute. "It's all right. Let us take a stroll." "Aaron," Su Youwen called out anxiously. Gu Ran took a couple more steps forward when a wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat. "Aaron." Su Youwen panicked as he witnessed her suddenly spit blood, the vivid crimson stark against the pure white snow. Gu Ran lost consciousness and collapsed. Su Youwen hurriedly cradled her in his arms and rushed her to the hospital. After the doctor's diagnosis, he shook his head at Su Youwen. He understood that Gu Ran's time was running short. She had long been exhausted and, in recent days, had merely been enduring. Aran. He found himself on the desolate rooftop, succumbing to overwhelming despair, tears streaming down his face as he could no longer contain his grief. He wept bitterly, his body trembling, as if his very soul were being violently torn into countless fragments. Though he had anticipated this day, the pain remained unbearable, and he could not accept this grim reality. It was only after a long while that he managed to compose himself, reminding himself not to let Gu Ran witness his sorrow. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found Gu Ran awake, her frail form connected to and for drip, looking utterly worn. He responded quietly. With a faint smile, she asked, "Have you been crying?" Youwen turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze. "Your eyes are still red," she pointed out. He remained silent. At that moment, regret washed over him. He wondered if he had not listened to her and allowed her to leave the hospital, perhaps her days by his side would have been extended. Gu Ran, feeling agitated, exclaimed, "What are you talking about? I haven't even been to Tenggu Mountain to see the snow yet." In a sudden burst of frustration, she slapped him, leaving Youwen bewildered as he covered his face. Tears flowed from him like a broken faucet. "Youwen, wake up. I am ultimately going to die." "Have you not accepted this yet?" Gu Ran cried. "No." Youwen shouted vehemently. "I will not allow you to die. You cannot leave me. We promised to be together forever. How could you abandon me? How could you?" Gu Ran wept inconsolably. "Youwen, please regain your senses." Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood and fainted. Youwen, filled with regret, rushed forward to press the emergency button, his heart-wrenching pleas echoing. "A Ran. I was wrong. I was wrong." At that moment, a swarm of medical staff burst in, commencing rescue efforts for Gu Ran, while Youwen was pulled out. Kneeling outside the door in a state of despair, he numbly clasped his hands in silent prayer before the door, yearning. "Heaven, I implore you, grant Gu Ran more time. I would willingly trade a decade of my life for it." In the dead of night, Gu Silan was abruptly awakened from a restless slumber. Sitting at the edge of his bed with rapid breaths, gripped by an ominous premonition. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Gu Ran's number, but it went unanswered. He then attempted to reach Youwen, yet to no avail. Feeling like an ant on a hot pan, he immediately called Gu Qing to share the haunting nightmare he had just experienced. Gu Qing echoed his sentiments. "I had the same dreadful dream. I sensed something is terribly amiss. Have you tried calling Gu Ran?" Gu Silan replied anxiously. "Yes, but no one answered." Gu Qing inquired, "What about Youwen?" Gu Silan responded. He didn't answer either. Hearing the trembling in his voice, Gu Qing sensed his distress. Gu Silan, fraught with confusion, questioned, "Sister, what should we do now?" Gu Qing scratched her head, glancing at the time on her phone before exhaling in relief. "It's not too late. Let us go to the mountain and pray." Gu Silan found Gu Qing's sudden decision perplexing. "Hurry. The act of lighting incense is indeed potent. We shall go to pray for Gu Ran. This is the only means I can conceive of at present." Observing Gu Silan's lack of response, Gu Qing inquired sharply once more, "Are we going or not?" Initially, Gu Silan hesitated, yet her insistence prompted an immediate agreement. All right. Chapter 103. The Wind Rises. Conclusion. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, an impenetrable blackness. Gu Silan's heart fluttered with unease. He had never felt this way before, as if his very soul were being violently extracted from his body. The path up the mountain was treacherous, but the thought of Gu Ran spurred him onward, compelling him to ascend no matter the cost. This staunch atheist found himself surprisingly inclined to believe in the mystical. Gu Qing, noticing his dazed expression, mocked him. "Are you still half asleep? Is your youthful body already failing you?" Gu Silan quickly retorted, "Who says that? I have plenty of energy." With that, he swiftly vanished in a puff of smoke. A bead of sweat trickled down Gu Qing's forehead. By the time dawn broke, they had reached the mountain summit, only to find the temple gates still closed, the morning air frigid enough to freeze one solid. Gu Silan stared blankly at the dark temple door, glancing at Gu Qing to express his annoyance. "Who said we were on time? The door isn't even open yet." Gu Qing sighed. "Well, we shall just have to wait a moment." Yet, Gu Silan, ignoring her words, stepped forward. Gu Qing initially thought he intended to force the door open, but to her astonishment, he suddenly knelt upon the cold, hard ground, his hands clasped in earnest prayer. "Buddha, if you truly possess power, I implore you to safeguard Gu Ran. I would willingly exchange my life for his well-being." Gu Qing lowered her eyelashes and knelt beside him, clasping her hands together in prayer before the temple gate. "Buddha, I beseech you to watch over Gu Ran. She is such a wonderful person. Please lend her your aid." Hearing this, Youwen was overcome with grief, and as if in a daze, he entered the hospital room to find the frail Gu Ran gazing at him. With a voice barely above a whisper, she implored, "Youwen, cough, take me to Tenggu Mountain. I long to see the snow." "Please." Youwen, embracing her, wept uncontrollably and promised, "Yes, I will take you. I will take you right away. Please, do not leave me." Gu Ran's fingertips brushed against his face as she smiled, "Fool." Yet, before she could complete her gesture, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Yuwen realized that time was slipping away for her. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped her in a thick down jacket and rushed outside the hospital. Outside, snow fell heavily, obscuring the path ahead. After a prolonged wait, he managed to hail a taxi. When the driver inquired about their destination, Su Yuwen replied, "Tiango Mountain." The driver squinted, sighed, and remarked, "The journey to Tiango Mountain is treacherous. I fear we can only reach the foot of the mountain, and the rest of the way must be traversed on foot." Su Yuwen, undeterred by the driver's caution, agreed to everything. He held Gu Ran tightly in his arms. Her body was feverish, and she lay in a deep slumber. Tears streamed down his face as he wept throughout the journey, prompting concern from the driver. "Is she the one you love?" he asked. "Yes." "What has happened to her?" "She is fading." Su Yuwen replied, his tears flowing freely. "Please, drive faster. She wishes to see the snow on Tiango Mountain in her final moments." The vehicle surged forward at an astonishing speed, the scenery outside blurring past like a swiftly spinning shuttle. Su Yuwen held Gu Ran tightly, whispering softly, "Ran, please don't leave us. We have yet to witness the snow on Mount Tiango. I implore you, do not fade away." Gu Ran remained in a deep slumber, seemingly entrapped in a dream. In her reverie, Gu Weiji appeared, radiating warmth like an angel, extending her hand towards her and saying, "Ran, Mother has come to take you with her." Captivated by the vision before her, Gu Ran instinctively reached out, calling out softly, "Mother." Gu Weiji replied gently, "Yes, Mother has come for you. You shall not be alone. Come, walk with me." "Mother," Gu Ran murmured. Gu Weiji grasped her hand firmly, her smile serene and tender. This version of Gu Weiji was one Gu Ran had never encountered in reality, rendering her somewhat surreal. Yet, Gu Weiji's expression shifted with concern. "Ran, what troubles you?" Gu Ran touched her own hand, feeling its chill. Gu Weiji called out again, "Ran, I have come to take you. Come with me." Observing her silence, Gu Weiji's urgency grew. "Ran, please, hurry and come with me." Gu Ran resisted, declaring, "I do not wish to accompany you." Gu Weiji, incensed, demanded, "Why not?" Gu Ran asserted, "Because I want to be with Su Yuwen." "What?" Gu Weiji exclaimed as Gu Ran unveiled the truth. "You are but a figment. I wish to be with Su Yuwen." She soared towards the light, awakening at that moment to a flurry of snow, the chaos rendering the path ahead nearly indiscernible. Su Yuwen struggled to carry her forward, the heavy snow engulfing the mountain path, rendering the landscape a vast expanse of white. "Su Yuwen." She softly called his name. He glanced at her, who had just awakened, tears of joy streaming down his face as he choked out, "We have arrived at Tiango Mountain. I will take you to see the snow." Gu Ran's heart suddenly warmed, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. "Su Yuwen, please don't sleep. Aaron, do not succumb to slumber. We will reach it soon." He gritted his teeth, laboriously pressing on. "Su Yuwen," she tenderly whispered his name. "If I truly perish, I shall forever remember your name. Should I traverse the stone of 3 lifetimes, I will inscribe your name upon it. In the next life, I wish to encounter you again, to be with you." She spoke these words with great effort before drifting back into unconsciousness. Gradually, the skies began to clear, the sun rising above the horizon, illuminating the world in radiant light. Su Yuwen held Gu Ran tightly in the snow, her eyes fluttering open to behold the brilliant world around her, a blissful smile gracing her lips. "Have we arrived?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes, Aaron. We have arrived," Su Yuwen replied, his voice thick with emotion. As she gazed upon the pristine white earth bathed in pure sunlight, a profound warmth surged within her heart. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her wonder, tears of emotion spilling from her eyes. After a brief pause, she continued, "Su Yuwen, thank you. Meeting you in this lifetime is my greatest happiness." She reached out to touch his face, and Su Yuwen took her hand, pressing it gently against his cheek. He sobbed, "No, meeting you is my greatest happiness. Without you, I would not know what love or warmth is. Su Yuwen, if I were to say that I wish to be with you in the next life, would you be willing?" Gu Ran's eyes sparkled, bright and tender. "I would." Su Yuwen cried, "I would be willing to do anything as long as I can be with you." "How wonderful! If we are together in the next life, I truly hope to accompany you for a longer time." Su Yuwen nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, yes, you must not leave me again." "Agreed. It is a promise," she said, raising her pinky. Youwen immediately linked his with hers. Pinky swear, if anyone breaks this vow, this shall be a little dog. She said weakly. All right, whoever deceives will be a little dog. She leaned against Youwen's chest, gazing at the increasingly radiant sky. The world before her grew brighter, and suddenly a gust of wind swept through, carrying remnants of snow that fluttered down upon them. As she beheld the exquisite scene, a gentle smile graced her lips. At that moment, she slowly turned her head to meet Youwen's gaze, filled with hope as she said, "The wind is rising. You must live well." As she spoke, she attempted to raise her hand to caress his face, softly murmuring, "How happy I would be to die in your embrace." But alas, before her hand could touch his face, it fell heavily into the cold snow. His heart ached as if pierced by a knife, despair engulfing him. He wished nothing more than to follow her into the eternal abyss. His tears cascaded into her hair as he stared blankly at the vast expanse of white snow before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps embracing Youwen and departing this world together would not be such a tragic fate. A gust of wind swept through, and he reflected on the beauty of the world around him. There were countless breathtaking sights he yearned to explore, and an abundance of unfulfilled wishes lingering in his heart. Could you assist me in realizing them? Youwen was abruptly reminded of her words, and uncontrollable tears streamed down his face. Biting his lip, he held Youwen tightly in his arms. "Ran, I promise you, I will live well. I will live for your sake." Chapter 104. Eternal morning. Guqin was reciting scriptures, hoping to offer blessings for Youwen, when her phone rang. Reaching for it, she saw it was a call from Gu Silon. "Youwen has died." His sorrowful voice echoed from the other end. The string of prayer beads in Guqin's hand snapped, scattering beads across the floor. How could this be? Instantly, tears streamed down her face like rain. On the day of the funeral, torrential rain poured down, and the blue hydrangeas nearby were battered to the ground. Youwen held Youwen's urn, moving slowly and mechanically towards the cemetery, each step weighing heavily upon him. He stood before the grave, motionless for a long time, until Tang Mingxian stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him, "It is time to lay her to rest." Youwen caressed the urn in his hands, choking back tears. Ran. Tang Mingxian's expression was grave as he sighed softly. The image of Youwen's smiling face appeared before him. "Youwen, I will wait for you in the next life." He trembled as he knelt on the cold, damp ground, clutching the urn tightly, forcing himself to place it in the grave. "Ran, in the next life, I wish to be with you again. So wait for me." The crowd held black umbrellas, and Guqin wept uncontrollably beneath hers, while Xiao Ai clutched her beloved rabbit doll and cried out loud. Youwen would never again grace this world with her presence. There would never be another Youwen. She was irreplaceable. Tang Mingxian had always been concerned about his condition. He had previously accompanied him to see a psychologist, and after a month, there was finally some slight improvement. Psychologist Li Mei advised Youwen not to deliberately avoid his grief. If he truly missed someone, he could seek out the remnants left behind by that person. On the weekend, Youwen visited the place where he had once lived with Youwen. Since her departure, Tang Mingxian had brought him to stay at his residence, fearing that Youwen might take his own life when he was left unattended. The summer sun blazed fiercely, and the cicadas chirped deafeningly. Youwen approached the bookshelf, curious about the books Youwen had cherished. As he examined the titles, something caught his eye. It was. He immediately reached out, extracting it from the dense collection of books. Gently brushing off the dust from its cover, he revealed an aged, yellowed surface. "Hey!" A youth clad in a white shirt stood at the corner of the staircase, blocking her path. On that day, the sunlight was clear and gently illuminated the youthful, fair-skinned face of the boy, vividly portraying his sculpted features. He smiled, his grin reminiscent of the bright sunshine in summer. The girl glanced at him, feigning disinterest. But he playfully obstructed her path by resting his foot on the railing. "What do you want?" Youwen finally met his gaze, curiosity evident in her eyes. Youwen smirked mischievously. The yellowed pages of a diary contained elegant and refined notes. May 22nd, 2010, Friday, clear skies, a mundane mood. Today, I transferred to a new high school, where everything felt perpetually unfamiliar, leaving me numb from the constant upheaval. I am uncertain how long I will remain in this institution. Gu Weiji's emotions are becoming increasingly unstable, and he may soon spiral out of control. I hope no one remembers me, nor do I wish for my friends, whom I cannot be with, to feel sorrow. Thus, I intend to refrain from forming any friendships here. Yet, today I encountered someone remarkably special. His name is Youwen. He often steals glances at me while I pretend to be engrossed in my own activities. During recess, This eccentric individual blocked my path on the stairs, his beaming expression slightly irritating yet more dazzling than the sun. Chapter 105. Her diary, May 1st, 29, 2010, Friday, clear skies, a reasonably good mood. Today, Zhou announced that Su Youwen would be moving to the seat beside me. This person is quite peculiar. He approaches everything with such clarity. Previously, he obstructed my way out of curiosity, and now he has chosen to sit next to me. Such overt behavior can only indicate his intention to pursue me, can it not? Yet boys of this age seldom articulate their affections with clarity. They may profess to like everyone, yet seldom do they truly fall in love with any one individual. Their expressions of fondness are but a trivial game played with words. I find no desire to engage with him. My studies hold far greater significance. To my dismay, this peculiar individual has observed my interaction with Gu Weiji and insists on probing into the nature of our relationship, which is exceedingly tiresome. Gu Weiji, the tether of my existence, is also the source of my anguish. I wish to avoid the topic entirely. Thus, when he broached it, I shouted in protest. Yet, he misconstrued my outburst as anger and brought me a strawberry yogurt to soothe me. What a delightful fool he is. The yogurt he offered was exceptionally sweet and delicious, instantly altering my perception of him. Indeed, delectable treats possess the power to evoke joy. On June 1st, 2010, a Monday marked by warmth and a buoyant spirit, Tang Mingxian and Zhou Haoran, those two eccentrics, were engaged in a game of basketball in class. A perilous pursuit indeed. Should they strike someone, it would not bode well. Yet, in my quest for knowledge, I wished to tackle a few more problems and chose to disregard their antics. To my surprise, the ball seemed to have a mind of its own, hurtling towards me with alarming speed. In that critical moment, Su Youwen dashed forth to shield me from its path. As I gazed up at him, our eyes met, and he anxiously inquired if I was unharmed. Observing his concern for my well-being, it felt as though something luminous and resplendent blossomed within the confines of my heart, a sensation I had never encountered throughout my life. On June 4th, 2010, a Friday characterized by sweltering heat and tempestuous emotions, I found myself once again the target of disdain. Paper balls struck me one after another. Insults scrawled on slips of paper affixed to my back, and chewing gum stuck to my workbook. Such trivialities barely registered with me, for I have endured far worse. The most ludicrous of their fabrications was the claim that I was the offspring of a mistress. A mistress? That foolish woman, Gu Weiji, could hardly love anyone else besides that wretched man. In truth, I was indifferent to their opinions. How others perceived me or what they said could not alter my essence. I had nothing fragile to fear losing. However, that malicious girl, Su Yuxuan, resorted to physical aggression, attempting to push me down the steep staircase. I was not afraid. Yet perhaps instinctively, I felt a flicker of fear as I plummeted. Dying in such a manner might even serve a purpose. At least Gu Weiji would receive a substantial compensation, and I harbored no concern for this painful world. Yet, the fool named Su Youwen appeared, once again recklessly saving me. At the stairwell's turn, our paths crossed. How extraordinary. This time, we tumbled together. His pained grimace elicited a chuckle from me, not merely from amusement, but perhaps from the warmth and gratitude of having someone to protect me. He gently caressed the words in my diary. Tears as large as beans splattering upon the pages, and he softly murmured, "Silly girl, I shall always protect you." Chapter 106. Her diary, July 2nd, 3rd, 2010, Saturday. Sweltering weather, a cheerful mood. Gu Weiji harbored a profound disdain for Su Youwen, a sentiment that was palpable from their very first encounter. Although Gu Weiji exhibited hostility towards anyone who approached me, her animosity towards Su Youwen was particularly pronounced. With summer upon us, I believed it improbable that I would see Su Youwen again, as there seemed to be no legitimate reason for our paths to cross. To my surprise, he sought me out. This fool, in his own endearing way, was somewhat charming. Despite my trepidation regarding Gu Weiji's scolding, I found the prospect of spending time with Su Youwen far more engaging than the monotony of practicing the piano. As I sat in the back seat of Su Youwen's car, dappled sunlight filtered through the trees, casting intricate patterns upon us, while the refreshing scent of nature wafted gently into our nostrils. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped me, as if I had grasped the freedom and happiness I so longed for. We indulged in milk tea and fried chicken together, and he accompanied me to an art exhibition. Such delightful moments seemed to unfold effortlessly in his presence. Meeting him felt like a serendipitous blessing. On July 7th, 2010, a Wednesday marked by scorching heat and an uplifting spirit, He came to seek my company once more. I felt a surge of happiness, albeit tempered by a fear of revealing my true feelings, worried that he might become overly pleased with himself. I showed him my painting titled Flame, and he praised me effusively, appearing adorably foolish in his admiration. We shared popsicles, and the sweltering weather caused the melting treat to drip upon my hands. He inquired about the duration of my piano studies, prompting me to realize that I had been learning for 12 years. 12 years, a significant span of time. How many such 12-year chapters does one life encompass? On July 23, 2010, a Friday marked by extreme heat and an exceptionally cheerful disposition, Youwen adopted a mysterious demeanor, claiming he had a special place to take me. Under the veil of night, we found ourselves in a desolate square where he unveiled the fireworks he had meticulously prepared. As we ignited them, the spectacle was breathtaking, resembling stars scattered upon the earth. Yet, that fool Youwen insisted that the stars had fallen into my eyes. He remarked that when one passes away, they transform into stars in the heavens, watching over those still on the ground. I could discern his longing for someone, perhaps a beloved relative. I advised him to cherish life, a sentiment I echoed to myself. It brought me immense joy to share the experience of lighting fireworks with him, and I wish for more such moments together. On Saturday, July 24, 2010, the air was stifling, and my spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Youwen often claimed that her intentions were for my benefit, urging me to practice the piano incessantly, neglecting her own playing. Yet, I pondered whether this was truly her dream or mine. At times, I found myself desiring nothing more than a simple expression of care, a basic need that she seemed incapable of fulfilling. That day, I teetered on the brink of despair, gazing at the tumultuous river, momentarily contemplating a reckless leap into its depths as a means of escape. Then, he appeared, a radiant presence that burst into my life, illuminating my shattered and dim world. This fool wiped away my tears and offered to treat me to ice pops. However, I wished to treat him instead, wishing to express my gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Recently, the company welcomed new recruits, and Su Xiaoxiao took a leave of absence to welcome her second child. Wang Lulu sat at her workstation, while the newcomer, Zhang Zhao, a young and beautiful woman in the prime of her youth, sat nearby. Upon noticing the handsome and affluent Youwen, Zhang Zhao could not help but feel a fluttering in her heart. Does General Su have a girlfriend? Zhang Zhao inquired with curiosity. What about a wife? She asked again. No, Wang Lulu replied. Wow, that's wonderful, she exclaimed joyfully. Wang Lulu glanced at her and advised, but if you have feelings for General Su, I suggest you refrain from daydreaming. Zhang Zhao's youthful heart shattered into countless pieces, the sound of its breaking echoing loudly. Wang Lulu explained. Because he has someone he deeply loves. Zhang Zhao furrowed her brow. But didn't you just say he has no wife or girlfriend? Wang Lulu responded. The person he loves has already passed away. Zhang Zhao questioned. Can he love someone else? Wang Lulu sighed softly because it is so profoundly etched into his heart. He is unlikely to ever love another. Zhang Zhao exclaimed. How is that possible? Who would love only one person for a lifetime? Wang Lulu earnestly replied. I may not believe others, but General Su is undoubtedly such a person. Zhang Zhao cradled her face in her hands, sighing helplessly, but with such deep affection. Wouldn't it be painful? Chapter 107. Her diary, December 4, 2010, Saturday, rainy weather, unpleasant mood. Today, I felt a bit angry. Perhaps due to the rumors circulating about Youwen and Qin Zishi being in a relationship. However, upon reflection, I realized that their union truly has nothing to do with me, and I found solace in that thought. Nevertheless, Youwen took the time to clarify things with me, which made me suspect that he might harbor a slight fondness for me. Note, the affection I refer to comes from the heart, not merely from superficial admiration based on appearance, physique, or academic performance. On Tuesday, December 7, 2010, the weather was cold, and my spirits were low. I felt deeply unhappy today because Youwen got into a fight with someone, and the cause of this altercation was me. I am a sinner. Why must there always be such superficial individuals in this world, who inflict harm upon others for the sake of trivial appearances? I do not wish to witness those I care about being hurt. I applied a bandage to his injured face, hoping it might alleviate some of the torment I felt within. Yet, this fool found his bandaged face charming and laughed like a simpleton. On Saturday, December 11, 2010, the weather was warm, but my mood remained grim. Today, Youwen fought once again for my sake. I truly am a sinner. Why can't this world overlook my existence and spare me from such sorrowful events? Could those whom are beauty simply vanish? I wish he would disregard me. Yet, This fool insists on protecting me. In that moment, I acknowledged that I had begun to like him. If he is a calamity in my life, then I willingly embrace the descent, unperturbed by the prospect of being shattered beyond repair. On Monday, December 13th, 2010, the weather was cold, and my mood was still dismal. It is all my fault. Why should I not also face the consequences? I am, after all, the instigator. He is always so gentle, gently leading me into a state of infatuation. At the end of the month, I have a piano competition, and I have invited him, hoping he will attend. On Thursday, December 30th, 2010, the weather was cold, yet my spirits lifted. Today was my piano competition, and Youwen came as promised. I cherish those who honor their commitments in this world. The results of the competition were splendid. I secured first place. As I descended the stage after receiving my award, I intended to seek him out, only to be surrounded by a throng of insufferable reporters. I could only watch helplessly as he drifted away from me. My heart ached profoundly. I had hoped he would wait for me. This world terrifies me with the thought of others departing from my life. On January 3rd, 2011, a Monday, the weather was frigid and my spirits were low. Youwen has been experiencing severe episodes lately, and my anguish is palpable. It is evident that an unstable mother cannot nurture a normal child. Each time she succumbs to her illness, I teeter on the brink of despair. She often claims that all she does is for my benefit, yet her actions are evidently self-serving. I often ponder that in this cold world, no one could possibly love me, much like the moon will eternally evade a meeting with the sun. However, on that day, at my most desperate moment, I encountered him once more. He was like a ray of warm sunlight piercing through the bitter darkness of my wintry night, illuminating and comforting me time and time again. Yet, my resentment towards Youwen is deep. She negates my existence and everything I stand for. She inflicts pain upon me and seeks to harm Youwen as well. Why am I so powerless, unable to protect anything? On January 4th, 2011, a Tuesday, the weather remained cold, and my mood was still grim. Youwen has forbidden me from attending school, a punishment she has imposed upon me. Yet, my concern for Youwen weighs heavily on my heart. He has suffered because of me, and I cannot visit him. I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. I long to be with him, but I fear that my presence would only bring him further pain. On January 5th, 2011, a Wednesday, the cold persisted, and my spirits remained low. Today, Tang Mingxian came to deliver homework to me, and I felt a flicker of joy upon discovering Youwen's handwriting in my books. Aaron, take care. I will come to rescue you. I must admit, I was deeply moved. In this world, I have never encountered someone like him, who selflessly treats me with kindness. I confess that I have feelings for him. On January 8th, 2011, a Saturday, with clear skies and a cheerful heart, I received a paper airplane from Youwen, which bore the words, "Aaron, do not be afraid. I will always stand by your side, accompany you, and protect you. Youwen, I believe in you. I hold affection for you.